his son, the answer was, "I tried very hard to relate to him but was unable to." When asked if he wanted to die, the patient said, "Yes, why not?" but he also answered yes when asked whether he wanted to live. Eventually he had a dream in which there was sunlight and it was warm and there was grass. When asked whether there were people there, he said, "No, there were no people, but there was a potential for them coming." When awakened from the hypnotic trance, he was surprised at the things he had said. 19. While the depressed and bored feeling was occasionally conscious, it became fully conscious only in the hypnotic state. The patient succeeded by his active and ever-new sexual exploits to compensate for his bored state, just as the lawyer did by work, but the compensation occurred mainly in consciousness. It permitted the patient to repress his boredom, and he could go on with this repression as long as the compensation worked properly. But compensations do not alter the fact that on a deeper level of inner reality the boredom is not removed or even lessened. It seems that the boredom compensating consumption offered by the normal channels of our culture does not fulfill its function properly, hence, other means of boredom relief are sought. Alcohol consumption is one of the means man employs to help him forget his boredom. In the past few years a new phenomenon has demonstrated the intensity of the boredom among members of the middle class. I am referring to the practice of group sex among swingers. It is estimated that there are in the United States 1 or 2 million people, chiefly middle class and mostly conservative in their political and religious views, whose main interest in life is sexual activity shared among several couples, provided that they are not husband and wife. The main condition is that no emotional tie is to develop and that the partners are constantly changed. According to the description by investigators who have studied these people, G.T. Bartell, 1971, they explain that before they started swinging they were so bored that even many hours of television viewing did not help them. The personal relationship between husband and wife was such that there was nothing left to communicate about. This boredom is relieved by the constantly changing sexual stimuli, and even their marriages have, as they say, improved, because they now at least have something to talk about, i.e., the sexual experiences of each of them with other men and women. Swinging is a somewhat more complex version of what used to be simple marital promiscuity, which is hardly a new phenomenon. What is perhaps new is the systematic exclusion of affects, and that group sex is now proposed as a means to save a tired marriage. Another more drastic means for the relief of boredom is the use of psycho-drugs, starting in the teens and spreading to older age groups, particularly among those who are not socially settled and have no interesting work to do. Many users of drugs, especially among young people who have a genuine longing for a deeper and more genuine experience of life, indeed, many of them are distinguished by their life affirmation, honesty, adventurousness, and independence, claim that the use of drugs turns them on and widens their horizon of experience. I do not question this claim. But the taking of drugs does not change their character and, hence, does not eliminate the permanent roots of their boredom. It does not promote a higher state of development. This can be achieved only by taking the path of patient, effortful work within oneself, by acquiring insight and learning how to be concentrated and disciplined. Drugs are in no way conducive to instant enlightenment. Not the least dangerous result of insufficiently compensated boredom is violence and destructiveness. This outcome most frequently takes the passive form of being attracted to reports of crimes, fatal accidents, and other scenes of bloodshed and cruelty that are the staple diet fed to the public by press, radio, and television. People eagerly respond to such reports because they are the quickest way to produce excitement, and thus alleviate boredom without any inner activity. Usually overlooked in the discussion of the effect of the portrayal of violence is that inasmuch as portrayal of violence has an effect, boredom is a necessary condition. Yet there is only a short step from passive enjoyment of violence and cruelty to the many ways of actively producing excitement by sadistic or destructive behavior. The difference between the innocent pleasure of embarrassing or teasing someone and participating in a lynch mob is only quantitative. In either instance the bored person himself produces the source of excitation if it does not offer itself ready-made. The bored person often is the organizer of a mini coliseum in which he produces his small-scale equivalents of the large-scale cruelty staged in the coliseum. Such persons have no interest in anything, nor do they have any contact with anybody except of the most superficial kind. Everybody and everything leaves them cold. They are effectively frozen, feel no joy but also no sorrow or pain. They feel nothing. The world is gray, the sky is not blue, they have no appetite for life and often would rather be dead than alive. Sometimes they are acutely and painfully aware of this state of mind, often they are not. This type of pathology offers problems of diagnosis. The most severe cases might be diagnosed by many psychiatrists as a psychotic endogenous depression. Yet the diagnosis seems questionable because some characteristic features of endogenous depression are lacking. These persons do not tend to accuse themselves, to feel guilty, to be preoccupied with their failure, nor do they have the typical facial expression of melancholic patients. Point 20. Aside from this most severe type of depression, boredom, there is a much more frequent clinical picture for which the most obvious diagnosis would be chronic neurotic depression. E. Bleuler, 1969. In the clinical picture so frequent today, not only causes for but also the fact of being depressed is unconscious. Such persons are often not aware of feeling depressed, yet it can be easily demonstrated that they are. The terms more recently used, masked depression or smiling depressions, seem to characterize the picture quite well. The diagnostic problem is still more complicated by the features in the clinical picture that lend themselves to a diagnosis of a schizoid character. I shall not pursue this diagnostic problem any further because it does not seem to contribute much to a better understanding of such persons. The difficulties of a correct diagnosis will be treated later on. Perhaps we deal, in the persons suffering from chronic, uncompensated boredom, with a peculiar blend of depressed and schizophrenic elements in varying degrees of malignancy. What matters for our purpose is not the diagnostic label, but the fact that among such persons we find extreme forms of destructiveness. They frequently do not seem to be bored or depressed at all. They can adapt themselves to their environment and often seem to be happy. Some are apparently so well adapted that parents, teachers, ministers praise them as models. Others come to the attention of the authorities due to a variety of criminal acts and are considered asocial or criminal, although not bored or depressed. Usually they tend to repress the awareness of being bored, most of all they want to appear perfectly normal to everyone else. When they come to a psychotherapist they will report that they find it difficult to choose a career, or to study, but generally they tend to present as normal a picture as they can. It takes a concerned and skilled observer to discover the sickness hidden behind the smooth, cynical surface. H.D. Esseler has done just that and has found among many adolescents in a boys' training school the condition of what he calls unconscious depression. 21. I shall give in the following some examples that also demonstrate that this condition is one of the sources of acts and destructiveness that seem in many instances to be the only form of relief. One girl, hospitalized in a state mental hospital, had slashed her wrists and explained her act by saying that she wanted to see if she had any blood. This was a girl who felt non-human, without any response to anyone. She did not believe she could express or, for that matter, feel any affect. Schizophrenia was excluded by a thorough clinical examination. Her lack of interest and incapacity to respond was so great that to see her own blood was the only way in which she could convince herself that she was alive and human. One of the boys in the training school, for instance, threw rocks lip on top of his garage and let them roll down, and would try to catch each rock with his head. His explanation was that this was the only way in which he could feel something. He made 5 suicidal attempts. He cut himself in areas that would be painful and always made it known to the guards that he had done so, in order that he could be saved. He reported that feeling the pain made him feel at least something. Another adolescent spoke of walking city streets with a knife up my sleeve, and I would stick it into people as they walked by. He experienced pleasure in watching the agony on the victim's face. He also took dogs into the alley and killed them with his knife just for fun. One time he said with emphasis, Now I think those dogs felt it when I stuck the knife into them. The same boy confessed that while he was chopping wood during an outing in the woods with a school teacher and his wife, he saw the school teacher's wife standing there alone and had a tremendous urge to plant the axe in her head. Fortunately, she reacted on seeing a strange look on his face and asked for the axe. This 17-year-old boy had a baby face, and in turn who saw him for vocational counseling thought he was charming and could not understand why he was in the institution. The truth was that the charm he portrayed was manipulative and very shallow. Similar cases are to be found today all over the Western world and are occasionally reported in the papers. The following UPI and AP dispatch from Bisbee, Arizona, 1972, is a typical example. A 16-year-old high school honor student and choir boy was in custody at a juvenile home today after allegedly telling police he shot his parents to death because he wanted to see how it would feel to kill somebody. The bodies of Joseph Roth, 60, and his wife, Gertrude, 57, were found at their home in nearby Douglas on Thanksgiving Day by sheriff's deputies. Authorities said both had been shot once in the chest with a hunting rifle Wednesday night. Roth was a high school audiovisual instructor and Mrs. Roth was a junior high teacher. Cochise County Attorney Richard Riley said the boy, Bernard J. Roth, the nicest boy you want to meet, turned himself into police Thursday and was composed and polite while being questioned. The people his parents are getting old, Riley quoted the boy as saying. I'm not mad at them. I have no hostilities. The boy said he had been having thoughts about killing his parents for a long time, Riley said. He wanted to know what it felt like to kill somebody. 22. The motive for these killings does not seem to be hate, but as in the cases mentioned before, an unbearable sense of boredom and impotence and the need to experience that there is someone who will react, someone on whom one can make a dent, some deed that will make an end of the monotony of daily experience. Killing is one way of experiencing that one is and that one can produce an effect on another being. This discussion of depression boredom has dealt only with the psychological aspects of boredom. This does not imply that neurophysiological abnormalities may not also be involved, but as Bleuler has already emphasized, they could only play a secondary role, while the decisive conditions are to be found in the overall environmental situation. I think it is highly probable that even cases of severe depression boredom would be less frequent and less intense, even given the same family constellation, in a society where a mood of hope and love of life predominated. But in recent decades the opposite is increasingly the case, and thus a fertile soil for the development of individual depressive states is provided. Character structure. There is a need of a different kind, rooted exclusively in the human situation, the need for development of a character structure. This need has to do with the phenomenon that was dealt with before, the decreasing significance of instinctive equipment in man. Affective behavior presupposes that one can act immediately, that is, without being delayed by too much doubt and in a relatively integrated manner. This is precisely the dilemma of which Cortlandt has spoken, see Chapter 6, with regard to chimpanzees when he mentions their lack of decisiveness and their hesitant and somewhat ineffective behavior. A. Cortlandt, 1962. It seems plausible to speculate that man, being still less determined by instinct than the chimpanzee, would have been a biological failure if he had not developed a substitute for the instincts he lacked. This substitute also had to have the function of instincts, enabling man to act as if he were motivated by instincts. This substitute is the human character. Character is the specific structure in which human energy is organized in the pursuit of man's goals. It motivates behavior according to its dominant goals. A person acts instinctively, we say, in accordance with his character. To use Heraclitus's phrase, character is man's fate. The miser does not ponder whether he should save or spend, he is driven to save and to hoard. The exploitative sadistic character is driven by the passion to exploit, the sadistic character, by the passion to control. The loving productive character cannot help striving for love and sharing. These character-conditioned drives and strivings are so strong and unquestionable for the respective persons that they feel that theirs is simply a natural reaction, and find it difficult to really believe that there are other people whose nature is quite different. When they cannot help becoming aware of it, they prefer to think that these others suffer from some kind of deformation and are deviants from human nature. Anybody who has some sensitivity in judging other people, it is of course much more difficult with regard to oneself, senses whether a person has a sadistic or a destructive or a loving character. He sees enduring traits behind the overt behavior and will be capable of sensing the insincerity of a destructive character who behaves as if he were a loving person. Point 23. The question is, why was the species man, in contrast to the chimpanzee, able to develop a character? The answer may lie in certain biological considerations. Human groups from the very beginning have lived under very diverse environmental circumstances, both as regards different areas in the world and as regards fundamental changes of climate and vegetation within the same area. Since the emergence of Homo, there has been relatively little adaptation to differences transmitted by genetic change, although there has been some. But the more Homo developed, the less was adaptation a result of genetic changes, and in the last 40,000 years such changes are virtually nil. Yet these different environmental situations made it necessary for each group to adapt its behavior to these respective situations, not only by learning but also by developing a social character. The concept of social character is based on the consideration that each form of society, or social class, needs to use human energy in the specific manner necessary for the functioning of that particular society. Its members must want to do what they have to do if the society is to function properly. This process of transforming general psychic energy into specific psychosocial energy is mediated by the social character. Fromm, 1932a, 1941a, 1947a, 1970a. The means by which social character is formed are essentially cultural. Through the agency of the parents, society transmits to the young its values, prescriptions, commands, etc. But since chimpanzees have no language, they cannot transmit symbols, values, and ideas. In other words, they lack the conditions for the formation of character. In more than a rudimentary sense, character is a human phenomenon. Only man was able to create a substitute for his lost instinctive adaptation. The acquisition of character was a very important and necessary element in the process of human survival, but it had also many disadvantages and even dangers. Inasmuch as character is formed by traditions and motivates man without appealing to his reason, it is often not adapted to or is sometimes even in direct contradiction to new conditions. For example, concepts like the absolute sovereignty of the state are rooted in an older type of social character and are dangerous for the survival of man in the atomic age. The concept of character is crucial for the understanding of the manifestations of malignant aggression. The destructive and sadistic passions in a person are usually organized in his character system. In a sadistic person, for instance, the sadistic drive is a dominant part of his character structure and motivates him to behave sadistically, limited only by his concern for self-preservation. In a person with a sadistic character, a sadistic impulse is constantly active, waiting only for a proper situation and a fitting rationalization to be acted out. Such a person corresponds almost completely to Lorenz's hydraulic model, see Chapter 1, inasmuch as character-rooted sadism is a spontaneously flowing impulse, seeking for occasions to be expressed and creating such occasions where they are not readily at hand by appetitive behavior. The decisive difference is that the source of the sadistic passion lies in the character and not in a phylogenetically programmed neural area, hence it is not common to all men, but only to those who share the same character. We shall see later some examples of the sadistic and the destructive character and the conditions necessary for their formation. Conditions for the development of character-rooted passions. The discussion of man's existential needs has shown that these can be satisfied in different ways. The need for an object of devotion can be answered by devotion to God, love, and truth, or by idolatry of destructive idols. The need for relatedness can be answered by love and kindness or by dependence, sadism, masochism, destructiveness. The need for unity and rootedness can be answered by the passions for solidarity, brotherliness, love, and mystical experience or by drunkenness, drug addiction, depersonalization. The need for effectiveness can be answered by love, productive work, or by sadism and destructiveness. The need for stimulation and excitation can be answered by productive interest in man, nature, art, ideas, or by a greedy pursuit of ever-changing pleasures. What are the conditions for the development of character-rooted passions? We must consider first that these passions do not appear as single units but as syndromes. Love, solidarity, justice, reason are interrelated. They are all manifestations of the same productive orientation that I shall call the life-furthering syndrome. On the other hand, sadomasochism, destructiveness, greed, narcissism, incestuousness also belong together and are rooted in the same basic orientation, life-thwarting syndrome. Where one element of the syndrome is to be found, the others also exist in various degrees, but this does not mean that someone is ruled either by the one or by the other syndrome. In fact, people in whom this is the case are the exceptions. The average person is a blend of both syndromes. What matters for the behavior of the person and the possibility of change is precisely the respective strength of each syndrome. Neurophysiological conditions. As to the neurophysiological conditions for the development of the two respective kinds of passions, we must start out from the fact that man is unfinished and uncompleted. L. Isolati, 1971. Not only is his brain not fully developed at birth, but the state of disequilibrium in which he finds himself leaves him as an open-ended process to which there is no final solution. But is he being deprived of the help of instincts and equipped only with the weak reed of reason by which he deceives himself, so easily left without any help from his neurophysiological equipment? It seems that this assumption would miss an important point. His brain, so superior to that of the primate not only in size but also in the quality and structure of its neurons, has the capacity to recognize what kinds of goals are conducive to man's health and growth, physically as well as psychically. It can set goals leading to the realization of man's real, rational needs, and man can organize his society in ways conducive to this realization. Man is not only unfinished, incomplete, burdened by contradictions, he can also be defined as a being in active search of his optimal development, even though this search must often fail because external conditions are too unfavorable. The assumption that man is a being in active search of his optimal development is not without support from neurophysiological data. No less an investigator than C.J. Erich wrote, "Man's capacity for intelligently directed self-development confers upon him the ability to determine the pattern of his culture and so to shape the course of human evolution in directions of his own choice. This ability, which no other animals have, is man's most distinctive characteristic, and it is perhaps the most significant fact known to science." C.J. Erich, 1928. Livingston makes some very pertinent remarks with regard to the same problem. It is not established beyond peradventure of doubt that various levels of nervous system organization are interdependently interrelated with one another. Somehow, by means that are still mysterious, purposive behavior organized at each of these different levels of integrative function becomes expressed by a link sequence of overall purposes representing some kind of final judicious reckoning among contending functions. The purposes of the whole organism are clearly manifested and continuously served according to some integrated internal point of view. R. B. Livingston, 1967a. Italics added. Discussing the problem of needs that transcend the primary physiological ones, Livingston states, "Some goal-seeking systems at the molecular level can be identified by physical-chemical techniques. Other goal-seeking systems at the level of the brain circuitry can be identified by neurophysiological techniques. At each level, parts of these systems are concerned with the appetites and satisfactions that govern behavior. All of these goal-seeking systems originate in and are intrinsic to protoplasmic materials. Many such systems are peculiarly specialized and are located in particular nervous and endocrine systems. Evolutionarily elaborate organisms possess appetites and satisfactions, not only to fulfill vegetative needs, not simply for the obligate cooperations required for sexual union, the rearing of young, and the safeguarding of food, family, and territory, not just for the adaptive behaviors essential to meet successfully the vicissitudes of environmental change, but also for extra energies, strivings, and outreachings, the extravagances that go beyond mere survival. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Italics added. He goes on to say, the brain is a product of evolution, just as our teeth and claws, but we can expect much more of the brain because of its capacities for constructive adaptation. Neuroscientists can take as their long-range objective the understanding of the fullest potentialities of mankind in order to help humanity become more fully self-aware and to illuminate man's nobler options. Above all, it is the human brain, with its capacities for memory, learning, communication, imagination, creativity, and the powers of self-awareness, that distinguishes humanity. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Livingston holds that cooperation, faith, mutual trust, and altruism are built into the fabric of the nervous system and propelled by internal satisfactions attached to them. 24 Internal satisfactions are by no means restricted to the appetites. According to Livingston, gratifications also relate to positive satisfactions springing from buoyant health, vigorous and rested, delight accompanying both genetically endowed and socially acquired values, joys, solitary and shared feelings of pleasant excitement, engendered by exposure to novelty and during the quest for novelty. Gratifications result from satisfaction of curiosity and the pleasure of inquiry, from the acquisition of widening degrees of individual and collective freedom. Positive features of satisfaction enable humans to sustain unbelievable privations and yet to cling to life and, beyond that, to attach importance to beliefs that may pass the values of life itself. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Livingston's crucial point, as well as that of the other authors to be cited in the following, is in fundamental opposition to older instinctivistic thinking. They do not speculate on which special area of the brain generates higher strivings, such as those for solidarity, altruism, mutual trust, and truth, but they look at the brain system as a whole from the standpoint of evolution in the service of survival. One very interesting suggestion has been made by C. von Monaco. He proposed the existence of a biological conscience, syneidesis, whose function it is to secure optimal security, satisfaction, adaptation, and strivings for perfection. Von Monaco argues that the functioning of the organism in a direction serving its development gives glisses, joy, lust, happiness, hence a desire to repeat this kind of behavior. On the other hand, behavior harmful to the optimal development of the organism results in eccholysis, unpleasure, bad feeling, and drives a person to avoid the pain-producing behavior. C. von Monaco, 1950. H. von Foerster has argued that empathy and love are qualities inherent in the brain system. His starting point is the theory of cognition, and he raises the question of how it is possible for two people to communicate, since language presupposes shared experience. Since environment does not exist for man by itself but in its relationship to the human observer, von Foerster reasons, communication presupposes that we find the like representation of environment in the two elements who are separated by their skins, but alike in their structure. When they realize and utilize this insight, then A knows what A** knows, because A identifies himself with A** and we have the equality I-thou. Clearly, identification is the strongest coalition and its most subtle manifestation is love. H. von Foerster, 1963, 25. All these speculations, however, seem to be contradicted by the hard fact that man in the 40,000 years since his final birth has failed to develop these higher strivings more fully but seems to have been governed principally by his greed and destructiveness. Why did the biologically built-in strivings not remain or become predominant? Before entering into a discussion of this question, let us qualify it. While granting that we do not have much direct knowledge of man's psyche before the beginning of the Neolithic period, there are, as we have seen, good reasons to assume that the most primitive men, from the hunter-gatherers up to the early agriculturalists, were not characterized by destructiveness or sadism. In fact, the negative qualities that are commonly attributed to human nature became more powerful and widespread as civilization developed. Furthermore, It should be kept in mind that the version of the higher goals was expressed early in history by great teachers who proclaimed the new goals in protest against the principles of their respective cultures, and these aims, in both religious and secular form, have had a profound appeal again and again to the hearts of men who were conditioned by their society to believe in the contrary. Indeed, man's striving for freedom, dignity, solidarity, and truth has been one of the strongest motivations to bring about historical change. Even considering all these qualifications, however, the fact remains that built-in higher tendencies have thus far been largely defeated, and persons living today experience this with special anxiety. Social conditions. What are the reasons for this defeat? The only satisfactory answer to this question seems to lie in the social circumstances under which man lives. Throughout most of his history, these circumstances, while furthering man's intellectual and technical development, have been inimical to the full development of those built-in potentialities to which the authors cited above are referring. The most elementary instances showing the influence of environmental factors on personality are those of the direct influence of environment on the growth of the brain. It is by now a well-established fact that malnutrition can prevent the normal growth of the infant's brain. That not only food, but other factors, such as freedom of movement and play, can have a direct influence on the growth of the brain has also been shown by animal experiments. Investigators separated rats into two groups and placed them, respectively, in enriched and restricted environments. The former were raised in a large cage where they could move freely, play with various objects and with each other, whereas the restricted animals were raised singly in small isolation cages. In other words, the enriched animals had a much greater opportunity for stimulation and motor exercise than the restricted animals. The investigators found that in the first group the cortical gray matter was thicker than in the restricted group, although their body weight was lower. E. L. Bennett et al., 1964. In a similar study, Altman obtained histological evidence of an increase in the area of the cortex in the enriched animals, and autoradiographic evidence of an enhanced rate of cellular proliferation in the mature enriched animals. J. Altman and G. D. Das, 1964. Preliminary results from Altman's laboratory indicate that other behavioral variables, such as handling rats during infancy, can radically alter the development of the brain, in particular cell proliferation in such structures as the cerebellar cortex, the hippocampal dentate gyrus, and the neocortex. J. Altman, 1967a. Applying the results of these experiments to man would suggest that the growth of the brain depends not only on such outside factors as food, but also on the warmth with which a baby is handled and held, on the degree of stimulation it receives, and on the degree of freedom it has to move, to play, and to express itself. But brain development does not stop in infancy, or even in puberty or adulthood. As R. B. Livingston has pointed out, there is no point beyond which development ceases, beyond which the capacities for reorganization following disease or injury disappear. R. B. Livingston, 1967. It seems that throughout life such environmental factors as stimulation, encouragement, and affection may continue to have a subtle influence on brain process. We know little as yet about the direct influence of the environment on the development of the brain. Fortunately, we know a great deal more about the role of social factors on the development of character, although all affective processes have, of course, a substrate in brain processes. It would seem that at this point we have joined the mainstream of thought in the social sciences the thesis that man's character is formed by the society in which he lives, or, in behavioristic terms, by the social conditioning to which he is exposed. However, there is a fundamental difference between this view and the one proposed here. The environmentalist view of the social sciences is essentially relativistic. According to it, man is a blank sheet of paper on which the culture writes its text. He is molded by his society for better or worse being considered value judgments from an ethical or religious standpoint. Point 26. The position taken here assumes that man has an immanent goal, that man's biological constitution is the source of norms for living. He has the possibility for full development and growth, provided the external conditions that are given are conducive to this aim. This means that there are specific environmental conditions conducive to the optimal growth of man and, if our previous assumptions are correct, to the development of the life-furthering syndrome. On the other hand, to the extent these conditions are lacking, he will become a crippled, stunted man, characterized by the presence of the life-thwarting syndrome. It is truly astonishing that this view should be considered idealistic or unscientific by so many who would not dream of questioning the relation between constitution and norms in regard to physical development and health. It is hardly necessary to belabor this point. There exists a wealth of data, particularly in the field of nutrition, to demonstrate that certain kinds of food are conducive to growth and the health of the body, while others are responsible for organic dysfunctioning, illness, and premature death. It is also well known that not only food can have such influence on health, but also other factors, such as exercise or stress. Man in this respect is not different from any other organism. As any farmer or horticulturalist knows, the seed, for its proper germination and for the growth of the plant, needs a certain degree of moisture, warmth, and type of soil. If these conditions are not met, the seed will rot and die in the soil, the plant will be stillborn. If the conditions are optimal, the fruit tree will grow to its optimal possibility and bear fruit that is as perfect as this particular tree can produce. If the conditions are less than optimal, the tree and its fruit will be defective or crippled. The question, then, that confronts us is, which are the environmental conditions that are conducive to the full development of man's potentialities? Many thousands of books have been written about this question, and hundreds of different answers have been given. Surely I shall not attempt to give an answer within the context of this book. Point 27. Some general statements, however, can be made, even if briefly. The historical record as well as the study of individuals indicate that the presence of freedom, activating stimuli, the absence of exploitative control, and the presence of man-centered modes of production are favorable for the growth of man, and that the presence of the opposite conditions is unfavorable. Furthermore, an increasing number of people have become aware of the fact that it is not the presence of one or two conditions that have an impact, but a whole system of factors. This means that the general conditions conducive to the fullest growth of man and, of course, each stage of individual development has its own specific conditions can only be found in a social system in which various favorable conditions are combined to secure the right soil. The reasons why social scientists have not considered the question of the optimal social conditions for man's growth a matter of primary concern can be easily discerned if one recognizes the sad fact that, with a few outstanding exceptions, social scientists are essentially apologists for and not critics of the existing social system. This can be so because, unlike the natural sciences, their results are of little value for the functioning of society. On the contrary, erroneous results and superficial treatment have a useful function as ideological cement, while the truth is, as always, a threat to the status quo. Point 28. In addition, the task of studying the problem adequately has been made more difficult by the assumption that what people desire is good for them. One overlooked the fact that people's desires are often harmful for them, and that the desires themselves can be symptoms of dysfunctioning, or of suggestion, or of both. Everybody today knows, for instance, that drug addiction is not desirable, even if many people desire the use of drugs. Since our whole economic system rests on generating desires that the commodities can profitably satisfy, it is hardly to be expected that a critical analysis of the irrationality of desires would be popular. But we cannot stop here. Why, we must ask, do not the majority of men use their reason to recognize their real interests as human beings? Is it only because they have been brainwashed and forced to obey? Furthermore, why have not a greater number of leaders recognized that their own best interests as human beings were not served by the system they presided over? To explain everything in terms of their greed or their cunning, as the philosophers of the Enlightenment were prone to do, does not penetrate to the core of the problem. As Marx has demonstrated in his theory of historical development, in the attempt to change and improve social conditions, man is constantly limited by the material factors of his environment, such as ecological conditions, climate, technique, geographical situation, and cultural traditions. As we have seen, primitive hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists lived in a relatively well-balanced environment that was conducive to generating constructive rather than destructive passions. But in the process of growth, man changes, and he changes his environment. He progresses intellectually and technologically. This progress, however, creates situations that are conducive to the development of the life-thwarting character syndrome. We have followed this development, however sketchily, in the description of the transformation of society from that of early hunter-gatherers to the urban revolution. In order to create the necessary leisure to enable men to become philosophers and scholars, to build works of art like the Egyptian pyramids briefly, in order to create culture, man had to have slaves, make war, and conquer territory. It was for this very growth in some respects, particularly intellectually, artistically, and scientifically, that man had to create circumstances that crippled him and prevented his growth in other respects, particularly effectively. This was so because the productive forces were not sufficiently developed to permit the coexistence of both technical and cultural progress and freedom, to permit uncrippled development for all. The material conditions have their own laws, and the wish to change them is of itself not enough. Indeed, if the earth had been created as a paradise where man would not be bound by the stubbornness of material reality, his reason might have been sufficient condition to create the proper environment for his unimpeded growth, with enough for all to eat and, simultaneously, the possibility of freedom. But to speak in terms of the biblical myth, man was expelled from paradise and cannot return. He was saddled with the curse of the conflict between himself and nature. The world was not made for man, he is thrown into it, and only by his own activity and reason can he create a world which is conducive to his full development, which is his human home. His rulers themselves were executors of historical necessity, even though they were often evil men who followed their whims and failed to execute their historical task. Irrationality and personal evil became decisive factors only in those periods when the external conditions were such that they would have permitted human progress, and when this progress was impeded by the character deformation of the rulers and the ruled. Nevertheless, there have always been visionaries who clearly recognized the goals for man's social and individual evolution. But their utopians were not utopic in the sense that they were unrealizable daydreams. They took place in the nowhere, utopia. But nowhere is not at no time. By this I mean to say, they were utopian because they did not exist at the moment at any given place and perhaps could not exist, but utopian does not mean that they cannot be realized in time at another time. Marx's concept of socialism, until now unrealized anywhere in the world, and certainly not in the socialist countries, was not considered a utopia by him because he believed that at this point of historical evolution the material conditions for its realization were already present. Point 29. On the rationality of instincts and passions. It is a widely accepted notion that instincts are irrational because they defy logical thought. Is this correct? Furthermore, can the character-rooted passions be classified as either rational or irrational? The terms reason and rational are conventionally applied only to thought processes. A rational thought is supposed to obey the laws of logic and not to be distorted by emotional and often pathological factors. But rational and irrational are sometimes also applied to actions and feelings. Thus an economist may call irrational the introduction of expensive labor-saving machinery in a country that lacks skilled and abounds in unskilled workers. Or he may call the annual world expenditure of $180 billion for armaments, 80% of it by the superpowers, irrational because it serves the production of things that have no use value in times of peace. Or a psychiatrist may call a neurotic symptom, such as a wash compulsion or groundless anxieties, irrational because they are the outcome of a dysfunction of the mind and tend to further disturb its proper functioning. I propose to call rational any thought, feeling, or act that promotes the adequate functioning and growth of the whole of which it is a part, and irrational that which tends to weaken or destroy the whole. It is obvious that only the empirical analysis of a system can show what is to be considered rational or irrational, respectively. Point 30. Applying this concept of rationality to instincts, organic drives, the unavoidable conclusion is that they are rational. From a Darwinian standpoint, it is precisely the function of instincts to sustain life adequately, to ensure the survival of the individual and the species. The animal behaves rationally because it is almost entirely determined by instinct, and man would behave rationally if he were mainly determined by instinct. His search for food, his defensive aggressiveness, or flight, and his sexual desires, as far as they are organically stimulated, are not conducive to irrational behavior. Man's irrationality is caused by the fact that he lacks instincts, and not by their presence. What about the rationality of his character-rooted passions? Following our criterion of rationality, they must be divided. The life-furthering passions must be considered rational because they further the growth and well-being of the organism. The life-strangling passions must be considered irrational because they interfere with growing and well-being. But a qualification is necessary. The destructive or cruel person has become so because he lacks the conditions for further growth. Under the given circumstances he cannot, as it were, do better. His passions are irrational in terms of the possibilities of man, yet they have their rationality in terms of the particular individual and social situation within which a person lives. The same applies to the historical process. The mega-machines, L. Mumford, 1967, of antiquity were rational in this sense. Even fascism and Stalinism could be considered rational if they were the only historically possible next step under the circumstances. This, of course, is what their defenders claim. But they would have to prove that there were no other and historically more adequate options available, as I believe there were. 31. It needs to be repeated that life-thwarting passions are as much an answer to man's existential needs as life-furthering passions. They are both profoundly human. The former necessarily develop when the realistic conditions for the realization of the latter are absent. Man the destroyer may be called vicious because destructiveness is a vice, but he is human. He has not regressed to animal existence and is not motivated by animal instincts. He cannot change the structure of his brain. One might consider him an existential failure, a man who has failed to become what he could be according to the possibilities of his existence. In any case, for a man to be stunted in his growth and become vicious is as much a real possibility as to develop fully and to be productive. The one or the other outcome mainly depends on the presence or absence of social conditions conducive to growth. It must at the same time be added that in speaking of social circumstances as being responsible for man's development, I do not imply that he is the helpless object of circumstances. Environmental factors further or hinder the development of certain traits and set the limits within which man acts. Nevertheless, man's reason and will are powerful factors in the process of his development, individually and socially. It is not history that makes man, man creates himself in the process of history. Only dogmatic thinking, the result of the laziness of mind and heart, tries to construct simplistic schemes of the either-or type that block any real understanding. 32. Psychical function of the passions. Man must satisfy his bodily needs in order to survive, and his instincts motivate him to act in favor of his survival. If his instincts determined most of his behavior, he would have no special problems in living and would be a contented cow provided he had ample food. 33 But for man the satisfaction of his organic drives alone does not make him happy, nor does it guarantee his sanity. Nor is his problem that of first satisfying his physical needs and then, as a kind of luxury, developing his character-rooted passions. The latter are present from the very beginning of his existence, and often have even greater strength than his organic drives. When we look at individual and mass behavior, we find that the desire to satisfy hunger and sex constitutes only a minor part of human motivation. The major motivations of man are his rational and irrational passions, the strivings for love, 34, tenderness, solidarity, freedom, and truth, as well as the drive to control, to submit, to destroy, narcissism, greed, envy, ambition. These passions move him and excite him. They are the stuff from which not only dreams, but all religions, myths, drama, art are made. In short, all that makes life meaningful and worth living. People motivated by these passions risk their lives. They may commit suicide when they fail to attain the goal of their passion, but they do not commit suicide for the lack of sexual satisfaction, and not even because they are starving. But whether they are driven by hate or love, the power of the human passion is the same. That this is so can hardly be doubted. The question why it is so is more difficult to answer. Yet some hypothetical speculations can be offered. The first is a suggestion which only neurophysiologists could examine. Considering that the brain is in need of constant excitation, a fact we have already discussed, one could imagine that this need would require the existence of passionate strivings because they alone provide for constant excitation. Another hypothesis lies in the realm already dealt with in this book, the uniqueness of human experience. As we have said, the fact that man is aware of himself, of his powerlessness and isolation, seems to make it intolerable for him to live as nothing but an object. All this, of course, was well known to most thinkers, dramatists, and novelists throughout history. Can one really imagine that the core of the Oedipus drama is the frustration of Oedipus's sexual desires for his mother? Or that Shakespeare could have written a Hamlet centered around the sexual frustration of the play's principal character? Yet that is precisely what classic psychoanalysts seem to imagine, and with them, other contemporary reductionists. Man's instinctual drives are necessary but trivial. Man's passions that unify his energy in the search of their goal belong to the realm of the devotional or sacred. The system of the trivial is that of making a living, the sphere of the sacred is that of living beyond physical survival. It is the sphere in which man stakes his fate, often his life, the sphere in which his deepest motivations, those that make life worth living, are rooted. 35. In his attempt to transcend the triviality of his life, man is driven to seek adventure, to look beyond and even to cross the limiting frontier of human existence. This is what makes great virtues and great vices, creation as well as destruction, so exciting and attractive. The hero is the one who has the courage to go to the frontier without succumbing to fear and doubt. The average man is a hero even in his unsuccessful attempt to be a hero. He is motivated by the desire to make some sense of his life and by the passion to walk as far as he can to its frontiers. This picture needs an important qualification. Individuals live in a society that provides them with ready-made patterns that pretend to give meaning to their lives. In our society, for instance, they are told that to be successful, to be a breadwinner, to raise a family, to be a good citizen, to consume goods and pleasures gives meaning to life. But while for most people this suggestion works on the conscious level, they do not acquire a genuine sense of meaningfulness. They do not make up for the lacking center within themselves. The suggested patterns wear thin and with increasing frequency fail. That this is happening today on a large scale is evidenced by the increase in drug addiction, by the lack of genuine interest in anything, in the decline of intellectual and artistic creativity, and in the increase of violence and destructiveness. 11. Malignant aggression, cruelty and destructiveness. Apparent destructiveness. Very different from destructiveness are certain deeply buried archaic experiences that often appear to the modern observer as proofs for man's innate destructive acts. Yet a closer analysis can show that while they result in destructive acts, their motivation is not the passion to destroy. One example is the passion to spill blood, often called bloodlust. For all practical purposes, to shed a person's blood means to kill him, and thus killing and shedding blood are synonyms. Yet the question arises whether there may not be an archaic pleasure in shedding blood that is different from the pleasure in killing. At a deep, archaic level of experience, blood is a very peculiar substance. Quite generally, it has been equated with life and the life force, and is one of the three sacred substances that emanate from the body. The other two are semen and milk. Semen expresses male, while milk expresses female and motherly creativity, and both were considered sacred in many cults and rituals. Blood transcends the difference between male and female. In the deepest layers of experience, one magically seizes upon the life force itself by shedding blood. The use of blood for religious purposes is well known. The priests of the Hebrew temple spread blood from the slaughtered animals as part of the service. The Aztec priests offered their gods the still palpitating hearts of their victims. In many ritual customs, brotherhood is confirmed symbolically by mixing together the blood of the persons involved. Since blood is the juice of life, drinking blood is experienced in many instances as enhancing one's own life energy. In the orgies of Bacchus as well as in the rituals related to Ceres, one part of the mystery consisted of eating the raw flesh of the animal together with the blood. In the Dionysian festivals in Crete they used to tear the flesh off the living animal with their teeth. Such rituals are also to be found in relation to many chthonic gods and goddesses. J. Bryant, 1775. J. G. Bork mentions that the Aryans who invaded India held the native Dacio Indians in contempt because they ate uncooked human and animal flesh, and they expressed their natural disgust by calling them raw eaters. One very closely related to this drinking of blood and eating of raw meat are customs reported from still existing primitive tribes. At certain religious ceremonies it is the duty of the Hamatsa Indians of northwest Canada to bite a piece of the arm, leg, or breast of a man. Point 2 That the drinking of blood is considered health-giving can even be seen in recent times. It was a Bulgarian custom to give a man who has been badly frightened the quivering heart of a dove slaughtered at that moment, to aid him in recovering from his fright. J. G. Bork, 1913. Even in as highly developed a religion as Roman Catholicism we find the archaic practice of drinking wine after it has been consecrated as Christ's blood, and it would be a reductionist distortion to assume that this ritual is the expression of destructive impulses, rather than an affirmation of life and an expression of community. To modern man the shedding of blood appears to be nothing but destructiveness. Certainly from a realistic standpoint that is what it is, but if one considers not only the act itself but its meaning in the deepest and most archaic layers of experience, then one may arrive at a different conclusion. By shedding one's own blood or that of another, one is in touch with the life force. This in itself can be an intoxicating experience on the archaic level, and when it is offered to the gods, it can be an act of the most sacred devotion. The wish to destroy need not be the motive. Similar considerations apply also to the phenomenon of cannibalism. Those who argue in favor of man's innate destructiveness have often used cannibalism as a major argument to prove their theory. They point to the fact that in the Chukoutian caves skulls were found from which the brains had been extracted through the base. It was speculated that this was done in order to eat the brain, whose taste the killers allegedly liked. That is, of course, a possibility, although one that corresponds perhaps more to the view of the modern consumer. A more likely explanation is that the brain was used for magic ritualistic purposes. As indicated earlier, this position has been taken by A. C. Blanc, 1961, who found a strong similarity between the Peking man skulls and those found in Monte Circio dating almost 500,000 years later. If this interpretation is correct, the same holds true for ritualistic cannibalism and ritualistic drinking and shedding of blood. To be sure, non-ritualistic cannibalism was a common practice among primitive people in the last centuries. From all we know about the character of the hunter-food gatherers still living today, or can assume about the prehistoric ones, they were not killers, and it is very unlikely that they were cannibals. As Mumford puts it succinctly, just as primitive man was incapable of our own massive exhibitions of cruelty, torture and extermination, so he may have been quite innocent of manslaughter for food. L. Mumford, 1967. The foregoing remarks are meant as a warning against the hasty interpretation of all destructive behavior as the outcome of a destructive instinct, rather than to recognize the frequency of religious and non-destructive motivations behind such behavior. They were not intended to minimize the outbursts of real cruelty and destructiveness to which we now turn. Spontaneous forms. Destructiveness 3 appears in two forms, spontaneous, and hound in the character structure. By the former I refer to the outburst of dormant, not necessarily repressed, destructive impulses that are activated by extraordinary circumstances, in contrast to the permanent, although not always expressed, presence of destructive traits in the character. The historical record. The most ample and horrifying documentation for seemingly spontaneous forms of destructiveness are on the record of civilized history. The history of war is a report of ruthless and indiscriminate killing and torture, whose victims were men, women, and children. Many of these occurrences give the impression of orgies of destruction, in which neither conventional nor genuinely moral factors had any inhibitory effect. Killing was still the mildest manifestation of destructiveness. But the orgies did not stop here. Men were castrated, women were disemboweled, prisoners were crucified or thrown before the lions. There is hardly a destructive act human imagination could think of that has not been acted out again and again. We have witnessed the same frenzied mutual killing of hundreds of thousands of Hindus and Muslims in India during the partition, and in Indonesia in the anti-communist purge in 1965, where, according to varying sources, from 400,000 to a million real or alleged communists, together with many Chinese, were slaughtered. M. Caldwell, 1968. I need not go further in giving a more detailed description of the manifestations of human destructiveness. They are well known and, besides, often quoted by those who want to prove that destructiveness is innate, as for instance D. Freeman, 1964. As to the causes of destructiveness, they will be dealt with when we shall discuss sadism and necrophilia. I mention these outbursts here in order to give examples for destructiveness that is not bound in the character structure, as is the case with the sadistic and necrophilous character. But these destructive explosions are not spontaneous in the sense that they break out without any reason. In the first place, there are always external conditions that stimulate them, such as wars, religious or political conflicts, poverty, extreme boredom, and insignificance of the individual. Secondly, there are subjective reasons, extreme group narcissism in national or religious terms, as in India, a certain proneness to a state of trance, as in parts of Indonesia. It is not human nature that makes a sudden appearance, but the destructive potential that is fostered by certain permanent conditions and mobilized by sudden traumatic events. Without these provoking factors, the destructive energies in these populations seem to be dormant, and not, as with the destructive character, a constantly flowing source of energy. Vengeful destructiveness. Vengeful destructiveness is a spontaneous reaction to intense and unjustified suffering inflicted upon a person or the members of the group with whom he is identified. It differs from normal defensive aggression in two ways. 1. It occurs after the damage has been done, and hence is not a defense against a threatening danger. 2. It is of much greater intensity, and is often cruel, lustful, and insatiable. Language itself expresses this particular quality of vengeance in the term thirst for vengeance. It hardly needs to be emphasized how widespread vengeful aggression is, both among individuals and groups. We find it in the form of blood revenge as an institution practically all over the world, East and Northeast Africa, the Upper Congo, West Africa, among many frontier tribes in Northeast India, Bengal, New Guinea, Polynesia, in Corsica, until recently, and it was widespread among the North American Aborigines. M. R. Davey, 1929. Blood revenge is a sacred duty that falls upon the member of a family, clan, or tribe who has to kill a member of the corresponding unit if one of his people has been killed. In contrast to simple punishment, where the crime is expiated by the punishment of the murderer or those to whom he belongs, in the case of blood revenge the punishment of the aggressor does not end the sequence. The punitive killing represents a new killing which in turn obliges the members of the punished group to punish the punisher and so on ad infinitum. Theoretically, blood revenge is an endless chain, and in fact it sometimes leads to the extinction of families or larger groups. One even finds blood revenge, although as an exception, among very peaceful populations like the Greenlanders, who do not know the meaning of war, although as Davey writes, the practice is but slightly developed and the duty does not as a rule seem to weigh heavily upon the survivors. M. R. Davey, 1929. Not only blood revenge but all forms of punishment from primitive to modern are an expression of vengeance. K. A. Menninger, 1968. The classic example is the lex talionis of the Old Testament. The threat to punish a misdeed up to the third and fourth generation must also be considered an expression of revenge by a God whose commands have been disobeyed, even though it seems that the attempt was to weaken the traditional concept by adding keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity, transgressions, and sin. The same idea can be found in many primitive societies, for instance, in the law of the Yakuts, which says the blood of a man, if spilled, requires atonement. Among the Yakuts, the children of the murdered took vengeance on the children of the murderer to the ninth generation. M. R. Davy, 1929. It cannot be denied that blood vengeance and criminal law, bad as they are, also have a certain social function in upholding social stability. The full power of the lust for vengeance can be seen in those instances where this function is lacking. Thus a large number of Germans were motivated by the wish for revenge because of the loss of the war in 1914 to 1918, or more specifically because of the injustice of the Versailles Peace Treaty in its material conditions, and particularly in its demand that the German government should accept sole responsibility for the outbreak of the war. It is notorious that real or alleged atrocities can ignite the most intense rage and vengefulness. Hitler made the alleged mistreatment of the German minorities in Czechoslovakia the center of the propaganda before he attacked the country. The wholesale massacre in Indonesia in 1965 was initially inflamed by the story of the mutilation of some generals who were opposed to Sukarno. One example of thirst for revenge that has lasted almost 2,000 years is the reaction to the execution of Jesus allegedly by the Jews. The Christ killers has traditionally been one of the major sources of violent anti-Semitism. Why is vengeance such a deep-seated and intense passion? I can only offer some speculations. Let us consider first the idea that vengeance is in some sense a magic act. By destroying the one who committed the atrocity, his deed is magically undone. This is still expressed today by saying that through his punishment the criminal has paid his debt, at least in theory. He is like someone who never committed a crime. Vengeance may be said to be a magic reparation, but even assuming that this is so, why is this desire for reparation so intense? Perhaps man is endowed with an elementary sense of justice. This may be because there is a deep-rooted sense of existential equality. We all are born from mothers, we were once powerless children, and we shall all die. 4 Although man can often not defend himself against the harm others inflict upon him, in his wish for revenge he tries to wipe the sheet clean by denying, magically, that the damage was ever done. It seems that envy 5 has the same root. Cain could not stand the fact that he was rejected while his brother was accepted. The rejection was arbitrary, and it was not in his power to change it. This fundamental injustice aroused such envy that the score could only be evened out by killing Abel. But there must be more to the cause of vengeance. Man seems to take justice into his own hands when God or secular authorities fail. It is as if in his passion for vengeance he elevates himself to the role of God, and of the angels of vengeance. The act of vengeance may be his greatest hour just because of this self-elevation. We can entertain some further speculations. Cruelties like physical mutilation, castration, and torture violate the minimal demands of conscience common to all men. Is the passion for vengeance against those who commit such inhuman acts mobilized by this elementary conscience? Or could it be, in addition, a defense against the awareness of one's own destructiveness by the projective device, they not I are destructive and cruel? Answers to these questions require further studies of the phenomenon of vengeance. The considerations offered thus far, however, seem to support the view that the passion for vengeance is so deep-seated that one must think of it as being present in all men. Yet this assumption does not fit the facts. While it is indeed widespread, there are great differences in degree, up to the point that certain cultures and individuals seem to have only minimal traces of it. There must be factors that explain the difference. One such factor is that of scarcity versus abundance. The person or group who has confidence in life and enjoys it, whose material resources may not be ample but sufficient not to elicit stinginess, will be less eager for the reparation of damage than an anxious, hoarding person who is afraid that he can never make up for his losses. This much can be stated with some degree of probability. The thirst for revenge can be plotted on a line at one end of which are people in whom nothing will arouse a wish for revenge, These are men who have reached a degree of development which in Buddhist or Christian terms is the ideal for all men. On the other end would be those who have an anxious, hoarding, or extremely narcissistic character, for whom even a slight damage will arouse an intense craving for revenge. This type would be exemplified by a man from whom a thief has stolen a few dollars and who wants him to be severely punished, or a professor who has been slighted by a student and therefore writes a negative report on him when he is asked to recommend the student for a good job, or a customer who has been treated wrongly by a salesman and complains to the management, wanting the man to be fired. In these cases we are dealing with a character in which vengeance is a constantly present trait. Ecstatic destructiveness. Suffering from the awareness of his powerlessness and separateness, man can try to overcome his existential burden by achieving a trance-like state of ecstasy, to be beside oneself, and thus to regain unity within himself and with nature. There are many ways to accomplish this. A very transitory one is provided by nature in the sexual act. This experience may be said to be the natural prototype of complete concentration and momentary ecstasis. It may include the sexual partner but too often remains a narcissistic experience for each of the two, who perhaps share mutual gratitude for the pleasure they have given each other, conventionally felt as love. We have already referred to other symbiotic, more lasting, and intense ways to arrive at ecstasy. We find these in religious cults, such as ecstatic dance, the use of drugs, frenzied sexual orgies, or self-induced states of trance. An outstanding example of a self-induced state are the trance-producing ceremonies in Bali. They are particularly interesting in relation to the phenomenon of aggression because in one of the ceremonial dances the participants use a kris, a special kind of dagger, with which they stab themselves, and occasionally each other, at the very height of the trance. J. Below, 1960 and V. Montiel, 1970. There are other forms of ecstasis in which hate and destructiveness are the center of the experience. One example is the going berserk to be found among the Teutonic tribes. Berserk means bare shirt. This was an initiation rite in which the male youth was induced into a state of identification with a bear. The initiated would attack people, trying to bite them, not speaking but simply making noises like a bear. To be in this trance-like state was the highest accomplishment of this ritual, and to have participated in it was the beginning of independent manhood. The expression furor teutonicus implies the sacred nature of this particular stage of rage. Several features in this ritual are worthy of note. First of all, it is rage for the sake of rage, not directed against an enemy or provoked by any damage or insult. It aimed at a trance-like state which in this case is organized around the all-pervasive feeling of rage. It may be that the induction of this state was helped by drugs. H. D. Fabbing, 1956. The unifying force of absolute rage was required as a means to arrive at the experience of ecstasis. Secondly, it is a collective state based on tradition, the guidance of shamans, and the effect of group participation. Thirdly, it is an attempt to regress to animal existence, in this case that of the bear. The initiates behave like a predatory animal. Ultimately, it is a transitory and not a chronic state of rage. Another example of a ritual that has survived until today and that shows the state of trance organized around rage and destructiveness can be seen in a small Spanish town. Every year on a certain date the men get together on the main square, each with a small or large drum. At exactly midday they begin to heat the drums and do not stop until 24 hours later. After a while they get into a state of frenzy that becomes a state of trance in the process of this continuous beating of the drums. After exactly 24 hours the ritual ends. The skin of many of the drums has been broken, the hands of the drummers are swollen and often bleeding. The most remarkable feature of this process is the faces of the participants. They are the faces of men in a trance and the expression they show is that of a frenzy of rage. It is obvious that the beating of the drums gives expression to powerful destructive impulses. While the rhythm at the beginning of the ritual probably helped to stimulate the trance-like state, after a while each drummer is completely possessed by the passion to beat. This passion takes over completely, and only because of the strength of its intensity are the drummers capable of continuing for 24 hours in spite of their hurting hands and their increasingly exhausted bodies. The worship of destructiveness. In many ways similar to ecstatic destructiveness is the chronic dedication of a person's whole life to hate and destructiveness. Not a momentary state as in ecstasis, it has nevertheless the function of taking hold of the whole person, of unifying him in the worship of one goal, to destroy. This state is a permanent idolatry of the god of destruction. His devotee has, as it were, given over his life to him. Kern, von Salomon, A Clinical Case of Destruction Idolatry. An excellent example of this phenomenon can be found in the autobiographical novel by E. von Salomon, 1930, one of the accessories to the murder in 1922 of W. Rathenau, the liberal and gifted German foreign minister. Von Salomon was born in 1902, the son of a police officer, and was a military cadet when the German Revolution broke out in 1918. He was filled with burning hate against the revolutionaries, but equally against the bourgeois middle class, which, he felt, was satisfied with the comforts of material existence and had lost the spirit of sacrifice and devotion to the nation. He was at times in sympathy with the most radical wing of the left revolutionaries because they, too, wanted to destroy the existing order. Von Salomon made friends with a like-minded fanatical group of ex-officers, among them Kern, who later killed Rathenau. He was eventually apprehended and sentenced to 5 years in prison. 9 Like his hero Kern, von Salomon may be considered a prototype of the Nazis, but in contrast to most of the latter, von Salomon and his group were men without opportunism or desire for even the comforts of life. In his autobiographical novel, von Salomon says of himself, "I had always my special pleasure in destruction, thus I can feel in the midst of the daily pain an absorbing pleasure in seeing how the baggage of ideas and values has diminished, how the arsenal of idealisms has been ground piece by piece until nothing remained but a bundle of flesh with raw nerves, nerves that like taut strings rendered each tune vibrantly and doubly so in the thin air of isolation." Von Salomon had not always been as devoted to destruction as the sentence would make it appear. It seems that some of his friends, especially Kern, who impressed him tremendously, had influenced him with their own more fanatical attitude. A very interesting discussion between von Salomon and Kern shows the latter's dedication to absolute destructiveness and hate. Von Salomon begins the conversation by saying, "I want power. I want an aim that fills my day, I want life totally with all the sweetness of this world. I want to know that the sacrifices are worthwhile." Kern answers him fiercely, "Damn it, stop your questions. Tell me, if you know it, a greater happiness, if it is happiness that you are greedy for, than the one we experience only by the violence by which we perish like dogs." A few pages later, Kern says, "I could not bear it if greatness could grow again out of the rubble of this time. We do not fight so that the nation is happy, we fight to force it into its line of fate. But if this man Rathenau gives the nation a face once more, if he can mobilize it once more to a will and to a form which died in the war, that I could not bear." In answering the question how he, as an imperial officer, survived the day of the revolution, he says, "I did not survive it, I have, as honor commanded, put a bullet in my head on the November 19, 1918, I am dead, what lives in me is not me. I have not known an I since that day. I died for the nation. So everything lives in me only for the nation. How could I bear it if it were different? I do what I have to do, because I die every day. Since what I do is given only to one power, everything I do is rooted in this power. This power wants destruction and I destroy. I know that I shall be ground to nothing, that I shall fall when this power releases me." Italics added. We see in Kern's statements the intense masochism by which he makes himself a willing subject of a higher power, but what is most interesting in this context is the unifying force of hate and the wish for destruction that this man worships, and for which he is willing to give his life without hesitation. Whether it was the influence of Kern's suicide before he could be arrested or the political failure of his ideas, it seems that in von Salomon the hope for power and its sweetness gave way to absolute hate and bitterness. In prison he felt so lonely that he could not bear it if the director tried to approach him with human concern. He could not bear the questions of his fellow prisoners in the warmth of the first spring days. I crawled into my cell, which was hostile to me. I hated the guard who opened the door and the man who brought me the soup and the dogs that played in front of the window. I was afraid of joy. Italics added. He then describes how angry the tree in the courtyard made him when it began to flower. He reports about his response to the third Christmas in prison, when the director tried to make the day pleasant for the prisoners in order to help them to forget. But I do not want to forget. May I be damned if I forget. I want to visualize always, every day and every hour of the past. This creates a potent hate. I do not want to forget any humiliation, any slighting, any arrogant gesture. I want to think of every meanness done to me, every word that caused me pain and was meant to cause pain. I want to remember every face and every experience and every enemy. I want to load my whole life with the whole disgusting dirt, with this piled up mass of disgusting memories. I do not want to forget, but the little good that happened to me, that I want to forget. Italics added. In a certain sense, von Salomon, Kern, and their small circle might be considered revolutionaries. They wanted the total destruction of the existing social and political structure and its replacement by a nationalistic, militaristic order of which they had hardly any concrete idea. But a revolutionary in a characterological sense is not characterized only by the wish to overthrow the old order. Unless he is motivated by love of life and freedom, he is a destructive rebel. This holds true also for those who participate in a genuine revolutionary movement, but are motivated by destructiveness. If we analyze the psychic reality of these men, we find that they were destroyers and not revolutionaries. They hated not only their enemies, they hated life itself. This becomes very clear in Kern's statement and in von Salomon's description of his reaction to the men in prison, to trees, and to animals. He felt utterly unrelated and unresponsive to anybody or anything alive. The peculiarity of this attitude is particularly striking if one thinks of the attitude of many genuine revolutionaries in their private lives, and particularly in prison. One is reminded of Rosa Luxemburg's famous letters from prison, in which she describes with poetic tenderness the bird she can observe from her cell, letters in which no trace of bitterness is to be found. But one need not think only of an extraordinary person like Rosa Luxemburg. There were, and are, thousands upon thousands of revolutionaries in prison all over the world, in whom the love of all that is alive never diminished during their years in prison. In order to understand why persons like Kern and von Salomon sought fulfillment in hate and destruction, we would have to know more about their life history. Such knowledge is not available, and we must be satisfied in knowing about one condition for their worship of hate. The whole world had broken down, morally and socially. Their values of nationalism, their feudal concept of honor and obedience, these things had lost their foundation in the defeat of the monarchy. Although in the last analysis it was not the military defeat by the Allies, but the victorious march of capitalism within Germany that destroyed their semi-feudal world. What they had learned as officers was now useless, although 14 years later their professional chances would have been excellent. Their thirst for revenge, the meaninglessness of their present existence, their social uprootedness, go far to explain their worship of hate. But we do not know to that extent their destructiveness was the expression of a character structure already formed many years before the First World War. This seems more likely to have been the case with Kern, while I assume that von Salomon's attitude was perhaps more transitional and strongly induced by Kern's impressive personality. It seems that Kern really belongs to the later discussion of the necrophilous character. I have included him here because he offers a good example of the idolatrous worship of hate. One further observation may be relevant for these as well as for many other instances of destructiveness, especially among groups. I refer to the triggering effect of destructive behavior. A person may first react with defensive aggression against a threat. By this behavior he has shed some of the conventional inhibitions to aggressive behavior. This makes it easier for other kinds of aggressiveness, such as destruction and cruelty, to be unleashed. This may lead to a kind of chain reaction in which destructiveness becomes so intense that when a critical mass is reached, the result is a state of ecstasis in a person, and particularly in a group. The destructive character, sadism. The phenomenon of spontaneous, transitory outbursts of destructiveness has so many facets that a great deal of further study is necessary in order to arrive at a more definite understanding than is offered in the tentative suggestions in the previous pages. On the other hand, the data on destructiveness in its character-bound forms are richer and more definite. This is not surprising if we consider that they were gained from prolonged observations of individuals in psychoanalysis and daily life observations, and furthermore, that the conditions that generate these forms of character are relatively stable and of long duration. There are two conventional concepts of the nature of sadism, sometimes used separately, sometimes in combination. One concept is expressed in the term algolagnia, algos, pain, lagnia, lust, coined by von Schrenck-Notzing at the beginning of the century. He differentiated active algolagnia, sadism, from passive algolagnia, masochism. In this concept, the essence of sadism is seen in the desire to inflict pain, regardless of any particular sexual involvement. Point 10. The other concept sees sadism essentially as a sexual phenomenon in Freud's terms, as a partial drive of the libido, in the first stage of his thinking, and explains sadistic desires that have no overt connection with sexual strivings as being unconsciously motivated by them. A great deal of psychoanalytic ingenuity has been deployed to prove that the libido is the driving force of cruelty, even when the naked eye could not discover such sexual motivations. This is not to deny that sexual sadism, together with masochism, is one of the most frequent and best-known sexual perversions. For men afflicted with this perversion, it is a condition for sexual excitation and release. It ranges from the wish to cause physical pain to a woman, for instance, by beating her, to humiliating her, putting her in chains, or forcing her complete obedience in other ways. Sometimes the sadist needs to inflict intense pain and suffering in order to be sexually aroused, sometimes a small dose will have the desired effect. Many times a sadistic fantasy is sufficient to arouse sexual excitement, and there is no small number of men who have normal sexual intercourse with their wives, but unknown to their partner, need a sadistic fantasy to become sexually excited. In sexual masochism the procedure is reversed. The excitement lies in being beaten, abused, hurt. Both sadism and masochism as sexual perversions are to be found frequently among men. It would seem that sexual sadism is more frequent among men than among women, at least in our culture. Whether masochism is more frequent among women is difficult to ascertain because of lack of reliable data on the subject. Before starting the discussion of sadism, some comments seem appropriate on the question whether it is a perversion and, if so, in what sense. It has become quite fashionable among some politically radical thinkers, such as Herbert Marcuse, to praise sadism as one of the expressions of human sexual freedom. Marquis de Sada's writings are reprinted by politically radical journals as manifestations of this freedom. They accept de Sada's argument that sadism is a human desire, and that liberty requires that men have the right to satisfy their sadistic and masochistic desires, like all others, if this gives them pleasure. The problem is quite complex. If one defines as perversion, as has been done, any sexual practice that does not lead to the procreation of children, i.e., which only serves sexual pleasure, then of course all those who are opposed to this traditional attitude will arise, and justly so, in the defense of perversions. However, this is by no means the only definition of perversion, and in fact, it is a rather old-fashioned one. Sexual desire, even when no love is present, is an expression of life and of mutual giving and sharing of pleasure. Sexual acts, however, that are characterized by the fact that one person becomes the object of the other's contempt, of his wish to hurt, his desire to control, are the only true sexual perversions, not because they do not serve procreation, but because they pervert a life-serving impulse into a life-strangling one. If one compares sadism with a form of sexual behavior that has often been called perversion, i.e., all kinds of oral genital contact, the difference becomes quite apparent. The latter behavior is as little a perversion as kissing, because it does not imply control, or humiliation of another person. The argument that to follow one's desires is man's natural right and hence to be respected is very understandable from a rationalistic, pre-Freudian viewpoint, which assumed that man desires only what is good for him, and therefore that pleasure is a guide for desirable action. But after Freud this argument sounds rather stale. We know that many of man's desires are irrational, precisely because they harm him, if not others, and interfere with his development. The person who is motivated by the wish to destroy and who feels pleasure in the act of destruction could hardly present the excuse that he has the right to behave destructively because this is his desire and his source of pleasure. The defenders of the sadistic perversion may answer that they are not arguing in favor of the satisfaction of destructive, murderous wishes, that sadism is just one of the many manifestations of sexuality, a matter of taste, and no worse than any other form of sexual satisfaction. This argument overlooks the most important point in the matter: the person who is sexually aroused by sadistic practices has a sadistic character, i.e., he is a sadist, a person with an intense desire to control, hurt, humiliate another person. The intensity of his sadistic desires affects his sexual impulses. This is not different from the fact that other non-sexual motivations, such as attraction to power, to wealth, or narcissism can arouse sexual desire. In fact, in no sphere of behavior does the character of a person show more clearly than in the sexual act, precisely because it is the least learned and patterned behavior. A person's love, his tenderness, his sadism or masochism, his greed, his narcissism, his anxieties, indeed, his every character trait is expressed in his sexual behavior. Sometimes the argument is presented that sadistic perversion is wholesome because it provides an innocent outlet for the sadistic tendencies inherent in all people. According to the logic of this argument, Hitler's concentration camp guards would have been kind to the prisoners if they could have released their sadistic tendencies in their sexual relations. Examples of sexual sadism: masochism. The following examples of sexual sadism and masochism are from The Story of O by Pauline Reich, 1965, a book that is somewhat less read than Desauta's classics. She rang. Pierre chained her hands above her head, to the chain of the bed. When she was thus bound, her lover kissed her again, standing beside her on the bed. Again he told her that he loved her, then he got off the bed and nodded for Pierre. He watched her struggle, so fruitlessly, he listened to her moans swell and become cries. When her tears flowed, he sent Pierre away. She still found the strength to tell him again that she loved him. Then he kissed her drenched face, her gasping mouth, undid her bonds, laid her down, and left. P. Reich, 1965. O must have no will of her own, the lover and his friends must be in complete control of her, she finds her happiness in slavery and they in the role of absolute masters. The following extract gives a picture of this aspect of sadomasochistic performance. It must be explained that one of the conditions of her lover's control is that she must submit to his friends as obediently as she does to him. One of them is Sir Stephen. Finally she straightened up and, as though what she was going to say was stifling her, unfastened the top hooks of her tunic, until the cleavage of her breasts was visible. Then she stood up. Her hands and her knees were shaking. "I'm yours," she said at length to René. "I'll be whatever you want me to be." "No," he broke in, "ours. Repeat after me, I belong to both of you. I shall be whatever both of you want me to be." Sir Stephen's piercing grey eyes were fixed firmly upon her, as were René's, and in them she was lost, slowly repeating after him the phrases he was dictating to her, but like a lesson of grammar, she was transposing them into the first person. "To Sir Stephen and to me you grant the right to dispose of her body however they wished, in whatever place or manner they should choose, the right to keep her in chains, the right to whip her like a slave or prisoner for the slightest failing or infraction, or simply for their pleasure, the right to pay no heed to her pleas and cries, if they should make her cry out." P. Reich, 1965. Sadism and masochism, as sexual perversions constitute only a fraction of the vast amount of sadism in which no sexual behavior is involved. Non-sexual sadistic behavior, aiming at the infliction of physical pain up to the extreme of death, has as its object a powerless being, whether man or animal. Prisoners of war, slaves, defeated enemies, children, sick people, especially the mentally sick, inmates of prisons, non-whites without weapons, dogs, they all have been the object of physical sadism, often including the most cruel torture. From the cruel spectacles in Rome to modern police units, torture has been used under the disguise of religious or political purposes, and sometimes plainly for the amusement of the impoverished masses. The Colosseum in Rome is indeed one of the greatest monuments to human sadism. One of the most widespread manifestations of non-sexual sadism is the abuse of children. This form of sadism has become more widely known only in the last 10 years by a number of investigations, starting with the now classic work of C. H. Kemp et al. 1962. Since then a number of other papers have been published, 11, and further studies are underway on a national scale. They show that the abuse of children ranges from inflicting death by severe beating or intentional starvation to inflicting swellings and other non-fatal wounds. About the real incidence of such acts we really know next to nothing, since the available data come from public sources, police, for instance, called in by neighbors, and hospitals, but it is agreed that the number of reported cases is only a fraction of the whole. It seems that the most adequate data are those reported by Gill on the nationwide findings of a survey. I shall mention only one of these data. The ages at which children are mistreated can be divided into several periods. 1. From age 1 to age 2. 2. The incidence doubles from age 3 to age 9. 3. From age 9 to age 15 the incidence decreases again to approximately the early level and gradually disappears after age 16. D. G. Gill, 1970. This means that sadism is most intense when the child is still helpless, but is beginning to have a will of its own and to react against the adult's wish to control him completely. Mental cruelty, the wish to humiliate and to hurt another person's feelings, is probably even more widespread than physical sadism. This type of sadistic attack is much safer for the sadist. After all, no physical force but only words have been used. On the other hand, the psychic pain can be as intense or even more so than the physical. I do not need to give examples for this mental sadism. Parents inflicted upon their children, professors on their students, superiors on their inferiors. In other words, it is employed in any situation where there is someone who cannot defend himself against the sadist. If the teacher is helpless, the students often turn into sadists. Mental sadism may be disguised in many seemingly harmless ways: a question, a smile, a confusing remark. Who does not know an artist in this kind of sadism, the one who finds just the right word or the right gesture to embarrass or humiliate another in this innocent way? Naturally, this kind of sadism is often all the more effective if the humiliation is inflicted in front of others. Point 12. Joseph Stalin, a clinical case of non-sexual sadism. One of the outstanding historical examples of both mental and physical sadism was Stalin. His behavior is a textbook description of non-sexual, as de Saude's novels are of sexual sadism. It was he who was the first to order the torture of political prisoners since the beginning of the revolution, a measure that up to the time of his giving this order had been shunned by the Russian revolutionaries. R. A. Medvedev, 1971. 13 Under Stalin the methods of torture used by the NKVD surpassed in refinement and cruelty anything that the Tsarist police had thought of. Sometimes he personally gave orders about what kind of torture was to be used on a prisoner. He mainly practiced mental sadism, of which I want to give a few illustrations. One particular form Stalin enjoyed was to assure people that they were safe, only to arrest them a day or two later. Of course, the arrest hit the victim all the more severely because he had felt especially safe. Besides that, Stalin could enjoy the sadistic pleasure of knowing the man's real fate at the same time that he was assuring him of his favor. What greater superiority and control over another person is there? Here are some specific examples reported by Medvedev. Shortly before the arrest of the Civil War hero D.F. Serdic, Stalin toasted him at a reception, suggesting that they drink to Bruderskaft Lust. A few days before Blücher's destruction, Stalin spoke of him warmly at a meeting. When an Armenian delegation came to him, Stalin asked about the poet Charents and said he should not be touched, but a few months later Charents was arrested and killed. The wife of Ordzhonikidze's deputy commissar, A. Serebrovsky, told about an unexpected phone call from Stalin one evening in 1937. "I hear you are going about on foot," Stalin said. "That's no good. People might think what they shouldn't. I'll send you a car if yours is being repaired." And the next morning a car from the Kremlin garage arrived for Mrs. Serebrovsky's use. But 2 days later her husband was arrested, taken right from the hospital. The famous historian and publicist Isteklov, disturbed by all the arrests, phoned Stalin and asked for an appointment. "Of course, come on over," Stalin said, and reassured him when they met, "What's the matter with you? The party knows and trusts you, you have nothing to worry about." Steklov returned home to his friends and family, and that very evening the NKVD came for him. Naturally the first thought of his friends and family was to appeal to Stalin, who seemed unaware of what was going on. It was much easier to believe in Stalin's ignorance than in subtle perfidy. In 1938 I. A. Akulov, one-time procurator of the USSR and later secretary of the Central Executive Committee, fell while skating and suffered an almost fatal concussion. On Stalin's suggestion, outstanding surgeons were brought from abroad to save his life. After a long and difficult recovery, Akulov returned to work, whereupon he was arrested and shot. A particularly refined form of sadism was Stalin's habit of arresting the wives and sometimes children of some of the highest Soviet or party functionaries and keeping them in a labor camp, while their husbands had to do their jobs and bow and scrape before Stalin without daring even to ask for their release. Thus the wife of Kalinin, the Soviet Union's president, was arrested in 1937, 14 Molotov's wife, and the wife and son of Otto Kyosinin, one of the leading Comintern functionaries, all were in work camps. An unnamed witness states that Stalin in his presence asked Kyosinin why he did not try to get his son freed. Evidently there were serious reasons for his arrest, Kyosinin answered. According to the witness, Stalin grinned and ordered the release of Kyosinin's son. Kyosinin sent his wife parcels to her work camp, but did not even address them himself but had his housekeeper do it. Stalin had the wife of his private secretary arrested, while her husband remained in his position. It does not require much imagination to visualize the extreme humiliation of these high functionaries who could not quit their positions, could not ask for the release of their wives or sons, and had to agree with Stalin that the arrest had been justified. Either such men had no feelings at all, or they were morally broken and had lost all self-respect and sense of dignity. A drastic example is the reaction of one of the most powerful figures in the Soviet Union, Lazar Kaganovich, to the arrest of his brother, Mikhail Moisevich, who was minister of the aviation industry before the war. He was a Stalinist, responsible for the repression of many people. But after the war he fell out of Stalin's favor. As a result, some arrested officials, who had allegedly set up an underground fascist center, named Mikhail Kaganovich as an accomplice. They made the obviously inspired, and utterly preposterous, assertion that he, a Jew, was to be vice president of the fascist government if the Hitlerites took Moscow. When Stalin learned of these depositions, which he obviously expected, he phoned Lazar Kaganovich and said that his brother would have to be arrested because he had connection with the fascists. "Well, so what?" said Lazar. "If it's necessary, arrest him." At a Politburo discussion of this subject, Stalin praised Lazar Kaganovich for his principles. He had agreed to his brother's arrest. But Stalin then added that the arrest should not be made hastily. Mikhail Moisevich had been in the party many years, Stalin said, and all the depositions should be checked once more. So Mikoyan was instructed to arrange a confrontation between and the person who had testified against him. The confrontation was held in Mikoyan's office. A man was brought in who repeated his testimony in Kaganovicius' presence, adding that some airplane factories were deliberately built near the border before the war so that the Germans might capture them more easily. When Mikhail Kaganovich had heard the testimony, he asked permission to go to a little toilet adjoining Mikoyan's office. A few seconds later a shot was heard there. Still another form of Stalin's sadism was the unpredictability of his behavior. There are cases of people whom he ordered to be arrested, but who after torture and severe sentences were released after a few months or years and appointed to high offices, often without explanation. A telling example is Stalin's behavior toward his old comrade, Sergei Ivanovich Kaftaradze, who had once helped him hide from detectives in St. Petersburg. In the 20s Kaftaradze joined the Trotskyite opposition, and left it only when the Trotskyite Center called on its supporters to stop oppositional activity. After Kirov's murder, Kaftaradze, exiled to Kazan as an ex-Trotskyite, wrote a letter to Stalin saying that he was not working against the party. Stalin immediately brought Kaftaradze back from exile. Soon many central newspapers carried an article by Kaftaradze recounting an incident of his underground work with Stalin. Stalin liked the article, but Kaftaradze did not write any more on this subject. He did not even rejoin the party, and lived by doing very modest editorial work. At the end of 1936 he and his wife were suddenly arrested and, after torture, were sentenced to be shot. He was accused of planning, together with Mdivany, to murder Stalin. Soon after sentencing, Mdivany was shot. Kaftaradze, however, was kept in the death cell for a long time. Then he was suddenly taken to Beria's office, where he met his wife, who had aged beyond recognition. Both were released. First he lived in a hotel, then he got 2 rooms in a communal apartment and started to work. Stalin began to show him various signs of favor, inviting him to dinner and once even paying him a surprise visit along with Beria. This visit caused great excitement in the communal apartment. One of Kaftaradze's neighbors fainted when, in her words, the portrait of Comrade Stalin appeared on the threshold. When he had Kaftaradze to dinner, Stalin himself would pour the soup, tell jokes, and reminisce. But during one of these dinners, Stalin suddenly went up to his guest and said, "And still you wanted to kill me 15. Stalin's behavior in this case shows particularly clearly one element in his character: the wish to show people that he had absolute power and control over them. By his word he could kill them, have them tortured, have them rescued again, have them rewarded. He had the power of God over life and death, the power of nature to make it grow and to destroy, to inflict pain and to heal. Life and death depended on his whim. This may also explain why he did not destroy some people like Litvinov, after the failure of his policy of understanding with the West, or Ehrenberg, who stood for everything Stalin hated, or Pasternak, who deviated in the opposite direction from Ehrenberg. Medvedev offers the explanation that in some cases he had to keep some old Bolsheviks alive to support the claim that he was continuing Lenin's work. But surely that could not have been said in Ehrenberg's case. I surmise that here, too, the motive was that Stalin enjoyed the sensation of control by whim and by mood, not restricted by any, even the most evil principle. The nature of sadism. I have given these examples of Stalin's sadism because they serve very well to introduce the central issue, the nature of sadism. Thus far we have dealt descriptively with various kinds of sadistic behavior, sexual, physical, and mental. These different forms of sadism are not independent from each other. The problem is to find the common element, the essence of sadism. Orthodox psychoanalysis claimed that a particular aspect of sexuality was common to all these forms. In the second phase of Freud's theory it was asserted that sadism was a blending of eros, sexuality, and the death instinct, directed outside oneself, while masochism is a blend of eros and the death instinct, directed toward oneself. Against this, I propose that the core of sadism, common to all its manifestations, is the passion to have absolute and unrestricted control over a living being, whether an animal, a child, a man, or a woman. To force someone to endure pain or humiliation without being able to defend himself is one of the manifestations of absolute control, but it is by no means the only one. The person who has complete control over another living being makes this being into his thing, his property, while he becomes the other being's god. Sometimes the control can even be helpful, and in that case we might speak of a benevolent sadism, such as one finds in instances where one person rules another for the other's own good, and in fact furthers him in many ways, except that he keeps him in bondage. But most sadism is malevolent. Complete control over another human being means crippling him, choking him, thwarting him. Such control can have all forms and all degrees. Albert Camus's play, Caligula, provides an example of an extreme type of sadistic control which amounts to a desire for omnipotence. We see how Caligula, brought by circumstances to a position of unlimited power, gets ever more deeply involved in the craving for power. He sleeps with the wives of the senators and enjoys their humiliation when they have to act like admiring and fawning friends. He kills some of them, and those that remain still have to smile and joke. But even all this power does not satisfy him. He wants absolute power, he wants the impossible. As Camus has him say, "I want the moon." It is easy enough to say that Caligula is mad, but his madness is a way of life, it is one solution of the problem of human existence, because it serves the illusion of omnipotence, of transcending the frontiers of human existence. In the process of trying to win absolute power, Caligula lost all contact with men. He became an outcast by casting them out. He had to become mad because, when the bid for omnipotence failed, he was left a lonely, impotent individual. The case of Caligula is of course exceptional. Few people ever have the chance to attain so much power that they can seduce themselves into the delusion that it might be absolute. But some have existed throughout history, up to our time. If they remain victorious, they are celebrated as great statesmen or generals; if they are defeated, they are considered madmen or criminals. This extreme solution to the problem of human existence is barred to the average person. Yet in most social systems, including ours, even those on lower social levels can have control over somebody who is subject to their power. There are always children, wives, or dogs available, or there are helpless people, such as inmates of prisons, patients in hospitals, if they are not well-to-do, especially the mentally sick, pupils in schools, members of civilian bureaucracies. It depends on the social structure to what degree the factual power of superiors in each of these instances is controlled or restricted and, hence, how much possibility for sadistic satisfaction these situations offer. Aside from all these situations, religious and racial minorities, as far as they are powerless, offer a vast opportunity for sadistic satisfaction for even the poorest member of the majority. Sadism is one of the answers to the problem of being born human when better ones are not attainable. The experience of absolute control over another being, of omnipotence as far as he, she, or it is concerned, creates the illusion of transcending the limitations of human existence, particularly for one whose real life is deprived of productivity and joy. Sadism has essentially no practical aim, it is not trivial but devotional. T is transformation of impotence into the experience of omnipotence, it is the religion of psychical cripples. However, not every situation where a person or a group has uncontrolled power over another generates sadism. Many, perhaps most parents, prison guards, school teachers, and bureaucrats are not sadistic. For any number of reasons, the character structure of many individuals is not conducive to the development of sadism even under circumstances that offer an opportunity for it. Persons who have a dominantly life-furthering character, will not easily be seduced by power. But it would be a dangerous oversimplification if I were to classify people into only two groups, the sadist devils and the non-sadistic saints. What matters is the intensity of the sadistic passion within the character structure of a given person. There are many in whose characters sadistic elements can be found, but balanced by such strong life-furthering trends that they cannot be classified as sadistic characters. Not rarely in such individuals the internal conflict between the two orientations results in an enhanced sensitivity towards sadism and in the reactive formation of allergic reactions against all its forms. Traces of their sadistic tendencies may still show up in unimportant, marginal behavior, slight enough to escape awareness. There are others with a sadistic character in whom sadism is at least balanced by countervailing forces, not merely repressed, and while they may feel a certain amount of enjoyment in the control of helpless people, they would not participate in or get pleasure from actual torture and similar atrocities, except under extraordinary circumstances, such as mass frenzy. This can be demonstrated by the attitude of the Hitler regime toward the sadistic atrocities it ordered. It had to keep the extermination of Jews and of Polish and Russian civilians a close secret known only to a small group of the SS elite, but kept from the vast majority of the German population. In many speeches by Himmler and other executors of atrocities, it was stressed that the killings must be done in a humane way, without sadistic excesses, since otherwise it would be too repugnant even to the SS men. In some instances orders were given that Russian and Polish civilians who were to be killed had to be put through a short, formal trial in order to give their executors the feeling that the shooting was legal. While all this sounds absurd in its hypocrisy, it is nevertheless a proof that the Nazi leaders believed that large-scale sadistic acts would be revolting to most otherwise loyal adherents of the regime. A great deal of material has come to light since 1945, but a systematic investigation of the degree to which Germans were attracted by sadistic acts even though they avoided knowing about them has not yet been made. Sadistic character traits can never be understood if one isolates them from the whole character structure. They are part of a syndrome that has to be understood as a whole. For the sadistic character, everything living is to be controllable, living beings become things. Or, still more accurately, living beings are transformed into living, quivering, pulsating objects of control. Their responses are forced by the one who controls them. The sadist wants to become the master of life, and hence the quality of life should be maintained in his victim. This is, in fact, what distinguishes him from the destroying person. The destroyer wants to do away with the person, to eliminate him, to destroy life itself. The sadist wants the sensation of controlling and choking life. Another trait of the sadist is that he is stimulated only by the helpless, never by those who are strong. It does not cause any sadistic pleasure, for instance, to inflict a wound on an enemy in a fight between equals, because in this situation the infliction of the wound is not an expression of control. For the sadistic character there is only one admirable quality, and that is power. He admires, loves, and submits to those who have power, and he despises and wants to control those who are powerless and cannot fight back. The sadistic character is afraid of everything that is not certain and predictable, that offers surprises which would force him to spontaneous and original reactions. For this reason, he is afraid of life. Life frightens him precisely because it is by its very nature unpredictable and uncertain. It is structured but it is not orderly. There is only one certainty in life, that all men die. Love is equally uncertain. To be loved requires a capacity to be loving oneself, to arouse love, and it implies always a risk of rejection and failure. This is why the sadistic character can love only when he controls, i.e., when he has power over the object of his love. The sadistic character is usually xenophobic and neophobic. One who is strange constitutes newness, and what is new arouses fear, suspicion, and dislike, because a spontaneous, alive, and not routinized response would be required. Another element in the syndrome is the submissiveness and cowardice of the sadist. It may sound like a contradiction that the sadist is a submissive person, and yet not only is it not a contradiction, it is, dynamically speaking, a necessity. He is sadistic because he feels impotent, unalive, and powerless. He tries to compensate for this lack by having power over others, by transforming the worm he feels himself to be into a god. But even the sadist who has power suffers from his human impotence. He may kill and torture, but he remains a loveless, isolated, frightened person in need of a higher power to whom he can submit. For those one step below Hitler, the Führer was his highest power; for Hitler himself, it was fate, the laws of evolution. This need to submit is rooted in masochism. Sadism and masochism, which are invariably linked together, are opposites in behavioristic terms, but they are actually two different facets of one fundamental situation, the sense of vital impotence. Both the sadist and the masochist need another being to complete them, as it were. The sadist makes another being an extension of himself, the masochist makes himself the extension of another being. Both seek a symbiotic relationship because neither has his center in himself. While it appears that the sadist is free of his victim, he needs the victim in a perverse way. Because of the close connection between sadism and masochism, it is more correct to speak of a sadomasochistic character, even though the one or the other aspect will be more dominant in a particular person. The sadomasochist has also been called the authoritarian character, translating the psychological aspect of his character structure into terms of a political attitude. This concept finds its justification in the fact that persons whose political attitude is generally described as authoritarian, active and passive, usually exhibit, in our society, the traits of the sadomasochistic character, control of those below and submission to those above. 16. The sadomasochistic character cannot be fully understood without reference to Freud's concept of the anal character, enlarged by his disciples, especially by K. Abraham and Ernest Jones. Freud, 1908, believed that the anal character manifested itself in a syndrome of character traits, stubbornness, orderliness, and parsimony, to which punctuality and cleanliness were added later. He assumed that this syndrome was rooted in the anal libido that has its source in the anal erogenous zone. The character traits of the syndrome were explained as reaction formations or sublimations of the aims of this anal libido. In trying to substitute the mode of relatedness for the libido theory, I arrived at the hypothesis that the various traits of the syndrome are manifestations of the distance-keeping, controlling, rejecting, and hoarding mode of relatedness, hoarding character. Fromm, 1947a. This does not imply that Freud's clinical observations with respect to the particular role of everything pertaining to feces and bowel movement was not correct. On the contrary, in the psychoanalytic observation of individuals I have found Freud's observations fully confirmed. The difference lies, however, in the answer to the following: is the anal libido the source of the preoccupation with feces and, indirectly, of the anal character syndrome, or is the syndrome the manifestation of a special mode of relatedness? In the latter case, the anal interest has to be understood as another, but symbolic expression of the anal character, not as its cause. Feces are, indeed, a very fitting symbol. They represent that which is eliminated from the human life process and which no longer serves man's life. 17. The hoarding character is orderly with things, thoughts, and feelings, but his orderliness is sterile and rigid. He cannot endure things to be out of place and has to put them in order. In this way he controls space, by irrational punctuality he controls time, by compulsive cleanliness he undoes the contact he had with the world which is considered dirty and hostile. Sometimes, however, when no reaction formation or sublimation has developed, he is not overclean but tends to be dirty. The hoarding character experiences himself like a beleaguered fortress. He must prevent anything from going out and save what is inside the fortress. His stubbornness and obstinacy is a quasi-automatic defense against intrusion. The hoarder tends to feel that he possesses only a fixed quantity of strength, energy, or mental capacity, and that this stock is diminished or exhausted by use and can never be replenished. He cannot understand the self-replenishing function of all living substance, and that activity and the use of our powers increase our strength while stagnation weakens it. To him, death and destruction have more reality than life and growth. The act of creation is a miracle of which he hears, but in which he does not believe. His highest values are order and security. His motto, "There is nothing new under the sun." In his relationship to others, intimacy is a threat. Either remoteness or possession of a person means security. The hoarder tends to be suspicious and to have a special sense of justice that in essence says, "Mine is mine and yours is yours." The anal hoarding character has only one way to feel safe in his relatedness to the world, by possessing and controlling it, since he is incapable of relating himself by love and productivity. That the anal hoarding character has the close relationship to sadism described by classic psychoanalysts is amply borne out by the clinical data, and it makes little difference whether one interprets this connection in terms of the libido theory or in terms of the relatedness of man to the world. It is also evidenced by the fact that social groups with an anal hoarding character tend to exhibit a marked degree of sadism. 18. Roughly equivalent to the sadomasochistic character, in a social rather than a political sense, is the bureaucratic character. 19. In the bureaucratic system, every person controls the one below him and is controlled by the one above. Both sadistic and masochistic impulses can be fulfilled in such a system. Those below, the bureaucratic character will hold in contempt; those above, he will admire and fear. One only has to look at the facial expression and the voice of a certain type of bureaucrat criticizing his subordinate, or frowning when he is a minute late, or insisting on behavior that at least symbolically expresses that during office hours he belongs to the superior. Or one might think of the bureaucrat behind the post office window and watch his hardly noticeable thin little smile as he shuts his window at 5:30 p.m. sharp, while the last two people who have already been waiting for half an hour have to leave and come back the next day. The point is not that he stops selling stamps at 5:30 sharp, the important aspect of his behavior is the fact that he enjoys frustrating people, showing them that he controls them, a satisfaction that is expressed in his facial expression. 20. Needless to say, not all old-fashioned bureaucrats are sadistic. Only a depth psychological study could show what the incidence of sadism among this group is as compared with non-bureaucrats or modern bureaucrats. To mention only some outstanding examples, General Marshall and General Eisenhower, both among the highest-ranking members of the military bureaucracy during the Second World War, were conspicuous for their lack of sadism and their genuine humane concern for the life of their soldiers. On the other hand, a number of both German and French generals in the First World War were conspicuous for the ruthlessness and brutality with which they sacrificed the lives of their soldiers for no adequate tactical purpose. In many cases the sadism is camouflaged by kindness and what looks like benevolence towards certain people in certain circumstances. But it would be erroneous to think that the kindness is simply intended to deceive, or even that it is only a gesture, not based on any genuine feeling. To understand this phenomenon better, it is necessary to consider that most sane people wish to preserve a self-image that makes them out to be human in at least some respects. To be completely inhuman means to be completely isolated, to lose any sense of being part of humanity. Hence it is not surprising that there are many data which make one assume that the complete absence of any kindness, friendliness, or tenderness to any human being creates, in the long run, intolerable anxiety. There are reports 21 of cases of insanity and psychic disorders, for instance, among men who were in the Nazi special formations and who had to kill thousands of people. Under the Nazi regime, a number of the functionaries who had to carry out the orders for the mass killings suffered nervous breakdowns that were called Funktionärskrankheit, functionaries' disease. 22. I have used the words control and power in reference to sadism, but one must be clearly aware of their ambiguity. Power can mean power over people, or it can mean power to do things. What the sadist is striving for is power over people, precisely because he lacks the power to be. Many writers, unfortunately, make use of this ambiguous meaning of the words power and control, and in order to smuggle in the praise of power over they identify it with power to. Moreover, lack of control does not mean lack of any kind of organization, but only of those kinds in which the control is exploitative and the controlled cannot control the controllers. There are many examples from primitive societies and contemporary intentional communities in which there is rational authority based on real, not manipulated consent of all, and where relations of power over do not develop. To be sure, the one who has no power to defend himself also suffers characterologically. He may become submissive and masochistic instead of sadistic. But his realistic powerlessness may also be conducive to the development of virtues like solidarity and compassion, as well as to creativity. Being powerless and hence in danger of being enslaved, or having power and hence being in danger of becoming dehumanized, are two evils. Which is to be shunned the most is a matter of religious and moral or political conviction. Buddhism, the Jewish tradition starting with the prophets, and the Christian Gospels make a clear decision, contrary to contemporary thinking. It is quite legitimate to make subtle differences between power and non-power, but one danger is to be avoided, that of using the ambiguous meaning of certain words to recommend serving God and Caesar simultaneously, or still worse, to identify them. Conditions that generate sadism. The problem of what factors are conducive to the development of sadism is too complicated to find an adequate answer in this book. One point, however, must be clear from the beginning: there is no simple relation between environment and character. This is because the individual character is determined by such individual factors as constitutionally given dispositions, idiosyncrasies of family life, exceptional events in a person's life. Not only do these individual factors play a role, environmental factors are also much more complex than is generally assumed. As I stressed before, a society is not a society. A society is a highly complex system, the old and the new lower middle classes, the middle classes, the upper classes, decaying elites, groups with or without religious or philosophical moral traditions, small town and big cities. These are only some of the factors that have to be taken into account. No single isolated factor can account for the understanding of character structure as well as of the structure of the society. Therefore, if one wishes to correlate social structure and sadism, nothing short of a thorough empirical analysis of all factors will do. But at the same time it must be added that the power through which one group exploits and keeps down another tends to generate sadism in the controlling group, even though there will be many individual exceptions. Hence sadism will disappear, except as an individual sickness, only when exploitative control of any class, sex, or minority group has been done away with. With the exception of a few small societies, this has not yet happened anywhere in history. Nevertheless, the establishment of an order based on law and preventing the most arbitrary use of power has been a step in this direction, even though this development has recently been arrested in many parts of the world where it once existed and is threatened even in the United States in the name of law and order. A society based on exploitative control also exhibits other predictable features. It tends to weaken the independence, integrity, critical thinking, and productivity of those submitted to it. This does not mean that it does not feed them with all sorts of amusements and stipulations, but only those that restrict the development of personality rather than further it. The Roman Caesars offered public spectacles, mainly of a sadistic nature. Contemporary society offers similar spectacles in the form of newspaper and television reports on crime, war, atrocities, where the contents are not gruesome. They are as unnourishing as the breakfast cereals that are promoted by the same mass media to the detriment of children's health. This cultural food does not offer activating stimuli, but promotes passivity and sloth. At best it offers fun and thrills, but almost no joy, for joy requires freedom, the loosening of the tight reins of control, which is precisely what is so difficult for the anal sadistic type to do. As to sadism in the individual, it corresponds to the social average, with individual deviations above and below. Individual factors enhancing sadism are all those conditions that tend to make the child or the grown-up feel empty and impotent. A non-sadistic child may become a sadistic adolescent or adult if new circumstances occur. Among such conditions are those that produce fright, such as terroristic punishment. By this I mean the kind of punishment that is not strictly limited in intensity, related to specific and stated misbehavior, but that is arbitrary, fed by the punisher's sadism, and of fright-producing intensity. Depending on the temperament of the child, the fear of such punishment can become a dominant motive in his life, his sense of integrity may be slowly broken down, his self-respect lowered, and eventually he may have betrayed himself so often that he has no more sense of identity, that he is no longer he. The other condition for the generation of vital powerlessness is a situation of psychic scarcity. If there is no stimulation, nothing that awakens the faculties of a child, If there is an atmosphere of dullness and joylessness, the child freezes up, there is nothing upon which he can make a dent, nobody who responds or even listens, the child is left with a sense of powerlessness and impotence. Such a powerlessness does not necessarily result in the formation of the sadistic character, whether or not it does, depends on many other factors. Yet it is one of the main sources that contribute to the development of sadism, both individually and socially. When the individual character deviates from the social character, the social group tends to reinforce all those character elements that correspond to it, while the opposite elements become dormant. If, for instance, a sadistic person lives within a group where the majority are non-sadistic and where sadistic behavior is considered undesirable and unpleasant, the sadistic individual will not necessarily change his character, but he will not act upon it, his sadism will not disappear, but will dry up, as it were, for lack of being fed. Life in the kibbutzim and other intentional communities offers many examples of this, although there are also instances where the new atmosphere produces a real change of character. Point 23. A person whose character is sadistic will be essentially harmless in an anti-sadistic society, he will be considered to be suffering from an illness. He will never be popular and will have little, if any, access to positions in which he can have any social influence. If it is asked what makes the sadism of a person so intense, one must not think only of constitutional, biological factors, S. Freud, 1937, but of the psychic atmosphere that is largely responsible not only for the generation of social sadism but also for the vicissitudes of individually generated, idiosyncratic sadism. It is for this reason that the development of an individual can never be fully understood on the basis of his constitution and his family background alone. Unless we know the location of the person and his family within the social system, and the spirit of the system, we are barred from understanding why certain traits are so persistent and deep-seated. Heinrich Himmler, a clinical case of anal hoarding sadism. Heinrich Himmler is an excellent example of a vicious, sadistic character who illustrates what has been said about the connection between sadism and the extreme forms of the anal hoarding bureaucratic, authoritarian character. The bloodhound of Europe, as he was called by many, Himmler was, together with Hitler, responsible for the slaughter of between 15 and 20 million unarmed and powerless Russians, Poles, and Jews. What kind of man was he? 24. One may begin by considering a few descriptions of Himmler's character by various observers. Perhaps the most accurate, penetrating characterization of Himmler has been given by K.J. Burckhardt, at the time representative of the League of Nations in Danzig. Burckhardt writes, Himmler impressed one as of uncanny subalternity, subalternitat, narrow-minded conscientiousness, inhuman methodicalness, blended with an element of an automaton. K.J. Burckhardt, 1960. This description contains most of the essential elements of the sadistic authoritarian character described above. It emphasizes Himmler's submissive subaltern attitude, his inhuman bureaucratic conscientiousness and methodicalness. It is not the description of a hater or of that of a monster as the latter is usually conceived, but of an extremely dehumanized bureaucrat. Additional elements of Himmler's character structure are contributed by other observers. A leading Nazi, Dr. Albert Krebs, who was excluded from the party in 1932, spent 6 hours of conversation with Himmler on a railroad train in 1929, that is, when Himmler had little power, and noted his obvious insecurity and gaucheness. What made the trip almost intolerable for Krebs was the stupid and basically meaningless chatter with which he intruded upon me all the time. His conversation was a peculiar mixture of martial braggadocio, petit bourgeois small talk, Stammtischgesquats, and zealous prophecy of a sectarian preacher. Quoted by J. Ackerman, 1970. The intrusiveness with which Himmler forces another person to listen to his endless chatter, thus trying to dominate him, is typical of the sadistic character. Interesting also is the characterization of Himmler by one of the most gifted German generals, Heinz Guderian. The most opaque of all Hitler's followers was Heinrich Himmler. This insignificant man, with all signs of racial inferiority, behaved in a simple way. He tried to be courteous. His style of life was, in contrast to Goering's, almost Spartanly simple. But all the more unlimited Ausschweifender were his fantasies. After the July 20, Himmler was plagued by military ambition. This drove him to get himself appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Reserve Army and even Commander-in-Chief of any army group. It was on the military level that Himmler failed first and completely. His judgment of our enemies must be called simply childish. I had occasion several times to observe his lack of self-confidence and of courage in Hitler's presence. H. Guderian, 1951. Another observer, a representative of the German banking elite, Emil Helfferich, wrote that Himmler was the type of a cruel educator of the old school, strict against himself but stricter against others. The signs of compassion and especially friendly tone of his thank you letters were all fake, as one often finds in clearly cold natures. E. Helfferich, 1970. A less negative picture is given by Himmler's aide-de-camp, K. Wolf. It mentions only his fanaticism and his lack of will, not his sadism. He could be a tender family father, a correct superior and a good comrade. At the same time he was an obsessed fanatic, an eccentric dreamer and, a will-less instrument in Hitler's hands to whom he was tied in an ever-increasing love/hate. K. Wolf, 1961. Wolf describes two opposite personalities apparently equally strong, the kind and the fanatic, and does not question the genuineness of the former. Himmler's older brother, Gebhard, describes Heinrich only in positive terms, although the younger brother bad hurt and humiliated him long before he was politically powerful. Gebhard even praises the fatherly kindness and care with which he was concerned with the needs and worries of his subordinates. 25. These characterizations include Himmler's most significant character traits: his lifelessness, his banality, his wish to dominate, his insignificance, his submission to Hitler, his fanaticism. His friendly concern for others, mentioned by Wolf and by his older brother, was certainly a behavior trait, but to what extent it was a character trait, i.e., genuine, is difficult to assess. Considering Himmler's total personality, the genuine element in his kindliness must have been very small. As the whole structure of Himmler's character becomes clearer, we shall find that he is indeed a textbook illustration for the anal, hoarding, sadomasochistic character, in which we have already noted overorderliness and marked pedantry as outstanding traits. Since the age of 15, Himmler kept a record of his correspondence in which he noted every letter he received and wrote. His enthusiasm for these operations and the pedantry and penchant for precise record-keeping that he displayed while engaged in them revealed an important aspect of his personality. His bookkeeper's mentality was most clearly shown in the way he handled the mail he received from Lou and Kaeth, close friends. The letters he received from his family have not been preserved. On each item he wrote not only the date of receipt but even the precise hour and minute when the letter reached his hands. Since many of these items were birthday greetings and the like, his pedantry went beyond absurdity. B. F. Smith, 1971. Later on, when he was a chief of the SS, Himmler had a card index to record every object he had ever given to a person. B. F. Smith, 1971. At the suggestion of his father he also wrote a diary from the age of 14 to 24. Almost every day one finds meaningless entries to which rarely any deeper thought is added. Himmler noted how long he had slept, when he went to dinner, where he had tea, or whether he smoked, whom he had met during the day, how long he had studied, to which church he had gone and when he had returned home in the evening. Furthermore he noted whom he visited, whether his hosts were nice to him, at what time he had taken the train to return to his parents, whether the train was late or on time. B. F. Smith, 1971. Here is an example of his diary entries in the weeks from August 1 to August 16, 1915, B. F. Smith, 1971. August 1:15. Sunday, bathed, apparently in a lake, or the sea, a third time. Daddy, Ernsti, and I bathed after canoeing for the fourth time. Gebhard was too hot. 2:15. Monday. Evening for the 5th time bathed. 3 Tuesday, for the 6th time bathed. 6 Friday, bathed the 7th time. Bathed an 8th time. 7 Saturday. Morning bathed for the 9th time. 8, bathed for the 10th time. 9 morning bathed for the 11th time. After that for the 12th time. 12 played, then bathed for the 13th time. 13 8. Played, then bathed for the 14th time. 16 8. Then bathed for the 15th and last time. Another example is the following. On August 23 of the same year, Himmler noted that 8,000 Russians were taken prisoner at Gumbinnen. On August 28, that there were already 30,000 Russian prisoners taken in East Prussia, and on August 29, that the number of prisoners was not 30,000 but 60,000, and after a still more accurate count, 70,000. On October 4 he noted that the number of Russian prisoners had not been 70,000 but 90,000. He added, "They multiply like vermin." B. F. Smith, 1971. On August 26, 1914, he made the following entry. August 26. Played in the garden with Foch. 1,000 Russians captured by our troops east of the Weichsel. Advance of the Austrians. In the afternoon worked in the garden. Played piano. After coffee we visited the Kissenbarths. We were allowed to pick plums from the tree there. So frightfully many have fallen. We now have 42 centimeters. Cannons. J. Ackerman, 1970. Ackerman comments that it remains obscure whether Himmler was concerned with the number of eatable plums or the number of killed men. Perhaps some of Himmler's pedantry had been acquired from his father, an extremely pedantic man, a high school teacher, later director whose main strength seems to have been his orderliness. He was a conservative, basically weak man, an old-fashioned, authoritarian father and teacher. Another outstanding trait in Himmler's character structure is his submissiveness, his subalternity as Burckhardt has called it. Even though he does not seem to have been excessively afraid of his father, he was most obedient. He belonged to those people who submit not because the authority is so frightening but because they are so frightened not of the authority but of life that they seek for an authority and want to submit to it. Their submission has, as it were, an opportunistic quality that is very apparent in Himmler's case. He used his father, his teachers, later his superiors in the army and in the party, from Gregor Strasser to Hitler, to further his career and to defeat his competitors. Until the time that he found in Strasser and the Nazi leaders new and more powerful father figures, he had never rebelled. He wrote his diaries just as his father had told him to, and felt guilty when he missed a day's entry. He and his parents were Roman Catholics, they were regular churchgoers, 3 to 4 times a week during the war, and he reassured his father that he need not worry about his reading immoral books like those of Zola. But there are no signs of religious fervor in the history of young Himmler. His and his family's attitude was a purely conventional one, characteristic of his class. The change of allegiance from father to Strasser Hitler, from Christianity to Aryan paganism, did not occur as a rebellion. It was smooth and cautious. No new step was taken before it was safe to take it. And at the end, when his idol, Hitler, was of no more use, he tried to betray him by attempting to work under new masters, the Allies, the archenemies of yesterday and the victors of today. In this respect lies perhaps the deepest character difference between Himmler and Hitler. The latter was a rebel, although not a revolutionary, the former lacked the rebellious element completely. For this reason there is also no basis for the speculation that Himmler's transformation into a Nazi was an act of rebellion against his father. The real motivation for this change seems to have been different. Himmler needed a strong, powerful guiding figure to compensate for his own weakness. His father was a weak man who, after the defeat of the imperial system and its values, had lost much of his former social prestige and pride. The young Nazi movement, while still not strong when Himmler joined it, was strong in the vehemence of its criticism not only of the left but also of the bourgeois system to which his father belonged. These young people played the role of heroes who own the future, and Himmler, the weak, submissive adolescent, found a more suitable image to submit to than his father was. Simultaneously, he could also look down on his father with some condescension, if not hidden contempt, which was as far as his rebellion went. The most extreme example of his submission was that to Hitler, although one must suspect that his opportunism may have induced him to use a degree of flattery that was not entirely genuine. Hitler was for him the God-man, to be compared to the significance of Christ in the Christian religion or of Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. He writes of him, he is destined by the karma of the universal Germanness Germanentum to lead the fight against the East and to save the Germanness of the world. One of the very great figures of light has found its incarnation in him. J. Ackerman, 1970. He submitted to the new Krishna Christ Hitler as he had to the old Christ God, except much more fervently. It must be noted, however, that under the circumstances the new gods offered greater opportunities for fame and power. Himmler's submission to a strong father figure was accompanied by a deep and intense dependence on his mother, who loved him and doted on this son. Himmler certainly did not suffer from lack of love from his mother, a cliché to be found in a number of books and articles written about him. One might say, however, that her love was primitive, it lacked insight or vision into what the growing boy needed, it was the love a mother has for an infant, and it did not change its quality as the boy grew up. Thus her love spoiled him and blocked his growth and made him dependent on her. Before I describe this dependency, I want to point out that in Himmler, as in so many others, the need for a strong father is generated by the person's helplessness, which in turn is generated by his remaining a little boy who longs for his mother, or a mother figure, to love him, protect him, comfort him, and not to demand anything from him. Thus he feels not like a man but like a child, weak, helpless, without will or initiative. Hence he will often look for a strong leader to whom he can submit, who gives him a feeling of strength, and who in an imitating relationship, becomes a substitute for the qualities he lacks. There was a physical and mental flabbiness in Himmler that is frequently found in such mothers' boys and that he tried to overcome by practicing his willpower but mainly by harshness and inhumanity. To him control and cruelty became the substitutes for strength, yet his attempt had to fail since no weakling becomes strong by being crud, he only hides his weakness temporarily from himself and others, as long as he has the power to control them. There is abundant evidence to show that Himmler was a typical mother's boy. At the age of 17, when he was in military training, away from his parents, he wrote in the first month 23 letters home, and though he received 10 or 12 in reply, he continually complained that the family did not write enough. The first sentence of his letter on January 24 is typical: "Dear Mommy, many thanks for your dear letter. Finally I received something from you." 2 days later, having received another note from home, he starts off in the same vein and adds, "I have waited a painfully long time for it." And 2 letters in 3 days did not stop him from lamenting on the 29th, "Again today I got nothing from you." His early letters combined pleas for mail with complaints about his living conditions. His room was barren and cold, and he suffered from the attentions of bedbugs. He found the food sparse and uninviting and pleaded for packages of food and enough money to allow him to eat at the canteen or the beer hall restaurants in town. Trivial mishaps, such as the inadvertent picking up of the wrong clothes at the bath, assumed the dimensions of minor tragedies and were reported in detail to the family. In part these complaints and lamentations were appeals for help from Frau Himmler. In response, she dispatched a succession of money orders and of parcels containing food, extra bedding, insect powder, and clean laundry. Apparently much advice and many expressions of worry accompanied the provisions that arrived from Landshut. Under the impact of these messages, Heinrich, aware that he must maintain his stance as a brave soldier, would sometimes try to retract the complaint that had set the whole operation in motion. But he always waited until he received the package before changing his tune, and his reserve never lasted long. In the matter of food he was completely unashamed, and his letters are filled with appreciative remarks about his mother's cooking. "The Apfelstrudel which I ate after the training session was marvelous, and with requests for snacks such as apples and cookies. B. F. Smith, 1971. As time went by, his letters home became somewhat less frequent, although never falling below 3 a week, yet his requests for mail were as insistent as ever. Sometimes he could get quite unpleasant when his mother did not write him as much as he expected. "Dear Mother," he began a letter of March 23, 1917, "many thanks for your nice news, which I didn't get. It is really mean of you not to have written." This need to share everything with his parents, especially with his mother, remained the same when he worked as a practicant, a student of agriculture who does practical work on a farm. Then 19 years old, he sent home at least 8 letters and cards in the first 3.5 weeks, although he often noted that he was too busy to write. When he fell sick with paratyphoid fever, his mother was reduced almost to frenzy. On recovery, he spent a good deal of time in writing her all the details about his state of health, his temperature, bowel movements, aches and pains. At the same time, he was clever enough not to want to give the impression that he was a crybaby, interspersing his reports with reassurances that he was fine and chiding his mother for worrying. He even began his letters with 3 or 4 items of general interest and then added, "Now as to how it goes with me, I can see you, dear mother, fidgeting with impatience." B. F. Smith, 1971. This may have been true, but the sentence is one example of a method Himmler used throughout his life to project his desires and fears on others. Thus far we have made the acquaintance of an obsessively orderly, hypochondriacal, opportunistic, narcissistic young man who felt like an infant and yearned for mother protection while simultaneously attempting to follow and imitate a father image. Undoubtedly Himmler's dependent attitude, partly generated by his mother's overindulgent attitude toward him, was increased by certain real weaknesses, both physical and mental. Physically, Himmler was not a very strong child and suffered from ill health from the age of 3. At that time he contracted a serious respiratory infection that seems to have settled in his lungs and from which some children had died. His parents were frantic and brought the physician who had delivered the child all the way from Munich to Passau to treat him. To give the child the best care, Frau Himmler went with him to a place with a better climate, and the father visited when he could take time from his work. In 1904 the whole family moved back to Munich for the sake of the child's health. It is worth noting that the father approved of all these measures, which were costly and inconvenient for him, apparently without protesting. 26. At the age of 15 he began to have stomach trouble, which was to plague him for the rest of his life. From the whole picture of this illness it is likely that there was a strong psychogenic factor present. While he resented the stomach trouble as a symptom of weakness, it gave him the chance of being constantly occupied with himself and having people around him who listened to his complaints and fussed over him. 27. Another illness of Himmler's was an alleged heart trouble that was supposed to have been the result of his work on the farm in 1919. The same Munich physician who had treated him for paratyphoid fever now made the diagnosis of a hypertrophied, enlarged, heart due to overexertion during his military service. B. F. Smith comments that in those years the diagnosis of enlarged heart was frequently made and attributed to exertion in the war, and that today most physicians scoff at such diagnoses. Current medical opinion suggests that there was nothing wrong with Himmler's heart, and that aside from problems of insufficient nourishment and the aftermath of the paratyphoid fever, he was probably in reasonably good health. B. F. Smith, 1971. However this may be, the diagnosis must have increased Himmler's hypochondriac tendencies and his ties to his parents, who continued to be worried and concerned. But Himmler's physical weakness went beyond those 3 groups of illnesses: lung, stomach, and heart. He had a soft and flabby appearance and was physically awkward and clumsy. For instance, when he got a bicycle and could accompany his brother Gebhard on his outings, Heinrich had a penchant for falling off his machine, tearing his clothes, and suffering other mishaps. B. F. Smith, 1971. The same physical awkwardness showed in school and was probably even more humiliating. We have an excellent report on Himmler during his school years by his co-student, G. W. F. Hallgarten, who later became an outstanding historian. 28 In his autobiography, Hallgarten states that when he heard of Himmler's rise to power, he could hardly imagine that this was the same person who had been his classmate. Hallgarten describes Himmler as an extraordinarily milk-faced, plump boy who already wore glasses and often showed a half-embarrassed, half-vicious smile. He was very popular with all teachers and was an exemplary pupil during all his school years, with the best qualifications in all essential subjects. In class he was considered to be overambitious, a streber. There was only one subject in which Himmler was deficient, and that was gymnastics. Hallgarten describes in detail how humiliated Himmler was when he was not able to do relatively simple exercises, and was exposed not only to the ridicule of the teacher but also to that of his classmates, who were happy to see this ambitious boy in a position of inferiority. G.W.F. Hallgarten, 1969. In spite of his orderliness, however, Himmler lacked discipline and initiative. He was a talker, and he knew it, berated himself for it and tried to overcome it. Most of all, he almost completely lacked strength of will. Thus, not surprisingly, he praised a strong will and hardness as ideal virtues, but never acquired them. He compensated for his lack of willpower by his coercive power over others. An illustration of his own awareness of his submissiveness and lack of will is an entry in his diary on December 27, 1919, "God will bring everything to a good end, but I shall not submit without will, to fate, but steer it myself as best I can." J. Ackerman, 1970. This sentence is rather tortuous and contradictory. He starts out acknowledging God's will. At that time he was still a practicing Catholic. Then he asserts that he will not submit, but qualifies it by adding without will, thus solving the conflict between his actual submissiveness and his ideal of having a strong will by the compromise that he will submit but with his will. Then he promises himself to steer his own fate, but qualifies this declaration of independence with the lame addition of "as best I can." Quite in contrast to Hitler, Himmler always was and remained a weakling, and he knew it. His life was a struggle against this awareness, an attempt to become strong. Himmler was much like an adolescent who wants to and yet cannot stop masturbating, who feels guilty and weak, accuses himself of his weakness, and is always trying to change and never succeeding. But the circumstances and his cleverness permitted him to gain a position of such power over others that he could live with the illusion of having become strong. Himmler felt not only weak and clumsy physically, but he also suffered from a sense of social inferiority. High school professors were on the lowest level of the monarchical system and were in awe of all the ranks above them. That was all the more acute in Himmler's family, since his father had been for a while the private tutor of Prince Heinrich of Bavaria and had later on kept up enough of a personal relationship so that he could ask the prince to be godfather of his second son, who thus acquired the name Heinrich. With this princely favor granted, the Himmler family had reached the height of their attainable ambitions. The connection would probably have had more favorable consequences had the prince not been killed in battle during the First World War, the only German prince to suffer such a fate. For young Himmler, one might assume, being so eager to hide his sense of worthlessness, the nobility must have seemed like a social heaven barred to him forever. Yet Himmler's ambition achieved the impossible. From the timid, socially inferior adolescent who admired and envied the members of the nobility, he became the head of the SS, meant to be the new German nobility. No longer was there a Prince Heinrich above him, no longer any counts and barons and vons. He, the Reichsführer SS with his underlings, was the new nobleman. He was the prince, at least this must have been his fantasy. Hallgarten's recollections of their school years points up this connection between the old nobility and the SS. There was a group of sons of noble families in Munich, who lived in a house of their own, but went to the same gymnasium for instruction. Hallgarten remembers that they wore a uniform that was like the later SS uniform, with the exception that the color was dark blue instead of the SS black. His suggestion that this uniform served as a model for the later SS uniform seems very plausible. Himmler constantly preached courage and the sacrifice of self for the community. That this was a pretense becomes very apparent in the somewhat complicated history of his wish to join the army and go to the front in 1917. Like his older brother and many other young men who had connections with the higher echelons of the establishment, Heinrich tried to enter a regiment for officers' training in order to become a cadet, Fähnrich, a commissioned officer's aspirant. This training had two advantages: the obvious one of achieving officer rank with the hope of continuing as a professional soldier later on, and the less obvious one that this training took a longer time than that of young men who were drafted or volunteered as common soldiers. One could expect that it would take 8 or 9 months before they could be sent to the front. Ordinary soldiers were usually sent to the front much faster at that period of the war. Himmler's older brother Gebhard had already entered officers' training in 1916 and was eventually sent to the front. The fuss made by the family about the older brother and the departure of more and more young people headed for the front made Heinrich Himmler plead with his parents to be allowed to quit school and also enter officers' training. Himmler's father did everything he could to fulfill his son's wish by mobilizing his social connections. But in spite of a warm recommendation from the widow of Prince Heinrich, the regiment to which he was recommended already had sufficient candidates for officers' training and rejected him. The father, in his methodical way, applied to 23 regiments, after having jotted down the names of the top officers of each regiment and the names of important people who might have a connection with the regimental commander. In spite of this, he got nothing but refusals. Even then, Professor Himmler was not ready to admit defeat. 5 days later he sent a 24th application to the 11th Infantry Regiment, which he had not yet approached. While his father was still fighting the battle of the applications, Heinrich temporarily lost hope, and apparently believed that he might be taken into the service as a common soldier. Using his father's connections, he applied to the city of Landshut for service in the Hilfsdienst, a kind of war work for those who had not been called up by the army. He left school and entered the service, apparently with the hope that in this way he might be deferred for a while from the draft, but when the Bavarian school ministry issued a special order that showed he was in no danger of being drafted, Heinrich re-entered school. Shortly afterwards, much to his and his father's surprise, the 24th application bore fruit, and he was ordered to report in a few days to the 11th Infantry Regiment in Regensburg. At the end of the first week he heard a rumor that he was not going to be kept in officers' training, but was scheduled to be shipped to the front immediately. This tale reduced him to greater depths of gloom and washed away his ardor for combat. B. F. Smith, 1971. While explaining to his parents that he was desperate only because he would not become an officer, he asked them to intervene with a second cousin who was a commissioned officer in this regiment and request his help in the matter. The parents, especially the mother, were almost as terrified as was the boy himself, and a month later Lieutenant Zale, the cousin, was still assuring Heinrich that he was not going to be shipped to the front, urging him to calm down and go through with the program. As soon as his fear of being sent to the front was allayed, Heinrich assumed a position of self-confidence. He dared to smoke, although he had to beg his father for tobacco, and he judged the political situation by commenting on an erroneous report of Ludendorff's resignation that it did not please him. He spent 1918 from the beginning of the year to early October in training and awaiting orders to go to the front. This time he seems to have been very eager to be sent and tried to win special favor with the officers to assure his own assignment in preference to that of his friend Kistler, who was also eager to go to the front, in case only one of them were to be assigned. But these efforts had no result, and so he resumed his social calls and theater visits. The obvious question here is why, at this point, he was eager to go to the front when several months earlier he had been so frightened. There are several answers to this seeming contradiction. His brother Gebhard had been promoted in battle to full cadet, and that must have made Heinrich very jealous and eager to show that he, too, was a hero. It may also be that the competition with Kistler was just enough of a stimulus to make him forget his anxieties through his wanting to beat Kistler in this little game. But it seems to me more likely that the main reason was something else. Just when Heinrich was making these efforts to be sent to the front, he wrote, "I see the political situation as very black, wholly black. I will never lose my resolve even if there is a revolution, which is not out of the question. B. F. Smith, 1971. Himmler was shrewd enough to know, as almost everybody else knew in Germany in October 1918, that the war was over and lost. It was pretty safe to want to be sent to the front at that time, when the revolutionary wave was already being felt in Germany, and 3 weeks later the revolution was to break out in full force. In fact, the rising opposition and revolutionary mood caused the military authorities not to send these young men to the front after all. Another illustration for Himmler's lack of will and his indecisiveness was his professional life. His decision to study agriculture came as a complete surprise, and its motives are still not clear. With the classical education he had received, his family must have expected him to have a profession like his father. The most plausible explanation seems to be that he doubted his capacity for study in a more exacting, intellectual field, and that the study of agriculture seemed to be a way of attaining some academic rank. One must not forget that this choice of agriculture was the result of his disappointment in not reaching his first goal, to become a professional officer in the army. His agricultural career was interrupted by real or alleged heart disease, but this did not stop his intention to continue with it. One thing he did was to learn Russian, because he planned to emigrate to the East and become a farmer. He also seemed to think that eventually the Free Corps would conquer some territory in the East, and there would be a place for him. He wrote, "At the moment I don't know why I am working. I work because it is my duty, because I find peace in work, and for my German life's companion with whom one day in the East I'll live and fight through my life as a German, far from dear Germany." B. F. Smith, 1971. And a month later, today, inside myself, I have cut loose from everyone and now depend on myself alone. If I don't find a girl whose character suits mine and who loves me, I'll go to Russia alone. B. F. Smith, 1971. These statements are quite revealing. Himmler tries to deny his fears and loneliness and dependency by an assertion of his strong will. With or without a girl he will live far away from Germany, all by himself, and with this kind of talk he tries to convince himself that he is no longer mother's boy. But actually he behaves like a boy of 6 who decides to run away from mother only to hide around the corner waiting for her to fetch him. Considering that he was at that time a young man of 20, the whole plan, under the given circumstances, was one of those unrealistic, romantic fantasies to which Himmler was prone when he was not busy in the immediate pursuit of his interests. When it turned out that there was no chance for settling in Russia, he began to learn Spanish with the idea of settling as a farmer in South America. 29 At different times he considered places like Peru, Georgia, USSR, and Turkey, but all these ideas were pure daydreaming. At this point of his life Himmler had nowhere to go. He could not become an officer. He did not even have the money to become a farmer in Germany, and much less in South America. He lacked not only the money but the imaginativeness, endurance, and independence this would have required. He was in the same position as many others who became Nazis because they had nowhere to go socially or professionally, and yet were ambitious and had an ardent desire to rise. The hopelessness with regard to achieving an aim, and probably the wish to be far away where nobody would know him, must have been greatly increased by the experience he had as a student in Munich. He became a member of a fraternity and did everything to make himself popular. He visited sick fraternity brothers and sought out members and alumni wherever he went. Yet he was troubled that he was not very popular with his fellow members, some of whom expressed their lack of confidence in him quite openly. His fixed ideas and his continuous organizing and gossiping increased his unpopularity, and he was rebuffed when he tried to be elected to an office in the fraternity. In his relationship to girls he never got beyond his cautious and rigid position, and he put so much distance between himself and the opposite sex that there was soon little danger that his chastity would be threatened. B. F. Smith, 1971. The more desperate his own professional chances became, the more was Himmler attracted by radical right-wing ideas. He read anti-Semitic literature, and when German Foreign Minister Rathenau was murdered in 1922 he was pleased and called him a scoundrel. He became a member of a somewhat mysterious extreme right-wing organization Der Freiweg, and made the acquaintance of Ernest Röhm, an activist in the Hitler movement. In spite of all these new sympathies and connections with the radical right, he was still cautious enough not to throw his lot completely in with them and remained in Munich and continued his customary life. For despite his politicking, and his torment about himself and his future, many of his habits and old ways, including church attendance, social calls, fraternity dances, and shipments of dirty laundry to Ingolstadt his mother, still held fast. B. F. Smith, 1971. He was saved from his professional predicament by an offer of a job, made by the brother of one of his professors. It was that of technical assistant at a nitrogen fertilizer company, where he was assigned to work on the company's research on manure. But strangely enough, it was this very job that led him directly into the field of active politics. The plant in which he worked was in Schleißheim, north of Munich, and it so happened that one of the new paramilitary units, Bund Blücher, had its headquarters there. He would hardly avoid being drawn into this hub of activity, and after much hesitation he eventually joined Hitler's Endstab-30, one of the more active of competing right-wing groups. It would take too much space to describe the events in Germany and Bavaria at that time. Briefly, the Bavarian government toyed with the idea of turning against the Reich government in Berlin with the help of the right-wing groups, but finally failed to act. In the meantime Himmler left his job in Schleißheim and joined a military unit, a replacement company for a Reichswehr regiment. His company, however, was dissolved by the Reichswehr because there were too many who were willing to participate in an action against Berlin, and thus after only 7 weeks Himmler's new military career was ended. But in the meantime he had made close connections with Rome, and on the day of the Munich Putsch it was Himmler who carried the old imperial war flag, and marched at Rome's side at the head of a column trying to seize the war ministry. Rome and his men surrounded the war ministry, but were in turn surrounded by Bavarian police. Hitler's attempt to relieve Rome had ended in his unsuccessful march against army troops at the Feldherrnhalle. The leaders of the Rome group, Reichskriegsflagge, were taken into custody and Himmler and the rest of the men gave up their weapons, identified themselves to the police, and went home. Himmler, although still impressed with himself for bearing the flag, was both frightened of being arrested and disappointed that the government was not interested in him. He did not dare to do anything that might lead to an arrest, like working with the forbidden organizations. It should be realized that an arrest would not have had any frightful consequences. Most likely he would have been released, or acquitted, or have received a short sentence to be confined to a Festung, like Hitler, a comfortable place with all conveniences, except the right to leave. Instead, he satisfied himself with rationalizations, as a friend, and especially as a soldier and devoted member of the Völkisch movement. I will never run from danger, but we have a duty to each other and to the movement to hold ourselves in readiness for the struggle. B. F. Smith, 1971. Accordingly, he worked in the Völkisch movement, which was not forbidden, kept trying to get a job, and toyed with the idea of locating an attractive position in Turkey. He even wrote to the Soviet embassy to inquire if there was any chance of going to the Ukraine, a strange step for this fanatical anti-communist. In this period his anti-Semitism also became more vicious and was sexually tinged, probably because of his continued preoccupation with sex. He speculated about the morals of girls he met and seized upon erotic literature whenever it was available. While visiting old friends in 1924, he found in their library C.F. Schlichtigrol's Ein Sadist im Priesterrock, a sadist in priestly attire, which had been banned in Germany in 1904. He raced through it in one day. In general, he presented the picture one would expect as an inhibited and frightened young man who suffered from his inability to relate to women. Eventually the problem of his future was solved. Gregor Strasser, a leader of the National Sozialistische Freiheitsbewegung and its Gauleiter for Lower Bavaria, offered him a job as his secretary and general assistant. He accepted immediately, went to Landshut and rose with Strasser in the party. Strasser represented quite different ideas from those of Hitler. He stressed the social revolutionary features in the Nazi program and was a leader of this more radical wing, together with his brother Otto and Joseph Goebbels. They wanted to move Hitler away from his upper-class orientation and believed the party should proclaim a message of social revolution with only a spice of anti-Semitism. B. F. Smith, 1971. But Hitler did not change his course. Goebbels, knowing which side was stronger, gave up his own ideas and followed Hitler. Strasser left the party, and Röhm, the chief of the SA who also represented more radical revolutionary ideas, was murdered on Hitler's orders, in fact at the hands of Himmler's SS men. The death of Röhm and other leaders of the SA was the beginning and condition of Himmler's own rise to the top. In 1925–26, however, the Endstab was a small patty, the Weimar Republic seemed to have become more stable, and Himmler apparently had some doubts. He had lost former friends, and even his parents made it clear that they not only disapproved of his party work but looked on him as the proverbial lost son. B. F. Smith, 1971. His salary was small, and he often had to borrow money. Thus it is not surprising that again the old wish seized him to obtain a solid position as a farm administrator, and that he toyed once more with the notion of emigrating to Turkey. He remained, however, in his party post because all his attempts to find a job remained completely fruitless, not because his loyalty to the ideas of the party was so strong and unswerving. Shortly after, things brightened. Gregor Strasser became Reich propaganda leader for the party in 1929 and Himmler was made his deputy. Only 3 years later Himmler commanded 300 men of the Schutzstaffeln SS, which by 1933 had grown to an army of 50,000. In his biography of Himmler, Smith comments, "What disturbs us so profoundly is not the organization of the SS nor Himmler's ultimate position as Reich police chief, but the torture of millions of human beings and extermination of millions more." No direct answer to these questions is to be found in Himmler's childhood and youth. B. F. Smith, 1971. I do not believe that he is right and shall attempt to show that Himmler's sadism was deeply rooted in his character structure long before he had the occasion to practice it on the scale that made his name enter history as a bloody monster. We should keep in mind the broad definition of sadism, as the passion for absolute and unrestricted power over another human being. The infliction of physical pain is only one of the manifestations of this wish for omnipotence. We must also not forget that masochistic submissiveness is not the opposite of sadism, but part of the symbiotic system in which complete control and complete submission are manifestations of the same basic vital impotence. One of the earliest indications of Himmler's pleasure in malignant denunciations of other people might be an incident during the war when Himmler was 16 years old. Some well-to-do Saxons who spent a vacation in Bavaria had hoarded food there and sent it home, where such things were much more difficult to obtain. They were denounced in the newspaper, and Smith believes that the wealth of information Himmler had about the items they had brought certainly suggests that B played some part in its exposure. B. F. Smith, 1971. A little poem Himmler wrote in 1919 also expresses his cruel streak, in B. F. Smith, 1971. Franzosen, o get nur recht echt. Für Jucke word keen pardon gemacht. UNS Recugeln pfeifen und sausen. Und verbreten Jucke schrecken und grauen. When wir da so unheimlich hausen. Frenchman, oh pay close attention. For there will be no pardon for you. Our bullets will whistle and pass. Spreading fright and horror among you. As we so uncannily do as we wish. From the age of 21, when he felt somewhat more independent because he had begun to find new friends and father figures, he began to be slightly condescending toward his father, although he always couched his preaching in appropriate forms, while the condescending preaching to his older brother Gebhard became increasingly vicious. It is necessary, in order to trace the development of Himmler's sadism, to understand the significance of his relationship to Gebhard. 31 Gebhard was actually the opposite of Heinrich. He was easygoing, popular, unafraid, and attractive to girls. When the two were younger, Heinrich seems to have admired Gebhard, but this admiration changed to bitter envy when Gebhard succeeded in the various things in which Heinrich failed. He went into the war, was promoted on the battlefield, and received the Iron Cross First Class. He fell in love with an attractive Gert and became engaged to her, while his younger brother, possessing neither glory nor love, was awkward, weak, and unpopular. Heinrich shifted his loyalty from Gebhard to his second cousin Ludwig, who had reasons to feel jealous of Gebhard. At first he only criticized his brother caustically for his lack of discipline and purpose, for not being sufficiently heroic, and for being careless as usual, criticizing others for the very vices he himself had. But the future Minister of Police appears fully fledged in his relationship to Gebhard after the latter successfully courted a distant and apparently attractive cousin of theirs named Paula. The girl did not fit Heinrich's idea of a shy, retiring, and chaste fiancée, and unfortunately, there was some trouble between Paula and Gebhard because of an alleged earlier indiscretion on her side. Gebhard wrote Heinrich imploring him to go to Paula's home and help them to settle the question. This unusual request shows to what extent Heinrich had already succeeded in subduing his older brother, probably by intriguing with his parents. Heinrich went to see Paula, but it is not known what happened. The letter he drafted to her a few weeks later, however, after she had apparently made 4 pledges of fidelity, shows us something of his coercive character. I will gladly believe that you will uphold these 4 things, especially as long as Gebhard works directly on you through his personal presence. But that is not enough. A man must have certainty from his bride, even if he is not present for years, and doesn't see her and they don't hear anything from each other for a long time, which in the coming terrible war years only too easily could be the case, that she herself with no word, no glance, no kiss, no gesture, and no thought will be untrue to him. You have a test which you should and must underlined in the original he able to withstand, and have in a shameful manner not withstood. If your union is to be a happy one for you two and for the health of das Volk which must be built on sound, moral families, you must control yourself with barbaric underlined in the original strength. Since you do not handle yourself strongly and firmly, and only control yourself to a small degree, and since your future husband, as I have already said, is too good for you, and possesses too little understanding of people and can't learn it since this age won't let it, he learned, someone else must do it. Since you both approached me on this affair and drew me in, I feel myself obligated to do it. For the next 7 months Heinrich avoided outright meddling, until in February 1924 he got some kind of information that convinced him, rightly or wrongly, that Paula had again committed an indiscretion. This time he did not even tell his brother, but told the story immediately to his parents and tried to convince them that the family honor demanded an end to the engagement. His mother capitulated and agreed in tears, and eventually he persuaded his father as well, only then did he confront Gebhard directly. When Gebhard agreed to go along and allowed the engagement to end, Heinrich was triumphant and at the same time scornful of his brother's lack of resistance. It was, he said, as if Gebhard had absolutely no soul. This 24-year-old young man had succeeded in breaking down his father, his mother, and his older brother, and in making himself the virtual dictator of the family. The termination of the engagement was especially distasteful to the Himmlers, all the more so because Paula's family was distantly related to them. Yet whenever his parents or Gebhard showed any reluctance about going through with the break, Heinrich was ready to apply more pressure. He visited mutual friends to explain why the engagement must end and in the process tore the girl's reputation to shreds. When a letter arrived from Paula, his response was to stress the need to stand firm and not let oneself be deterred by doubts. At this point the wish to control his brother and parents assumed features of pure sadistic viciousness. He wanted to destroy the girl's reputation, and in order to humiliate the parents, Gebhard, and the girl's family even more, insisted that all presents that had been exchanged must be returned. The father's wish that they end the engagement by mutual consent was turned down by Heinrich, whose hard line triumphed and who eventually rejected all compromise. Himmler had won a total victory and made everybody thoroughly unhappy. In most cases, the story would have ended here, but not so for Heinrich Himmler. He engaged a private detective to watch Paula's conduct and asked him to collect stories that you have heard and which you can prove. The private detective sent him a collection of stories that might have been compromising. Himmler used the occasion to humiliate Paula's family still more by returning some more gifts he had received from the family which he had allegedly forgotten to return before, just adding his visiting card. His final onslaught came 2 months later in a letter to mutual friends. He asks them to tell Paula to stop saying nasty things about the Himmlers and adds the warning that, although he is a nice fellow, I will be completely different if anyone forces me to it. Then, I will not be stopped by any false sense of pity until the opponent is socially and morally ousted from the ranks of society. Italics added. This was the height of vicious control that Himmler could exert under the circumstances. When by his cunning he was able to use the new political circumstances for his own purposes, he had the possibility to act out his sadism on a historical scale. Yet the Reichsführer SS spoke in terms that were not essentially different from those used by the youthful Himmler in his threat to Paula. This is illustrated by Himmler's speech about 20 years later, 1943, about the ethics of the Black Order. One principle must have absolute validity for the SS man: to be honest, decent, loyal, and to be a good comrade to members of our own blood and to nobody else. What happens to the Russians or to the Czechs is a matter of complete indifference to me. What of good blood other peoples have we will take from them by robbing them of their children if necessary, and bringing them up among ourselves. Whether other nations live in prosperity, or whether they perish from hunger, that interests me only inasmuch as we need slaves for our culture, otherwise it does not interest me. Whether in the construction of ditches for panzers 10,000 Russian women fall down or not, interests me only inasmuch as the ditch is ready for Germany. We shall never be cruel and heartless where it does not have to be. J. Ackerman, 1970. Italics added. In this statement the sadist is free to express himself fully. He will rob other people's children if their blood is good. He will take the older ones as slaves for our culture, and whether they live or die is of no interest to him. The closing of the speech is typical Himmler and Nazi double talk. He protests his moral kindness by assuring his listeners and himself that he is cruel and heartless only if necessary. This is the same rationalization he used already in his threat to Paula: I shall be pitiless if anyone forces me to it. Himmler was a frightened man and always needed rationalizations to embellish his sadism. He may also have needed to protect himself from being confronted with the evidence of his cruelty. Karl Wolff reports that Himmler witnessed a mass execution in Minsk in the late summer of 1941 and was rather shaken by it. But he said, nevertheless, I think it is right that we look at this. Who is to decide over life and death must know what dying is like and what he asks the execution commanders to do. K. Wolff, 1961. Many of his SS men became sick after these mass executions, some committed suicide, became psychotic, or suffered from other severe mental damage. 32. One cannot speak of Himmler's sadistic character without discussing what has often been described as his kindness. I have already mentioned that he tried to make himself popular by visiting sick fraternity brothers, but he did similar things also on other occasions. He gave an old woman cake and rolls and recorded in his diary, "If I could only do more, but we are ourselves poor devils." Not true, because his family was a well-to-do middle-class family and far from being poor devils. He organized a benefit with his friends and gave the proceeds to Viennese children, and he behaved in a fatherly way to his SS men, as many have commented. From the whole picture of Himmler's character, however, I get the impression that most of these friendly acts were not expressions of genuine friendliness. He had a need to compensate for his own lack of feeling and cold indifference, and to convince himself and others that he was not what he was, or, to put it differently, that he felt what he did not feel. He had to deny his cruelty and coldness by a show of kindness and concern. Even his aversion to hunting animals, which he described as cowardly, could not have been very serious, since he proposed in one of his letters that the hunting of big animals should be facilitated for the SS men as a reward for good conduct. He was friendly to children and animals, but even here skepticism must be permitted, because there is almost nothing this man did that did not have the purpose of furthering his own career. Of course, even a sadist like Himmler can have some positive human traits, like kindness to some people in some situations. One would expect him to have such traits. What makes it so difficult to believe in them in Himmler is his complete coldness and the exclusive pursuit of his selfish goals. There is also a benevolent type of sadism in which control over the other person does not have the aim of harming him, but is meant to work for his own good. 33 It may be that Himmler had some of this benevolent sadism, which often gives the impression of kindness. In his letters to his parents his condescending preaching has perhaps a benevolent aspect, as has his relationship to his SS men. An example is Himmler's September 16, 1938, letter to a high SS officer, Count Kotolinsky. Dear Kotolinsky, you were very sick and had much trouble with your heart. In the interests of your health, I forbid you any smoking for the next 2 years. After these 2 years, you will send me a medical report on your health. After that I shall decide whether the prohibition of smoking will be lifted or will be continued. Heil Hitler. Quoted by H. Heiber, 1958. We find the same tone of the schoolmaster in a letter, September 30, 1942, to the chief physician of the SS, Grawitz, who had written him an unsatisfactory report on medical experiments on the concentration camp inmates. This letter should not be the cause of your asking yourself for hours whether I shall fire you as chief physician. It has only the intention to make you give up now after many years your main defect, your vanity, and yet seriously and really to approach all your tasks, also the most disagreeable ones, with courage, and eventually to give up the drive and the opinion that one can get things in order by much talk and chatter. If you learn this and work on yourself, then everything is in order and I shall then be satisfied again with you and your work. Quoted by H. Heiber, 1958. Himmler's letter to Grawitz is interesting not only for its schoolmasterish tone but also because Himmler admonishes the doctor to give up the very defects which were so clearly his own: vanity, lack of courage, and talkativeness. The collection is full of similar letters in which he plays the role of a strict and wise father. Many of the officers to whom they were written were members of the feudal class, and one may not go far astray if one assumes that it gave Himmler a particular satisfaction to show them his superiority and to treat them like schoolboys. This is no longer benevolent. Himmler's end was as much in line with his character as his life had been. When it was clear that Germany had lost the war, he was preparing negotiations with the Western powers, through Swedish intermediaries, which would leave him in a leading role, and offered concessions with regard to the fate of the Jews. In these negotiations he surrendered one by one the political dogmas to which he had clung so tenaciously. Of course, simply by initiating them, der true Heinrich, loyal Heinrich, as he was called, committed the last act of treachery to his idol, Hitler. That he thought the Allies would accept him as the new German Führer was a sign of his mediocre intelligence and lack of political judgment, as well as of his narcissistic grandiosity, which made him think that he was the most important man even in a defeated Germany. He declined the suggestion of General Ohlendorf to surrender to the Allies and to take responsibility for the SS. The man who had preached loyalty and responsibility now showed, true to character, complete disloyalty and irresponsibility. He fled with a black patch over his eye and without his mustache, with false papers, and in the uniform of a corporal. When he was arrested and brought into a prisoner of war camp, his narcissism apparently could not tolerate being treated like thousands of unknown soldiers. He asked to see the commander of the camp and told him, "I am Heinrich Himmler." Some time later he bit the cyanide capsule he carried in a hollow tooth. Only a few years earlier, in 1938, he had said in a speech to his officers, "I have no understanding of a person who throws away his life like a dirty shirt because he believes in this way he will evade difficulties. Such a person must be interred like an animal." J. Ackerman, 1970. Thus the circle of his life closed. He had to attain absolute power in order to overcome his own experience of weakness and vital impotence. After he had achieved this aim, he tried to cling to this power by betraying his idol. When he was in a prison camp, as an ordinary soldier, one among hundreds of thousands, he could not bear his reduction to complete powerlessness. He preferred to die, rather than to be thrown back to the role of the powerless man that was for him that of the weakling. To sum up, Himmler is an example of the typical anal hoarding, sadistic, authoritarian character. He was weak, and did not only feel weak, he found a certain sense of security in his orderliness and pedantry, by submitting to strong father images, and eventually he developed a passion for unlimited control over others as the one way to overcome his sense of vital impotence, shyness, uneasiness. He was extremely envious of others whom life had endowed with more strength and self-esteem. His vital impotence and the resulting envy led to the malicious wish to humiliate and destroy them, whether it was his brother Gebhard's fiancée or the Jews. He was utterly cold and without mercy, which made him feel more isolated and more frightened. Himmler was also an absolute opportunist. His sadistic passion was always governed by what he thought was advantageous for him. He was disloyal and an inveterate liar not only toward others, but equally toward himself. Every one of the virtues he eternally preached was conspicuous by its absence within himself. He coined the SS motto, "Loyalty is our honor," and betrayed Hitler. He preached strength, firmness, and courage, yet he was weak, flabby, and cowardly. The true Heinrich was a living lie. Perhaps the only true thing he ever said about himself was a sentence he wrote to his father while he was in military training: "Have no fears on my account because I am sly as a fox." B. F. Smith, 1971, 34. A behaviorist might still ask whether Himmler was not a normal man until circumstances made it advantageous for him to act sadistically. I believe our analysis has already answered this question. We have seen that all the conditions for a sadistic development were given in his earlier development. We have followed the development of his early insecurity, unmanliness, cowardice, sense of impotence, and these attributes alone would indicate the probability of sadistic compensations. Moreover, we have seen the development of his over-orderly, pedantic, typically anal hoarding, authoritarian character. Eventually we have seen his overt pernicious sadism in dealing with his brother's fiancée, long before he had any power. We must come to the conclusion that the Reichsführer SS was a sadistic character before he was a Reichsführer. His position gave him the power to act out his sadism on the historical stage, but the sadism was there before. This question leads to another that has often been raised: what would have become of Himmler had he not been born at the time of the Nazi power, yet endowed with the same character he had at the time of his intervention with his brother's engagement? The answer is not too difficult to find. Since he was of average intelligence and very orderly, he probably would have found a place in a bureaucratic system, say as a school teacher, postal clerk, or employee in a large business enterprise. Since he ruthlessly sought his advantage, by cleverly flattering his superiors and intriguing against his colleagues, he might have risen to quite a high position, probably not to a top position because he lacked any constructive imagination or good judgment. He would have been thoroughly disliked by his colleagues and perhaps would have become the favorite of a powerful superior. He would have made a good agent for Ford, in Henry Ford's anti-union days, but hardly a good personnel chief in a modern corporation, because his coldness would have made him too unpopular. At his funeral his boss and the minister would have eulogized him as a kind father and husband, a responsible citizen whose selfless services as a church warden would always remain an example and an inspiration. There are thousands of Himmlers living among us. Socially speaking, they do only minor harm in normal life, although one must not underestimate the number of people whom they damage and make thoroughly unhappy. But when forces of destruction and hate threaten to engulf the whole body politic, such people become extremely dangerous. They are the ones who yearn to serve the government as its agents for terror, for torture, and killing. Many people commit the severe error of believing that one can easily recognize a potential Himmler from far away. One of the purposes of characterological studies is to show that the potential Himmler looks like anybody else, except to those who have learned to read character and who do not have to wait until circumstances permit the monster to show his colors. What are the factors that made Himmler a merciless sadist? A simple answer could be found by referring to our previous discussion of the factors that tend to produce the hoarding character. But this would not be a satisfactory answer because Himmler's character presented an extreme and very malignant form of the hoarding character, which is much less frequent than the only slightly sadistic hoarder. If we try to look for the factors responsible for the character development of the Bloodhound of Europe, we first run across his relationship to his parents. He was bound to his mother, who encouraged his dependency, and he had an authoritarian, rather weak father. But are there not millions who have the same antecedents and who do not become Himmlers? Indeed, one or two isolated factors can never explain a person's specific character, only a whole system of interrelated factors can more or less fully account for character development. In Himmler we have seen some other factors: his physical weakness and awkwardness, perhaps generated by a number of physical illnesses and an impaired constitution, his sense of social inferiority based on his social fringe position, increased by his father's submissive and worshipful attitude toward the aristocracy, his timidity toward women, which may have had its cause in his fixation to his mother that made him feel helpless and unmanly, his extreme narcissism and jealousy of his older brother, who had all the qualities Himmler lacked. There are numerous other factors we have not touched upon, partly because of lack of information, that would give us a fuller picture. We must also consider that there may be genetically determined factors that, while not the source of sadism, are responsible for a disposition toward it. But perhaps more than of any other factor we must think of the pathogenic influence of the dry, banal, pedantic, dishonest, unalive atmosphere in which the Himmler family lived. There were no values except the insincere profession of patriotism and honesty. There was no hope except that of managing to hold on to their precarious position on the social ladder. There was no fresh air, spiritually or mentally, that could have encouraged the weak little boy to branch out and develop. And there was not only this family. The Himmlers were part of a social class on the lowest fringe of the imperial system that suffered from resentment, impotence, and joylessness. This was the soil on which Himmler grew, and he became increasingly more vicious as the revolution defeated his social status and values, and as it became clearer to him that he had no future in professional terms. 1. 12. Malignant aggression, necrophilia. The traditional concept. The term necrophilia, love of the dead one, has been applied generally only to two kinds of phenomena: 1. Sexual necrophilia, a man's desire to have sexual intercourse or any other kind of sexual contact with a female corpse, and 2. Non-sexual necrophilia, the desire to handle, to be near to, and to gaze at corpses, and particularly the desire to dismember them, but the term has generally not been applied to a character-rooted passion, the soil in which its more overt and cruder manifestation grows. A look at some examples of necrophilia in the traditional sense will make it easier to identify the less obvious necrophilous character. Reports on cases of necrophilia can be found in a number of works, especially those on sexual perversions and criminology. The most complete selection is given by H. von Hentig, one of the foremost German criminologists, in a work dealing exclusively with this subject. In German as well as in the criminal law of other countries, necrophilia constitutes a crime. He cites as examples of necrophilia: 1. Acts of sexual contact with a female corpse, intercourse, manipulation of sexual organs; 2. Sexual excitement produced by the sight of a woman's corpse; 3. Attractions to corpses and graves and to objects connected with the grave, such as flowers or pictures; 2. 4. Acts of dismemberment of a corpse; and 5. The craving to touch or to smell the odor of corpses or anything putrid. H. von Hentig, 1964. Von Hentig shares the opinion of other authors such as T. Spory, 1959, whom he quotes that necrophilia is much more frequent than is generally assumed. For practical reasons, however, this perversion meets with very limited possibilities for satisfaction. The only people who have easy access to corpses and the opportunity to act out such a perversion are gravediggers and morgue attendants. Thus it is not surprising to find that most examples given deal with this group of people. Of course, it is also possible that these occupations may in themselves tend to attract necrophilous persons. Murderers, of course, also have the opportunity to practice necrophilia, but considering that murder used to be relatively rare, we cannot expect to find many instances in this category, except in some of these cases classified as lust murder. However, von Hentig quotes a number of examples in which outsiders have dug up corpses, abducted them, and used them sexually to satisfy their necrophilous craving. The conclusion is unavoidable that since necrophilia is relatively frequent among those who have an easy opportunity, it must also be present, at least in fantasies or acted out in other, less obvious ways, in many others who lack this opportunity. This is a case history of a 21-year-old morgue attendant reported by J.P. DeRiver. At the age of 18 he fell in love with a girl with whom he had sexual intercourse just once, because she was in poor health, pulmonary tuberculosis. He states, "I have never gotten over the death of my sweetheart, and whenever I commit the act of masturbation, I visualize having sexual intercourse with my dead sweetheart." DeRiver's report continues. Upon the death of his sweetheart, he was so emotionally upset at seeing her laid out in a white shroud that he had a crying spell, and he allowed himself to be removed from the side of the casket with great reluctance. At this time he felt an urge to jump into the casket with her, and he actually wanted to be buried alive with his sweetheart. He created quite a scene at the burial, and at the time everyone, including his family, thought this was the result of his great grief at seeing her laid away, but he now comes to realize that it was a fit of passion and that he was overcome with a great sexual urge at the sight of the deceased. At that time, he had just completed his last year in high school, and he tried to prevail upon his mother to allow him to enter medical school, but because of lack of funds he was unable to do so. However, at his suggestion, she allowed him to enter a school of undertaking and embalming, because the course was much cheaper and shorter. D.W. studied very hard at this school, realizing at last that he had found a profession in which he would be most happy. He was always intensely interested in the female bodies in the embalming room, and on numerous occasions he had a great desire to have an act of sexual intercourse with a female cadaver. He realized that this was wrong and fought the desire off on numerous occasions until one day, near the completion of his studies, when he was alone in the room with the body of a young girl, the urge to commit an act of sexual intercourse upon the body of the deceased victim was so great and the circumstances so ideal he let himself go. He took advantage of this opportunity and exposed his privates, touching his penis to her thigh, at which time he became greatly excited. Losing control of himself, he leaped upon the body and copulated his mouth to the private parts of the cadaver. He states that this caused him such sexual stimulation that he had a seminal emission. He was then seized with great remorse and fear, the fear of being detected and found out by his fellow students. Shortly after the commission of this act, he graduated from the school, and secured a position as morgue attendant in a Midwestern city. As he was the junior member of the staff of morgue attendants, he was frequently called upon to remain alone in the morgue at night. D.W. stages, "I was glad of the opportunity of being alone, as I had come to realize that I was different from other men, in that I longed to be alone with the dead, and this would give me ample opportunity to attempt an act of coitus with a corpse, a feeling that I came to realize existed ever since the death of my sweetheart." He violated scores of female corpses in the 2 years that he remained attached to the morgue, by practicing various perversions on them, ranging in age from infants to elderly women. He usually began by sucking their breasts and copulating his mouth to their privates, after which acts he would become so excited that he would crawl upon their bodies, and with superhuman effort he would perform the act of coitus. He has had as many as 4 or 5 acts a week of this nature, depending upon the number of female corpses in the morgue. On one occasion, he was so impressed with the corpse of a young girl 15 years of age that when alone with her the first night after death, he drank some of her blood. This made him so sexually excited that he put a rubber tube up into the urethra, and with his mouth sucked the urine from her bladder. On this occasion he felt more and more of an urge to go further and felt that if he could only devour her, eat her up, even chew part of her body, it would give him great satisfaction. He was unable to resist this desire, and turning the body upon its face, he bit into the flesh of the buttocks near the rectum. He then crawled upon the cadaver and performed an act of sodomy on the corpse. J.P. DeRiver, 1956. This case history is particularly interesting for several reasons. First and most obviously, because it combines necrophilia with necrophagia and anal eroticism. The other, less obvious point lies in the beginning of the perversion. If one knew the story only up to the death of his sweetheart, one might be prone to interpret his behavior as an expression of the intensity of his love. But the rest of the story throws a very different light on the beginning. One could hardly explain his indiscriminate necrophilous and necrophagous desires as being caused by the love for his sweetheart. One is forced to assume that his mourning behavior was not the expression of love, but the first symptom of his necrophilous desires. It would then also appear that the fact that he had sexual intercourse with his sweetheart only once is poorly rationalized by her illness. It is more likely that because of his necrophilous tendencies he had little desire for sexual intercourse with a live woman. DeRiver gives another, less complex case history of a necrophilous morgue attendant. The subject is an unmarried man, aged 43, who states, "At the age of 11, while a grave digger in Milan, Italy, I began masturbating, and when alone would do so while touching the bodies of the dead, young, good-looking women. Later I began inserting my penis into the dead girls. I came to America and left the East Coast after a short stay, and came to the West Coast where I secured a job washing bodies at a mortuary. Here I resumed my practice of having intercourse with dead girls, sometimes in the caskets or on the tables where the bodies are washed." The report continues. He admits using his mouth on the private parts, and sucking the breasts of young girl corpses. When asked how many women he has had, he states, "Maybe hundreds, as it has been going on since I was 11 years old." J.P. DeRiver, 1956. The literature quoted by von Hentig reports many similar cases. A great attenuated form of necrophilia is to be found in individuals who become sexually excited by the sight of corpses and sometimes masturbate in front of them. The number of such persons can hardly be estimated because they are rarely discovered. The second form of necrophilia appears unalloyed with sex, in acts of the pure passion to destroy. Often this urge to destroy is already manifest in childhood, sometimes it shows itself only at a later age. Von Hentig writes very sensitively that the aim of necrophilous destructiveness is the passion to tear apart living structures, lebendige Zusammenhang. This desire to tear apart what is alive finds its clearest expression in a craving to dismember bodies. A typical case reported by Spory is that of a man going to the cemetery at night with all the necessary instruments, digging up the coffin, opening it, and taking the corpse with him to a place where he could hide it. He would then cut off the legs and the head and cut open the stomach. T. Spory, 1959. Sometimes the object of dismemberment is not a human being but an animal. Von Hentig tells about a man who stabbed 36 cows and mares to death and then cut off various parts of their bodies. But we hardly need the literature, there are enough newspaper reports about murders where the victim has been dismembered or mutilated. These cases are usually subsumed under the classification of murder, but they are committed by necrophilous murderers who are different from most murderers, whose motive is gain, jealousy, or revenge. The real aim of necrophilous murderers is not the death of the victim, which is, of course, a necessary condition, but the act of dismemberment. In my own clinical experience I have seen sufficient evidence that the desire for dismemberment is highly characteristic of the necrophilous character. For example, I have seen, directly or through supervision, several persons who expressed the desire for dismemberment in a very attenuated form. They would draw the figure of a nude woman, then cut out the arms, legs, head, etc., and play with these parts of the dismembered drawing. This play was in fact, however, the satisfaction of an intense craving for dismemberment acted out in a safe and harmless way. In many other necrophilous people I have observed that they had many dreams in which they saw parts of dismembered bodies floating or lying around, sometimes in blood, often in dirty water together with feces. The desire to dismember bodies, if it appears frequently in fantasies and dreams, is one of the most reliable factors for the diagnosis of the necrophilous character. There are other, less drastic forms of overt necrophilia. One of them is the craving to be near corpses, cemeteries, or any object in decomposition. H.J. Rock tells of a girl who suffered from an urge to be close to corpses, in whose presence she would become rigid and unable to tear herself away. H.J. Rock, 1947, 3 Steckel tells of a woman who stated, "I often think of cemeteries and of the manner in which corpses decay in the grave." Quoted by H. von Hentig, 1964. This interest in decay is frequently expressed in the craving to smell the odor of something that is decaying. This is very apparent in the following case of a 32-year-old, highly educated man who was almost totally blind. He was frightened of noise, but liked to hear women's cries of pain and loved the smell of decaying flesh. He had a craving for the corpses of tall, fat women and wanted to crawl into them. He asked his grandmother whether he could have her corpse later. He would like to drown in the decay of her remnants. T. Spory, 1959. Von Hentig speaks of sniffers, Schnuffler, for whom the smell of human excrements or of anything putrid is exciting, and he considers this trait a manifestation of necrophilia. With the addition of cases of necrophilous fetishism, the objects of which are connected with graves, such as grass, flowers, pictures, we can end this brief survey of necrophilous practices reported in the literature. The necrophilous character. 4. The term necrophilous, to denote a character trait rather than a perverse act in the traditional sense, was used by the Spanish philosopher Miguel de Unamuno, Indiana, 19365, on the occasion of a speech by the nationalist General Milán Estrella at the University of Salamanca, where Unamuno was rector at the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. The general's favorite motto was "Viva la muerte," long live death, and one of his followers shouted it from the back of the hall. When the general had finished his speech, Unamuno rose and said, "Just now I heard a necrophilous and senseless cry, 'Long live death!' And I, who have spent my life shaping paradoxes which have aroused the uncomprehending anger of others, I must tell you, as an expert authority, that this outlandish paradox is repellent to me. General Milán Estrella is a cripple. Let it be said without any slighting undertone. He is a war invalid. So was Cervantes. Unfortunately, there are too many cripples in Spain just now. And soon there will be even more of them if God does not come to our aid. It pains me to think that General Milán Estrella should dictate the pattern of mass psychology. A cripple who lacks the spiritual greatness of a Cervantes is wont to seek ominous relief in causing mutilation around him." M. de Unamuno, 1936. At this, Milán Estrella was unable to restrain himself any longer. "Abajo la inteligencia! Down with intelligence!" he shouted. "Long live death!" There was a clamor of support for this remark from the Phalangists. But Unamuno went on. "This is the temple of the intellect. And I am its high priest. It is you who profane its sacred precincts. You will win, because you have more than enough brute force. But you will not convince. For to convince you need to persuade. And in order to persuade you would need what you lack, reason and right in the struggle. I consider it futile to exhort you to think of Spain. I have done." M. de Unamuno, 1936, 6. I adopted the use of the term from Unamuno and have been studying the phenomenon of character-rooted necrophilia since about 1961.7. My theoretical concepts were gained mainly by observation of persons in analysis. 8. The study of certain historical personalities, Hitler, for example, and the observation of individuals and of the character and behavior of social classes offered additional data for the analysis of the necrophilic character. But as much as my clinical observations influenced me, I believe the decisive impulse came from Freud's theory of the life and the death instincts. I had been deeply impressed by his concept that the striving for life and the striving for destruction were the two most fundamental forces within man, but I could not reconcile myself to Freud's theoretical explanation. Yet Freud's idea guided me to see clinical data in a new light and to reformulate and thus to preserve Freud's concept on a different theoretical basis and based on clinical data which, as I shall show later, link up with Freud's earlier findings on the anal character. Necrophilia in the characterological sense can be described as the passionate attraction to all that is dead, decayed, putrid, sickly. It is the passion to transform that which is alive into something unalive, to destroy for the sake of destruction, the exclusive interest in all that is purely mechanical. It is the passion to tear apart living structures. Necrophilic dreams. The attraction to what is dead and putrid can be observed most clearly in the dreams of necrophilous persons. Dream 1. I find myself sitting on the toilet, I have diarrhea and defecate with an explosive force which sounds as if a bomb had exploded and the house might collapse. I want to take a bath, but when I try to turn on the water I discover that the tub is already filled with dirty water. I see feces together with a cut-off leg and arm floating in the water. The dreamer was an intensely necrophilous person who had had a number of similar dreams. When the analyst asked the dreamer what his feelings were in the dream about what was going on, he reported that he did not feel the situation to be frightening, but that it embarrassed him to tell the dream to the analyst. This dream shows several elements characteristic of necrophilia, among which the theme of dismembered parts of the body is the most obvious. In addition, there is the close connection between necrophilia and analy, to be discussed later, and the theme of destruction. If we translate from symbolic to clear language, the dreamer feels that he wants to destroy the whole building by the force of his elimination. Dream 2. I am going to visit a friend. I walk in the direction of his house, which is well known to me. Suddenly the scene shifts. I am in a kind of dry, desert-like scenery, no plants or trees. I still seem to be trying to find my friend's house, but the only house in sight is a peculiar building which does not have any windows. I enter through a small door. When I close it I hear a peculiar noise, as if the door had been locked, not just shut. I try the doorknob and cannot open it. With great anxiety I walk through a very narrow corridor. In fact it is so low that I have to crawl and find myself in a large, oval, darkened room. It looks like a big vault. When I get accustomed to the dark I see a number of skeletons lying on the ground and I know that this is my grave. I wake up with a feeling of panic. This dream hardly requires any interpretation. The vault is a tomb and simultaneously symbolizes the womb. The house of the friend is a symbol of life. Instead of walking toward life, to visit a friend, the dreamer walks toward a place of the dead. The desert-like scenery and the tomb are symbols of the dead. By itself, such a dream is not necessarily indicative of necrophilia, it might be nothing but the symbolic expression of the fear of dying. But it is different if, as was the case with this dreamer, he has many dreams in which he sees tombs, mummies, skeletons. In other words, when the imagination of his dream life is mainly occupied with visions from the world of the dead. Dream 3. This is a short dream of a woman suffering from a severe depression. I am defecating, it goes on and on, until the excrement goes beyond the toilet seat, begins to fill the bathroom, rises higher and higher. I am drowning in it. 9. At this moment I wake up with unspeakable horror. For this person the whole of life has been transformed into dirt, she can produce nothing but dirt, her world becomes dirt, and her death is the final union with dirt. We find the same theme in the myth of Midas. Everything he touches is transformed into gold symbolically, as Freud has shown, dirt or feces. 10. Dream 4. The following is a dream of Albert Speer, September 12, 1962, during the years of his life in the Spandau prison. Hitler is to come for an inspection. I, at the time still a minister of state, take a broom in my hands to help sweep up the dirt in the factory. After the inspection I find myself in his car, trying vainly to put my arm into the sleeve of my jacket which I had taken off while sweeping. My hand lands again and again in the pocket. Our drive ends at a large square surrounded by government buildings. On one side is a war memorial. Hitler approaches it and lays down a wreath. We enter the marble vestibule of one of the government buildings. Hitler says to his adjutant, "Where are the wreaths?" The adjutant to an officer, "As you know, he now lays wreaths everywhere." The officer is wearing a light-colored, almost white uniform made of some sort of glove leather. Over the jacket he wears, as though he were an altar boy, a loose garment decorated with lace and embroidery. The wreath arrives. Hitler steps toward the right of the hall where there is another memorial with many wreaths already at its base. He kneels, and begins to intone a plaintive melody in the style of a Gregorian chant, in which is repeated again and again a long drawn-out Jesus Maria. Numerous other memorial plaques line the walls of this long, high-ceilinged, marble hall. Hitler, in an ever faster sequence, lays wreath after wreath, which are handed to him by the busy adjutants. His plaintive tones become more and more monotonous, the row of memorial plaques seems to be endless. 11. This dream is interesting for many reasons. It is one of those in which the dreamer expresses his insight into another person rather than his own feelings and desires. 12. These insights are sometimes more precise than the dreamer's conscious impression of another person. In this case, Speer clearly expresses in a Chaplinesque style his view of Hitler's necrophilous character. He sees him as a man who devotes all his time to paying homage to death, but in a very peculiar way his actions are entirely mechanical, leaving no room for feelings. The wreath-laying becomes an organizational ritual to the point of absurdity. In juxtaposition, the same Hitler, having returned to the religious belief of his childhood, is completely immersed in the intonation of plaintive tones. The dream ends by stressing the monotony and the mechanized manner of his grief ritual. In the beginning of the dreamer brings to life a situation out of reality, from the time when he is still a minister of state and a very active man who does things himself. Perhaps the dirt he is sweeping is a symbolic expression of the dirt of the Nazi regime. His inability to put his arm into the jacket sleeve is most likely a symbolic expression of his feeling that he cannot participate further in the system. This forms the transition to the main part of the dream, in which he recognizes that all that is left are the dead and the necrophilous, mechanical, boring Hitler. Dream 5. I have made a great invention, the Super Destroyer. It is a machine which, if one secret button is pushed that I alone know, can destroy all life in North America within the first hour, and within the next hour all life on Earth. I alone, knowing the formula of the chemical substance, can protect myself. Next scene. I have pushed the button, I notice no more life, I am alone, I feel exuberant. This dream is an expression of pure destructiveness in an extremely narcissistic person, unrelated to others and with no need of anyone. This was a recurrent dream with this person, together with other necrophilous dreams. He was suffering from severe mental sickness. Dream 6. I am invited to a party with many young men and women. We are all dancing. But something strange is going on, the rhythm becomes slower and slower, and it seems that soon nobody will move any more. At this moment an oversized couple enter the room. It seems they have a great deal of equipment in two big cartons. They approach the first dancing couple. The man takes a big knife and cuts the boy in his back. Strangely, no blood flows and the boy does not seem to feel any pain. The tall man then takes something I cannot see, like a little box, and puts it into the boy's back. It is very small. He then puts a kind of small key, or perhaps a button, into the little box, but in such a way that the boy can touch it, and makes a movement as if he were winding a watch. While the tall man was doing this with the boy, his partner performed the same operation on the girl. When they have finished, the young couple continue dancing, but fast and energetically. The tall couple perform the same operation on the other 9 couples present, and after they leave everybody seems to be in an excited and happy mood. The meaning of the dream is rather clear when we translate it from symbolic into plain language. The dreamer feels that life is slowly ebbing, that its energy is spent. But a gadget can become a substitute. Persons, like clocks, can be wound up, and they will then appear to be intensely alive, although in fact they will have become automatons. The dreamer is a young man of 19, studying engineering and completely absorbed in all that is technical. Had he only had this one dream, it might be thought an expression of his technical interests. He had, however, many dreams in which the other aspects of necrophilia are present. The dream was not essentially a reflection of his professional interests. His professional interests are, rather, a reflection of his necrophilous orientation. Dream 7. This dream of a successful professional is particularly interesting because it illustrates a point concerning the necrophilous character of modern technique that will be discussed further on. I am slowly approaching the entrance of a cavern and can already see something in it that impresses me greatly. Inside are two humanized swine manipulating a small old wagon of the kind used in mines. They place it on the rails that go into the interior of the cavern. Inside the little wagon I see normal human beings. They seem to be dead, but I know that they are asleep. I do not know whether this is another dream or the continuation of the previous one. I believe I woke up, but am not sure. The beginning is the same. I am once more approaching the entrance to a cavern. I leave the sun and the blue sky behind. I go in deeper and see a very intense glow at the end. When I arrive there I marvel at the sight of an extraordinarily modern city. Everything is full of light, which I now know is artificial by electricity. The city is made completely of steel and glass. The future. I continue walking and suddenly realize that I have seen no one, no animal or person. I now find myself before a large machine, a sort of enormous, very modern electric transformer connected to numerous thick cables, like high-tension cables. They look like black hoses. The thought comes to me that these cables are conducting blood. I feel very excited, and find an object in my trouser pocket which I immediately recognize. It is a small pocket knife my father gave me when I was about 12 years old. I approach the machine and make a cut in one of the cables with my little knife. Suddenly something spurts out, and I get soaked by it. It is blood. I awaken in great anxiety and am sweating. After having related his dream, the dreamer added, "I do not understand the machine and the blood very well, but here blood substitutes electricity, both being energy. I do not know why I think of it like this. Perhaps I think that the machine takes blood out of men. This, as in the case of Speer's dream, is not the dream of a necrophilus, but of a biophilus person who recognizes the necrophilus character of the contemporary world. The cavern, as so often, is a symbol of the dead, like a tomb. The cavern is a mine, and the people working there are swine, or dead. The knowledge that they are not really dead is a correction out of an awareness of reality that sometimes enters into dream imagery. The meaning is, this is a place of degraded and corpse-like men. This scene of the first act of the dream plays in an older stage of industrial development. The second act plays in the fully developed cybernetic age of the future. The beautiful modern city is dead. There are no animals, no persons. A powerful technique sucks the life, blood, out of man and transforms it into electricity. When the dreamer tries to cut the electric cables, perhaps to destroy them, he is soaked by the blood spurting out as if he were committing a murder. In his sleep the dreamer has a vision of the deadness of totally technicized society with a clarity and artistic sense that we might find in Blake or in a surrealist painting. Yet when he is awake he knows little of what he knows when he is not exposed to the noise of common nonsense. Unintended necrophilic actions. Dreams are one of the most explicit expressions of necrophilous strivings, but by no means the only one. Sometimes necrophilic trends can be expressed in marginal, unintended insignificant actions, the psychopathology of everyday life, which Freud interpreted as an expression of repressed strivings. Here is an example taken from a very complex personality, that of Winston Churchill. The incident was the following: Field Marshal Sir Alan F. Brooke, Chief of the Imperial Staff, and Churchill were having lunch together in North Africa during World War II. It was a hot day and there were many flies. Churchill killed as many as he could, as most people would probably have done. But then he did something bizarre. Sir Alan reports a feeling of being shocked. Toward the end of the lunch he collected all the dead flies and lined them up in a row on the tablecloth, acting like an aristocratic hunter whose men line up all the animals taken, for his gratification. Viscount Alan Brooke, 1957, 13. If one were to explain Churchill's behavior as just a habit, the question would remain, what does this rather unusual habit mean? Although it seems to express a necrophilous trend, this does not necessarily imply that Churchill had a necrophilous character, but he might well have had a strong necrophilous streak. Churchill's character is much too complex to be discussed in a few pages. I have mentioned this behavior of Churchill because it is well authenticated and because his personality is well known. Similar marginal behavioral details can be observed in many people. One of the most frequent is the habit of some persons to break and mutilate small things like matches or flowers. Some hurt themselves by picking at wounds. The tendency is expressed more drastically when people injure something beautiful like a building, a piece of furniture, and in extreme cases slash a painting in a museum, or inflict wounds on themselves. Another illustration of necrophilous behavior can be found in people, especially medical students and physicians, who are especially attracted by skeletons. Such an attraction is usually explained by their professional interests, but the following report from psychoanalytic data shows that this is not always so. A medical student who had a skeleton in his bedroom told the analyst after some time and with great embarrassment that he often took the skeleton into his bed, embraced it, and sometimes kissed it. This same person showed a number of other necrophilous traits. Another manifestation of the necrophilous character is the conviction that the only way to solve a problem or a conflict is by force and violence. The question involved is not whether force should be used under certain circumstances. What is characteristic for the necrophile is that force, as Simone Weil said, the power to transform a man into a corpse, is the first and the last solution for everything, that the Gordian knot must always be cut and never dissolved patiently. Basically, these persons' answer to life's problems is destruction, never sympathetic effort, construction, or example. Theirs is the Queen's answer in Alice in Wonderland, off with their heads. Motivated by this impulse, they usually fail to see other options that require no destruction, nor do they recognize how futile has force often proved to be in the long run. We find the classic expression for this attitude in King Solomon's judgment in the case of the two women who both claimed a child as her own. When the king proposes to divide the child, the true mother prefers to allow the other woman to have it. The woman who pretends to be the mother chooses to divide. Her solution is the typical decision of a necrophilious, property-obsessed person. A somewhat less drastic expression of necrophilia is a marked interest in sickness in all its forms, as well as in death. An example is the mother who is always interested in her child's sicknesses, his failures, and makes dark prognoses for the future. At the same time, she is unimpressed by a favorable change. She does not respond to the child's joy or enthusiasm, and she will not notice anything new that is growing within him. She does not harm the child in any obvious way, yet she may slowly strangle his joy of life, his faith in growth, and eventually she will infect him with her own necrophilous orientation. Anyone who has occasion to listen to conversations of people of all social classes from middle age onward will be impressed by the extent of their talk about the sicknesses and death of other people. To be sure, there are a number of factors responsible for this. For many people, especially those with no outside interests, sickness and death are the only dramatic elements in their lives. It is one of the few subjects about which they can talk, aside from events in the family. But granting all this, there are many persons for whom these explanations do not suffice. They can usually be recognized by the animation and excitement that comes over them when they talk about sickness or other sad events like death, financial troubles, and so forth. The necrophilous person's particular interest in the dead is often shown not only in his conversation but in the way he reads the newspapers. He is most interested and hence reads first the death notices and obituaries. He also likes to talk about death from various aspects: what people died of, under what conditions, who died recently, who is likely to die, and so on. He likes to go to funeral parlors and cemeteries and usually does not miss an occasion to do so when it is socially opportune. It is easy to see that this affinity for burials and cemeteries is only a somewhat attenuated form of the more gross manifest interest in morgues and graves described earlier. A somewhat less easily identifiable trait of the necrophilous person is the particular kind of lifelessness in his conversation. This is not a matter of what the conversation is about. A very intelligent, erudite necrophilous person may talk about things that would be very interesting were it not for the way in which he presents his ideas. He remains stiff, cold, aloof, his presentation of the subject is pedantic and lifeless. On the other hand, the opposite character type, the life-loving person, may talk of an experience that in itself is not particularly interesting, but there is life in the way he presents it, he is stimulating, that is why one listens with interest and pleasure. The necrophilous person is a wet blanket and a joy killer in a group, he is boring rather than animating, he deadens everything and makes people feel tired, in contrast to the biophilous person who makes people feel more alive. Still another dimension of necrophilous reactions is the attitude toward the past and property. For the necrophilous character only the past is experienced as quite real, not the present or the future. What has been, i.e., what is dead, rules his life, institutions, laws, property, traditions, and possessions. Briefly, things rule man, having rules being, the dead rule the living. In the necrophile's thinking personal, philosophical, and political, the past is sacred, nothing new is valuable, drastic change is a crime against the natural order. 14. Another aspect of necrophilia is the relation to color. The necrophilous person generally has a predilection for dark, light-absorbing colors, such as black or brown, and a dislike for bright, radiant colors. 15. One can observe this preference in their dress or in the colors they choose if they paint. Of course, in cases when dark clothes are worn out of tradition, the color has no significance in relation to character. As we have already seen in the clinical material above, the necrophilous person is characterized by a special affinity to bad odors, originally the odor of decaying or putrid flesh. This is indeed the case with many such persons, and it manifests itself in two forms. 1. The frank enjoyment of bad odors. Such people are attracted by the smell of feces, urine, or decay, and they tend to frequent smelly toilets. 2. The more frequent form, the repression of the desire to enjoy bad odors. This form leads to the reaction formation of wanting to get rid of a bad odor that in reality does not exist. This is similar to the overcleanliness of the anal character. Whether of the one form or the other, the necrophilic persons are concerned with bad odors. As noted earlier, their fascination with bad odors frequently gives such persons the appearance of being sniffers. H. von Hentig, 1964. Not infrequently the sniffing tendency even shows in their facial expression. Many necrophilous individuals give the impression of constantly smelling a bad odor. Anybody who studies the many pictures of Hitler, for instance, can easily discover the sniffing expression in his face. This expression is not always present in necrophiles, but when it is one of the most reliable criteria of such a passion. Another characteristic element in the facial expression is the necrophile's incapacity to laugh. His laughter is actually a kind of smirk, it is unalive and lacks the liberating and joyous quality of normal laughter. In fact, it is not only the absence of the capacity for free laughter that is characteristic of the necrophile, but the general immobility and lack of expression in his face. While watching television, one can sometimes observe a speaker whose face remains completely unmoved while he is speaking. He grins only at the beginning or the end of his speech when, according to American custom, he knows that he is expected to smile. Such persons cannot talk and smile at the same time, because they can direct their attention only to the one or the other activity. Their smile is not spontaneous but planned, like the unspontaneous gestures of a poor actor. The skin is often indicative of necrophiles, it gives the impression of being lifeless, dry, sallow. When we sense sometimes that a person has a dirty face, we are not claiming that the face is unwashed, but are responding to the particular quality of a necrophilous expression. The necrophilic's language. The language of the necrophilous person is characterized by the predominant use of words referring to destruction and to feces and toilets. While the use of the word should has become very widespread today, it is nevertheless not difficult to discern people whose favorite word it is, far beyond its current frequency. An example is a 22-year-old man for whom everything was shitty: life, people, ideas, and nature. The same young man said proudly of himself, "I am an artist of destruction." We found many examples of necrophilous language while analyzing the answers to the questionnaire addressed to German workers and employees mentioned earlier, in Chapter 2 and in Chapter 8. The answers to one question, "What is your opinion about women's using lipstick and makeup?" 16 provides an illustration. Many respondents answered, "It is bourgeois, or unnatural, or not hygienic." They simply answered in terms of the prevalent ideology. But a minority gave such answers as "it is poisonous," or "it makes women look like whores." The use of these realistically unwarranted terms was highly indicative of their character structure. Almost invariably, the respondents who used these words showed a destructive trend in most other answers. In order to test the validity of the hypothesis about necrophilia, Michael Maccoby and I designed an interpretative questionnaire basically on the lines of the one used in the Frankfurt study, but with fixed, rather than open-ended questions, 12 in all. Some referred to attitudes typical of the anal hoarding character, while others referred to the necrophilous characteristics I have described thus far. Maccoby applied the questionnaire to samples of people in 6 very different populations, as to class, race, and education. Space does not permit going into the details of the method or of the results obtained. Suffice it to say that analysis established: 1. The presence of a necrophilous syndrome, confirming the theoretical model; 2. That life-loving and necrophilous tendencies could be measured; 3. That these tendencies were, in fact, significantly correlated with socio-political concerns. On the basis of an interpretative analysis of the questionnaires, we judge that about 10 to 15% of the samples interviewed would be dominantly necrophilous. Interviewers noted a sterility about many such people and their houses. They live in a deadened, joyless atmosphere. M. Maccoby, 1972. The study asked the respondents a number of questions that permitted correlating their political opinions to their character. I refer the reader to the great many data in Maccoby's paper. I shall mention here only the following. In all of the samples, we found that anti-life tendencies were significantly correlated to political positions that supported increased military power and favored repression against dissenters. The following priorities were considered most important by individuals who have dominant anti-life tendencies: tighter control of rioters, tighter enforcement of anti-drug laws, winning the war in Vietnam, controlling subversive groups, strengthening the police, and fighting communism throughout the world. M. Maccoby, 1972. The connection between necrophilia and the worship of technique. Lewis Mumford has shown the connection between destructiveness and power-centered megamachines as they existed in Mesopotamia and Egypt some 5,000 years ago, societies that have, as he has pointed out, much in common with the megamachines of Europe and North America today. He writes, "Conceptually, the instruments of mechanization 5,000 years ago were already detached from other human functions and purposes than the constant increase of order, power, predictability, and above all, control. With this proto-scientific ideology went a corresponding regimentation and degradation of once autonomous human activities. Mass culture and mass control made their first appearance. With mordant symbolism, the ultimate products of the megamachine in Egypt were colossal tombs, inhabited by mummified corpses, while later in Assyria, as repeatedly in every other expanding empire, the chief testimony to its technical efficiency was a waste of destroyed villages and cities, and poisoned soils, the prototype of similar civilized atrocities today." L. Mumford, 1967. Let us begin with the consideration of the simplest and most obvious characteristics of contemporary industrial man: the stifling of his focal interest in people, nature, and living structures, together with the increasing attraction of mechanical, non-alive artifacts. Examples abound. All over the industrialized world there are men who feel more tender toward, and are more interested in, their automobiles than their wives. They are proud of their car, they cherish it, they wash it, even many of those who could pay to have this job done, and in some countries many give it a loving nickname. They observe it and are concerned at the slightest symptom of a dysfunction. To be sure, a car is not a sexual object, but it is an object of love. Life without a car seems to some more intolerable than life without a woman. Is this attachment to automobiles not somewhat peculiar, or even perverse? Or another example, taking pictures. Anyone who has the occasion to observe tourists or maybe to observe himself can discover that taking pictures has become a substitute for seeing. Of course, you have to look in order to direct your lens to the desired object, then you push the button, the film is processed and taken home. But looking is not seeing. Seeing is a human function, one of the greatest gifts with which man is endowed. It requires activity, inner openness, interest, patience, concentration. Taking a snapshot, the aggressive expression is significant, means essentially to transform the act of seeing into an object, the picture to be shown later to friends as a proof that you have been there. The same is the case with those music lovers for whom listening to music is only the pretext for experimenting with the technical qualities of their record players or high-fidelity sets and the particular technical improvements they have added. Listening to music has been transformed for them into studying the product of high technical performance. Another example is the gadgeteer, the person who is intent on replacing every application of human effort with a handy, work-saving contraption. Among such people may be numbered the sales personnel who make even the simplest addition by machine, as well as people who refuse to walk even a block, but will automatically take the car. And many of us probably know of home workshop gadget makers who construct mechanically operated devices that by the mere press of a button or flick of a switch can start a fountain, or swing open a door, or set off even more impractical, often absurd, Rube Goldberg contrivances. It should be clear that in speaking of this kind of behavior I do not imply that using an automobile, or taking pictures, or using gadgets is in itself a manifestation of necrophilous tendencies. But it assumes this quality when it becomes a substitute for interest in life and for exercising the rich functions with which the human being is endowed. I also do not imply that the engineer who is passionately interested in the construction of machines of all kinds shows, for this reason, a necrophilous tendency. He may be a very productive person with great love of life that he expresses in his attitude toward people, toward nature, toward art, and in his constructive technical ideas. I am referring, rather, to those individuals whose interest in artifacts has replaced their interest in what is alive and who deal with technical matters in a pedantic and unalive way. The necrophilous quality of these phenomena becomes more clearly visible if we examine the more direct evidence of the fusion of technique and destructiveness of which our epoch offers so many examples. The overt connection between destruction and the worship of technique found its first explicit and eloquent expression in F.T. Marinetti, the founder and leader of Italian Futurism and a lifelong fascist. His first Futurist Manifesto, 1909, proclaims the ideals that were to find their full realization in National Socialism and in the methods used in warfare beginning with the Second World War. 17 His remarkable sensitivity as an artist enabled him to give expression to a powerful trend that was hardly visible at the time. We intend to sing the love of danger, the habit of energy and fearlessness. Courage, audacity, and revolt will be essential elements of our poetry. Up to now literature has exalted a pensive immobility, ecstasy, and sleep. We intend to exalt aggressive action, a feverish insomnia, the racer stride, the moral leap, the punch, and the slap. We say that the world's magnificence has been enriched by a new beauty, the beauty of speed. A racing car whose hood is adorned with great pipes, like serpents of explosive breath. A roaring car that semis to ride on grapeshot is more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace. We shall sing a hymn to the man at the wheel, who hurls the lance of his spirit across the earth, along the circle of its orbit. The poet must spend himself with ardor, splendor, and generosity, to swell the enthusiastic fervor of the primordial elements. Except in struggle, there is no more beauty. No work without an aggressive character can be a masterpiece. Poetry must be conceived as a violent attack on unknown forces, to reduce and prostrate them before man. We stand on the last promontory of the centuries. Why should we look back, when what we want is to break down the mysterious doors of the impossible? Time and space died yesterday. We already live in the absolute, because we have created eternal, omnipresent speed. We will glorify war, the world's only hygiene, militarism, patriotism, the destructive gesture of freedom bringers, beautiful ideas worth dying for, and scorn for woman. We will destroy the museums, libraries, academies of every kind, will fight moralism, feminism, every opportunistic or utilitarian cowardice. We will sing of great crowds excited by work, by pleasure, and by riot. We will sing of the multicolored, polyphonic tides of revolution in the modern capitals. We will sing of the vibrant nightly fervor of arsenals and shipyards blazing with violent electric moons, greedy railway stations that devour smoke-plumed serpents, factories hung on clouds by the crooked lines of their smoke, bridges that stride the rivers like giant gymnasts, flashing in the sun with a glitter of knives, adventurous steamers that sniff the horizon, deep-chested locomotives whose wheels paw the tracks like the hooves of enormous steel horses bridled by tubing, and the sleek flight of planes whose propellers chatter in the wind like banners and seem to cheer like an enthusiastic crowd. R. W. Flint, 1971. Italics added. Here we see the essential elements of necrophilia, worship of speed and the machine, poetry as a means of attack, glorification of war, destruction of culture, hate against women, locomotives and airplanes as living forces. The Second Futurist Manifesto, 1916, develops the idea of the new religion of speed. Speed, having as its essence the intuitive synthesis of every force in movement, is naturally pure. Slowness, having as its essence the rational analysis of every exhaustion in repose, is naturally unclean. After the destruction of the antique good and the antique evil, we create a new good, speed, and a new evil, slowness. Speed equals synthesis of every courage in action. Aggressive and warlike. Slowness equals analysis of every stagnant prudence. Passive and pacifistic. If prayer means communication with the divinity, running at high speed is a prayer. Holiness of wheels and rails. One must kneel on the tracks to pray to the divine velocity. One must kneel before the whirling speed of a gyroscope compass, 20,000 revolutions per minute, the highest mechanical speed reached by man. The intoxication of great speeds in cars is nothing but the joy of feeling oneself fused with the only divinity. Sportsmen are the first catechumens of this religion. Forthcoming destruction of houses and cities, to make way for great meeting places for cars and planes. R. W. Flint, 1971. Italics added. It has been said that Marinity was a revolutionary, that he broke with the past, that he opened the doors to a vision of a new world of Nietzschean supermen, that together with Picasso and Apollinaire, he was one of the most important forces in modern art. Let me answer that his revolutionary ideas place him close to Mussolini, and still closer to Hitler. It is precisely this blending of rhetorical professions of a revolutionary spirit, the worship of technique, and the aims of destruction that characterize Nazism. Mussolini and Hitler were, perhaps, rebels, Hitler more than Mussolini, but they were not revolutionaries. They had no genuinely creative ideas, nor did they accomplish any significant changes that benefited man. They lacked the essential criterion of the revolutionary spirit, love of life, the desire to serve its unfolding and growth, and a passion for independence. 18. The fusion of technique and destructiveness was not yet visible in the First World War. There was little destruction by planes, and the tank was only a further evolution of traditional weapons. The Second World War brought about a decisive change, the use of the airplane for mass killing. 19. The men dropping the bombs were hardly aware that they were killing or burning to death thousands of human beings in a few minutes. The aircrews were a team, one man piloted the plane, another navigated it, another dropped the bombs. They were not concerned with killing and were hardly aware of an enemy. They were concerned with the proper handling of their complicated machine along the lines laid down in meticulously organized plans. That as the result of their acts many thousands, and sometimes over 100,000 people, would be killed, burnt, and maimed was of course known to them cerebrally, but hardly comprehended effectively. It was, paradoxical as this may sound, none of their concern. It is probably for this reason that they, or at least most of them, did not feel guilty for acts that belong to the most horrible a human being can perform. Modern aerial warfare destruction follows the principle of modern technical production 20, in which both the worker and the engineer are completely alienated from the product of their work. They perform technical tasks in accordance with the general plan of management, but often do not even see the finished product. Even if they do, it is none of their concern or responsibility. They are not supposed to ask themselves whether it is a useful or a harmful product. This is a matter for management to decide. As far as the latter is concerned, however, useful simply means profitable and has no reference to the real use of the product. In war, profitable means all that serves the defeat of the enemy, and often the decision as to what is profitable in this sense is based on data as vague as those that led to the construction of Ford's Edsel. For the engineer as well as for the pilot, it is enough to know the decisions of management, and he is not supposed to question them, nor is he interested in doing so. Whether it is a matter of killing 100,000 people in Dresden or Hiroshima, or of devastating the land and people of Vietnam, it is not up to him to worry about the military or moral justification of the orders. His only task is to serve his machine properly. One might object to this interpretation by stressing the fact that soldiers have always owed unquestioning obedience to orders. This is true enough, but the objection ignores the important difference between the ground soldiers and the bomber pilot. The former is close to the destruction caused by his weapons, and he does not, by a single act, cause the destruction of large masses of human beings whom he has never seen. The most one could say is that traditional army discipline and feelings of patriotic duty will also, in the case of pilots, increase the readiness for unquestioning execution of orders, but this does not seem to be the main point, as it undoubtedly is for the average soldier who fights on the ground. These pilots are highly trained, technically minded people who hardly need this additional motivation to do their job properly and without hesitation. Even the mass murder of the Jews by the Nazis was organized like a production process, although the mass killing in the gas chambers did not require a high degree of technical sophistication. At one end of the process, the victims were selected in accordance with the criterion of their capability for doing useful work. Those who did not fall into this category were led into the chambers and told that it was for a hygienic purpose. The gas was let in, clothes and other useful objects such as hair, gold teeth, were removed from the bodies, sorted out and recycled, and the corpses were burned. The victims were processed methodically, efficiently. The executioners did not have to see the agony. They participated in the economic political program of the Führer, but were one step removed from direct and immediate killing with their own hands. 21 No doubt, to harden one's heart against being touched by the fate of human beings whom one has seen and selected, and who are to be murdered only a few hundred yards away within the hour, requires a much more thorough hardening than is the case with the aircrews who drop bombs. But in spite of this difference, the fact remains that the two situations have a very important element in common: the technicalization of destruction, and with it the removal of the full effective recognition of what one is doing. Once this process has been fully established, there is no limit to destructiveness, because nobody destroys, one only serves the machine for programmed, hence, apparently rational purposes. If these considerations regarding the technical bureaucratic nature of modern large-scale destructiveness are correct, do they not lead to the repudiation of my central hypothesis concerning the necrophilous nature of the spirit of total technique? Do we not have to admit that contemporary technical man is not motivated by a passion for destruction, but would be more properly described as a totally alienated man whose dominant orientation is cerebral, who feels little love but also little desire to destroy, who has become, in a characterological sense, an automaton, but not a destroyer? This is not an easy question to answer. To be sure, in Marinity, in Hitler, in thousands of members of the Nazi and Stalinist secret police, guards in concentration camps, members of execution commandos, the passion to destroy is the dominant motivation. But were they not perhaps old-fashioned types? Are we justified in interpreting the spirit of the technotronic society as necrophilous? In order to answer these questions, some other problems need to be clarified which I have left out of this presentation thus far. The first is the connection between the anal hoarding character and necrophilia. The clinical data and the examples of the dreams of necrophiles have illustrated the marked presence of anal character traits. The concern with the process of elimination and with feces is, as we saw, the symbolic expression of the interest in all that is decayed or putrid, all that is not alive. However, while the normal anal hoarding character is lacking in aliveness, he is not necrophilous. Freud and his co-workers went a step further. They discovered that sadism was often a byproduct of the anal character. This is not always the case, but it occurs in those people who are most hostile and more narcissistic than the average hoarding character. But even the sadists are still with others. They want to control, but not to destroy them. Those in whom even this perverse kind of relatedness is lacking, who are still more narcissistic and more hostile, are the necrophiles. Their aim is to transform all that is alive into dead matter. They want to destroy everything and everybody, often even themselves. Their enemy is life itself. This hypothesis suggests that the development, normal anal character, sadistic character, necrophilous character is determined by the increase of narcissism, unrelatedness, and destructiveness. In this continuum there are innumerable shadings between the two poles, and that necrophilia can be described as the malignant form of the anal character. If this notion of the close connection between the anal character and necrophilia were as simple as I have described it in this schematic presentation, it would be neat enough to be theoretically satisfying. But the connections are by no means so neat. The anal character that was typical of the 19th century middle class is becoming increasingly less frequent among the sector of the population that is fully integrated into the economically most advanced forms of production. Point 22. While statistically speaking the phenomenon of total alienation probably does not yet exist in the majority of the American population, it is characteristic of the sector that is most indicative of the direction in which the whole society is moving. In fact, the character of the new type of man does not seem to fit into any of the older categories, such as the oral, anal, or genital characters. I have tried to understand this new type as a marketing character. Fromm, 1947a. For the marketing character, everything is transformed into a commodity, not only things, but the person himself, his physical energy, his skills, his knowledge, his opinions, his feelings, even his smiles. This character type is a historically new phenomenon because it is the product of a fully developed capitalism that is centered around the market, the commodity market, the labor market, and the personality market, and whose principle it is to make a profit by favorable exchange. Point 23. The anal character, like the oral or genital, belongs to a period before total alienation has fully developed. These character types are possible as long as there is real sensuous experience of one's body, its functions, and its products. Cybernetic man is so alienated that he experiences his body only as an instrument for success. His body must look youthful and healthy. It is experienced narcissistically as a most precious asset on the personality market. At this point we return to the question that led to this detour. Is necrophilia really characteristic for man in the second half of the 20th century in the United States and in other equally highly developed capitalist or state capitalist societies? This new type of man, after all, is not interested in feces or corpses. In fact, he is so phobic toward corpses that he makes them look more alive than the person was when living. This does not seem to be a reaction formation, but rather a part of the whole orientation that denies natural, not man-made reality. But he does something much more drastic. He turns his interest away from life, persons, nature, ideas, in short from everything that is alive. He transforms all life into things, including himself and the manifestations of his human faculties of reason, seeing, hearing, tasting, loving. Sexuality becomes a technical skill, the love machine. Feelings are flattened and sometimes substituted for by sentimentality, joy, the expression of intense aliveness, is replaced by fun or excitement, and whatever love and tenderness man has is directed toward machines and gadgets. The world becomes a sum of lifeless artifacts, from synthetic food to synthetic organs. The whole man becomes part of the total machinery that he controls and is simultaneously controlled by. He has no plan, no goal for life, except doing what the logic of technique determines him to do. He aspires to make robots as one of the greatest achievements of his technical mind, and some specialists assure us that the robot will hardly be distinguished from living men. This achievement will not seem so astonishing when man himself is hardly distinguishable from a robot. The world of life has become a world of no life, persons have become non-persons, a world of death. Death is no longer symbolically expressed by unpleasant-smelling feces or corpses. Its symbols are now clean, shining machines. Men are not attracted to smelly toilets, but to structures of aluminum and glass. 24 But the reality behind this antiseptic facade becomes increasingly visible. Man, in the name of progress, is transforming the world into a stinking and poisonous place, and this is not symbolic. He pollutes the air, the water, the soil, the animals, and himself. He is doing this to a degree that has made it doubtful whether the earth will still be livable within 100 years from now. He knows the facts, but in spite of many protesters, those in charge go on in the pursuit of technical progress and are willing to sacrifice all life in the worship of their idol. In earlier times men also sacrificed their children or war prisoners, but never before in history has man been willing to sacrifice all life to the Moloch, his own and that of all his descendants. It makes little difference whether he does it intentionally or not. If he had no knowledge of the possible danger, he might be acquitted from responsibility. But it is the necrophilous element in his character that prevents him from making use of the knowledge he has. The same is true for the preparation of nuclear war. The two superpowers are constantly increasing their capacities to destroy each other, and at least large parts of the human race with them. Yet they have not done anything serious to eliminate the danger, and the only serious thing would be the destruction of all nuclear weapons. In fact, those in charge were already close to using nuclear weapons several times and gambled with the danger. Strategic reasoning, for instance, Herman Kahn's On Thermonuclear War, 1960, calmly raises the question whether 50 million dead would still be acceptable. That this is the spirit of necrophilia can hardly be questioned. The phenomena about which there is so much indignation, drug addiction, crime, the cultural and spiritual decay, contempt for genuine ethical values, are all related to the growing attraction to death and dirt. How can one expect that the young, the poor, and those without hope would not be attracted to decay when it is promoted by those who direct the course of modern society? We must conclude that the lifeless world of total technicalization is only another form of the world of death and decay. This fact is not conscious to most, but to use an expression of Freud's, the repressed often returns, and the fascination with death and decay becomes as visible as in the malignant anal character. Thus far we have considered the connection, mechanical lifeless anal. But another connection can hardly fail to come to mind as we consider the character of the totally alienated, cybernetic man, his schizoid or schizophrenic qualities. Perhaps the most striking trait in him is the split between thought, affect, will. It was this split that had prompted E. Bleuler to choose the name schizophrenia from Greek schizo, to split, phrein, psyche for this type of illness. In the description of the cybernetic man we have already seen some illustration of this split, for instance in the bomber pilot's absence of affect, combined with the clear knowledge that he is killing 100,000 people by pushing a button. But we do not have to go to such extremes to observe this phenomenon. We have already described it in its more general manifestations. The cybernetic man is almost exclusively cerebrally oriented, he is a monocerebral man. His approach to the whole world around him and to himself is intellectual. He wants to know what things are, how they function and how they can be constructed or manipulated. This approach was fostered by science, and it has become dominant since the end of the Middle Ages. It is the very essence of modern progress, the basis of the technical domination of the world and of mass consumption. Is there anything ominous about this orientation? Indeed, it might seem that this aspect of progress is not ominous, were it not for some worrisome facts. In the first place, this monocerebral orientation is by no means only to be found in those who are engaged in scientific work. It is common to a vast part of the population: clerical workers, salesmen, engineers, physicians, managers, and especially many intellectuals and artists. 25 In fact, one may surmise, to most of the urban population. They all approach the world as a conglomerate of things to be understood in order to be used effectively. Second, and not less important, this cerebral intellectual approach goes together with the absence of an effective response. One might say feelings have withered, rather than that they are repressed. Inasmuch as they are alive, they are not cultivated, and are relatively crude. They take the form of passions, such as the passion to win, to prove superior to others, to destroy, or the excitement in sex, speed, and noise. One further factor must be added. The monocerebral man is characterized by another very significant feature, a special kind of narcissism that has as its object himself, his body, and his skill. In brief, himself as an instrument of success. The monocerebral man is so much part of the machinery that he has built, that his machines are just as much the object of his narcissism as he is himself. In fact, between the two exists a kind of symbiotic relationship, the union of one individual self with another self, or any other power outside of the own self, in such a way as to make each lose the integrity of its own self and to make them dependent on each other. Fromm, 1941a, 26 In a symbolic sense, it is not nature any more that is man's mother, but the second nature he has built, the machines that nourish and protect him. Another feature of the cybernetic man, his tendency to behave in a routinized, stereotyped, and unspontaneous manner, is to be found in a more drastic form in many schizophrenic obsessional stereotypes. The similarities between schizophrenic patients and monocerebral man are striking. Perhaps still more striking is the picture offered by another category not identical with yet related to schizophrenia, that of autistic children, first described by L. Kanner, 1944, and later elaborated by M.S. Mahler, 1968. See also L. Bender's discussion of schizophrenic children, 1942. Following Mahler's description of the autistic syndrome, these traits are most important. 1. A loss of that primordial differentiation between living and lifeless matter, that von Monaco called protodiacrisis, M.S. Mahler, 1968. 2. An attachment to lifeless objects, such as a chair or a toy, combined with the inability to relate to a living person, particularly their mothers, who often report that they cannot reach their children. 3. An obsessive drive for the observation of sameness, described by Kanner as a classical feature of infantile autism. 4. The intense desire to be left alone. The most striking feature in the autistic child is his spectacular struggle against any demand of social contact. M.S. Mahler, 1968. 5. The use of language, if they speak, for manipulative purposes, but not as a means of interpersonal communication. These autistic children, with signals and gestures, command the adult to serve as an executive extension of a semi-animate or inanimate mechanical kind, like a switch or a layer of a machine. M.S. Mahler, 1968. 6. Mahler mentions one further trait that is of special interest in view of my foregoing comments on the decreased significance of the anal complex in the monocerebral man. Most autistic children have a relatively low cathexis of their body surface, which accounts for their grossly deficient pain sensitivity. Along with this cathectic deficiency of the sensorium goes a lack of hierarchic stratification, of zonal libidinization and sequence. M.S. Mahler, 1968, 27. I refer especially to the lack of differentiation between living and lifeless matter, the unrelatedness to other people, the use of language for manipulation rather than for communication, the preponderant interest in the mechanical rather than the living. Striking as these similarities are, only extended studies could establish whether there is a form of mental pathology in adults which would correspond to that of the autistic child. It is perhaps less speculative to think about a connection of the functioning of cybernetic man and schizophrenic processes. But this constitutes an extremely difficult problem, for several reasons. 1. The definitions of schizophrenia differ tremendously among various psychiatric schools. They range from the traditional definition of schizophrenia as an organically caused illness, to the various definitions to some extent common to the school of Adolf Meyer, Sullivan, Lidge, to Fromm Reichmann, and to the more radical school of Lang, who do not define schizophrenia as an illness, but as a psychological process to be understood in terms of a response to the subtle and complex interpersonal relations operating since early childhood. As much as somatic changes can be discovered, Lang would explain them as results, not as causes of the interpersonal processes. 2. Schizophrenia is not one phenomenon, but the term comprises a number of different forms of disturbances so that, from E. Bleuler on, one speaks of schizophrenias, rather than of schizophrenia as one disease entity. 3. The dynamic investigation of schizophrenia is of a relatively recent date, and until more investigative work has been done our knowledge of the schizophrenias will remain very inadequate. One aspect of the problem which, I believe, is particularly in need of further elucidation is the connection between schizophrenia and other types of psychotic processes, especially those usually called endogenous depressions. To be sure, even an investigator as enlightened and advanced as Eugen Bleuler made a clear distinction between psychotic depression and schizophrenia, and it seems undeniable that the two processes by and large manifest themselves in two different forms, even though the need for many mixed labels combining schizophrenic, depressive, and paranoid features seems to make the distinction questionable. The question arises whether the two mental illnesses are not different forms of the same fundamental process, and on the other hand whether the differences among various kinds of schizophrenias are not sometimes greater than the difference between certain manifestations of the depressive and the schizophrenic processes, respectively. If that were so, we would also not have to be too much worried about an obvious contradiction between certain manifestations of the depressive and the schizophrenic processes, respectively. If that were so, we would also not have to be too much worried about an obvious contradiction between the assumption of schizophrenic elements in modern man and the diagnosis of chronic depression made earlier in connection with the analysis of boredom. We might hypothesize that neither label is fully adequate or that we may just forget about the labels. Point 28. It would indeed be surprising if the monocerebral cybernetic man did not offer a picture of low-grade chronic schizophrenic, to use the term for simplicity's sake, process. He lives in an atmosphere that is only quantitatively less than that shown by Lang and others in their presentation of schizogenetic, schizophrenia-producing, families. I believe that it is legitimate to speak of an insane society and of the problem of what happens to the sane man in such a society. E. Fromm, 1955a. If a society produced a majority of members who suffer from severe schizophrenia, it would undermine its own existence. The full-fledged schizophrenic person is characterized by the fact that he has cut off all relations with the world outside, he has withdrawn into his own private world, and the main reason he is considered severely sick is a social one: he does not function socially, he cannot take care of himself properly, he needs in some way or other the help of others. This is not entirely true, either, as experience has shown in all those places where chronic schizophrenics worked or took care of themselves, although with the help of certain people who arranged favorable conditions and at least some material contributions from the state. A society, not to speak of a large and complex one, could not be run by schizophrenic persons. Yet it can be very well managed by persons suffering from low-grade schizophrenia, who are perfectly capable of managing the things to be managed if a society is to function. Such people have not lost the capacity to look at the world realistically, provided we mean by this to conceive of things intellectually as they need to be conceived of in order to deal with them effectively. They may have lost entirely the capacity to experience things personally, i.e., subjectively, and with their hearts. The fully developed person can, for instance, see a rose and experience it as warming or even fiery. If he puts this experience into words, we call him a poet, but he also knows that the rose in the realm of physical reality does not warm as fire does. Modern man experiences the world only in terms of practical ends. But his defect is not smaller than that of the so-called sick person who cannot experience the world objectively, but who has retained the other human faculty of personal, subjective, symbolic experience. Spinoza, in his Ethics, was, I believe, the first one to express the concept of normal insanity. Many people are seized by one and the same affect with great consistency. All his senses are so strongly affected by one object that he believes this object to be present even if it is not. If this happens while the person is awake, the person is believed to be insane. But if the greedy person thinks only of money and possessions, the ambitious one only of fame, one does not think of them as being insane, but only as annoying. Generally one has contempt for them. But factually greediness, ambition, and so forth are forms of insanity, although usually one does not think of them as illness. B. de Spinoza, 1927. The change from the 17th century to our time becomes apparent in the fact that an attitude which Spinoza says one generally has contempt for is considered today not contemptuous but laudable. We must take one more step. The pathology of normalcy, E. Fromm, 1955a, rarely deteriorates to graver forms of mental illness because society produces the antidote against such deterioration. When pathological processes become socially patterned, they lose their individual character. On the contrary, the sick individual finds himself at home with all other similarly sick individuals. The whole culture is geared to this kind of pathology and arranges the means to give satisfactions which fit the pathology. The result is that the average individual does not experience the separateness and isolation the fully schizophrenic person feels. He feels at ease among those who suffer from the same deformation. In fact, it is the fully sane person who feels isolated in the insane society, and he may suffer so much from the incapacity to communicate that it is he who may become psychotic. In the context of this study, the crucial question is whether the hypothesis of a quasi-autistic or of low-grade schizophrenic disturbance would help us to explain some of the violence spreading today. We are here at the point of almost pure speculation, and further investigations and new data are needed. To be sure, in autism there is a good deal of destructiveness to be found, but we do not know yet where this category applies here. As far as schizophrenic processes are concerned, 50 years ago the answer would have seemed to be clear. It was generally assumed that schizophrenic patients are violent, and that for this reason they needed to be put in institutions from which they could not escape. The experiences with chronic schizophrenics working on farms or under their own management, as Lang arranged it in London, have demonstrated that the schizophrenic person is rarely violent when he is left in peace. 29. But the normal low-grade schizophrenic person is not left alone. He is pushed, interfered with, his extreme sensibilities are hurt, many times every day, so that indeed we could understand that this pathology of normalcy would engender destructiveness in many individuals. Least of all, of course, among those who are best adapted to the social system, and most of all with those who are neither socially rewarded nor have their place in a social structure meaningful to them, the poor, the black, the young, the unemployed. All these speculations on the connection between low-grade schizophrenic and autistic processes and destructiveness must be left unresolved at this point. Eventually the discussion will lead to the question whether there is any connection between certain kinds of schizophrenic processes and necrophilia. But on the basis of my knowledge and experience I cannot go further than to raise the question in the hope that it might stimulate others to further studies. We must be satisfied with stating that the atmospheres of family life which have proven to be schizogenic, resemble very closely the social atmosphere which engenders necrophilia. One word, however, must be added. A monocerebral orientation is incapable of visualizing aims which further the growth of a society's members and its own survival. To formulate these aims reason is required, and reason is more than mere intelligence. It develops only when the brain and the heart are united, when feeling and thinking are integrated, and when both are rational, in the sense proposed earlier. The loss of the ability to think in terms of constructive visions is in itself a severe threat to survival. If we stopped here, the picture would be incomplete and undialectical. Simultaneously with the increasing necrophilous development, the opposite trend, that of love of life, is also developing. It manifests itself in many forms, in the protest against the deadening of life, a protest by people among all social strata and age groups, but particularly by the young. There is hope in the rising protest against pollution and war, in the growing concern for the quality of life, in the attitude of many young professionals who prefer meaningful and interesting work to high income and prestige, in the widespread search for spiritual values, misguided and naive though it often is. This protest is also to be understood in the attraction to drugs among the young, despite their mistaken attempt to attain greater aliveness by using the methods of the consumer society. The anti-necrophilous tendencies have also manifested themselves in the many politico-human conversions that have taken place in connection with the Vietnam War. Such cases show that although the love for life can be deeply repressed, what is repressed is not dead. Love of life is so much a biologically given quality in man that one should assume that, aside from a small minority, it can always come to the fore, although usually only under special personal and historical circumstances. It can happen in the psychoanalytic process, too. Indeed, the presence and even the increase of anti-necrophilous tendencies is the one hope we have that the great experiment, Homo sapiens, will not fail. There is, I believe, no country where the chances for such reassertion of life are greater than in the technically most developed country, the United States, where the hope that more progress will bring happiness has been proved to be an illusion for most of those who have already had a chance to get a taste of the new paradise. Whether such a fundamental change will happen, nobody knows. The forces working against it are formidable and there is no reason for optimism. But I believe there is reason for hope. Hypothesis on incest and the Oedipus complex. As to the conditions that contribute to the development of necrophilia, our knowledge is still very limited and only further research will throw more light on this problem. We may safely assume that a very unalive, necrophilous family environment will often be a contributing factor in the formation of necrophilia. Lack of enlivening stimulation, the absence of hope, and a destructive spirit of the society as a whole are certainly of real significance for fostering necrophilia. That genetic factors play a role in the formation of necrophilia is, in my opinion, very likely. In the following I want to present a hypothesis concerning what I believe may be the earliest roots of necrophilia, a hypothesis that is speculative even though it is based on the observation of a number of cases and supported by ample material from the fields of myth and religion. I believe it to be of sufficient importance to be worthy of presentation, providing its tentative character is kept in mind. This hypothesis leads us to a phenomenon that seems, at first glance at least, to have little connection with necrophilia, the phenomenon of incest that has become so familiar through Freud's concept of the Oedipus complex. First we must take a brief look at the Freudian concept in order to lay the foundation for what follows. According to the classic concept, a little boy at the age of 5 or 6 chooses his mother as the first object of his sexual, phallic, desires, phallic stage. Given the family situation, this makes of his father a hated rival. Orthodox psychoanalysts have greatly overrated the little boy's hatred of the father. Statements like, "When father dies I will marry mother," attributed to little boys and often quoted as proof of their death wishes, are not to be taken literally, because at this age death is not yet fully experienced as a reality, but rather as an equivalent of being away. Furthermore, although some rivalry with father exists, the main source of deep antagonism lies in the rebellion of the boy against patriarchal, oppressive authority. E. Fromm, 1951a. The contribution of Oedipal hate to destructiveness is, in my opinion, relatively small. Since he cannot do away with his father, he becomes afraid of him, fearing, specifically, that father will castrate him, his little rival. This castration fear makes the boy give up his sexual desires for mother. In normal development, the son is capable of shifting his interest to other women, particularly after he has reached full sexual genital development about the time of puberty. He overcomes his rivalry with his father by identifying with him and particularly with his commands and prohibitions. The father's nouns are internalized and become the superego of the son. In cases of pathological development, the conflict is not resolved in this way. The son does not give up his sexual attachment to mother and in his later life is attracted by women who fulfill the function mother did. As a result, he is incapable of falling in love with a woman of his own age and remains afraid of the threatening father or the father substitutes. He usually expects from the mother substitutes the same qualities mother once showed him: unconditional love, protection, admiration, security. This type of mother-fixated men are well known. They are usually quite affectionate and in a qualified sense loving, but they are also quite narcissistic. The feeling that they are more important to mother than father makes them feel that they are wonderful, and since they are already grown up and need not do anything in reality to establish their greatness, they are great because and as long as mother, or her substitute, loves them exclusively and unconditionally. As a result, they tend to be extremely jealous. They must keep their unique position and they are simultaneously insecure and anxious whenever they have to perform a real task. While they might not fail, their actual performance can never really equal their narcissistic conviction of superiority over any man, while having at the same time a nagging, unconscious feeling of inferiority to all. The type I have just described is the more extreme case. There are many mother-fixated men whose tie to mother is less intense, and in whom the narcissistic illusion of achievement is blended with realistic achievements. Freud assumed that the essence of the tie to mother was the little boy's sexual attraction to her, and that hate of the father was a logical consequence. My observations, through many years, have tended to confirm my conviction that the sexual attachment to mother is generally not the cause of an intense affective bond. While limitation of space does not permit a full discussion of the reasons for this conviction, the following remarks may help to clarify at least one of its aspects. At birth, and still for some time afterward, the infant's attachment to mother occurs in a mainly narcissistic frame of reference, although soon after birth the child already begins to show some interest in and response to objects outside himself. While physiologically the infant has his own independent existence, psychologically he continues an intrauterine life in some respects and to some degree. He still lives through mother. She feeds him, cares for him, stimulates him, and gives him the warmth bodily and emotional that is a condition for his healthy development. In the process of further development, the infant's attachment to mother becomes warmer, more personal as it were. She changes from being a quasi-intrauterine home into a person for whom the child feels warm affection. In this process the little boy breaks through the narcissistic shell. He loves mother, even though this love is still characterized by lack of equality and reciprocity and colored by inherent dependency. At a period when the little boy begins to react sexually, in Freud's phallic phase, the affectionate feeling for mother results also in erotic and sexual desire for her. However, the sexual attraction to mother is usually not exclusive. As Freud himself reports, for instance in the case History of Little Hans, S. Freud, 1909, sexual attraction to their mothers can be observed in little boys around the age of 5, but at the same time they are equally attracted to girls their own age. This is not surprising. It is a well-established fact that the sexual drive as such is not closely bound to one object, but is rather fickle. What can make the relationship to one person so intense and lasting is its affective function. In those cases in which the fixation to mother remains strong after puberty and throughout life, the reason lies in the strength of the affective tie to her. Indeed, the fixation to mother is not only a developmental problem of the child. To be sure, the child is forced into an intense, symbiotic dependency on mother for obvious biological reasons. But the adult, while physically capable of shifting for himself, finds himself also in a helpless and powerless situation rooted, as we have shown earlier, in the conditions of human existence. We only understand the power of the passion to cling to mother if we see its roots not solely in childhood dependence but in the human situation. The affective tie to mother is so intense because it represents one of the basic answers to man's existential situation, The desire to return to paradise where the existential dichotomies had not yet developed, where man can live without self-awareness, without work, without suffering, in harmony with nature, himself and his mate. With the new dimension of awareness, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, conflict comes into existence, and man, male and female, is cursed. Man is driven from paradise and not permitted to return. Is it not astonishing that he never loses his desire to return, even though he knows that he cannot do so since he is burdened with the fact of being man? The sexual aspect of the attraction to mother is itself a positive sign. It shows that mother has become a person, a woman, and that the boy is already a little man. The particular intensity of the sexual attraction to be found in some instances may be considered a defense against a more infantile passive dependency. In those situations in which the incestuous tie to mother is not resolved around the time of puberty 30 and lasts throughout life, we deal with a neurotic development. The male will remain dependent on mother or her substitutes, afraid of women, and more of a child than any adult should be for his own good. Such a development is often caused by a mother who, for any number of reasons such as lack of love for her husband, or narcissistic pride in or possessiveness of her son, is over-attracted to her little boy, and in many different ways, pampering, overprotectiveness, over-admiration, etc., seduces him to become over-attracted to her. 31. This warm, erotically and often sexually tinged tie to mother is what Freud had in mind when he described the Oedipus complex. While this type of incestuous fixation is most frequent, there is another, much less frequent kind of incestuous fixation that has very different qualities and may be called malignant. It is this type of incestuous fixation that, in my hypothesis, is related to necrophilia. In fact, it may be considered one of its earliest roots. I am speaking of children in whom no effective bonds toward mother emerge to break through the shell of autistic self-sufficiency. We are familiar with extreme forms of such self-sufficiency in the case of autistic children. 32 These children never break out of the shell of their narcissism, they never experience the mother as a love object, they never form any effective attachment to others, but, rather, look through them as if they were inanimate objects, and they often show a particular interest in mechanical things. Autistic children seem to form the one pole of a continuum, at the other pole of which we can locate children whose affection for mother and others is most fully developed. It seems a legitimate assumption that we find children on this continuum who are not autistic, but close to it, and who show the traits of autistic children in a less drastic way. The question arises, what happens to the incestuous fixation to mother in such autistic or near autistic infants? It would seem that such infants never develop warm, erotic, and later, sexual feelings toward mother, or that they ever have a desire to be near her. Nor do they later fall in love with mother substitutes. For them, mother is a symbol, a phantom rather than a real person. She is a symbol of earth, of home, of blood, of race, of nation, of the deepest ground from which life emerges and to which it returns. But she is also the symbol of chaos and death. She is not the life-giving mother, but the death-giving mother. Her embrace is death, her womb is a tomb. The attraction to the death mother could not be affection or love. It is not an attraction in the common psychological sense denoting something pleasant and warm, but in the sense in which one would speak of magnetic attraction, or the attraction of gravity. The person tied to mother by malignant incestuous bonds remains narcissistic, cold, unresponsive. He is drawn to her as iron is drawn to a magnet. She is the ocean in which he wants to drown. 33 The ground in which he wants to be buried. The reason for this development seems to be that the state of unmitigated narcissistic aloneness is intolerable. If there is no way of being related to mother or her substitute by warm, enjoyable bonds, the relatedness to her and to the whole world must become one of final union in death. The double role of mother as goddess of creation and goddess of destruction is well documented in many myths and in religious ideas. The same earth from which man is made, the womb from which all trees and grasses are born, is the place to which the body is returned. The womb of Mother Earth becomes the tomb. A classic example for the double-faced mother goddess is the Indian goddess Kali, the giver of life and the destroyer. There are also the Neolithic period goddesses with the same two faces. It would take too much space to cite the many other examples of the double role of the mother goddesses. One more datum presenting the same double function of mother should be mentioned, however, the double face of the mother image in dreams. While mother may often appear in dreams as the benevolent, all-loving figure, in the dreams of many persons she is symbolized as a dangerous snake, a quick-striking, dangerous animal, such as a lion, a tiger, or a hyena. I have found clinically that the fear of the destructive mother is by far more intense than of the punishing, castrating father. It seems that one can ward off the danger coming from father by obedience, but there is no defense against mother's destructiveness. Her love cannot be earned, since it is unconditional. Her hate cannot be averted, since there are no reasons for it, either. Her love is grace, her hate is curse, and neither is subject to the influence of their recipient. In conclusion, it can be stated that benign incestuousness is in itself a normal, transitory stage of development, while malignant incestuousness is a pathological phenomenon that occurs when certain conditions inhibit the development of benign incestuous bonds. It is the latter that I consider, hypothetically, one of the earliest roots, if not the root, of necrophilia. This incestuous attraction to death, where it exists, is a passion in conflict with all other impulses fighting for the preservation of life. Hence it works in the dark and is usually entirely unconscious. The person with this malignant incestuousness will attempt to relate to people by less destructive bonds, such as sadistic control of others or the satisfaction of narcissism by gaining boundless admiration. If his life provides such relatively satisfactory solutions as success in work, prestige, etc., the destructiveness may never be expressed overtly in any major ways. If, on the other hand, he experiences failures, the malignant tendencies will come to the fore and the craving for destruction of himself and others will rule supreme. While we know a great deal about the factors causing benign incestuousness, we know little about the conditions responsible for infantile autism and, hence, malignant incestuousness. We can only speculate in different directions. We can hardly avoid the assumption that genetic factors must be involved. Of course, I do not refer to genes responsible for this type of incestuousness, but to the child's genetically given disposition for coldness that would in turn be responsible for his failure to develop a warm attachment to mother. We would expect to find a second condition in the character of the mother. If she herself is a cold, rejecting, necrophilous person, she would make it difficult for the infant to develop a warm, affectionate relationship to her. We must consider, however, that we cannot look at the mother and the child except in the process of their interaction. An infant with a strong disposition for warmth may either effect a change in mother's attitude or become warmly attached to a mother substitute, a grandmother or a grandfather, an older sibling, or whoever else may be available. On the other hand, a cold child may be influenced and changed to some degree by a mother of more than average warmth and concern. It is sometimes also difficult to discern the fundamental coldness of the mother toward the child when it is overlaid by the conventional features of a sweet and loving mother. A third possibility is traumatic experiences in the first years of the child's life that created active hate and resentment to such a degree that the child froze up, and thus malignant incestuousness developed. One must always be alert to such possibilities. But in searching for traumatic experiences, it should be very clear that these must be rather exceptional. In the literature quoted above, a number of very valuable hypotheses as to the causes for the development of autism and early schizophrenia have been presented that stress particularly the defensive function of autism against an intrusive mother. This hypothesis regarding malignant incestuousness and its role as an early root of necrophilia needs further study. 34 In the following chapter, the analysis of Hitler will offer an example of an incestuous fixation to mother, the peculiarities of which can best be explained on the basis of this hypothesis. The relation of Freud's life and death instincts to biophilia and necrophilia. To conclude this discussion of necrophilia and its opposite biophilia, love of life, it may be helpful to present a brief sketch of the relation of this concept to Freud's concept of the death instinct and the life instinct, eros. It is the effort of eros to combine organic substance into ever larger unities, whereas the death instinct tries to separate and to disintegrate living structure. The relation of the death instinct with necrophilia hardly needs any further explanation. In order to elucidate the relation between life instinct and biophilia, however, a short explanation of the latter is necessary. Biophilia is the passionate love of life and of all that is alive. It is the wish to further growth, whether in a person, a plant, an idea, or a social group. The biophilous person prefers to construct rather than to retain. He wants to he more rather than to have more. He is capable of wondering, and he prefers to see something new rather than to find confirmation of the old. He loves the adventure of living more than he does certainty. He sees the whole rather than only the parts, structures rather than summations. He wants to mold and to influence by love, reason, and example, not by force, by cutting things apart, by the bureaucratic manner of administering people as if they were things. Because he enjoys life and all its manifestations, he is not a passionate consumer of newly packaged excitement. Biophilic ethics have their own principle of good and evil. Good is all that serves life, evil is all that serves death. Good is reverence for life. 35 All that enhances life, growth, unfolding. Evil is all that stifles life, narrows it down, cuts it into pieces. The difference between Freud's concept and the one presented here does not lie in their substance but in the fact that in Freud's concept both tendencies have equal rank, as it were, both being biologically given. Biophilia, on the other hand, is understood to refer to a biologically normal impulse, while necrophilia is understood as a psychopathological phenomenon. The latter necessarily emerges as the result of stunted growth, of psychical crippledness. It is the outcome of unlived life, of the failure to arrive at a certain stage beyond narcissism and indifference. Destructiveness is not parallel to, but the alternative to biophilia. Love of life or love of the dead is the fundamental alternative that confronts every human being. Necrophilia grows as the development of biophilia is stunted. Man is biologically endowed with the capacity for biophilia, but psychologically he has the potential for necrophilia as an alternative solution. The psychical necessity for the development of necrophilia as a result of crippledness must be understood in reference to man's existential situation, as I discussed earlier. If man cannot create anything or move anybody, if he cannot break out of the prison of his total narcissism and isolation, he can escape the unbearable sense of vital impotence and nothingness only by affirming himself in the act of destruction of the life that he is unable to create. Great effort, patience, and care are not required. For destruction all that is necessary is strong arms, or a knife, or a gun. 36. Clinical methodological principles. I will close this discussion of necrophilia with some general clinical and methodological remarks. 1. The presence of one or two traits is insufficient for the diagnosis of a necrophilous character. This is so for various reasons. Sometimes a particular behavior that would seem to indicate necrophilia may not be a character trait but be due to cultural tradition or other similar factors. 2. On the other hand, it is not necessary to find all characteristically necrophilous features together in order to make the diagnosis. There are many factors, personal and cultural, that are responsible for this unevenness. In addition, some necrophilous traits may not be discovered in people who hide them successfully. 3. It is of particular importance to understand that only a relatively small minority are completely necrophilous. One might consider them as severely pathological cases and look for a genetic disposition for this illness. As is to be expected on biological grounds, the vast majority are not entirely without some, even if weak, biophilous tendencies. Among them will be a certain percentage of people whose necrophilia is so predominant that we are justified in calling them necrophilous persons. By far the larger number are those in whom necrophilous trends are to be found together with biophilous trends strong enough to create an internal conflict that is often very productive. The outcome of this conflict for the motivation of a person depends on many variables. First of all, on the respective intensity of each trend. Second, on the presence of social conditions that would strengthen one of the two respective orientations. Furthermore, on particular events in the life of the person that can incline him in the one or the other direction. Then come the people who are so predominantly biophilous that their necrophilous impulses are easily curbed or repressed, or serve to build up a particular sensitivity against the necrophilous tendencies in themselves and others. Eventually there is the group of people, again only a small minority, in whom there is no trace of necrophilia, who are pure biophiles motivated by the most intense and pure love for all that is alive. Albert Schweitzer, Albert Einstein, and Pope John XXIII are among the well-known recent examples of this minority. Consequently, there is no fixed border between the necrophilous and the biophilous orientation. As with most other character traits, there are as many combinations as there are individuals. For all practical purposes, however, it is quite possible to distinguish between predominantly necrophilous and predominantly biophilous persons. For since most of the methods that can be used for discovering the necrophilous character have already been mentioned, I can be very brief in summing them up. They are: a. Minute observation of a person's behavior, especially what is unintended, including facial expression, choice of words, but also their general philosophy, and the most important decisions the person has made in his life. b. Study of dreams, jokes, fantasies. c. Evaluation of a person's treatment of others, the effect on them, and what kind of people are liked or disliked. d. The use of projective tests like the Rorschach ink blot test. M. Maccobie has used the test for the diagnosis of necrophilia with satisfactory results. 5. It is hardly necessary to stress that severely necrophilous persons are very dangerous. They are the haters, the racists, those in favor of war, bloodshed, and destruction. They are dangerous not only if they are political leaders, but also as the potential cohorts for a dictatorial leader. They become the executioners, terrorists, torturers. Without them no terror system could be set up. But the less intense necrophiles are also politically important. While they may not be among its first adherents, they are necessary for the existence of a terror regime because they form a solid basis, although not necessarily a majority, for it to gain and hold power. 6. Considering these facts, would it not be of great social and political significance to know what percentage of the population can be considered to be predominantly necrophilous or predominantly biophilous? To know not only the respective incidence of each group but also how they are related to age, sex, education, class, occupation, and geographical location? We study political opinions, value judgments, etc., and get satisfactory results for the whole American population by the use of adequate sampling techniques. But the results tell us only what opinions people have, not what their character is, in other words what the effective convictions are that motivate them. If we were to study an equally adequate sample, but with a different method that would permit us to recognize the driving and largely unconscious forces behind manifest behavior and opinions, we would, indeed, know a great deal more about the intensity and direction of human energy in the United States. We might even protect ourselves from some of the surprises that, once they have happened, are declared to be unexplainable. Or is it that we are interested only in the energy that is needed for material production and not in the forms of human energy that is in itself a decisive factor in the social process? 13. Malignant aggression, Adolf Hitler, a clinical case of necrophilia. Preliminary remarks. An analytic psychobiographical study aims at answering two questions. 1. What are the driving forces that motivate a person, the passions that impel or incline him to behave as he does? 2. What are the conditions internal and external responsible for the development of these specific passions, character traits? The following analysis of Hitler has these aims, but it differs from the classic Freudian method in certain significant respects. In the following analysis of Hitler's character I have only focused on Hitler's necrophilia and have only briefly touched upon other aspects such as his exploitative character and of Germany as a symbolic representation of the mother figure. One difference that has already been discussed and hence needs to be mentioned here only briefly lies in the notion that these passions are not mainly of an instinctive or, more specifically, of a sexual nature. Another difference lies in the assumption that even if we know nothing of a person's childhood, The analysis of dreams, unintended behavior, gestures, language, and behavior that is rationally not fully explainable permits one to form a picture of the essential and mostly unconscious passions, X-ray approach. The interpretation of such data requires the particular training and skill of psychoanalysis. The most important difference is the following: classic analysts assume that character development is finished around the age of 5 or 6 years, and that no essential changes occur afterward other than by the intervention of therapy. My experience has led me to the conviction that this concept is untenable. It is mechanistic and does not take into account the whole process of living and of character as a developing system. When an individual is born, he is by no means faceless. Not only is he born with genetically determined temperamental and other inherited dispositions that have greater affinity to certain character traits rather than to others, but prenatal events and birth itself form additional dispositions. All this makes up, as it were, the face of the individual at birth. Then he comes in contact with a particular kind of environment, parents and other significant people around him, to which he responds and which tends to influence the further development of his character. At the age of 18 months the infant's character is much more definitely formed and determined than it was at birth. Yet it is not finished, and its development could go in several directions, depending on the influences that operate on it. By the age of 6, let us say, the character is still more determined and fixed, but not without the capacity for change, provided new, significant circumstances occur that may provoke such change. Speaking more generally, the formation and fixity of the character has to be understood in terms of a sliding scale. The individual begins life with certain qualities that dispose him to go in certain directions, but his personality is still malleable enough to allow the character to develop in many different directions within the given framework. Every step in life narrows down the number of possible future outcomes. The more the character is fixed, the greater must be the impact of new factors if they are to produce fundamental changes in the direction of the further evolution of the system. Eventually, the freedom to change becomes so minimal that only a miracle would seem capable of effecting a change. This does not imply that influences of early childhood are not as a rule more effective than later events. But although they incline more, they do not determine a person completely. In order to make up for the greater degree of impressionability of early age, later events have to be more intense and more dramatic. The impression that the character never changes is largely based on the fact that the life of most people is so prefabricated and unspontaneous that nothing new ever really happens, and later events only confirm the earlier ones. The number of real possibilities for the character to develop in different directions is in inverse proportion to the fixity the character system has assumed. But in principle the character system is never so completely fixed that new developments could not occur as the result of extraordinary experiences, although such occurrences are, statistically speaking, not probable. The practical aspect of these theoretical considerations is that one cannot expect to find the character as it is, say, at the age of 20 to be a repetition of the character as it was at the age of 5, more specifically, taking Hitler as an example, one could not expect to find a fully developed necrophilous character system in his childhood, but one could expect to find certain necrophilous roots that are conducive to development of a full-fledged necrophilous character as one of several real possibilities. But only after a great number of internal and external events have accrued will the character system have developed in such a way that necrophilia becomes the, almost, unchangeable outcome, and then we can discover it in various overt and covert forms. I shall try to show these early roots in the analysis of Hitler's character and how the conditions for the development of necrophilia increased at various stages of his development, until finally, there was hardly any other possibility left. Hitler's parentage and early years. 1. Clara Hitler. The most important influence on a child is the character of its parents, rather than this or that single event. For those who believe in the simplistic formula that the bad development of a child is roughly proportionate to the badness of the parents, the study of the character of Hitler's parents, as far as the known data show, offers a surprise. Both father and mother seem to have been stable, well-intentioned people, and not destructive. Hitler's mother, Clara, seems to have been a well-adjusted and sympathetic woman. She was an uneducated, simple country girl who had worked as a maid in the house of Alois Hitler, who was her uncle and future husband. Clara became Alois's mistress and was pregnant by him at the time his wife died. She married the widowed Alois on January 7, 1385, she was 24 years old and he was 47. She was hard-working and responsible, in spite of a marriage that was not too happy, she never complained. She fulfilled her obligations humanely and conscientiously. Her life was centered on the tasks of maintaining her home and caring for her husband and the children of the family. She was a model housekeeper, who maintained a spotless home and performed her duties with precision. Nothing could distract her from her round of household toil, not even the prospect of a little gossip. Her home and the furthering of the family interest were all important. By careful management she was able to increase the family possessions, much to her joy. Even more important to her than the house were the children. Everyone who knew her agreed that it was in her love and devotion for the children that Clara's life centered. The only serious charge ever raised against her is that because of this love and devotion she was overindulgent and thus encouraged a sense of uniqueness in her son, a somewhat strange charge to he brought against a mother. The children did not share this view. Her stepchildren and her own offspring who survived infancy loved and respected their mother. B. F. Smith, 1967. The accusation that she was overindulgent to her son and encouraged a sense of uniqueness, read narcissism, in him is not as strange as Smith thinks, and furthermore it is probably true. But this period of overindulgence lasted only up to the time when Hitler ended the period of his infancy and entered school. This change in her attitude was probably brought about, or at least facilitated, by her giving birth to another son at the time Hitler was 5 years old. But her whole attitude during the rest of her life proves that the birth of the new child was not as traumatic an event as some psychoanalysts like to think. She probably stopped spoiling Adolf, but she did not suddenly ignore him. She was increasingly aware of the necessity for him to grow up, adjust himself to reality, and as we shall see, she did everything she could to further this process. This picture of a responsible and loving mother raises some serious questions in view of the hypothesis of Hitler's quasi-autistic childhood and his malignant incestuousness. How could Hitler's early development be explained under these circumstances? We can think of several possibilities. 1. That Hitler was constitutionally so cold and withdrawn that his near-autistic orientation existed in spite of a warm and loving mother. 2. It is possible that her over-attachment to this son, of which we have evidence, was felt by the already shy child as a strong intrusion to which he reacted by a more drastic withdrawal. 2. We do not know enough of Clara's personality to be sure which of these conditions prevailed, but they are compatible with the picture of Clara's behavior as we can construe it from the data we do have. Another possibility is that she was a sad person, who was motivated by a sense of duty but conveyed little warmth or joy to her son. After all, she did not have a happy life. As was usual in the German-Austrian middle class, she was expected to bear children, take care of the household, and subordinate herself to her authoritarian husband. Her age, her lack of education, his elevated social position, and his selfish though not vicious disposition, tended to intensify this traditional position. Thus she may have become a sad, disappointed, depressed woman, perhaps as a result of circumstances rather than on the basis of her character. Finally, it is possible that underneath her caring attitude was a deep-seated schizoid and withdrawn attitude. But this is the least likely of the possibilities. At any rate, we do not have enough concrete details about her personality to decide which of these hypotheses is most likely to be correct. Alois Hitler. Alois Hitler was a much less sympathetic figure. Born as an illegitimate child, using his mother's name, Schicklgruber, changed much later to that of Hitler, starting with poor financial resources, he was a real self-made man. Through hard work and discipline he succeeded in rising from being a low official in the Austro-Hungarian customs service to a relatively high position higher collector of customs that clearly gave him the status of a respected member of the middle class. He was economical and succeeded in saving enough money to own a house, a farm, and to leave his family an estate which, together with his pension, provided for a financially comfortable existence. He was undoubtedly a selfish man who showed little concern for his wife's feelings, but apparently he was not too different in this from the average member of his class. Alois Hitler was a man who loved life, particularly in the form of women and wine. Not that he was a woman chaser, but he was not bound by the moral restrictions of the Austrian middle class. In addition, he enjoyed his glass of wine and may sometimes have had a glass too many, but he was by no means a drunkard, as has been indicated in various articles. The most outstanding manifestation of his life-loving nature, however, was his deep and lasting interest in bees and beekeeping. He would with great pleasure spend most of his free time with his beehives, the only serious, active interest he had outside of his work. His life's dream was to own a farm where he could keep bees on a larger scale. He did eventually realize this dream, although it turned out that the farm he first bought was too big. Toward the end of his life he owned just the right acreage and enjoyed it immensely. Alois Hitler has sometimes been described as a brutal tyrant, I assume because that would fit better into a simplistic explanation of his son's character. He was not a tyrant, but an authoritarian who believed in duty and responsibility and thought he had to determine his son's life as long as the latter was not yet of age. According to the evidence we have, he never beat his son, he scolded him, argued with him, tried to make him see what was good for him, but he was not a frightening figure who struck terror in his son. As we shall see further on, his son's growing irresponsibility and avoidance of reality made it all the more imperative for the father to try to lecture and correct him. There are many data to show that Alois was not inconsiderate or arrogant to people, by no means a fanatic, and, on the whole, rather tolerant. His political attitude corresponds to this description. He was anti-clerical and liberal, with much interest in politics. His last words just before he died of a heart attack while reading the newspaper were an angry expression against those blacks, as the reactionary clericals were called. How can we explain that these two well-meaning, stable, very normal, and certainly not destructive people gave birth to the future monster, Adolf Hitler? 3. From infancy to age 6, 1889 to 1895. The little boy, it seems, was the apple of his mother's eye. She pampered him, never scolded him, admired him, he could do no wrong. All her interest and affection were concentrated on him. Her attitude very probably built up his narcissism and his passivity. He was wonderful without having to make any effort, since mother admired him anyway. He did not have to make an effort because mother took care of all his wishes. He in turn, dominated her and threw tantrums when he felt frustrated. But, as we stated before, her over-attachment may have been felt by him as an intrusion toward which he acted with increased withdrawal, thus laying the basis for his semi-autistic early attitude. This constellation was accentuated by the fact that his father, due to the particularities of his working conditions, did not spend much time at home. Whatever good the balancing influence of a male authority would have been, it was absent. The little boy's passivity and dependence may have been increased by a certain sickliness that, in turn, tended to increase the attention paid him by his mother. This phase came to a close when Hitler was 6. Several facts marked its end. The most obvious, especially from the classic psychoanalytic standpoint, was the birth of a brother when Adolf was 5, which removed Adolf from his position of mother's chief object of devotion. Actually, such an event often has a wholesome, rather than a traumatic influence. It tends to decrease the reasons for dependency on mother and the consequent passivity. Contrary to the cliché, the evidence shows that instead of suffering pangs of jealousy, young Hitler fully enjoyed the year after his brother's birth. Largely responsible for this was the fact that his father took up a new post in Linz, while the family, apparently fearing to move the baby, stayed behind in Passau for a full year. For one whole year, Adolf lived in a 5-year-old's paradise, playing games and roughhousing with the children of the neighborhood. Miniature wars and fights between cowboys and Indians appear to have been his favorites, and they were to continue as his major diversions for many years. Since Passau was in Germany on the German side of the Austro-German border, where the Austrian customs inspection took place, war games would have pitted French against German in the spirit of 1870, yet there was no particular importance in the nationality of the victims. Europe was full of heroic little boys who massacred all national and ethnic groups impartially. This year of childhood combat was important in Hitler's life not because it was spent on German soil and added a Bavarian touch to his speech, but because it was a year of escape into almost complete freedom. At home he began to assert himself more and probably displayed the first signs of consuming anger when he did not get his way. Outside play, without limit to action or imagination, reigned supreme. B. F. Smith, 1967. This paradisiac life was abruptly ended when the father resigned from the customs service and the family moved to Hayfield, near Lambach, and his 6-year-old son had to enter school. Adolf found his life suddenly confined in a narrow circle of activities demanding responsibility and discipline. For the first time he was steadily and systematically forced to conform. B. F. Smith, 1967. What can we say about the child's character development by the end of this first period of his life? This is the period in which, according to Freudian theory, both aspects of the Oedipus complex are fully developed, sexual attraction to mother and hostility to father. The data seem to confirm the Freudian assumption: young Hitler was deeply attached to mother and antagonistic to his father, but he failed to solve the Oedipus complex by identifying himself with father through the formation of the superego and overcoming his attachment to mother. Feeling betrayed by her by the birth of a rival, he withdrew from her. Serious questions arise, however, concerning the Freudian interpretation. If the birth of his brother when Adolf was 5 had been so traumatic, leading to the breaking of the tie to mother and replacing love for her by resentment and hate, why should the year after this event have been such a happy one, in fact probably the happiest period of his childhood? Can we really explain his hate of his father as a result of his Oedipal rivalry if we consider the fact that his mother's relationship to her husband seems to have been one of little intensity and warmth? Is it not rather to be understood as the antagonism to a father who demanded discipline and responsibility? These questions would seem to find an answer in the hypothesis on malignant incestuousness discussed earlier. This hypothesis would lead to the assumption that Hitler's fixation to his mother was not a warm and affectionate one, that he remained cold and did not break through his narcissistic shell, that she did not assume the role of a real person for him, but that of a symbol for the impersonal power of earth, blood, fate, and death. However, in spite of his coldness, he was symbiotically attached to the mother figure and her symbolizations, the last aim of which is the union with mother in death. If this was so, one could understand why the birth of a brother would not have been the cause for his withdrawal from mother. In fact, one could not even say that he withdrew from her, if it is true that effectively he had never felt close to her. Most importantly, one could understand that the beginning of Hitler's later manifest necrophilous development is to be found in the malignant incestuousness that characterizes his early relationship to his mother. This hypothesis would also explain why Hitler later never fell in love with motherly figures, why the tie to his real mother as a person was expressed by that to blood, soil, the race, and eventually to chaos and death. Germany became the central symbol for mother. His fixation to Mother Germany was the basis for his hate against the poison, syphilis and Jews, from which he had to save her, but, on a deeper level, of his long-repressed desire to destroy Mother Germany, his end seems to bear out the hypothesis of the malignant incestuousness. Hitler's relationship to his mother and to mother figures was quite different from what we find in most other mother-fixated men. In these men the tie to mother is much warmer, more intense, one might say more real. Such people have a strong desire to be near mother, to tell her everything. They are really in love with her, if love is properly qualified by its infantile nature. Later on in life they tend to fall in love with mother figures, that is to say, they are intensely attracted to them to the point of having love affairs with or marrying them. Whether the root of this attraction is sexual or whether the sexual attraction is a secondary manifestation of the primary affective attraction is of no consequence at this point. But Hitler was never attracted to his mother in this way, at least not after the age of 5, and probably not even before. As a child he took pleasure exclusively in leaving the house to play soldiers or Indians with other boys. He had little interest in her, and did not care. His mother was aware of this. Kubizek reports that she told him her son was irresponsible and wasting his small inheritance, that she had many responsibilities for her small daughter, but Adolf does not think of this. He goes his way as if he were alone in the world. This lack of considerateness and concern for his mother characterized also his reaction to her illness. In spite of the cancer diagnosed and operated on in January 1907 and from which she died in December of the same year, he left for Vienna that September. His mother tried, out of concern for him, to understate how bad she felt, and he accepted this, making no attempt to find out how she really was by visiting her in Linz, a trip that offered no problem as far as time or money was concerned, and he hardly wrote to her from Vienna to let her know how he was, thus causing her a good deal of worry. According to Smith, he came home only after being notified of her death. According to Kubizek's report, when her illness had disabled her completely, she asked him to come and take care of her because there was nobody else available. He came at the end of November and took care of her for about 3 weeks until her death. Kubizek remarks on how surprised he was to see his friend cleaning the floor and cooking for his mother. Hitler even went so far in his interest in his 11-year-old sister's welfare as to make her promise her mother that she would work diligently in school. Kubizek describes Hitler's attitude toward his mother in very sentimental terms, trying to show how deeply he loved her. But his testimony in this respect is not too credible. Hitler, as always, would have tried to make the most of this occasion to make a good impression. He could hardly have refused his mother's appeal, and 3 weeks was not a long time to perform the role of loving son. The description of this kindness and considerateness is in contrast to the whole of Hitler's behavior toward his mother, so that Kubizek's description is not very convincing. 5. It seems that Hitler's mother never became to him a person to whom he was lovingly or tenderly attached. She was a symbol of a protecting and admiring goddess, but also of the goddess of death and chaos. At the same time she was an object for his sadistic control, arousing a deep fury in him when she was not fully obliging. Childhood ages 6 to 11, 1895 to 1900. The change from early to late childhood was abrupt. Alois Hitler had retired from the customs service and hence had all the time he wanted to devote himself to his family and especially the education of his son. He purchased a house with 9 acres in Hayfeld, near Lambach. Young Hitler had to enter the small country school at Fischlam near Hayfeld, where he did very well. He conformed with his father's demands, at least outwardly, but as Smith writes, there were reservations. He was still able to manipulate his mother to a degree, and his temper could explode at any time against anyone. This kind of life must have felt unsatisfactory to the little boy, in spite of the fact that there were no violent clashes with his father. But Adolf found for himself one area in life where he could forget all the regimentation and what he felt was a lack of freedom. This area was his continuing interest in playing Indians and soldiers with other boys. Already at this early age, freedom meant, for Hitler, irresponsibility, lack of constraint, and most importantly, freedom from reality. It meant also to control gangs. If one examines the meaning and function of these games for Hitler, one discovers that they were the first expression of the traits that were to develop increasingly in him as he grew older, the need to control, and a defective realism. Descriptively, these games appear to be very harmless and normal at this age. That they were not, we shall see later when we see that he remained addicted to them until an age when normal boys have outgrown this youthful pastime. Some changes occurred in the family in the following years. Alois's eldest son left home at the age of 14, to his father's great annoyance, so that Adolf now had to assume the role of eldest son. Alois sold the farm and moved to the town of Lambach. Adolf continued his school in the relatively modern elementary school in Lambach, and there, too, he did very well and avoided any major confrontations with his often angry and disgruntled father. In 1898 the family moved again, this time to a house in Leonding on the outskirts of Linz, and Adolf entered his third elementary school, in Linz. Alois Hitler seems to have felt more contented at the new place than ever before. He could take care of his bees on the half-acre of land and talk politics in the tavern. Yet he remained a strict authoritarian and left no doubts about who was in control. Joseph Meyerhofer, his best friend in Leonding, later said of him, "He was strict with his family, no kid gloves as far as they were concerned, his wife had nothing to smile about." Meyerhofer emphasized, though, that the rough exterior was partly bluff and that the children were not physically abused. He never touched him, Adolf. I don't believe that he beat him, but he often scolded and bawled at him. "That miserable urchin," he used to say, "I'll bash him yet." But his bark was worse than his bite. The boy stood in awe of him, though. B. F. Smith, 1967. This is not the picture of a brutal tyrant, but of an authoritarian, somewhat unapproachable father of whom the son was afraid. This fear may have been one of the sources of Hitler's submissiveness, of which we shall hear more later. But one must not take this awe-inspiring quality of the father out of context. A son who had not insisted so much on being left alone and on being irresponsible might have arrived at a friendlier relationship with this type of father who, after all, meant well and who was by no means a destructive man. The cliché about hate against the authoritarian father is sometimes as much overworked as that about the Oedipus complex. Altogether, the 5 years of elementary school went by much better than one might have expected. This was due to the factors already mentioned and to the realistic circumstances in school. He was most likely above the average intelligence of the other boys, was well treated by the teachers because of his superior family background, and got top grades without having to make much of an effort. Thus schoolwork was really no challenge and did not seriously disturb his finely balanced system of compromise between rebelliousness and adaptation. At the end of this period no conspicuous deterioration is visible as compared with its beginning, yet there were alarming features. He had not succeeded in overcoming his early narcissism, he had not moved closer to reality, he had not developed any active interests and instead had built for himself a magic realm of freedom and power. The first years in school did not help him to grow beyond where he had been when he entered school. But still, there was little open conflict, and on the surface he seemed to have adjusted himself well enough. Pre-adolescence and adolescence, ages 11 to 17, 1900 to 1906. Hitler's entry into secondary school, Realschule, and the years that followed until his father's death brought about a decisive turn for the worse and reinforced the conditions for his malignant development. The decisive events in the next 3 years, until his father's death in 1903 are, 1. His failure in high school, 2. The conflict with his father who insisted that he become a civil servant, and 3. His losing himself increasingly more in the fantasy world of his games. Hitler himself, in Mein Kampf, offers a plausible and self-serving picture of these events. He, the free and independent human being, could not stand to be a bureaucrat, but wanted to become an artist. He rebelled against school, and did poor work in order to get his father to give him permission to become an artist. If we examine the known data carefully, the picture that emerges is the reverse. 1. He did poorly in school for a number of reasons to be discussed presently. 2. His idea of becoming an artist was essentially a rationalization for his incapacity for any kind of disciplined work and effort. 3. His conflict with his father was not simply centered around his refusal to become a civil servant, but was due to his rejection of all demands of reality. About the failure there can be no doubt, since it was rather drastic. Already in the first year he did so poorly that he had to repeat the whole year. In the following years he had to take extra examinations in some subjects in order to be allowed to go to the next class, and even at the end of the third year, he passed in Linz only under the condition that he would leave the school. As a result he entered high school in Steyr, but at the end of the fourth year, in Steyr, he decided not to continue his school career for one more year until graduation from Realschule. An incident at the end of his last school year is rather symbolic for his high school career. After receiving his certificate he went with his classmates to drink wine and, when he got home, discovered he had lost his certificate. He was still wondering what excuse he could make, when he was called to see the director of the school. The certificate had been found in a street, he had used it as toilet paper. Even granting that he was probably more or less drunk, this behavior expresses symbolically much of his hate and contempt for school. Some of the reasons for Hitler's failure in high school are more obvious than others. The most obvious is that in elementary school he had been in a superior position. Being above average in intelligence and talent and a good talker, he did not have to make a great effort to be superior to his classmates and to get excellent grades. In high school the situation was different. There the average intelligence was higher than in elementary school. His teachers were much better educated and demanded more. They were also not impressed by his social background, since it was not outstanding in the social composition of the high school students. Briefly, in order to succeed in high school one had to really work. The amount of work required was not backbreaking, but it was a good deal more than young Hitler was accustomed to, was willing to do, or was capable of doing. For this extremely narcissistic boy who in elementary school was able to succeed without trying, the new situation must have been shocking. It challenged his narcissistic manner of behaving and demonstrated that reality could not be handled as before. This situation of failing in high school after successful years in elementary school is not rare. It often stimulates a child to change his behavior, to overcome at least to some extent his infantile attitude and to learn to make an effort. In Hitler's case the situation had no such effect. On the contrary, instead of taking a step toward reality he withdrew more into his fantasy world and away from closer contact with people. Had his failure in high school been caused by the fact that most of the subjects dealt with in school were of no interest to him, he would have worked hard in those that did interest him. That this was not the case is evidenced by the fact that he did not even make a sufficient effort to get an outstanding grade in German history, a subject that roused his enthusiasm and excited him greatly. The only good marks he got were in drawing, but since he had talent in art, he did not need to exert much effort. This hypothesis is confirmed most clearly by the fact that in later life he was unable to make a sustained effort even in a field that was perhaps the only one that really interested him, architecture. The theme of Hitler's incapacity for systematic work, except under the influence of most pressing needs or when driven by his passions, will be dealt with later. It is mentioned here only to stress that his failure in high school cannot be explained by his artistic interests. During these years in high school Hitler withdrew increasingly from reality. He had no real interest in anybody, his mother, father, or siblings. He dealt with them as his interest in being left alone made it opportune, but they were remote from him effectively. His only strong and passionate interest was in his war games with other boys, in which he was the leader and organizer. While these games had been quite appropriate for a boy of 9, 10, or 11, they were peculiar for a boy in high school. Characteristic is a scene at his confirmation at the age of 15. A relative had kindly arranged a little party in honor of the confirmand, but Hitler was grouchy and unfriendly, and as soon as he could he ran off to play war with other boys. These games had several functions. They gave him the satisfaction of being the leader and confirmed his conviction that by his persuasive power he could make others follow him. They increased his narcissism, and most importantly, they put the center of his life in fantasy, thus furthering the process of his withdrawal from reality, from real persons, real accomplishment, and real knowledge. Another expression of this attraction to fantasy was his ardent interest in the novels of Karl May. May was a German writer who wrote many fascinating stories about the North American Indians that had the color of reality, although the author had never seen any Indians. Virtually all boys in Germany and Austria read May's stories. They were as popular as James Fenimore Cooper's were in the United States. Hitler's enthusiasm for May's writings was quite normal for someone in the last years of elementary school, but, writes Smith, it took on more serious overtones in later years. For Hitler never gave up Karl May. He read him in adolescence and as a young man in his 20s. Even as Reich Chancellor, he continued to be fascinated by him, rereading the whole series on the American West. Furthermore, he never attempted to disguise or hide his enjoyment of, and admiration for May's books. In the Table Talk H. Picker, 1963, he extols May and describes how he enjoyed his work. He talked about him with nearly everyone: his press chief, his secretary, his servant, and his old party comrades. B. F. Smith. 1967. My interpretation of this fact, however, differs from Smith's. Smith believes that since Hitler's childhood infatuation with May's novels was such a happy experience, it was a satisfying and necessary carryover into a period when his early adjustments failed to solve the challenges of adolescence. While this may be true to some extent, I believe that it does not touch the main point. May's novels have to be connected with Hitler's war games and are an expression of his fantasy life. Although adequate enough at a certain age, that they continued to fascinate him suggests that they represent a flight from reality, a manifestation of a narcissistic attitude centered around one theme: Hitler, the leader, fighter, and victor. To be sure, the evidence of this is not sufficient to be convincing. But if one connects Hitler's behavior in these youthful years with the data from his later life, a pattern emerges, that of a highly narcissistic, withdrawn person for whom fantasy is more real than reality. When we see the young Hitler at 16 already so much given to fantasy life, the question that arises is, how could this withdrawn dreamer succeed in making himself the master of Europe, even though only for a while? The answer to this question must wait until we have progressed further in the analysis of Hitler's subsequent development. Whatever the reason for his failure in the real Schule were, there can be little doubt about its emotional consequences for young Hitler. Here is a boy, admired by his mother, successful in elementary school, the leader of the boys' gangs, for whom all these unearned successes had been a confirmation of his narcissistic conviction of having outstanding gifts. With hardly any transition he finds himself in a situation of failure. He had no way of hiding his failure from his father and mother. His narcissism must have been badly wounded, his pride hurt. If he could have recognized that his failure had been caused by his incapacity to work hard, he might have overcome its consequences, since there is no doubt that he was more than sufficiently gifted to be successful in high school 6, but his untouchable narcissism made such insight impossible. As a consequence, not being able to change reality, he had to falsify and reject it. He falsified it by accusing his teachers and his father of being the cause of his failure, and by claiming that his failure was the expression of his passion for freedom and independence. He rejected it by creating the symbol of the artist. The dream of becoming a great artist was for him reality, and yet the fact that he did not work seriously to achieve his aim showed the fantastic character of this idea. Failure in school was Hitler's first defeat and humiliation, followed by a number of others. It is safe to assume that it must have greatly reinforced his contempt for and resentment of anybody who was a cause or a witness of his defeat, and this resentment could very well have constituted the beginning of his necrophilia had we no reasons to believe that its roots are to be found already in his malignant incestuousness. The death of his father when Hitler was 14 years old did not have an appreciable effect on him. If it were true, as Hitler himself wrote later, that his failure in school originated in the conflict with his father, once the brutal tyrant and rival had died, the hour of liberation should have been at hand. He would now have felt free, made realistic plans for his future, worked hard for their realization, and perhaps turned his affection once more toward his mother. But nothing of the kind happened. He continued to live in the same fashion as before. He was, as Smith puts it, little more than a composite of pleasurable games and dreams, and could not find a way out of this state of mind. We must now take another look at Adolf's conflict with his father since his entry into the real Schule. Alois Hitler had decided that his son should attend high school. While Hitler showed little interest in this plan, he accepted it. The real conflict, according to his report in Mein Kampf, arose when his father insisted that he should become a civil servant. This wish was in itself quite natural, since the father was impressed by his own success in this field and felt that it would also be the best career for his son. When Hitler brought forward a counter-proposal, that of wanting to become an artist, a painter, The father, according to Hitler, said, "No, never as long as I live." Hitler then threatened to quit studying altogether, and when the father did not yield, I silently transformed my threat into reality. A. Hitler, 1943. This is Hitler's explanation for his failure in school, but it is too convenient to be true. It coincides exactly with Hitler's picture of himself as a hard and determined man who had managed to rise a long way by 1924, when Mein Kampf was written, and would go on to final victory. At the same time, it is the basis for the picture of the frustrated artist who went into politics with the resolve to save Germany. Most important, it explains away his poor grades in Realschule and his slow maturation, while at the same time it makes his adolescence appear heroic, a difficult task for any politically conscious autobiographer. In fact, the story served the later Führer's purpose so well that one may well ask whether or not he invented the whole episode. B. F. Smith, 1967. That the father wished his son to become a civil servant may very well have been true. On the other hand, the father took no drastic measures to force his son. Nor did Hitler do what his older brother had done at the age of 15, show his independence and defy his father by taking the drastic step of leaving home. On the contrary, he adjusted himself to the situation and just withdrew more into himself. In order to understand the conflict, we must appreciate the father's position. He must have observed, as the mother did, that his son had no sense of responsibility, did not want to work, and showed no interest. Being an intelligent and well-intentioned man, his concern must have been not so much for his son to become a civil servant, but for him to become somebody. He must have sensed that the plan to become an artist was an excuse for further drifting and lack of seriousness. If his son had made a counter-proposal, for instance, that he would like to study architecture, and proved his seriousness by getting good marks in school, the father's response might have been quite different. But Hitler did not make any proposal that would have shown his father that he was serious. He did not even ask to be allowed to take drawing lessons if he did well in school. That it was not defiance against father which made him do so poorly in school is clearly evidenced by his response to his mother's attempt to bring him back to reality. After his father's death, and having left the Realschule, he decided to stay at home reading, drawing and dreaming. Comfortably established in the flat on the Humboldtstrasse where his mother had now moved, he could afford to indulge himself. He tolerated the presence of young Paula, his 5 years younger sister, and his mother in his sanctuary because he could not get away from them without making the nauseating decision to leave home and go to work. However, they were not allowed to interfere, though his mother paid the bills and his sister cleaned up after him. B. F. Smith, 1967. Clara was clearly worried about him and admonished him to be more serious. She did not insist on a civil service career, but tried to help him establish a serious interest in something. She sent him to an art school in Munich. He stayed there for a few months, but that was all. Hitler liked to dress elegantly, and his mother paid for the clothes, which turned him into something of a dandy, perhaps in the hope that this would serve as a bridge to wider social horizons. If this was her plan, it failed completely. The clothes merely served as symbols of independence and self-sufficient isolation. B. F. Smith, 1967. Clara made another attempt to revive Hitler's interest. She gave him the money to visit Vienna for 4 weeks. He sent her some postcards raving about the mighty majesty, dignity, and grandeur of the buildings. His spelling and punctuation, however, were well below the standard one would expect of a 17-year-old who had completed 4 years in high school. His mother permitted him to take music lessons. His father had suggested some years before that he take singing lessons, which Hitler did for about 4 months, ending them at the beginning of 1907. He quit because he disliked practicing scales, although the lessons might have stopped anyway because the onset of his mother's serious illness forced the family to reduce expenses. His response to his mother's by no means authoritarian and almost psychotherapeutic attempts to awaken his interest in something real shows that his negative reaction to his father had not only been defiance against the demand that he become a civil servant, but the reaction of a withdrawn, drifting boy against a man who represented reality and responsibility. This was the core of the conflict. It was not simply dislike for the civil service, and even less was it an Oedipal rivalry. Hitler's tendency to loaf and to avoid hard or even not so hard work requires an explanation. It will help us if we keep in mind the well-established observation that this kind of behavior is frequently to be found among mother-bound children. It is their often unconscious expectation that mother will do everything for them, just as she did when they were infants. They feel that they do not have to make an active effort, that they do not have to keep order, they can let their things lie around expecting mother to clean up after them. They live in a kind of paradise where nothing is expected of them and everything is provided for. I believe this explanation holds true in Hitler's case, too. In my judgment, it does not contradict the hypothesis regarding the cold and impersonal character of his tie to mother. She fulfills this function qua mother, even though she is not loved or cared for in a personal way. The description of Hitler's laziness in school, his incapacity for serious work, and his refusal to continue his studies will suggest a question to quite a few readers: what is so remarkable about it? There are a large number of high school dropouts today, many of whom complain about the pedantic and sterile nature of school work, who have plans for a free life not hobbled by fatherly and other authorities. Yet they are not necrophilous individuals. On the contrary, many represent a genuine life-loving, independent, frank type of personality. Some readers may even question whether my description of Hitler's failure is not written in a very conservative spirit. To such objections I would like to answer: 1. There are, of course, many kinds of dropouts, and no general statement can be made about them. Rather, each different type of dropout can only be dealt with in specific terms. 2. In contrast to today, dropouts were extremely rare when Hitler was an adolescent, hence, there was no pattern to follow that might make it easy for an individual to become a dropout. 3. Much more decisive than the foregoing reasons is one that applies to Hitler specifically: he was not only not interested in his school subjects, he was also uninterested in everything. He did not work hard at anything either then or later. We shall see this in his lack of effort in the study of architecture. That he was lazy was not because he was a person who was satisfied with enjoying life without being specially concerned with achieving a goal. On the contrary, he was filled with a burning ambition for power, endowed with extraordinary vital energy. He was tense and almost incapable of any quiet enjoyment. This does not fit the picture presented by most dropouts, and those dropouts who fit Hitler's picture, if they simultaneously show an ardent wish for power and complete lack of affection for anyone, constitute a very serious problem, in fact, a serious danger. As for possible objection that I am being conservative in my attitudes when I insist that lack of capacity to work and lack of responsibility are negative qualities, this brings us to consideration of a crucial point in present-day youthful radicalism. It is one thing for a person to be uninterested in certain subjects or to prefer certain others or to reject school altogether. But to avoid responsibility and serious effort constitutes certain failure in the process of growth, a fact that is not changed by putting the blame on society. And anyone who thinks that loafing qualifies one as a revolutionary is thoroughly mistaken. Effort, devotion, concentration are of the essence in a fully developed person, including the revolutionary. Young people who think differently might do well to think about the personalities of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Mao Zedong, each of whom shares with the other two vital qualities, a capacity for hard work and a sense of responsibility. Vienna, 1907–1913. At the beginning of 1907, Hitler's mother made it financially possible for him to move to Vienna to study painting at the Academy of Arts. With this move, Hitler was finally independent, free from the pressure of his father. He could plan and act as he liked. He did not even have to cope with financial problems, since the inheritance from his father and the pension the state paid orphans of deceased officials allowed him to live comfortably for some time. 7 He stayed in Vienna from 1907 to 1913, from late adolescence to early manhood. What did he make of himself in this decisive period? To begin with, he made the situation in Vienna easier for himself by persuading his companion of the last years in Linz, A. Kubizek, to join him there. Kubizek himself was most eager to go, but to win over Kubizek's father, who was dead set against his son's artistic plans, was no small feat, and it was one of the earlier demonstrations of Hitler's persuasive powers. Kubizek was, like Hitler, an ardent admirer of Wagner's music, and because of this shared enthusiasm they had met at the Linz Opera House and become fast friends. Kubizek worked as an apprentice in his father's upholstery shop, but he, too, had great dreams. He also wanted to become an artist, a musician. He was more responsible and industrious than Hitler, but a less weighty personality. Thus, he soon came under Hitler's dominant influence. Hitler practiced on him his power to influence people. He received the complete admiration of his friend and thus a constant affirmation of his narcissism. In many respects his friendship provided Hitler with a substitute for the satisfaction the games with boys' gangs had given him, to be the leader and to be admired. Shortly after his arrival in Vienna, Hitler went to the Academy of Arts and registered for the yearly examination. He apparently had no doubt that he would be accepted. However, he failed. He was rejected in the second part of the examination, after having passed the first part. W. Maser, 1971. As Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, "When I received my rejection it struck me as a bolt from the blue." He reported that one of the professors at the Academy of Arts told him that he seemed to be more gifted for architecture than for painting. But even if this report is true, Hitler did not follow it up. He could have been admitted to the School of Architecture if he had gone to Realschule for one more year, but there is no evidence that he ever seriously thought about it. Hitler's own report in Mein Kampf is insincere. He wrote that since he had no high school diploma, the fulfillment of his wish to become an architect was physically impossible. Then he went on to boast, "I wanted to become an architect, but obstacles do not exist to be surrendered to but only to be defeated. I was determined to overcome these obstacles. The facts are precisely the opposite." His personality and way of life prevented him from acknowledging his errors and accepting his rejection as a sign of the need for any change. His escapism was reinforced by his social affectations and his scorn for work which seemed dirty, degrading, or tiring. He was a confused and snobbish young man who had indulged himself for so long that he would neither work at an unpleasant task nor consider anyone except himself and the manner of life he enjoyed. His solution to rejection by the Academy was to go back to the Stumpergasse and settle down as if nothing had happened. In this sanctuary, he resumed what he grandly called his studies, doodling and reading, with excursions around town or to the opera. B. F. Smith, 1967. He pretended to everybody that he was enrolled as an art student at the Academy, and even lied about this to Kubizek after the latter arrived in Vienna. When Kubizek eventually became suspicious because he could not understand how his friend could sleep late in the mornings and yet be a student, Hitler told him the truth in a violent outburst of rage against the professors at the Art Academy. He promised that he would show them, and study architecture by himself. His method of studying was to walk the streets, look at the monumental buildings, come home and make endless sketches of the facades. The belief that in this way he was preparing himself to become an architect was a symptom of his lack of realism. He talked with Kubizek about his plans for the reconstruction of all Vienna or for writing an opera. He went to Parliament to listen to the debates of the Reichsrat. He applied a second time for acceptance at the Academy of Arts. This time he was not even admitted to the first test. He had spent over a year in Vienna, doing no serious work, failing twice in the examination, still pretending that he was on the way to becoming a great artist. But in spite of the pretense, he must have felt that this year had brought him defeat. This defeat was much more severe than that in high school, which he could explain by the idea that he intended to be an artist. When he failed as an artist, no such explanation was available. He had been rejected in the very field in which he was sure that he would be great. Nothing was left for him but to blame the art professors, society, the whole world. His resentment against life must have grown. His narcissism, even more than at the time of his first failure, must have driven him into a still further withdrawal from reality in order to protect it from being shattered. Point 8. At this point, a process of almost complete withdrawal from people began that found its main expression in the fact that he drastically broke up the only close relationship he had, that with Kubizek. He left the room they shared, to which Kubizek was supposed to return after a visit at home, without leaving his new address. Kubizek remained out of touch with him until the time Hitler was already Reichschancellor. The pleasant period of loafing, talking, walking, and sketching had gradually come to an end. Hitler had money left for less than 1 year, provided he would economize. Having no audience to talk to, he began to read more. Austria at that time had many political and ideological groupings centered around German nationalism, racism, National Socialism, in Bohemia, and anti-Semitism. Each of these groups published its own pamphlets, preached its own ideology that was specific, and offered the solution. Hitler read these pamphlets avidly and acquired the raw material from which he later constructed his own brand of racism, anti-Semitism, and socialism. Thus, while in this period in Vienna he did not prepare for the career of an artist, he did lay the foundations for his real future profession, political leader. By the fall of 1909 his money had given out and he skipped his lodging without paying the rent he owed. The worst period began at this point. He slept on benches, sometimes in flop houses, and in December 1909 he joined the ranks of the real tramps, spending the nights in a place for destitute men that was sustained by a philanthropic society. The young man who had come to Vienna 2.5 years before with the conviction that he would become a great artist had been reduced to the status of a homeless tramp, eager to get a bowl of hot soup, with no prospects of any kind and making no effort to support himself. Indeed, as Smith writes, his entry into the home for the homeless was a declaration of utter defeat. This defeat was one not only for Hitler the artist, but also for Hitler the proud and well-dressed bourgeois who had nothing but contempt for the lower classes. He had now become a bum, an outcast, he belonged to the dregs of society. This would have been an intense humiliation even for a less narcissistic member of the middle class. Since he was stable enough not to go to pieces, this situation must have strengthened him. The worst had happened, and he emerged toughened, his narcissism unbroken. Everything depended now on wiping out the humiliation by taking revenge on all his enemies and devoting his life to the goal of proving that his narcissistic self-image had not been a fantasy but was reality. This process can be better understood if we recall the clinical observations made earlier regarding the fate of extremely narcissistic persons who are defeated. Usually they do not recover. Since their inner, subjective, and the outer, objective reality are completely torn apart, they may become psychotic or stiffer from other severe mental disturbances. If they are lucky they may find some niche in reality, a minor job for instance, that permits them to hold on to their narcissistic fantasy while they blame the world and muddle through their lives without a major catastrophe. But there is another outcome open only to those who have special gifts. They can try to change reality in such a way that their grandiose fantasies are proved to be real. This requires not only talent but also historical circumstances that make it possible. Most frequently the solution is open to political leaders in periods of social crisis. If they have the talent to appeal to large masses and are shrewd enough to know how to organize them, they can make reality conform to their dream. Frequently the demagogue on this side of the borderline to a psychosis saves his sanity by making ideas that seemed crazy before appear to he sane now. In his political fight he is driven not only by the passion for power, but also by the need to save his sanity. We must now return to where we left Hitler at the most desperate and miserable point in his life. This period did not last very long, perhaps 2 months, and at no time did he do any manual work, as he claims in Mein Kampf. His circumstances shortly began to improve, when an older tramp, Hanisch, befriended him. Hanisch was a sordid character, with a political outlook similar to Hitler's and an interest in painting. 9 Most importantly, he had a practical idea of how they could both avoid destitution. If Hitler would ask his family for a small sum to buy painting materials, he could paint postcards and Hanisch would sell them. Hitler followed his advice. With the 50 kronen he received he bought the material and a very much needed overcoat and moved with Hannes to the Mannerheim, a well-run men's hostel where he could use the large common room to paint in. Everything went well. He painted postcards and Hannes peddled them, then came larger watercolors and oils, which Hannes sold to frame makers and art dealers. There was only one problem: Hitler did not work too diligently. As soon as he had a little money he would stop painting and begin to spend his time talking politics with the other inmates of the home. Nevertheless he had a steady though small income. Eventually there was a quarrel with Hannes, whom Hitler accused of having sold a painting without giving him his share, 50% of the price. He denounced Hannes to the police for theft, and Hannes was arrested. Hitler then continued the business on his own, painting and selling his own work, especially to 2 Jewish art dealers. This time he seems to have worked more systematically. He had become a small businessman, lived economically and even saved a little money. One can hardly say that he had become a painter or an artist, since what he did was mainly to copy from photographs and repeat those pictures which proved to have a demand on the market. He stayed on at the Mannerheim. His position in the Heim, however, had changed. He was now a permanent lodger, and this meant that he belonged to the small group of permanents who looked down on the transients as inferior to themselves, and who formed a respected elite within the system of the home. There were probably several reasons for his decision to stay in the home. The least likely is that, as Maser stresses, it was cheaper. For the 15 kronen per month he paid in the home he could have found an adequate private room. But a number of psychological reasons suggest themselves. Hitler, like many unrelated persons, was afraid of being alone. He needed to compensate for his inner aloneness by superficial contact with others. More than this, he needed an audience that he could impress. This was well provided by the Mannerheim, most of whose tenants were marginal types, loners, who had somehow failed to achieve a more normal life. Hitler was clearly superior to them in intelligence and vitality. They had the same function as the boys' gangs and Kubizek had had. They permitted him to practice his capacity to impress and influence other people and, hence, to confirm his own sense of power. While he sat and painted he would interrupt himself and start to make violent political speeches, very much in the style for which he was later well known. The Mannerheim became for him a training school for the career of political demagogue. A crucial question arises when we consider Hitler's existence at this time. Had he not acquired the capacity for steady work, changing from a lazy drifter to a somewhat prosperous small businessman? Had he not found himself and achieved a healthy mental balance? On the surface healthy may look as if this was so. Perhaps it was a case of late maturation, but can one call it normality? If it had been, the detailed analysis of his emotional development would have been quite unnecessary. It would have been sufficient to state that after certain characterological difficulties in his youth Hitler had become, at the age of 23 or 24, a well-adjusted and mentally healthy man. However, if one examines the situation more thoroughly, this interpretation is hardly tenable. Here is a man with extraordinary vitality, a burning passion for greatness and power, with the firm belief that he would become a great painter or architect. What was the reality? He had completely failed in this aim. He had become a small businessman. His power consisted in impressing a small group of loners whom he constantly harangued, without even succeeding in finding followers among them. Maybe if Hitler had been a smaller man with less vitality and less grandiosity, this solution would have pleased him, and he would have been satisfied in having achieved the permanent petty bourgeois existence of a commercial artist. But to imagine that of Hitler would be almost absurd. There had been only one change: the months of intense poverty had taught him to work mediocre as his work was. But otherwise his character had not been changed, except, perhaps, in the sense of becoming more deeply engraved. He remained an extremely narcissistic man without any interest in anybody or anything, living in an atmosphere of half fantasy and half truth, with a burning wish to conquer, and filled with hate and resentment. He remained a man without any realistic goal, plan, or concept about how to realize his ambitions. Munich. This aimlessness became evident in his sudden decision to break up his existence in the Mannerheim and to move to Munich and enroll there in the Academy of Arts. He had almost no knowledge about the situation in Munich, least of all did he inquire whether there was a market for his paintings as there was in Vienna. He just moved there, having a little money saved to help him over the first months. The decision proved to be a mistake. His dream of being admitted to the Art Academy in Munich failed to materialize. There was a smaller market for his paintings and, according to Smith, he was forced to hawk his pictures in beer halls and to sell them from door to door. According to Maser, Hitler's income tax declaration shows that he was earning about 100 marks per month, which would have been comparable to his Viennese income. But the fact remains that in Munich he also remained a commercial artist who mainly did copy work. Hitler's dream of becoming a great painter had definitely failed, and with his small talent and lack of training there was no connection between even the best prospects in his painting career and his great hopes. Is it surprising that the outbreak of the First World War was a godsend to him and that he thanked heaven for this event which at one stroke wiped out the necessity to decide what he wanted to do with his life? The war broke out just at the point when he could hardly avoid any longer the full realization of his failure as an artist, and it replaced his sense of humiliation with a feeling of pride in being a hero. Hitler was a dutiful soldier, and though not promoted, except in a minor way, he was decorated for bravery and respected by his superiors. He was no longer an outcast, he was a hero fighting for Germany, for its existence and glory, and for the values of nationalism. He could indulge in his strivings for destruction and victory, but now the war was real, no longer the fantasy war of little boys, and perhaps he himself was more real during these 4 years than at any other time. He was responsible, disciplined, and quite a different man from the loafer of the days in Vienna. The war ended with what seemed to him to be his own latest failure, defeat and revolution. The defeat might still have been bearable, but the revolution was not. The revolutionaries attacked everything that was sacred to Hitler's reactionary nationalism, and they won. They were the masters of the day, particularly in Munich, where they created a short-lived Great Republic. The victory of the revolutionaries gave Hitler's destructiveness its final and ineradicable form. The revolution was an attack on him, on his values, on his hopes, on his grandiosity in which he and Germany were one. His humiliation was all the greater since some of the revolutionary leaders were Jews, whom he had considered his archenemies for many years, and who made him be the hapless spectator of the destruction of his nationalist, petit bourgeois ideals. This final humiliation could only be wiped out by the destruction of all whom he held responsible for it. His hate, his thirst for revenge were also directed against the victorious Allied powers who forced Germany to accept the Treaty of Versailles, but to a lesser degree than against the revolutionaries, and particularly the Jews. Hitler's failures had grown by stages: as a high school student, a dropout from the middle class in Vienna, an art academy reject. Each failure caused a graver wound to his narcissism and a deeper humiliation than the previous one. In the same degree as his failures, grew also his indulgence in fantasy, his resentment, his wish for revenge, and his necrophilia that probably had its earliest roots in his malignant incestuousness. The start of the war had seemed to end the period of his failures, but it ended in a new humiliation, the defeat of the German armies and the victory of the revolutionaries. This time Hitler had the opportunity to transform his personal defeat and humiliation into a national and social defeat and humiliation, which thus enabled him to forget his personal failures. This time not he had failed and been humiliated, but Germany. By avenging and saving Germany he would avenge himself, and by wiping out Germany's shame he would wipe out his own. His aim now was to become a great demagogue, no longer a great artist. He had found the area for which he had a real gift and, hence, a real chance of success. We do not have sufficiently detailed material up to this period to demonstrate the presence of strong manifest necrophilous trends in his behavior. We have only seen the characterological ground that favored the growth of such tendencies: his malignant incestuousness, narcissism, coldness, lack of interest, self-indulgence, lack of realism, which necessarily resulted in failures and humiliations. From 1918 on, since there is ample material available about Hitler's life, we can recognize the manifestations of his necrophilia with increasing clarity. A comment on methodology. Some readers may object and ask, do we need to prove Hitler's necrophilia? Is his destructiveness not a fact that is beyond question? To be sure, we do not have to prove the reality of Hitler's extraordinarily destructive actions. But destructive actions are not necessarily manifestations of a destructive, necrophilous character. Was Napoleon a necrophile because he never hesitated to sacrifice his soldiers' lives for his personal ambition and vanity? Were the many political and military leaders throughout history who ordered large-scale destruction all necrophiles? To be sure, anyone who orders or condones destruction betrays that he has hardened his heart. Yet, depending on the motivations and circumstances, even a not necrophilous general or political leader can order severe destruction. The question raised in this book is not concerned with behavior, but with character. To be more specific, the question is not whether Hitler behaved destructively, but whether he was motivated by an intense passion to destroy, a passion for destruction that was part of his character. This has to be proven, not taken for granted. A psychological study must make every effort to be objective, particularly so in the case of a person like Adolf Hitler. Even if Hitler had died in 1933, at a time before he had actually committed many overt acts of large-scale destruction, he could very probably have been diagnosed as a necrophilous character on the basis of a detailed analysis of his whole personality. The crescendo of destruction that grew starting with the conquest of Poland up to his orders to destroy most of Germany and its population would only be the final confirmation of the earlier characterological diagnosis. On the other hand, even if we knew nothing about his past up to 1933, many details of his later behavior justify the diagnosis of severe necrophilia, rather than only indicate that he was, in behavioristic terms, a man who caused much destruction. From a behaviorist standpoint, this distinction between behavior and motivating forces is of course meaningless. If one wants to understand the dynamics of the whole person, however, and particularly his unconscious sector, it is essential. In Hitler's case, the use of the psychoanalytic method is all the more important because he repressed the awareness of his necrophilous passion to an extraordinary degree and in many different ways. Hitler's destructiveness. 10. Hitler's objects of destruction were cities and people. The great builder, the enthusiastic planner of a new Vienna, Linz, Munich, and Berlin, was the same man who wanted to destroy Paris, level Leningrad, and eventually demolish all of Germany. These intentions are well authenticated. Speer reports that at the height of his success, after he visited the recently conquered Paris, Hitler remarked to him, "Wasn't Paris beautiful? In the past I often considered whether we would not have to destroy Paris. But when we are finished in Berlin, Paris will only be a shadow. So why should we destroy it?" A. Speer, 1970. In the end, of course, Hitler ordered Paris destroyed, an order that was not executed by the German commander of Paris. The most extreme expression of his mania for destroying buildings and cities was his scorched earth decree for Germany in September 1944, in which he ordered that before the enemy should occupy German territory, everything, simply everything essential to the maintenance of life would be destroyed: the ration card records, the files of marriage and resident registries, the records of bank accounts. In addition, food supplies were to be destroyed, farms burned down and cattle killed. Not even those works of art that the bombs had spared were to be preserved. Monuments, palaces, castles, and churches, theaters and opera houses were also to be leveled. A. Speer, 1970. This also meant, of course, that there would be no water, no electricity, no sanitary facilities, i.e., there would be epidemics, illness, and death for millions who could not escape. For Speer, not a necrophilous destroyer but a biophilous builder, this order opened up an abyss between himself and Hitler. Seeking the cooperation of a number of generals and party officials who were not driven by Hitler's lust for destruction, Speer risked his life to sabotage Hitler's orders. Due to his efforts and those of a number of other people as well as to a number of other circumstances, Hitler's scorched earth policy was never carried out. Hitler's passion to destroy buildings and cities deserves particular attention because of its connection with his passion for building. One might even go so far as to say that his plans to rebuild cities were an excuse for first destroying them. But I believe it would be erroneous to explain his interest in architecture as nothing but a cover for his wish to destroy. His interest in architecture was probably genuine, and as we shall see later on, the only thing in life apart from power, victory, and destruction that genuinely interested him. Hitler's destructiveness is also to be seen in his plans for the future of the Poles after his victory over them. They were to be culturally castrated, teaching was to be restricted to knowledge of traffic signals, some German, and, as to geography, the fact that Berlin is the capital of Germany, arithmetic was entirely superfluous. There was to be no medical care, low living standards, all they were good for was as cheap labor and obedient slaves. H. Picker, 1965. Among the first human objects to be killed were defective people. Hitler had already written in Mein Kampf, defective people must be prevented from propagating equally defective offspring. For if necessary, the incurably sick will be pitilessly segregated, a barbaric measure for the unfortunate who is struck by it, but a blessing for his fellow men and posterity. A. Hitler, 1943. He translated these ideas into action by killing defective people rather than just isolating them. Another early manifestation of his destructiveness is the treacherous murder of Ernst Röhm, with whom he was seen chatting amiably only a few days before Röhm's death, and other SA leaders merely for reasons of political expediency, to reassure the industrialists and generals by exterminating the leaders of the anti-capitalist wing of the movement. Another expression of Hitler's indulgence in fantasies of unlimited destruction are his remarks on measures he would take if there were a mutiny, such as the one in 1918. He would immediately kill all leaders of opposing political currents, also those of political Catholicism, and all inmates of concentration camps. He figured that in this way he would kill several 100,000 people. H. Picker, 1965. The main victims of physical destruction would be the Jews, Poles, and Russians. Let us deal only with the destruction of the Jews, the facts are too well known to need elaboration here. It must be noted, however, that their systematic slaughter began only with the outbreak of the Second World War. There is no convincing evidence that Hitler contemplated the annihilation of Jewry until shortly before then, although he may have kept his idea secret. Until that time it was the policy to promote the emigration of all Jews from Germany, and the Nazi government even made efforts to facilitate this emigration. But on January 30, 1939, he told Czechoslovakian Foreign Minister Kvakovsky quite frankly, "We are going to destroy the Jews. They are not going to get away with what they did on November 9, 1918. The day of reckoning has come." H. Krausnick et al., 1968, 11. He made a less explicit statement before the Reichstag on the same day: if the Jewish international financiers inside and outside Europe succeeded in involving the nations in another war, the result will not be world Bolshevism and therefore a victory for Judaism, it will be the end of the Jews in Europe. 12. The statement to Kvakovsky is particularly interesting from a psychological standpoint. Here Hitler does not give any rationalizing explanation, such as that the Jews are a danger to Germany, but reveals one of his real motives: revenge for the crime of being revolutionaries committed by a small number of Jews 20 years earlier. The sadistic quality of his hate against the Jews was revealed by certain remarks that he made about the Jews to his closest colleagues after the party rally: out with them from all the professions and into the ghetto with them, fence them in somewhere where they can perish as they deserve while the German people look on, the way people stare at wild animals. H. Krausnick et al., 1968. Hitler felt that the Jews were poisoning the Aryan blood and the Aryan soul. In order to understand how this feeling is related to the whole necrophilous complex, we must deal with a seemingly completely different concern of Hitler's: syphilis. In Mein Kampf he spoke of syphilis as being among the most important vital questions of the nation. He wrote, Running parallel to the political, ethical, and moral contamination of the people, there had been for many years a no less terrible poisoning of the health of the national body. Especially in the big cities, syphilis was beginning to spread more and more, while tuberculosis steadily reaped its harvest of death throughout nearly the whole country. A. Hitler, 1943. This was not true. Neither tuberculosis nor syphilis constituted a major threat of the proportions Hitler attributes to them. But it is a typical fantasy for a necrophile, the fear of dirt and of poison and of the danger of being contaminated by them. It is an expression of, and simultaneously a defense against, the necrophilous attitude that experiences the outside world as dirty and poisonous. Most likely his hate against the Jews was rooted in this complex: Jews are foreigners are poisonous, like syphilis, hence foreigners have to be eradicated. That the Jews were poisoning not only the blood but also the soul is only a further extension of the original notion. Point 13. The more he sensed that victory was doubtful, the more Hitler the destroyer came fully into his own. For every step toward defeat many hecatombs had to die. Eventually it became time for the Germans themselves to be destroyed. Already on January 27, 1942, over a year before Stalingrad, Hitler said, "If the German people are not ready to fight for their survival, Selbstbehauptung, well, then they have to disappear, dann soll es verschwinden." H. Picker, 1965. When defeat was unavoidable, he ordered this threatened destruction of Germany to begin of her soil, buildings, factories, works of art. When the Russians were about to take Hitler's bunker, the moment for the grand finale of destruction had come. His dog had to die with him, and his mistress Eva Braun, who had come to the shelter against his orders in order to die with him, would die there, too. Hitler, so touched by Fraulein Braun's act of loyalty, rewarded her by contracting a legal marriage. The readiness to die for him was apparently the only act by which a woman could prove that she loved him. Goebbels also remained faithful to the man to whom he had sold his soul. He ordered his wife and their 6 small children to die with him. Like any normal mother, Goebbels' wife would never have killed her children, and least of all for the flimsy propaganda reasons her husband gave her, but she had no choice. When Speer visited her for the last time, Goebbels made it impossible for her to talk alone with him, even for a minute. All she could say was that she was happy that her eldest son, from a previous marriage, was not there also. 14 Hitler's defeat and death had to be accompanied by the death of those near him, by the death of the Germans, by the destruction of the world if he could have had his way. Total destruction was to be the background for his own destruction. Let us return to the question whether one can explain Hitler's acts as justified by traditional reasons of state, whether he was humanly different from any other statesman or general who starts a war and gives orders by which millions of persons are killed. In some respects Hitler was like many normal leaders of big powers, and it is rather hypocritical to declare his war policy unique, in the fact of what leaders of other powerful nations are on record as having done. What is special in Hitler's case is the disproportionality between the destruction he ordered and the realistic reasons for it. His actions, from the killing of many millions of Jews, Russians, and Poles to the final order for the destruction of all Germans, cannot be explained as strategically motivated, but are the product of the passion of a deeply necrophilous man. This fact is sometimes obscured by putting the whole emphasis on Hitler's destruction of the Jews, an emphasis that overlooks the fact that the Jews were only one of the many victims Hitler wanted to destroy. To be sure, it is correct to say that Hitler was a Jew hater, but it is equally correct to say that he was a German hater. He was a hater of mankind, a hater of life itself. This will become even clearer when we look at Hitler in terms of other necrophilic manifestations that were dealt with in general terms in the earlier discussion of necrophilia. Let us look first at certain spontaneous expressions of his necrophilous orientation. Speer reports Hitler's reaction to the final scene of a newsreel about the bombing of Warsaw. Clouds of smoke darkened the sky, dive bombers tilted and hurtled toward their goal. We could watch the flight of the released bombs, the pull-out of the planes and the cloud from the explosions expanding gigantically. The effect was enhanced by running the film in slow motion. Hitler was fascinated. The film ended with a montage showing a plane diving toward the outlines of the British Isles. A burst of flames followed, and the island flew into the air in tatters. Hitler's enthusiasm was unbounded. "That is what will happen to them," he cried out, carried away. "That is how we will annihilate them." A. Speer, 1970. Hanfstaengl reports a conversation held in the middle of the 20s in which he tried to persuade Hitler to visit England. He told Hitler of the interesting sights there and mentioned Henry VIII. Hitler responded, 6 wives 6 wives not bad, and 2 of them he eliminated on the scaffold. We should really visit England and go to the Tower to look at the place where they were executed. This would be worthwhile. E. Hanfstaengl, 1970. Indeed, this place of execution interested him more than the rest of England. Characteristic, also, is Hitler's reaction to a film Friedrichus Rex in 1923. In this movie, Friedrich's father wants to execute both his son and his friend for an attempt to flee the country. While still in the theater and again on the way home, Hitler repeated, "He the son is also to be killed magnificent." This means, off with the head of anybody who sins against the state, even if he is one's own son. He went on to say that this method must be applied in the case of the French, who at the time had occupied the valuable Ruhr area, and concluded, "What does it matter if a dozen of our cities on the Rhine and Ruhr are consumed by fire and if a few 100,000 people lose their lives?" E. Hanfstaengl, 1970. Characteristic of his necrophilous orientation are certain often repeated jokes. While Hitler kept to a vegetarian diet, his guests were served a regular dinner. If there was a meat broth, reports Speer, I could depend on his speaking of corpse tea. In connection with crayfish, he brought out his story of a deceased grandmother whose relations had thrown her body into the brook to lure the crustaceans, for eels, that they were best fattened and caught by using dead cats. A. Speer, 1970. Hitler's face also betrayed the sniffing expression mentioned in the discussion of necrophilia, as if he were constantly smelling a bad odor. This is quite apparent from a large number of photographs. His laugh was never free, but was a kind of smirk, as one can also recognize from photographs. This trait is particularly noticeable at the peak of his career, after the surrender of France in the railroad car in Compiègne. As depicted in a newsreel at the time, after he left the car he performed a little dance, struck his thighs and belly with his hands, and made an ugly smirk, as if he had just swallowed France. 15. Another of Hitler's necrophilous traits was boredom. His conversations at table are the most drastic manifestation of this form of lifelessness. At Obersalzberg, after the afternoon dinner, he and his company would walk to the tea house where tea and coffee with cakes and other sweets were served. Here, at the coffee table, Hitler was particularly fond of drifting into endless monologues. The subjects were mostly familiar to the company, who therefore listened absently, though pretending attention. Occasionally Hitler himself fell asleep over one of his monologues. The company then continued chatting in whispers, hoping that he would awaken in time for the evening meal. A. Speer, 1970. Afterward they all returned to the house and 2 hours later supper was served. After supper 2 movies were shown, and were occasionally followed by some trivial talk about them. From 1 o'clock on, some members of the company, in spite of all their efforts to control themselves, could no longer repress their yawns. But the social occasion dragged on in monotonous, wearing emptiness for another hour or more, until at last Eva Braun had a few words with Hitler and was permitted to go upstairs. 16 Hitler would stand up about a quarter of an hour later, to bid his company good night. Those who remained, liberated, often followed those numbing hours with a gay party over champagne and cognac. A. Speer, 1970, 17. Hitler's destructiveness can be recognized through its main manifestations, some of which I have mentioned, but it was not recognized by millions of Germans or by statesmen and politicians all over the world. On the contrary, he was considered a great patriot, motivated by love for his country, the savior who would liberate Germany from the Versailles Treaty and from acute economic disaster, the great constructor who would build a new, prosperous Germany. How could the Germans and the world not have seen the great destroyer behind the mask of the builder? There are many reasons. Hitler was a consummate liar and actor. He proclaimed his desire for peace and insisted after every new success that this was the last demand he would make. He conveyed this convincingly both by his words and his highly controlled voice. But it was only his future enemies that he deceived. For example, in one of his talks to his generals, he proclaimed, "Man has a sense for the discovery of beauty. How rich is the world for one who makes use of this sense. Beauty must have power over men. After the end of the war I want to devote myself to my thoughts for 5 to 10 years, and to writing them down. Wars come and go. What remains are only the values of culture." He wants to create a new era of tolerance and accuses the Jews of having introduced intolerance, through Christianity. H. Picker, 1965. Repression of destructiveness. Hitler was probably not even consciously lying when he spoke thus, he was simply assuming the old role of artist and writer, never having admitted his failure in both those fields. Utterances of this kind, however, had a much more important function, one that is related to the core of Hitler's character structure, the repression of the awareness of his destructiveness. First, in rationalizations, any destruction he ordered he rationalized as being only for the sake of the survival, growth, splendor of the German nation. It was in defense against enemies who wanted to destroy Germany, Jews, Russians, eventually England and America. He was acting in the name of the biological law of survival. If I am to believe in a divine command, it can only be the one to preserve the species. H. Picker, 1965. In other words, while Hitler gave his orders for destruction he was only aware of his duty and of his noble intentions. These required destructive acts, but he repressed the awareness of his craving for destruction. Thus he avoided confronting himself with his true motivations. A still more efficient form of repression are reaction formations. This is a clinically well-established form of dealing with repressed strivings. A person denies their existence by developing traits that are exactly the opposite. One example of these reaction formations was his vegetarianism. Not that all vegetarianism has this function, but that it did in Hitler's case is indicated by the fact that he stopped eating meat after the suicide of his half-niece Julie Raubel, who had been his mistress. His whole behavior at this time shows that he felt an intense guilt for her suicide. Even if we discard as unproven the suspicion found in the literature that he actually killed her in a fit of rage over her infatuation with a Jewish artist, he could be blamed for her suicide. He held her like a prisoner, was extremely jealous, and had started a lively flirtation with Eva Braun. After Julie's death he fell into a state of depression, started a kind of mourning cult. Her room remained undisturbed as long as he lived in Munich, and he visited it every Christmas. His abstinence from meat was an atonement for his guilt and the proof of his incapacity to kill. His antipathy for hunting probably had the same function. The most distinct manifestations of this reaction formation can be seen in the following facts cited by W. Maser, 1971. Hitler did not get involved in any of the fighting with political opponents in the years before his seizure of power. Only once did he touch a political opponent. He was never present at a murder or an execution. When Röhm asked before he was killed that the Führer himself should come and shoot him, he knew what he was talking about. When some of his comrades were killed in the attempted coup in Munich, November 9, 1923, he fought with ideas of suicide and began to suffer twitching of his left arm, a condition which returned after the defeat in Stalingrad. It was impossible for his generals to persuade him to visit the front. Not a few military and other persons were firmly convinced that he evaded such visits because he could not tolerate the view of dead and wounded soldiers. W. Maser, 1971, 18. The reason for this behavior was not lack of physical courage, amply demonstrated in the First World War, or his tender feelings for the German soldiers, for whom he felt as little as for anybody else. W. Maser, 1971, 19. In my opinion, this phobic reaction to seeing corpses is a defense reaction against the awareness of his own destructiveness. As long as he only gave and signed orders, he had only spoken and written. In other words, he has not shed blood as long as he avoided seeing the corpses in reality and protected himself from the effective awareness of his passion for destruction. This phobic defense reaction is basically the same mechanism as that at the bottom of Hitler's somewhat compulsive overcleanliness, mentioned by Speer. 20. The symptom in the mild form it had in Hitler, as well as in the severe form of a full-grown washing compulsion, usually has one function, that of washing off the dirt, the blood which symbolically adheres to one's hands, or the whole body. The awareness of the blood and dirt is repressed, what is conscious is only the need to be clean. The refusal to see corpses is similar to this compulsion, both serve the denial of destructiveness. Toward the end of his life, when he sensed the approach of his final defeat, Hitler was no longer able to continue repressing his destructiveness. A drastic example is his reaction to the sight of the dead bodies of the leaders of the aborted revolt of the generals in 1944. The man who had not been able to see corpses now gave orders to be shown the film taken of the torture and execution of the generals and of the corpses in their prison garb hanging from meat hooks. He put a photograph of the scene on his desk. 21. His previous threat to destroy Germany in case of defeat was now to be translated into reality. It was not due to Hitler that Germany was spared. Other aspects of Hitler's personality. We cannot understand Hitler or anyone else by seeing only one of his passions, even if it is the most fundamental of them. To comprehend how this man, driven by destructiveness, succeeded in becoming the most powerful man in Europe, admired by many Germans, and not a few other people, we must try to grasp his whole character structure, his special talents and gifts, and the social situation within which he functioned. In addition to necrophilia, Hitler also presents the picture of sadism, although this is overshadowed by the intensity of his lust for plain destruction. Since I analyzed Hitler's sadomasochistic, authoritarian character in an earlier work, Fromm, 1941a, I can be very brief here. Both in his writing and his speeches, Hitler expressed the craving for power over weaker people. He explained the advantage of having mass meetings in the evening thus. It seems that in the morning and even during the day men's willpower revolts with highest energy against an attempt at being forced under another's will and another's opinion. In the evening, however, they succumb more easily to the dominating force of a stronger will. For truly every such meeting presents a wrestling match between two opposed forces. The superior oratorical talent of a domineering apostolic nature will now succeed more easily in winning for the new will people who themselves have in turn experienced a weakening of their force of resistance in the most natural way, than people who still have full command of the energy of their minds and their willpower. A. Hitler, 1943. At the same time, his submissive attitude made him feel that he was acting in the name of a higher power, providence, or biological law. In one sentence, Hitler gave expression both to his sadistic and his necrophilous aspects. What they, the masses, want is the victory of the stronger and the annihilation or the unconditional surrender of the weaker. A. Hitler, 1943. The sadist would demand surrender, only the necrophile demands annihilation. The word or connects the sadistic and the necrophilous sides of Hitler's character, but we know from the record that the wish for annihilation was stronger in him than that for mere surrender. Three other character traits closely related to each other were his narcissism, his withdrawn attitude, and his lack of any feeling of love, warmth, or compassion. His narcissism 22 is the most easily recognizable trait in the picture. He shows all the typical symptoms of an extremely narcissistic person. He is interested only in himself, his desires, his thought, his wishes. He talked endlessly about his ideas, his past, his plans. The world is real only as far as it is the object of his schemes and desires. Other people matter only as far as they serve him or can be used. He always knows everything better than anyone else. This certainty in one's own ideas and schemes is a typical characteristic of intense narcissism. Hitler came to his conclusions mainly on an emotional basis, not as a result of examining knowledge. For him, political, economic, and social facts were replaced by ideology. Once he believed in an ideology because it appealed to his emotions, he believed the facts that the ideology proclaimed as true. This does not mean he neglected facts entirely. To some extent he was a shrewd observer and evaluated certain facts better than many less narcissistic people. But this capacity, which I shall discuss further on, does not exclude his lack of realism in essential matters concerning which his beliefs and decisions are made largely on a narcissistic basis. Hanfstaengl reports a telling illustration of Hitler's narcissism. Goebbels had ordered a tape recording made of some of Hitler's speeches. Whenever Hitler visited him, Goebbels would play these recordings. Hitler would throw himself in a big overstuffed chair and enjoy his voice in a trance-like state, in einer Art von Vollnarkose, like the Greek youth who was tragically in love with himself and found his death in the water while admiring his own image on its smooth surface. E. Hanfstaengl, 1970. P. E. Schramm speaks of Hitler's cult of the ego. He was dominated, according to General Alfred Jodl, by an almost mystical conviction of his infallibility as leader of the nation and of the war. H. Picker, 1965. Speer writes about Hitler's megalomania as shown in his building plans. His own palace in Berlin was to be the biggest residence ever built, 150 times the size of the Chancellor's residence at the time of Bismarck. A. Speer, 1970. Related to his narcissism is Hitler's utter lack of interest in anybody or anything, except what was of service to him, and his cold remoteness from everybody. To his absolute narcissism corresponded an almost absolute lack of love, tenderness, or empathy for anybody. In his whole history one cannot find a single person who could be called his friend. Kubizek and Speer come closer to this description than anyone else, yet they could by no means be called friends. Kubizek, being of the same age, served him as audience, admirer, and companion, but Hitler was never frank with him. The relationship with Speer was different. Speer probably represented for Hitler the image of himself as an architect. He, Hitler, would be a great builder through the medium of Speer. He seems even to have had some genuine affection for Speer, the only instance where we find this, perhaps with the exception of Kubizek, and I surmise that one reason for this rare phenomenon may have been that architecture was the only field in which Hitler had a real interest in something outside of himself, the only area in which he was alive. Nevertheless, Speer was not his friend. As Speer put it succinctly at the Nuremberg trial, "If Hitler had had any friends, I would have been his friend." The fact was that Hitler had no friends. He was always a secretive loner, whether as a painter of postcards in Vienna or as the Führer of the Reich. Speer remarks on his inability to make human contacts. Hitler himself was aware of his complete loneliness. Speer reports Hitler's telling him that after Hitler's, eventual retirement he would be soon forgotten. People would turn to his successor quickly enough once it became evident that power was now in those hands. Everyone would forsake him. Playing with this idea, with a good measure of self-pity, he continued, "Perhaps one of my former associates will visit me occasionally. But I don't count on it. Aside from Fräulein Braun, I'll take no one with me. Fräulein Braun and my dog. I'll be lonely. For why should anyone voluntarily stay with me for any length of time? Nobody will take notice of me anymore. They'll all go running after my successor. Perhaps once a year they'll show up for my birthday." A. Speer, 1970. In these sentiments Hitler not only expresses the notion that nobody has any affection for him, but also the conviction that the only reason for attachment to him is his power. His friends were his dog and the woman whom he neither loved nor respected, but completely controlled. Hitler was cold and pitiless. This was noticed by such sensitive people as H. Rochning, 1940, and Speer. The latter gives a telling example. He as well as Goebbels tried to persuade Hitler, for propaganda purposes, to visit the bombed cities. But Hitler regularly brushed away any such suggestion. During his drives from Stettin station to the Chancellery, or to his apartment in Prinzregentenstrasse in Munich, he now ordered his chauffeur to take the shortest route, whereas he formerly loved long detours. Since I accompanied him several times on such drives, I saw with what absence of emotion he noted the new areas of rubble through which his car would pass. A. Speer, 1970. The only living creature who aroused any flicker of human feeling in Hitler was his dog. A. Speer, 1970. Many other, less sensitive people were deceived. What they believed to be warmth was in fact excitation, which emerged when Hitler spoke about his favorite topics or was in a vengeful and destructive mood. In the whole literature about Hitler I was unable to find any instance in which he showed compassion for anybody, of course, not for his enemies, but neither for the fighting soldiers and eventually for the German civilians. Never were his tactical decisions in the war mainly his insistence on not retreating, for instance in the battle for Stalingrad, influenced by concern about the number of soldiers who would be sacrificed. They were only so many guns. Summarizing, Speer states, Hitler lacked all the more gentle virtues of man. Tenderness, love, poetry, were alien to his nature. On the surface he showed courtesy, charm, tranquility, correctness, amiability, self-control. This outer skin obviously had the function to cover up the really dominant traits with a complete although thin layer. Afterword by A. Speer, in J. Bross, 1972. Relations to women. Hitler's relations to women show the same lack of love and tenderness or compassion as do his relations to men. This statement would seem to contradict that Hitler was very attached to his mother, but if we assume that Hitler's incestuousness was of the malignant type, i.e., that he was tied to mother, but that this tie was cold and impersonal, we will be prepared to find that his relations to women in his later life were also cold and impersonal. Among the women in whom Hitler was interested we can distinguish essentially two categories, characterized mainly by their respective social positions. 1. The respectable women, distinguished by their wealth, social status, or by being successful actresses, and 2. The women who were socially beneath him, like his half-niece, Julie Raubel, and his mistress of many years, Eva Braun. His behavior and feelings toward the first group were quite different from those toward the second group. Among the women in the first group were a number of elderly and wealthy society ladies in Munich who befriended him and made considerable gifts to him personally and to the party. More importantly, they introduced him to upper-class life and manners. He accepted their gifts and adoration graciously, but never fell in love with or was erotically attracted to these mother figures. With other socially superior women he was always somewhat shy and timid. His youthful infatuation with Stephanie, a young and pretty upper-class girl in Linz, is a prototype for this attitude. He was smitten by her, and if we follow Kubizek's report, he would walk by her house and try to see her on walks, yet he never dared to address her or make any attempt, through a third person, to be introduced. Eventually he wrote her a letter expressing his wish to marry her later on, after he had become somebody, but did not sign it. This whole behavior, bearing the stamp of a lack of realism, may be attributed to his youth, but according to many other reports, such as those by Hanfstaengl and Speer, he showed the same timidity toward women in later years. It seems that his attitude toward desirable women whom he admired remained one of distant admiration. In Munich he liked to look at good-looking women. When he came to power he liked to surround himself with beautiful women, especially film actresses, but there is no evidence that he ever fell in love with any of them. Toward these women Hitler behaved rather like the graduate of the dancing class at the final dance. He displayed a shy eagerness to do nothing wrong, to offer a sufficient number of compliments, and to welcome them and bid them goodbye with the Austrian kissing of the hand. A. Speer, 1970. There were also the women he did not admire or respect, such as Julie Raubel and Eva Braun, but who submitted to him. It was with this type of woman that he seems mainly to have had sexual relations. Hitler's sexual life has been the subject of much speculation. It has often been claimed that he was a homosexual, but there is no evidence of it, nor does it seem likely to have been the case. 23 On the other hand, there is no evidence that his sexual relations were normal, or even that he was sexually potent. Most of the data in regard to Hitler's sexual life come from Hanfstaengl, who had plenty of occasions to observe him in Munich and Berlin in the 20s and early 30s. 24. Hanfstaengl reports a statement made by Julie Rogel to a friend: "My uncle is a monster. Nobody can imagine what he demands from me." This statement is somewhat corroborated by another story reported by Hanfstaengl, told him by F. Schwartz, the treasurer of the party in the 20s. According to the latter, Hitler was blackmailed by a man who had gotten possession of pornographic sketches Hitler had made of Julie, showing her in positions which any professional model would decline to assume. Hitler gave orders to pay off the man, but he did not permit the sketches to be destroyed. They had to be preserved in his safe in the Brown House. Nobody knows what these sketches portrayed, but it is safe to assume that they were not just sketches of Julie in the nude, since in the Munich of the 20s that could hardly have been compromising enough to blackmail Hitler. It is probable that the sketches portrayed some perverse pose or position, and that Hitler's sexual desires were somewhat abnormal. Whether he was totally incapable of performing the normal sexual act, as Hanfstaengl claims, is beyond our knowing. But it is likely that the sexual interests of a cold, timid, sadistic, and destructive man like Hitler were mainly of a perverse nature. Since we have no data, it is not very helpful to try to construct a detailed picture of his sexual tastes. The most one can guess, I believe, is that his sexual desires were largely voyeuristic, anal sadistic with the inferior type of women, and masochistic with admired women. We have no evidence concerning his sexual relations with Eva Braun, either, but we do know a great deal more about his affective relationship to her. It is clear that he treated her with complete lack of consideration. His birthday gifts to her are only one example. He would tell an adjutant to buy her some cheap costume jewelry and the obligatory flowers. 25 In general, Hitler showed little consideration for her feelings. In her presence he would enlarge on his attitude towards women as though she were not present. A highly intelligent man should take a primitive and stupid woman. A. Speer, 1970. We get a further insight into Hitler's attitude toward Eva Braun from the latter's diary. Her writing is difficult to decipher in part, but probably reads as follows. March 11, 1935. I wish only for one thing: to be severely ill and not to know anything about him for at least a week. Why does nothing happen to me? Why must I go through all this? If I had only never met him. I am desperate. Now I am again buying sleeping powders, then I get into a dreamlike state and do not think about it so much anymore. Why doesn't the devil get me? I am sure it would be more pleasant with him than here. For 3 hours I waited in front of the Carlton and had to watch while he brought flowers, and took her to dinner. Remark added later, on March 16. Crazy imagination. He uses me only for certain purposes, it is not possible otherwise. Added later, nonsense. When he says he is fond of me hat mich lieb, he means it only at a moment, exactly like his promises which he never keeps. April 1, 1935. Last night we were invited by him to the Wir Jahreszeiten, a Munich restaurant. I had to sit beside him for 3 hours and could not say a single word to him. On parting he gave me, as once before, an envelope with money. How lovely it would have been if he had written me a greeting or a kind word with it, it would have given me so much pleasure. But he does not think of such things. May 28, 1935. I have just sent him a letter that for me is decisive, whether he indecipherable. Well, we shall see. If I do not have an answer by tonight at 10 o'clock, I will simply take my 25 pills and shall softly sleep. Is that his love, as he has assured me so often, if he has no kind word for me in 3 months? Good Lord, I am afraid that he will not answer me today. If only somebody would help me, everything is so terrible and hopeless. Perhaps my letter reached him at an inappropriate moment. Perhaps I should not have written him at all. Whatever it may be, the uncertainty is more terrible to bear than a sudden end. I have decided on 35 pieces sleeping pills, this time it is really to be a dead sure matter. If he would at least have somebody phone me. Eva Braun, 1935. My translation. In the same diary she complains that on the occasion of her birthday he did not give her any of the things she had wanted so much, a small dog and clothes, but only had someone bring her flowers. She bought herself some jewelry for about $12, hoping that at least he would like to see it on her. There are some data on Hitler's masochistic behavior toward women whom he admired. Hanfstaengl reports about such an incident in connection with Hitler's attitude toward his, Hanfstaengl's, wife. At a visit to Hanfstaengl's home, while the latter had left for a few minutes, Hitler fell on his knees before Mrs. Hanfstaengl, called himself her slave, and deplored the fate that had given him, too late, the bittersweet experience of meeting her. The essential point of this report, Hitler's masochistic behavior, is corroborated by a document W.C. Langer, 1972, was able to dig out. Renée Muller, a film actress, confided to her director, A. Zeisler, what happened during the evening she spent at the Chancellery. She had been sure that he was going to have intercourse with her, that they had both undressed and were apparently getting ready for bed when Hitler fell on the floor and begged her to kick him. She demurred, but he pleaded with her and condemned himself as unworthy, heaped all kinds of accusations on his own head, and just groveled in an agonizing manner. The scene became intolerable to her, and she finally acceded to his wishes and kicked him. This excited him greatly, and he begged for more and more, always saying that it was even better than he deserved and that he was not worthy to be in the same room with her. As she continued to kick him, he became more and more excited. A. Zeisler, 1943. Renée Muller committed suicide shortly afterward. There were a number of other women of the upper class who are said to have been in love with Hitler, but there is not enough evidence to prove that he had sexual relations with them. It is remarkable that quite a few women who had been close to Hitler committed or tried to commit suicide: Julie Rogel, Eva Braun, twice, Renée Muller, Unity Mitford, and a few, more doubtful cases quoted by Maser. One can hardly help speculating that Hitler's destructiveness was not without effect on them. Whatever the nature of Hitler's perversion, the details hardly matter, nor does his sexual life explain anything more about him than what we know already. In fact, the credibility of the scarce data we have on his sexual life rests mainly on our knowledge of his character. Gifts and talents. The characterological analysis of Hitler has shown us a withdrawn, extremely narcissistic, unrelated, undisciplined, sadomasochistic, and necrophilous person. Surely these qualities would not explain his success, unless he was a man of considerable gifts and talents. What were they? The greatest of Hitler's talents was his capacity to influence, impress, and persuade people. We have seen that he had this ability even as a child. He recognized and practiced it in his role as leader of the boys' gangs in the war games, later in his relation to Kubizek, his first real follower, then with the inmates of the Mannerheim in Vienna. Shortly after the revolution, in 1919, he was sent out by his military superiors with the mission to convert the soldiers to right-wing ideas and to arouse their hate against the revolutionaries. He met with the small and insignificant group of the Socialist Workers' Party, 50 members, and succeeded within a year in becoming the party's undisputed leader, renaming it the National Socialist German Workers' Party, changing its constitution, and being accepted as one of the most popular speakers in Munich. The reasons for this capacity to influence people, which is, of course, the essential talent of all demagogues, are manifold. One must first think of what has often been called his magnetism, which, according to most observers, originated in his eyes. H. Picker, 1965, W. Maser, 1971, A. Speer, 1970. There are a number of reports showing that even people who are biased against him suddenly become converted when he looks straight at them. Professor A. von Muller, who gave a course on history to the soldiers training for intelligence work in Munich, gives the following picture of his first meeting with Hitler. At the end of my lecture I noticed a small group that made me stop. They stood as if mesmerized by a man in their midst who spoke to them in a strange guttural voice without stopping, and with increasing excitation. I had the peculiar feeling that their own excitation was caused by his, and simultaneously that theirs gave his voice its energy. I saw a pallid, thin face, with a short clipped mustache and conspicuously large, pale blue, fanatically cold, shining eyes. W. Maser, 1971. There are many reports mentioning the magnetic qualities of Hitler's eyes. Since I never saw him except in pictures, which give only a most inadequate impression of this peculiar quality, I can only speculate on what it was. Such speculation is facilitated, however, by a frequently made observation that extremely narcissistic people, especially fanatics, often show a particular glitter in their eyes that gives them an appearance of great intensity, otherworldliness, and devotion. In fact, it is sometimes not easy to distinguish between the expression in the eyes of an extremely devoted, almost saintly man and those of a highly narcissistic, sometimes even half-crazy man. The only distinguishing quality is the presence or absence of warmth, and all reports agree that Hitler had cold eyes, that his whole facial expression was cold, that there was an absence of any warmth or compassion. While this trait could have a negative effect, as in fact it did on many, it often enhances magnetic power. Cold ruthlessness and the lack of humanity in a face produces fear. One prefers to admire rather than be afraid. The word awe best characterizes this blend of feelings. Awe means something terrible, as in awful, as well as something admirable, as in to be in awe of somebody. Point 26. Another factor in Hitler's impressiveness was his narcissism and the unshakable certainty that, like so many narcissists, he felt about his ideas. In order to understand this phenomenon, we must consider that, as far as our knowledge is concerned, nothing is certain except death. But to say that nothing is certain does not imply that everything is a matter of guesswork. From an educated guess, to a hypothesis, to a theory, an ever-increasing approximation of certainty exists, mediated by reason, realistic observation, critical thought, and imagination. For the one who has these capacities, relative uncertainty is very acceptable because it is the result of the active use of his faculties, while certainty is boring because it is dead. But for those without these faculties, especially at a time of as much social and political uncertainty as there was in Germany in the 20s, the fanatic who pretends to be certain becomes a most attractive figure, somebody akin to a savior. A related factor that facilitated Hitler's influence was his gift for oversimplification. His speeches were not restrained by intellectual or moral scruples. He picked out the facts that served his thesis, connected the pieces, and made up a plausible argument, plausible at least for uncritical minds. He was also a consummate actor, showing a remarkable capacity for mimicking the speech and gestures of the most diverse people. Point 27. He had complete control over his voice, consciously playing on it in order to achieve the desired effect. When he spoke to students, he could be calm and reasonable. He also knew the right tone for speaking to his tough and uneducated old Munich cronies, or to a German prince, or to his generals. He could make an angry scene when he wanted to break down the Czechoslovakian or Polish ministers in order to make them surrender, and he could be the perfect and amiable host to Neville Chamberlain. One cannot speak about Hitler's talent for impressing others without mentioning his attacks of anger. Those occasional outbursts have largely contributed to the cliché about Hitler, especially widespread outside of Germany, presenting him as someone constantly angry, shouting, incapable of self-control. Such a picture is by no means correct. Hitler was generally courteous, polite, and controlled. His spells of anger, even though they were not rare, were the exception, but they could be of the greatest intensity. These angry outbursts occurred on two kinds of occasions. First, in his speeches, especially toward the conclusion. This anger was quite authentic because it was fed by his very genuine passion of hate and destruction, to which he gave full and uninhibited expression at a certain point in his speeches. It was the very authenticity of his hate that made it so impressive and infectious. Genuine as these oratorical expressions of hate were, they were not, however, uncontrolled. Hitler knew very well when the time had arrived to let go and to whip up the audience's emotions, and only then did he open the floodgates of his hate. His angry outbursts in conversation seemed to have been of another nature, not unlike those he had had as a child, when he felt frustrated. 28 Speer has compared them with the tantrums of a 6-year-old, which was in many aspects Hitler's emotional age. He used these outbursts to intimidate people, but he could also control them when he felt it was expedient to do so. A good illustration is provided by a scene described by one of the most outstanding German military leaders, General Heinz Guderian. With an angry red face, raised fists, the trembling man Hitler stood before me, beside himself with rage and having lost all composure, fassungslos. He shouted more and more loudly, his face was distorted. When Guderian was not impressed by this spectacle and insisted on his original opinion that had so infuriated him, Hitler suddenly changed, smiled very amiably and told Guderian, "Please go on with your report, today the General Staff has won a battle." A. Bullock, 1965. Speer's appraisal of Hitler's outbursts is corroborated by many other reports in the literature. After dramatic negotiations, Hitler was apt to deride his opposites. Once he described Schuschnigg's visit to Obersalzberg on February 12, 1939. By a pretended fit of passion, B. Bad made the Austrian Chancellor realize the gravity of the situation, B. said, and finally forced him to yield. Many of those hysterical scenes that have been reported were probably carefully staged. In general, self-control was one of Hitler's most striking characteristics. In those early days he lost control of himself only a very few times, at least in my presence. A. Speer, 1970. Another of Hitler's remarkable gifts was his extraordinary memory. P. E. Scram gives a vivid description. One capacity that astounded everybody again and again, including those who were not under his spell, was his stupendous memory, a memory that could exactly retain even unimportant details, like the characters in Karl May's novels, the authors of books he bade once read, even the make of the bicycle he had ridden in 1915. He remembered exactly the dates in his political career, the inns he had been to, the streets he had driven on. H. Picker, 1965. A number of reports show Hitler's faculty for remembering figures and technical details, the exact caliber and range of any type of gun, the number of submarines at sea and at home ports, and many other details of military importance. No wonder that his generals were often deeply impressed by the thoroughness of his knowledge, which in fact was mainly a feat of memory. This brings us to a very important question, that of Hitler's erudition and knowledge, a question that is of special importance today when there is an increasing tendency to restore the image of Hitler, and an undiluted admiration of Hitler's greatness is expressed in a number of recent books by former Nazis. 29. Maser takes a somewhat contradictory position. He cautions the reader that many statements made by Hitler about his own erudition are of doubtful value in the absence of objective evidence. For instance, Hitler claimed that he read one serious book every night, and that since he was 22 he had seriously studied world history, the history of art, of culture, of architecture, and political science. In spite of this initial warning, Maser asserts, without citing sources, that according to well-authenticated reports of witnesses, Hitler had begun in his later school years to study advanced works in science and art, but was most at home in those branches of history that he himself claimed to have mastered. How uncritical such an evaluation of Hitler's knowledge is can be seen from one drastic example. Maser writes that Hitler's remarks in the Zweisprach confirm only what Hitler had convincingly proved before, both publicly and in private conversations, his remarkable knowledge of the Bible and of the Talmud. W. Maser, 1971. The Talmud is a large and difficult work, and only someone who has devoted years to its study could have a remarkable knowledge of it. The facts are simple. The anti-Semitic literature with which Hitler was quite familiar, cites a number of sentences from the Talmud, sometimes distorted or taken out of context, in order to prove the sinister nature of the Jews. Hitler remembered these phrases and bluffed his listeners into believing that he had mastered a whole literature. That he should thus bluff his listeners is understandable, that he could still bluff a historian 30 years later is regrettable. Hitler could, indeed, talk glibly and with a claim to knowledge about almost everything under the sun, as anyone who reads the table talks, H. Picker, 1965, can easily convince himself. He held forth on paleontology, anthropology, and every aspect of history, philosophy, religion, psychology of women, and biology. What does a critical examination of Hitler's erudition and knowledge show? In school he was never capable of making an effort to do serious reading, even in subjects like history that had captured his interest. In his Viennese years he spent most of his time walking the streets, looking at buildings, sketching, and talking. The capacity for sustained study and serious, painstaking reading could have emerged after the war, but there is no evidence for it except Hitler's own claims. He is supposed to have carried a volume of Schopenhauer with him during the war. How much he read of it we do not know. On the other hand, an examination of the table talks, of his speeches, and of Mein Kampf suggests that he must indeed have been a greedy, voracious reader with a tremendous capacity for gleaning and retaining facts, and then using them whenever possible to underscore his biases. Read with some objectivity, Mein Kampf emerges as hardly the work of a man with any solid knowledge, but as a cleverly and dishonestly constructed propaganda pamphlet. As for his speeches, while tremendously effective, they were those of a rabble-rousing demagogue, not of an educated, self or otherwise, man. The table talks show him at his highest conversational level. But they also reveal him as a very gifted, half-educated man with no sound foundation in anything, who rambled from one field of knowledge to another, yet, helped by his prodigious memory, managed to combine into a more or less coherent whole all the bits of information he had picked up in the kind of informational reading he did do. Sometimes he made severe blunders that showed his lack of basic knowledge, but by and large he seems to have impressed his listeners, although most likely not all of them. In trying to determine the effect of the table talks on Hitler's guests, one should remember that while the men who listened to him were well educated and intelligent, some of them were fascinated by him and were therefore prone to overlook the lack of foundation in his ramblings. They may also have been impressed by the extremely wide range of subjects on which Hitler talked with such self-assurance. Brought up in the tradition of intellectual honesty, it would have been difficult for them to believe that here sat a man who was largely bluffing. The evidence indicates that, with rare exceptions, Hitler read nothing that challenged biased fanatical premises or that required critical and objective thought. In accordance with his character, his motive for reading was not knowledge but ammunition for his passion for persuading others and himself. He wanted to be excited by everything he read. He looked for an immediate emotional satisfaction through confirmation of his biases. Just as he was not interested in music by Bach or Mozart, but only in Wagner's operas, he was not interested in books that required participation and patience and had the beauty of truth. He devoured printed pages, but in a completely receptive and greedy way. Few serious books in any field can be read in this way. The proper material for this kind of reading are political pamphlets and pseudo-scientific books, such as those on race by Gobineau or Chamberlain, as well as popularized books on Darwinism, and others not too difficult to understand from which Hitler could pick out what suited him. He may also have read books on subjects that genuinely interested him, such as architecture and military history, but we do not know to what extent. By and large, it can be assumed that Hitler read popular literature, including pamphlets, in which he found many quotations from more serious sources. These he retained and quoted in his turn as if he had read the originals. The real problem is not how many books Hitler read, but whether he had acquired the basic quality of an educated man, i.e., the capacity for objectivity and reason in the assimilation of knowledge. It has often been said that Hitler was an autodidact, but this term is misleading. Hitler was not a self-taught man but a half-taught man, and the half that was missing was the knowledge of what knowledge is. Hitler's basic lack of education manifests itself in still another way. He had, of course, the possibility of inviting German scholars in any field in order to learn from them and increase his knowledge. But according to the reports by Schramm as well as by Speer, He almost totally avoided doing this. 30 He felt uneasy with people who were his equals or his superiors in any respect, as is frequently the case with narcissistic and authoritarian characters. He had to be in a position where he could play the role of the infallible one. If this was not possible, such a discussion threatened the whole edifice of his inflated knowledge, just as a serious book would have done. The only exception to Hitler's avoidance of specialists is found in his relation to architects, in particular, to Professor P. L. Troost. Troost was not subservient to Hitler. For instance, when Hitler came to Troost's apartment, Troost never went to meet him at the stairs, nor did he ever accompany Hitler downstairs when he left. Nevertheless, Hitler's admiration for Troost was unmitigated. He was never arrogant or argumentative, but behaved toward Troost like a student. A. Speer, 1970. Even in a photograph published in Speer's book one can recognize Hitler's almost timid attitude toward the professor. I suggest that Hitler behaved as he did toward Troost because of his interest in architecture, which I have already stressed. Hitler's taste in music and painting, like that in history and philosophy, was determined almost exclusively by his passions. Each evening after supper in Obersalzberg he saw 2 films. His favorites were operettas and musicals, no travelogues, films on nature, or educational films. A. Speer, 1970. I have already mentioned that such films as Fredericus Rex delighted him. In music he was interested almost exclusively in operettas and Wagnerian music, whose emotionalism was a kind of tonic to him. Hanfstaengl often played a few minutes of Wagner for him, especially when he felt low or depressed, and Hitler would respond as to an energizing drug. There is no evidence that the one-time painter had any serious interest in painting. He preferred to look at the outside of a museum, its architecture, rather than to go inside and look at the paintings. Hanfstaengl gives a vivid description of a visit to the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin in the early 20s. The first painting before which Hitler stopped was Rembrandt's Man with the Golden Helmet. "Is this not unique?" he said to the young son of a party member whom he had taken on this visit. His heroic soldierly expression. A fight through and through. Here one can see that Rembrandt was, after all, Aryan and Germanic, even though he occasionally took his models from the Jewish quarter in Amsterdam. Hitler, the painter, mostly copied postcards and old etchings. The subjects were largely the facades of buildings, architectural drawing, but also landscapes and portraits and illustrations for advertisements. The principle that guided him was exclusively that of easy saleability, and he would, as we have seen, repeat certain sketches and watercolors when they found a demand. His drawings and paintings show the quality one would expect from a man who paints thus. They were pleasant, but unalive, and lacking in personal expression. The best of his work seems to be his architectural sketches. But even when he did not copy, as during the war, they had a precise, patient, and pedantic style. No personal impulse can be felt in them, although they were well executed. A. Speer, 1970. Even Hitler himself admitted later that his motive for painting was simply to make a living, and that he was only a small painter, ein kleiner Maler. He said to his crony Hoffmann, the photographer, in 1944, "I do not want to become a painter. I painted only to be able to live and to study." W. Maser, 1971. One may conclude that he was a commercial artist, a copyist with talent for drawing. He did not have the talent to become a great painter. 31. This impression of Hitler's lack of originality is reinforced when one looks at the more than 100 sketches Speer has in his possession. Even though I am not competent as a judge of art, I believe no psychologically sensitive person can fail to note the extremely pedantic and lifeless character of these sketches. There is, for instance, one small detail of a sketch for the interior of a theater that Hitler repeated many times, virtually without any change. There are similar repetitions of a sketch of an obelisk. Sometimes one can see the aggression in the intense pencil strokes, while other pictures lack any personal expression. It is very interesting to find that interspersed with these sketches, done between 1925 and 1940, are artless drawings of submarines, tanks, and other military equipment. 32. The fact that Hitler had little interest in painting should not make us assume that his interest in architecture was not genuine. This is of great importance for the understanding of Hitler's personality, because it would seem to be the only genuine interest in his life. By this I mean one that was not primarily narcissistic, that was not a manifestation of destructiveness, that was not faked. It is, of course, not easy to judge how authentic are the interests of a man who is so accustomed to lie about himself. Yet I believe there are sufficient data to demonstrate the genuineness of his architectural interests. The most important fact in this regard is Hitler's unending enthusiasm for discussing architectural plans, reported so vividly by Speer. One can see that here he was motivated by a real interest in something other than himself. He was not lecturing but asking questions and engaging in a real discussion. I believe that in his interest in architecture the power-driven, feeling-less, destructive man for once came to life, even though every time, the total impact of his character left Speer exhausted. I do not mean to say that Hitler was a changed man when he talked about architecture, but that it was the one situation when the monster was closest to being human. These considerations do not imply that Hitler was right in his claim that external circumstances forced him to give up his plan to become an architect. We have seen that he would have had to do relatively little to achieve this aim, but did not make the effort because he was more driven by his craving for omnipotence and destruction than stimulated by his love for architecture. The assumption of the genuineness of his architectural interest does not negate the megalomaniac quality of his concern or his poor taste. As Speer remarks, his preference was for the neo-Baroque of the 80s and 90s, and reverted to its decadent forms made popular by Kaiser Wilhelm II. That his taste was as poor in architecture as in other fields is not surprising. Taste cannot be separated from character. A brutal, primitive, unfeeling person like Hitler, blind to everything except what could be of use to him, can hardly fail to have poor taste. Yet I think it is important to note that Hitler's interest in architecture was the one constructive element in his character, perhaps the one bridge that linked him with life. Veneer. The understanding of Hitler's personality requires the recognition that the veneer covering of substance of this restlessly driven man was that of an amiable, courteous, controlled, almost shy man. He was especially courteous to women, never failing to bring or send them flowers on the proper occasions. He offered them cookies and tea. He would not sit until his secretaries had taken a chair. Schramm, in his introduction to the Table Talks, gives a vivid picture of the effect Hitler had on his environment. The circle of intimates was under the impression that the boss was much concerned with the well-being of those around him, participating in their joys and woes. Thus, for instance, that he pondered before their birthdays what gift would cause special pleasure. Dr. H. Picker, the young man who until he joined the group at Hitler's table had experienced Hitler only from afar as the statesman, was strongly impressed by the humanist that Hitler radiated within his narrow circle, the benevolence he showed to the younger ones, his readiness to laugh. Yes, in his circle Hitler, the man without family or friends, was a good comrade, and he had learned what comradeship means in the First World War, retaining this knowledge in later life. The people around Hitler also knew how intensely he reacted to beautiful and well-dressed women. They knew his fondness for children. They observed how attached he was to his dogs and how relaxed he became when he could study the behavior of these animals. H. Picker, 1965. Hitler could play this role of the friendly, amiable, kind, considerate man very well, not only because he was an excellent actor but also because he liked the role. It was valuable for him to deceive his closest circle about the depth of his own destructiveness and, most of all, to deceive himself. 33. Who can know whether there was any genuine element of kindness or goodwill in Hitler's behavior? We should assume there was, because there are few people in whom all traces of kindness or goodwill in Hitler's behavior we should assume have seen of his character makes us assume that most of this kindness was only a veneer. Hitler's concern for birthdays, for instance, contrasted with his behavior toward Eva Braun, whom he did not intend to impress as a gentleman. As for Hitler's laughter, apparently Picker was not sensitive enough to notice its particular quality. Regarding Hitler's comradely attitude in the war, as recorded by Picker, Hanfstaengl quotes a report written by Hitler's superior officer stating that, although Hitler was an eager and dutiful soldier, he has been excluded from further promotion because of his arrogant attitude toward his comrades and because of his spit-licking subservience toward his superiors. E. Hanfstaengl, 1970. As for his love for children, a trait sported by most politicians, Speer doubts whether it was genuine. 34 Concerning his affection for dogs, Schramm reveals the nature of this affection. He writes that Hitler had ordered the construction of an obstacle track in his headquarters, similar to those used for the training of the infantry, in which the dogs had to prove their courage as well as intelligence. Schramm was shown by the non-commissioned officer who took care of the dogs how fast they could follow the alternating commands of up and down. Schramm comments, "I had the impression that I was observing a machine and not a dog, and wondered whether Hitler, in training the dogs, was not dominated by the intention to extinguish the will in this animal." H. Picker, 1965. Schramm writes that Hitler had two faces, the friendly one, and the horrifying one, and that both were genuine. Often the same idea is expressed when people speak of a Jekyll and Hyde personality, implying that both are genuine. But this view is psychologically untenable, especially since Freud. The real division is between the unconscious core of the character structure and the role a person plays, including rationalizations, compensations, and other defenses that cover up the underlying reality. Even apart from Freud, this view is often dangerously naive. Who has not met people who not only deceive with words, which is minor, but with their whole behavior, their manner, their tone of voice, and their gestures? Many individuals are skillful enough to give a reasonably good performance of the character they pretend to be. They are so skillful in playing a role that they sometimes deceive even people who are by no means psychologically naive. Lacking any center within himself, any genuine principles, values, or convictions, Hitler could play the kindly gentleman and not be aware himself at the moment that it was a role. Hitler liked this role, not only in order to deceive. His liking for it was related to his social background. I do not refer so much to the fact that his father was an illegitimate child and that his mother was uneducated, but to his family's peculiar social situation. Partly because of his job, partly for personal reasons, his father lived with his family at various times in 5 different towns. Besides this, his role as an imperial customs official separated him somewhat from the local middle class socially, although in terms of income and social position he was their equal. Thus the Hitler family was never fully integrated into the middle-class society in the various places where they lived. Besides, even though they were well off, they were culturally on the lower level of bourgeois life. The father came from a low social background, was interested only in politics and bees, and spent much of his free time at the tavern. His mother was uneducated and only interested in her family. As an ambitious, vain young man, Hitler must have felt socially insecure, and wanted to be counted among the more prosperous and affluent levels of the middle class. Even in Linz he had a yearning for elegant clothes, and on his walks he was meticulously clothed and carried a cane. Maser reports that in Munich Hitler had a dress suit, white tie, and that his suits were always neat and never frayed. Later, the uniform took care of the problem of clothes, but his manners were meant to be those of a member of a well-brought-up bourgeois. The flowers, his taste in the decoration of his house, and his general demeanor revealed the somewhat forced attempt to prove that he had arrived. Hitler was the true bourgeois gentilhomme, the nouveau riche, eager to show that he is a gentleman. 35 He hated the lower classes because he had to prove that he did not belong to them. Hitler was an uprooted man, not so much because he was an Austrian posing as a German, but because he was not rooted in any social class. He did not belong to the working class, neither did he belong to the bourgeoisie. He was a loner socially, not only psychologically. The only roots he could experience were the most archaic, those of race and blood. Hitler's admiration for the upper classes was by no means a rare phenomenon, we find the same attitude usually deeply repressed among such socialist leaders of the same period as Ramsay MacDonald, for example. Such men came from the lower middle class, and their deep craving was to be received by the upper class, the industrialists, and the generals. Hitler was less humble. He wanted to force those who wielded real power to share it with him, and in a more formal sense even, that they should obey him. Hitler, the rebel, the leader of a workers' party, was enamored with the rich and their style of life, in spite of his many utterances against them before he came to power. Hitler, the kind considerate man, was a role. His wish to belong and to be a gentleman was real. Hitler was in a way a grotesque figure, a man driven by the passion to destroy, a man without compassion, a volcano of archaic passions trying to appear a well-bred, considerate, even harmless gentleman. No wonder that he could deceive many who for any number of reasons did not mind being deceived. A grotesque symbol of the blend between the correct bourgeois and the murderer is his marriage to Eva Braun in the bunker, shortly before their deaths. Formal marriage was the highest distinction Hitler, the petit bourgeois, could confer upon his mistress and the highest achievement for her, whose values were entirely the traditional, bourgeois norms. Everything was very correct. The proper civil servant authorized to perform a marriage ceremony had to be found. This took many hours, because it was difficult to locate a justice of the peace in that small part of Berlin not yet occupied by the Soviet troops. But the supreme leader did not feel he could change the rules of this bureaucratic procedure by appointing somebody among those present a justice of the peace. It was necessary to wait for hours until the proper official arrived. The marriage ceremony was properly performed. Champagne was served. Hitler the gentleman had acted correctly, making it clear, however, that only imminent death could move him to legitimize his relationship to his mistress. With a modicum of consideration, not to speak of affection, he could have made this gesture some weeks earlier. Hitler and the killer functioned as before. Even his marriage to Eva did not hinder him from having her brother-in-law executed for alleged disloyalty. Shortly before, he had his physician, Dr. Karl Brandt, loyal to him since 1934, sentenced to death by a court-martial that consisted of Goebbels, SS General Berger, and the youth leader, Axmann, with Hitler acting as both prosecutor and supreme authority. The reason for the death sentence, on which Hitler insisted, was that Brandt had left his family in Thuringia to be rolled over by the Americans rather than bring them to Obersalzberg. The suspicion was that Brandt was using his wife as a courier to the Americans. Brandt's life was saved by Himmler, who at that time was trying to ingratiate himself with the Americans. Regardless of the personal and social reasons for Hitler's veneer, it was also an important asset. It helped him to deceive those industrial, military, and nationalist political leaders of Germany, as well as many politicians of foreign countries who might have been repelled by his brutality and destructiveness. To be sure, many saw through his facade, but many more did not, and thus a favorable climate was created that permitted Hitler to follow his path of destruction. Defects of will and realism. Hitler himself considered his greatest asset to be his unbending will. Whether he was right depends on what one means by will. Looking at his career, a first glance would seem to indicate that he was, indeed, a man of extraordinary willpower. It was his aim to be great, and despite that he started out as a nobody, within only 20 years he had realized his aims beyond anything even he could have dreamed of. Does it not require an extraordinary will to achieve such an aim? This notion becomes questionable, however, if we recall how little willpower Hitler showed as a child and as a youth. We have seen that he was a loafer, undisciplined, and unwilling to make any effort. This is not what we would expect to find in a person equipped with strong willpower. The fact is that what Hitler called his will were his passions, which fired him on and relentlessly drove him to seek their realization. His will was as boundless and raw as that of a 6-year-old child, as Speer said. A 6-year-old who makes no compromise and throws a tantrum when he is frustrated may be said to have a strong will, but it would be more correct to say that he is driven by his impulses and is incapable of accepting frustration. When Hitler saw no opportunity to achieve his aim, he merely marked time, loafed and did just enough to make a living. In the years until the First World War he had not the slightest idea, nor any semblance of a plan to achieve his aim. Had it not been for the political situation after the war, he would probably have continued to drift, maybe getting minor jobs, although it would have been very difficult for him due to his lack of discipline. His best occupational chance might have been as a salesman of a commodity of questionable value whose success depends mainly on forceful persuasion. But his waiting was rewarded, his fantastic desires and his great talent for persuasion became linked with social and political reality. The reactionary army officers hired him not only to spy on other soldiers, but to convert them to reactionary, militaristic ideas. From these small beginnings Hitler became the super salesman of a commodity for which there was much demand on the part of disappointed and frustrated little men, and in whose sale first the army and then other powerful groups were vitally interested: a nationalist, anti-communist, militarist ideology. When he had proven his success in this job, considerable sectors among German bankers and industrialists supported him financially to such an extent that he was able to seize power. The weakness of Hitler's will shows in his hesitancy and doubt when he had to make a decision, a fact on which many observers have commented. He had the tendency, to be found among many people who lack a strong will, to let events come to a point where he is spared the need to make a decision because the decision is forced upon him, but it does not do this by itself. Hitler stoked the fire, closed more and more avenues of retreat, brought the whole situation to a boiling point where he would have to act as he did. With his self-deceptive technique he spared himself the difficulty of having to decide. His decision was actually submission to an inescapable fait accompli, but one of his own doing. Just to give one example, it seems doubtful that he originally wanted to conquer Poland, for whose reactionary leader, Colonel Beck, he had great sympathy. But when Beck rejected Hitler's relatively mild demands, the latter got angry and heated up the situation with Poland to a point that left no other outcome but war. Once Hitler had decided on a course, he pursued it with unwavering determination and with what one might call an iron will to win. In order to understand this seeming contradiction we must examine, however briefly, the concept of will. First, it is useful to distinguish between rational will and irrational will. By rational will I understand the energetic effort to reach a rationally desirable aim. This requires realism, discipline, patience, and the overcoming of self-indulgence. By irrational will I mean a passionate striving, fed by the energy of irrational passions that lacks the qualities needed for rational will. 36 Irrational will is like a river bursting a dam. It is powerful, but man is not the master of this will, he is driven by it, forced by it, its slave. Hitler's will was, indeed, strong, if we understand it as irrational will. But his rational will was weak. In addition to the weakness of his will, another quality tended to undo what Hitler's other gifts had helped him to achieve: his defective sense of reality. Hitler's poor contact with reality, as we have seen, as already evident in his absorption in boys' war games up to the age of 16. This fantasy world was much more real to him than the real world. His plan to be an artist had little connection with reality, it was mainly a daydream, and his activity as a commercial artist in no way corresponded to his vision. People were not fully real to him, either, they were all instruments. He remained without contact even though he was often a shrewd judge. 37 Yet while Hitler did not fully perceive reality, neither did he live exclusively in a world of fantasy. His was a world with a particular blend between reality and fantasy, in which nothing was entirely real and nothing was entirely unreal. In some instances, particularly in his insights into the motivations of his opponents, he had a remarkable appreciation of reality. He was not impressed by what people said, but by what he recognized as their real implicit or not even fully conscious motivations. A good example is his estimate of British-French political behavior. It can be said that in a certain sense Hitler's victory began with the unwillingness of Great Britain to follow the decision of the League of Nations in regard to an effective blockade of Italy after Mussolini began his attack against Ethiopia, 1935-36. Under all kinds of subterfuges Italy continued to receive oil, which was vitally necessary for conducting the war, while Ethiopia had the greatest difficulty even in obtaining arms from abroad. The next event that emboldened Hitler was the handling of the Spanish Civil War, 1936–39. Great Britain prevented the constitutional government of Spain from importing arms for its defense, and the French government, under the socialist, Blum, did not dare to act without Great Britain's approval. However, the Committee of Democratic Powers that was charged with enforcing non-intervention in Spain did nothing to prevent Hitler or Mussolini from continuing their military intervention in favor of Franco. 38 The next event was the failure of the French and the British to resist Hitler's occupation of the demilitarized Rhineland in 1936, at a time when the German army was completely unprepared for war. Hitler remarked in the Table Talks H. Picker, 1965 that if France had had a real statesman at the time, the French would have resisted his occupation of the Rhineland. The last step, Chamberlain's visit to beg Hitler for moderation, was hardly necessary to confirm Hitler's conviction that Great Britain and France were unwilling to act upon their words. In this instance, Hitler showed the realistic insight into human behavior of a shrewd horse trader who recognizes when the other party is bluffing. What Hitler did not see was the wider political and economic reality. He failed to appreciate Great Britain's traditional interest in the balance of power on the continent. He did not recognize that Chamberlain and his circle did not represent the political interests of all the conservatives, much less public opinion among the entire British population. He relied on the opinion of Joachim von Ribbentrop, a man with a facile, but very superficial intelligence, completely unprepared to understand the political, economic, and social intricacies of the British system. The same failure of realistic judgment is shown in his lack of any real knowledge about the United States and in his failure to attempt to inform himself. All relevant reports agree that he was content with superficial ideas, such as that the Americans were too soft to be good soldiers, that America was run by the Jews, that the American government would not dare to enter the war because the country was so full of conflicts that a revolution might break out. Hitler's strategy shows an equal lack of full appreciation of reality and objectivity. In his richly documented and penetrating analysis, P. E. Schramm, 1965, points out this defect in Hitler's strategic approach. Schramm does not try to minimize Hitler's merits as a strategist, and he mentions 3 instances, according to General A. Jodl, of bold and imaginative plans. But from 1942 onward, Hitler's judgment in military matters was very defective. He did the same as he had done with his reading material. He picked out those data in military reports that fitted in with his plans and paid no attention to those that would have made him question them. His orders not to retreat, which led to the catastrophe of Stalingrad and heavy losses of soldiers at many other parts of the front, is characterized by Schramm as increasingly senseless. His plans for the last offensive attack in the Ardennes neglected to take into account important factors in the actual tactical situation. Schramm notes that Hitler's strategy was a prestige and propaganda strategy. Lack of realism made him fail to fully recognize that warfare and propaganda are determined by different laws and principles. Hitler's estrangement from reality becomes grotesquely manifest when, on April 24, 1945, 2 days before his suicide, after he had already planned his end, he issued an order that fundamental decisions have to be brought to the attention of the Führer 36 hours before their execution. P. E. Schramm, 1965. The blending of Hitler's defective will with his defective sense of reality leads to the question whether he really had the will to win or whether unconsciously, and in spite of all apparent efforts to the contrary, his course was set toward catastrophe. Several very sensitive observers have expressed the strong suspicion that the latter might have been the case. C. Burckhardt, one of the keenest observers of Hitler, writes, "It is not altogether far-fetched to assume that the insatiable hater operating within him, Hitler, was connected in unconscious parts of his being with the veiled but always present certainty that the end would be marked by the most horrible failure and by personal extinction, as, in fact, happened in the Reichschancellery on April 30, 1945. C. Burckhardt, 1965. Speer reports that in the years before the war, when Hitler discussed his architectural plans with such enthusiasm, he dimly sensed that Hitler did not really believe in their realization. This was not a clear conviction, but a kind of intuitive feeling he had. 39J Bross expresses the same idea. He raises the question whether Hitler ever believed in final victory, or even really desired it. J. Bross, 1972. On the basis of my analysis of Hitler, I have arrived at a similar conclusion. I question whether a man with such intense and all-absorbing destructiveness could in the depth of his being really have wanted the constructive work that victory would have implied. Of course, Burckhardt, Speer, Bross, and I are not describing the conscious part of Hitler's mind. The assumption that he neither believed in nor wanted to realize his artistic and political dreams refers to what one would have to consider as being entirely unconscious. Without the concept of unconscious motivations, the statement that Hitler might not have wanted to win sounds absurd. 40. Hitler was a gambler. He gambled with the lives of all Germans as well as with his own life. When the game was up and he had lost, there was not even too much reason for regret. He had had what he had always wanted, power and the satisfaction of his hate and of his lust for destruction. His defeat could not take this satisfaction from him. The megalomaniac and destroyer had not really lost. Those who lost were the millions of human beings, Germans, members of other nations and of racial minorities, for whom death in battle was the mildest form of suffering. Since Hitler was entirely without compassion for anyone, their suffering caused him no pain or remorse. In analyzing Hitler, we have found a number of severely pathological traits. We hypothesized the presence of a semi-autistic streak in the child. We found extreme narcissism, lack of contact with others, flaws in his perception of reality, intense necrophilia. One can legitimately assume the presence of a psychotic, perhaps schizophrenic streak in him. But does this mean that Hitler was a madman, that he suffered from a psychosis or from paranoia, as it has been sometimes said? The answer, I believe, is in the negative. In spite of the mad streak in Hitler, he was sane enough to pursue his aims purposefully and for a while successfully. With all the errors in judgment he made due to his narcissism and his destructiveness, it cannot be denied that he was a demagogue and a politician of outstanding skill who at no point showed frankly psychotic reactions. Even in his last days, when he was a physically and mentally broken man, he remained controlled. As to his paranoid tendencies, his suspiciousness was realistically sufficiently well founded, as various plots against him have demonstrated that one can hardly call it a manifestation of paranoia. Certainly, had Hitler been a defendant in a court of justice, even in a most impartial one, a plea of insanity would have had no chance. Yet although in conventional terms Hitler was not a psychotic man, in dynamic, interpersonal terms he was a very sick man. The whole question whether Hitler can be considered insane is beset by the difficulty that has been discussed earlier about the questionable value of psychiatric labels. Statements about the difference between a psychotic streak and a full-fledged psychosis may have their value in a court of justice for deciding whether a person should be sent to prison or to a mental hospital, but in the last analysis what we are dealing with are interpersonal processes that defy such labels. But clinical analysis must not be used to obscure the moral problem of evil. Just as there are evil and benign sane men, there are evil madmen and benign madmen. Evilness must be seen for what it is, and moral judgment is not suspended by clinical diagnosis. But even the most evil man is human and calls for our compassion. Concluding this analysis of Hitler's character, a few words may be useful to indicate the purpose of incorporating this lengthy material, as well as that about Himmler, in this study. Aside from the obvious theoretical aim of clarifying the concept of sadism and necrophilia by presenting clinical illustrations, I had still another aim, that of pointing to the main fallacy which prevents people from recognizing potential Hitlers before they have shown their true faces. This fallacy lies in the belief that a thoroughly destructive and evil man must be a devil and look his part, that he must be devoid of any positive quality, that he must bear the sign of Cain so visibly that everyone can recognize his destructiveness from afar. Such devils exist, but they are rare. As I indicated earlier, much more often the intensely destructive person will show a front of kindliness, courtesy, love of family, of children, of animals. He will speak of his ideals and good intentions. But not only this. There is hardly a man who is utterly devoid of any kindness, of any good intention. If he were, he would be on the verge of insanity, except congenital moral idiots. Hence, as long as one believes that the evil man wears horns, one will not discover an evil man. The naive assumption that an evil man is easily recognizable results in a great danger. One fails to recognize evil men before they have begun their work of destruction. I believe that the majority of people do not have the intensely destructive character of a Hitler. But even if one would estimate that such persons form 10% of our population, there are enough of them to be very dangerous if they attain influence and power. To be sure, not every destroyer would become a Hitler, because he would lack Hitler's talents. He might only become an efficient member of the SS. But on the other hand, Hitler was no genius, and his talents were not unique. What was unique was the socio-political situation in which he could rise. There are probably hundreds of Hitlers among us who would come forth if their historical hour arrived. To analyze a figure like Hitler with objectivity and without passion is not only dictated by scientific conscience but also because it is the condition of learning an important lesson for the present and the future. Any analysis that would distort Hitler's picture by depriving him of his humanity would only intensify the tendency to be blind to the potential Hitlers unless they wear horns. Epilogue, on the ambiguity of hope. In this study I have tried to demonstrate that prehistorical man, living in bands as hunter and food gatherer, was characterized by a minimum of destructiveness and an optimum of cooperation and sharing, and that only with the increasing productivity and division of labor, the formation of a large surplus, and the building of states with hierarchies and elites, large-scale destructiveness and cruelty came into existence and grew as civilization and the role of power grew. Has this study contributed valid arguments in favor of the thesis that aggression and destructiveness can once again assume a minimal role in the fabric of human motivations? I believe it has, and I hope that many of my readers do too. As far as aggression is biologically given in man's genes, it is not spontaneous, but a defense against threats to man's vital interests, that of his growth and the species' survival. This defensive aggression was relatively small under certain primitive conditions when no man was much of a threat to another. Man has gone through an extraordinary development since then. It is legitimate to imagine that man will complete the full circle and construct a society in which no one is threatened, not the child by the parent, not the parent by the superior, no social class by another, no nation by a superpower. To achieve this aim is tremendously difficult for economic, political, cultural, and psychological reasons, and the added difficulty that the nations of the world worship idols and different idols and thus do not understand each other, even though they understand each other's languages. To ignore these difficulties is folly, but the empirical study of all data shows that a real possibility exists to build such a world in a foreseeable future if the political and psychological roadblocks are removed. The malignant forms of aggression, on the other hand sadism and necrophilia, are not innate, hence, they can be substantially reduced when the socio-economic conditions are replaced by conditions that are favorable to the full development of man's genuine needs and capacities, to the development of human self-activity and man's creative power as its own end. Exploitation and manipulation produce boredom and triviality, they cripple man, and all factors that make man into a psychic cripple turn him also into a sadist or a destroyer. This position will be characterized by some as over-optimistic, utopian, or unrealistic. In order to appreciate the merits of such criticism, a discussion of the concept of the ambiguity of hope and of the nature of optimism and pessimism seems called for. Assume that I am planning a weekend trip to the country and it is doubtful that the weather will be fine. I may say, I'm optimistic, as far as the weather is concerned. But if my child is gravely sick and his life hangs in the balance, to say, I'm optimistic, would seem strange to sensitive ears, because in this context the expression sounds detached and distant. Yet I could not very well say, I am convinced my child will live, because, under the circumstances, I have no realistic basis for being convinced. What, then, could I say? The most adequate words would perhaps be, I have faith my child will live. But faith, because of its theological implications, is not a word for today. Yet it is the best we have, because faith implies an extremely important element, my ardent, intense wish for my child to live, hence my doing everything possible to bring about his recovery. I am not just an observer, separate from my child, as I am in the case of being optimistic. I am part of the situation that I observe, I am engaged. My child about whom I, the subject, make a prognostic statement is not an object. My faith is rooted in my relatedness to my child, it is a blend of knowledge and of participation. This is true, of course, only if by faith is meant rational faith, Fromm, 1947a, which is based on the clear awareness of all relevant data, and not, like irrational faith, an illusion based on our desires. Optimism is an alienated form of faith, pessimism an alienated form of despair. If one truly responds to man and his future, i.e., concernedly and responsibly, one can respond only by faith or by despair. Rational faith as well as rational despair are based on the most thorough, critical knowledge of all the factors that are relevant for the survival of man. The basis of rational faith in man is the presence of a real possibility for his salvation. The basis for rational despair would be the knowledge that no such possibility can be seen. One point needs to be emphasized in this context. Most people are quite ready to denounce faith in man's improvement as unrealistic, but they do not recognize that despair is often just as unrealistic. It is easy to say, man has always been a killer. But the statement nevertheless is not correct, for it neglects to take into account the intricacies of the history of destructiveness. It is equally easy to say, the desire to exploit others is just human nature, but again, the statement neglects, or distorts, the facts. In brief, the statement, human nature is evil, is not a bit more realistic than the statement, human nature is good. But the first statement is much easier to make. Anyone who wants to prove man's evilness finds followers most readily, for he offers everybody an alibi for his own sins and seemingly risks nothing. Yet the spreading of irrational despair is in itself destructive, as all untruth is, it discourages and confuses. Preaching irrational faith or announcing false messiahs is hardly less destructive, it seduces and then paralyzes. The attitude of the majority is neither that of faith nor that of despair, but, unfortunately, that of complete indifference to the future of man. With those who are not entirely indifferent, the attitude is that of optimism or of pessimism. The optimists are the believers in the dogma of the continuous march of progress. They are accustomed to identifying human achievement with technical achievement, human freedom with freedom from direct coercion and the consumer's freedom to choose between many allegedly different commodities. The dignity, cooperativeness, kindness of the primitive do not impress them, technical achievement, wealth, toughness do. Centuries of rule over technically backward people of different color have left their stamp on the optimists' minds. How could a savage be human and equal, not to speak of superior, to the men who can fly to the moon or by pushing a button, destroy millions of living beings? The optimists live well enough, at least for the moment, and they can afford to be optimists. Or at least that is what they think, because they are so alienated that even the threat to the future of their grandchildren does not genuinely affect them. The pessimists are really not very different from the optimists. They live just as comfortably and are just as little engaged. The fate of humanity is as little their concern as it is the optimists. They do not feel despair. If they did, they would not, and could not, live as contentedly as they do. And while their pessimism functions largely to protect the pessimists from any inner demand to do something, by projecting the idea that nothing can be done, the optimists defend themselves against the same inner demand by persuading themselves that everything is moving in the right direction anyway, so nothing needs to be done. The position taken in this book is one of rational faith in man's capacity to extricate himself from what seems the fatal web of circumstances that he has created. It is the position of those who are neither optimists nor pessimists, but radicals who have rational faith in man's capacity to avoid the ultimate catastrophe. This humanist radicalism goes to the roots, and thus to the causes. It seeks to liberate man from the chains of illusions. It postulates that fundamental changes are necessary, not only in our economic and political structure but also in our values, in our concept of man's aims, and in our personal conduct. To have faith means to dare, to think the unthinkable, yet to act within the limits of the realistically possible. It is the paradoxical hope to expect the Messiah every day, yet not to lose heart when he has not come at the appointed hour. This hope is not passive and it is not patient, on the contrary, it is impatient and active, looking for every possibility of action within the realm of real possibilities. Least of all is it passive as far as the growth and the liberation of one's own person are concerned. To be sure, there are severe limitations to personal development determined by the social structure. But those alleged radicals who counsel that no personal change is possible or even desirable within present-day society use their revolutionary ideology as an excuse for their personal resistance to inner change. The situation of mankind today is too serious to permit us to listen to the demagogues, least of all demagogues who are attracted to destruction, or even to the leaders who use only their brains and whose hearts have hardened. Critical and radical thought will only bear fruit when it is blended with the most precious quality man is endowed with, the love of life. Appendix. Freud's theory of aggressiveness and destructiveness. 1. The evolution of Freud's concept of aggressiveness and destructiveness. Perhaps the most remarkable element in Freud's study of aggression is that until 1920 he paid hardly any attention to human aggressivity and destructiveness. He himself expressed his bewilderment over this fact many years later in Civilization and Its Discontents, 1930. But I can no longer understand how we can have overlooked the ubiquity of non-erotic aggressivity and destructiveness and can have failed to give it its due place in our interpretation of life. S. Freud, 1930. In order to understand this peculiar blind spot, it will be helpful to put ourselves into the mood of the European middle classes at the time before the First World War. There had been no major war since 1871. The bourgeoisie was progressing steadily, both politically and socially, and the sharp antagonism between the classes was becoming smaller, due to the steady improvements in the situation of the working class. The world seemed peaceful and becoming ever more civilized, especially when one did not pay much attention to the greater part of the human race living in Asia, Africa, and South America, under conditions of utter poverty and degradation. Human destructiveness seemed to be a factor that had played a role in the Dark Ages and during many earlier centuries, but had now been replaced by reason and goodwill. The psychological problems that were being uncovered were those arising from the over-strict moral code of the middle class, and Freud was so impressed with evidence of the damaging results of sexual repression that he simply failed to attach importance to the problem of aggressiveness, until it could not be overlooked any longer due to the First World War. This war constitutes the dividing line within the development of Freud's theory of aggressivity. In the 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, 1905, Freud considered aggressiveness to be one of the component instincts of the sexual instinct. He wrote, "Thus sadism would correspond to an aggressive component of the sexual instinct which has become independent and exaggerated and, by displacement, has usurped the leading position." S. Freud, 1905, 1. However, as so often with Freud, quite in contrast to the main line of his theory, he had a thought that was to remain dormant until much later. In section 4 of the 3 essays he wrote, "It may be assumed that the impulses of cruelty arise from sources which are in fact independent of sexuality, but may become united with it at an early stage." S. Freud, 1905. Italics added. But in spite of this remark, 4 years later Freud stated very explicitly in the story of Little Hans in his analysis of a phobia in a 5-year-old boy, "I cannot bring myself to assume the existence of a special aggressive instinct alongside of the familiar instincts of self-preservation and of sex, and on an equal footing with them." S. Freud, 1909. One can recognize in this formulation a certain hesitancy in Freud's statement. I cannot bring myself to assume is not quite as strong as a simple and complete negation would be, and the additional qualification on an equal footing seems to leave the possibility that there could be an independent aggressiveness if it were not on an equal footing. In Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, 1915, Freud continued both lines of thought, that of destructiveness as a component of the sexual instinct, and as a force independent of sexuality. Preliminary stages of love emerge as provisional sexual aims while the sexual instincts are passing through their complicated development. As the first of these aims, we recognize the phase of incorporating or devouring a type of love which is consistent with abolishing the object's separate existence and which may therefore be described as ambivalent. At the higher stage of the pregenital sadistic anal organization, the striving for the object appears in the form of an urge for mastery, to which injury or annihilation of the object is a matter of indifference. Love in this form and at this preliminary stage is hardly to be distinguished from hate in its attitude towards the object. Not until the genital organization is established does love become the opposite of hate. S. Freud, 1915. But in this same paper Freud also takes up the other position that he had expressed in the three essays although altered in 1915, namely, that of an aggressiveness independent from the sexual instinct. This alternative hypothesis assumes that the ego instincts are the source of aggressiveness. Freud wrote, "Hate, as a relation to objects, is older than love. It derives from the narcissistic ego's primordial repudiation of the external world too, with its outpouring of stimuli. As an expression of the reaction of unpleasure evoked by objects, it always remains in an intimate relation with the self-preservative instincts, so that sexual and ego instincts can readily develop an antithesis which repeats that of love and hate. When the ego instincts dominate the sexual function, as is the case at the stage of the sadistic anal organization, they impart the qualities of hate to the instinctual aim as well." S. Freud, 1915. Italics added. Here Freud assumes that hate is older than love and that it is rooted in the ego instincts, or instincts of self-preservation, which first of all repudiate the stream of stimuli flowing from the outside world and are the antithesis to the sexual impulses. It should be mentioned in passing how important this position is for Freud's whole model of man. The infant is seen as primarily repudiating stimuli and hating the world for its intrusion. This position is contrary to the one supported by a good deal of clinical evidence as it has emerged recently, showing that man, and even an infant a few days after birth, is eager for stimuli, needs them, does not always hate the world for its intrusion. Freud even goes a step further in his formulation about hate in the same paper. The ego hates, abhors, and pursues with intent to destroy all objects which are a source of unpleasurable feeling for it, without taking into account whether they mean a frustration of sexual satisfaction or of the satisfaction of self-preservative needs. Indeed, it may be asserted that the true prototypes of the relation of hate are derived not from sexual life, but from the ego's struggle to preserve and maintain itself. S. Freud, 1915. Italics added. With the paper on Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, 1915, the first phase of Freud's thinking about destructiveness ends. We saw that he followed two concepts simultaneously: aggressiveness as a part of the sexual drive, oral and anal sadism, and aggressiveness as being independent from the sexual instinct, as a quality of the ego instincts which oppose and hate the intrusion of outside stimuli and obstacles to the satisfaction of sexual needs and those for self-preservation. In 1920, with Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud begins a fundamental revision of his whole theory of instincts. In this work Freud attributed to the compulsion to repeat the characteristics of an instinct. Here, too, he postulated for the first time the new dichotomy of eros and the death instinct, the nature of which he discussed in greater detail in The Ego and the ID, 1923, and in his further writings. This new dichotomy of life, eros, and death instinct, S3, takes the place of the original dichotomy between ego and sexual instincts. Though Freud attempts to identify eros with libido, the new polarity constitutes an entirely different concept of drive from the old 1.4. Freud himself gives a succinct description of the development of his new theory in Civilization and its Discontents, 1930. He wrote. To begin with, ego instincts and object instincts confronted each other. It was to denote the energy of the latter and only the latter instincts that I introduced the term libido. 5. Thus the antithesis was between the ego instincts and the libidinal instincts of love, in its widest sense, which were directed to an object. 6. But these discrepancies with regard to sadism were got over. After all, sadism was clearly a part of sexual life, in the activities of which affection could be replaced by cruelty. The decisive step forward was the introduction of the concept of narcissism, that is to say, the discovery that the ego itself is cathected with libido, that the ego, indeed, is the libido's original home, and remains to some extent its headquarters. 7. My next step was taken in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, when the compulsion to repeat and the conservative character of instinctual life first attracted my attention. Starting from speculations on the beginning of life and from biological parallels, I drew the conclusion that, besides the instinct to preserve living substance and to join it into ever larger units, there must exist another, contrary instinct seeking to dissolve those units and to bring them back to their prima eval, inorganic state. That is to say, as well as eros, there was an instinct of death. S. Freud, 1930. Italics added. When Freud wrote Beyond the Pleasure Principle, he was by no means convinced that the new hypothesis was valid. It may be asked, he wrote, whether and how far I am myself convinced of the truth of the hypotheses that have been set out in these pages. My answer would be that I am not convinced myself, and that I do not seek to persuade other people to believe in them. Or, more precisely, that I do not know how far I believe in them. S. Freud, 1920. After having tried to construct a new theoretical edifice, one which threatened the validity of many former concepts, and after having done this with a tremendous intellectual effort, this sincerity of Freud's, which runs so shiningly through his whole work, is particularly impressive. He spent the next 18 years working on the new theory, and acquired increasingly the sense of conviction he did not yet have in the beginning. Not that he added entirely new aspects to the hypothesis. What he did was, rather, an intellectual working through that left him convinced, and must have made it all the more disappointing that not many of his own adherents really understood and shared his views. The new theory found its first full elaboration in The Ego and the ID, 1923. Of particular importance is the assumption about the special physiological process of anabolism or catabolism, which would be associated with each of the two classes of instincts. Both kinds of instinct would be active in every particle of living substance, though in unequal proportions, so that some one substance might be the principal representative of eros. This hypothesis throws no light whatsoever upon the manner in which the two classes of instincts are fused, blended, and alloyed with each other, but that this takes place regularly and very extensively is an assumption indispensable to our conception. It appears that, as a result of the combination of unicellular organisms into multicellular forms of life, the death instinct of the single cell can successfully be neutralized and the destructive impulses be diverted onto the external world through the instrumentality of a special organ. This special organ would seem to be the muscular apparatus, and the death instinct would thus seem to express itself, though probably only in part, as an instinct of destruction directed against the external world and other organisms. S. Freud, 1923. Italics added. In these formulations, Freud reveals the new direction of his thinking more explicitly than in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Instead of the mechanistic physiologic approach of the older theory, which was built on the model of chemically produced tension and the need to reduce this tension to its normal threshold, pleasure principle, the approach of the new theory is a biological one in which each living cell is supposed to be endowed with the two basic qualities of living matter, eros, and the striving for death. However, the principle of tension reduction is preserved in a more radical form, the reduction of excitation to zero, nirvana principle. A year later, 1924, in Economic Problem of Masochism, Freud takes one further step in clarifying the relation between the two instincts. He wrote, "The libido has the task of making the destroying instinct innocuous, and it fulfills the task by diverting that instinct to a great extent outward, soon with the help of a special organic system, the muscular apparatus, towards objects in the external world. The instinct is then called the destructive instinct, the instinct for mastery, or the will to power. 8. A portion of the instinct is placed directly in the service of the sexual function, where it has an important part to play. This is sadism proper. Another portion does not share in this transposition outwards, it remains inside the organism and, with the help of the accompanying sexual excitation described above, becomes libidinally bound there. It is in this portion that we have to recognize the original, erotogenic masochism. S. Freud, 1924. In the New Introductory Lecturer, 1933, the position taken earlier is maintained. Freud speaks of the erotic instincts, which seek to combine more and more living substance into ever greater unities, and the death instincts, which oppose this effort and lead what is living back into an inorganic state. S. Freud, 1933. In the same lectures Freud wrote about the original destructive instinct. We can only perceive it under two conditions: if it is combined with erotic instincts into masochism, or if with a greater or lesser erotic addition it is directed against the external world as aggressiveness. And now we are struck by the significance of the possibility that the aggressiveness may not be able to find satisfaction in the external world because it comes up against real obstacles. If this happens, it will perhaps retreat and increase the amount of self-destructiveness holding sway in the interior. We shall hear how this is in fact what occurs and how important a process this is. Impeded aggressiveness seems to involve a grave injury. It really seems as though it is necessary for us to destroy some other thing or person in order not to destroy ourselves, in order to guard against the impulsion to self-destruction. A sad disclosure indeed for the moralist. S. Freud, 1933. Italics added. In his last two papers, written, respectively, 1 and 2 years before his death, Freud did not make any important alterations in the concepts as he had developed them in the foregoing years. In Analysis Terminable and Interminable, 1937, he emphasizes even more the power of the death instinct. As Strachey writes in his editorial notes, but the most powerful impeding factor of all, he wrote, and one totally beyond any possibility of control, is the death instinct. S. Freud, 1937. Italics added. In an outline of psychoanalysis, written in 1938, published in 1940, Freud reaffirms in a systematic way his earlier assumptions without making any relevant changes. 2. Analysis of the vicissitudes and a critique of Freud's theories of the death instinct and eros. The foregoing brief description of Freud's new theories, that of eros and of the death instinct, cannot show sufficiently how radical the change was from the old to the new theory, or that Freud did not see the radical nature of this change and as a consequence was stuck in many theoretical inconsistencies and imminent contradictions. In the following pages I shall attempt to describe the significance of the changes and to analyze the conflict between the old and the new theory. Freud, after the First World War, had two new visions. The first was that of the power and intensity of aggressive destructive strivings in man, independent of sexuality. Saying that this was a new vision is not entirely correct. As I have already shown, he had not been entirely unaware of the existence of aggressive impulses independent of sexuality. But this insight was expressed only sporadically, and it never changed the main hypothesis about the basic polarity between sexual instincts and ego instincts, even though this theory was later modified by the introduction of the concept of narcissism. In the theory of the death instinct, the awareness of human destructiveness bursts forth in full strength, and destructiveness becomes the one pole of existence which, fighting with the other pole, eros, forms the very essence of life. Destructiveness becomes a primary phenomenon of life. The second vision that marks Freud's new theory is not only without antecedents in his former theory, but is in full contradiction to it. It is the vision that eros, present in every cell of living substance, has as its aim the unification and integration of all cells, and beyond that, the service of civilization, the integration of smaller units into the unity of mankind. Freud, 1930a. Freud discovers non-sexual love. He calls the life instinct also love instinct. Love is identified with life and growth, and fighting with the death instinct it determines human existence. In Freud's older theory, man was looked upon as an isolated system, driven by two impulses, one to survive, ego instinct, and one to have pleasure by overcoming the tensions that in turn were chemically produced within the body and localized in the erogenous zones, of which the genitals were one. In this picture, man was primarily isolated, but entered into relations with members of the other sex in order to satisfy his striving for pleasure. The relationship between the two sexes was conceived in a way that resembles human relations in the marketplace. Each is only concerned with the satisfaction of his needs, but it is precisely for the sake of this satisfaction that he has to enter into relations with others who offer what he needs, and need what he offers. In the Eros theory, this is entirely different. Man is no longer conceived of as primarily isolated and egotistical, as a home machine, but as being primarily related to others, impelled by the life instincts which make him need union with others. Life, love, and growth are one and the same, more deeply rooted and fundamental than sexuality and pleasure. The change in Freud's vision shows clearly in his new evaluation of the biblical commandment, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." In Why War? 1933b, he wrote, "Anything that encourages the growth of emotional ties between men must operate against war. These ties may be of two kinds. In the first place, they may be relations resembling those toward a loved object, though without having a sexual aim. There is no need for psychoanalysis to be ashamed to speak of love in this connection, for religion itself uses the same words, 'Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.' This, however, is more easily said than done. The second kind of emotional tie is by means of identification. Whatever leads men to share important interests produces this community of feeling, these identifications. And the structure of human society is to a large extent based on them." p. 212, italics added. These lines are written by the same man who only 3 years earlier had ended a comment on this same biblical commandment by asking, "What is the point of a precept enunciated with so much solemnity if its fulfillment cannot be recommended as reasonable?" Freud, 1930a, p. 110, italics added by E.F., 9. Nothing short of a radical change of viewpoint had occurred. Freud, the enemy of religion, which he had called an illusion preventing man from reaching maturity and independence, now quotes one of the most fundamental commandments to be found in all great humanistic religions, in support of his psychological assumption. He emphasizes that there is no need for psychoanalysis to be ashamed to speak of love in this connection. Freud, 1933b, p. 212, 10, but, indeed, he needs this assertion to overcome the embarrassment he must have felt in making this drastic change with regard to the concept of brotherly love. Was Freud aware how drastic the change in his approach was? Was he conscious of the profound and irreconcilable contradiction between the old and the new theories? Quite obviously he was not. In The Ego and the ID, 1923b, he identified eros, life instinct or love instinct, with the sexual instincts, plus the instinct for self-preservation. According to this view, we have to distinguish two classes of instincts, one of which, the sexual instincts or eros, is by far the more conspicuous and accessible to study. It comprises not merely the uninhibited sexual instinct proper and the instinctual impulses of an uninhibited or sublimated nature derived from it, but also the self-preservative instinct, which must be assigned to the ego and which at the beginning of our analytic work we had good reason for contrasting with the sexual object instincts, p. 40, italics added. It is precisely because of his unawareness of the contradiction that he made the attempt to reconcile the old and the new theories in such a way that they seemed to form a continuity without a sharp break. This attempt had to lead to many imminent contradictions and inconsistencies in the new theory, which Freud again and again tried to bridge, smooth over or deny, yet without ever succeeding in doing so. In the following pages I shall attempt to describe the vicissitudes of the new theory produced by Freud's failure to recognize that the new wine, and in this case, I believe, the better wine, could not be put into the old bottles. Before we start this analysis, still another change must be mentioned which, also unrecognized by Freud, complicated matters still more. Freud had built his older theory on a scientific model that is easy to recognize, the mechanistic materialistic model that had been the scientific ideal of his teacher von Bruck and the entire circle of mechanistic materialists including Helmholtz and Buchner. 11 They looked on man as a machine driven by chemical processes. Feelings, affects and emotions were explained as being caused by specific and identifiable physiological processes. Most of hormonology and of the neurophysiological findings of the last decades were unknown to these men, yet with daring and ingenuity they insisted on the correctness of their approach. Needs and interests for which no somatic sources could be found were ignored, and the understanding of those processes which were not neglected followed the principles of mechanistic thinking. The model of Jan Bruck's physiology and Freud's model of man could be repeated today in a properly programmed computer. He develops a certain amount of tension which at a certain threshold has to be relieved and reduced, while this realization is checked by another part, the ego, which observes reality and inhibits relief when it conflicts with the needs for survival. This Freudian robot would be similar to Isaac Asimov's science fiction robot, but the programming would be different. Its first law would not be not to hurt human beings, but to avoid self-damage or self-destruction. The new theory does not follow this mechanistic physiologizing model. It is centered on a biological orientation in which the fundamental forces of life, and its opposite, death, become the primal forces motivating man. The nature of the cell, that is, of all living substance, becomes the theoretical basis for a theory of motivation, not a physiological process that goes on in certain organs of the body. The new theory was perhaps closer to a vitalistic philosophy 12 than to the concept of the German mechanistic materialists. But, as I already said, Freud was not clearly aware of this change, hence he tries again and again to apply his physiologizing method to the new theory and necessarily has to fail in this attempt to square the circle. However, in one important regard both theories have a common premise which has been the unchanged axiom of Freud's thinking, the concept that the governing law of the psychic apparatus is the tendency to reduce tension, or excitation, to a constant low level, the constancy principle upon which the pleasure principle rests, or to the zero level, the nirvana principle, upon which the death instinct is based. We must now return to a more detailed analysis of Freud's two new visions, that of the death instinct and of the life instinct, as the primal determining forces of human existence. 13. What motivated Freud to postulate the death instinct? One factor which I have already mentioned was probably the impact of the First World War. He, like many other men of his time and age, had shared the optimistic vision so characteristic of the European middle class, and saw himself suddenly confronted with a fury of hate and destruction hardly believable before August 1, 1914. One might speculate that to this historical factor a personal factor could be added. As we know from Ernest Jones's biography, Freud was a man preoccupied with death. He thought of dying every day. After he was 40, he had attacks of Todesangst, fear of death, and sometimes he would add to his goodbye, "You might never see me again." Jones, 1957, p. 301. One might surmise that Freud's severe illness would have impressed him as a confirmation of his fear of death, and thus contributed to the formulation of the death instinct. This speculation, however, is untenable in this simplified form, since the first signs of his illness did not appear until February 1923, several years after his conception of the death instinct. But it might be not too far-fetched to assume that his earlier preoccupation with death grew in intensity as he became sick, and led him to a concept in which the conflict between life and death was at the center of human experience, rather than the conflict between the two life-affirmative drives, sexual desire and ego drives. To assume that man needs to die because death is the hidden goal of his life might be considered a kind of comfort destined to alleviate his fear of death. While these historical and personal factors constitute one set of motivations for Freud's construction of the death instinct, there is another set of factors which must have inclined him to conceive of this theory. Freud always thought in dualistic terms. He saw opposite forces battling each other, and the life process as the outcome of this battle. Sex and the drive for self-preservation was the original form assumed by the dualistic theory. But with the concept of narcissism which put the self-preservative instinct in the camp of the libido, the old dualism seemed to be threatened. Did the theory of narcissism not impose a monistic theory that all instincts were libidinous? And even worse, would that not justify one of the main heresies of Jung, the concept of libido as denoting all psychic energy? Indeed, Freud had to extricate himself from this intolerable dilemma, intolerable because it would have amounted to agreeing with Jung's concept of libido. He had to find a new instinct, opposed to the libido, as the basis for a new dualistic approach. The death instinct fulfilled this requirement. To replace the old dualism, a new one had been found, and existence could be viewed again dualistically as the battlefield of opposing instincts, eros, and the death instinct. In the case of the new dualism, Freud followed a pattern of thinking, about which more will be said later, and constructed two broad concepts into which every phenomenon had to fit. He had done that with the concept of sexuality by enlarging it, so that everything that was not ego instinct belonged to the sexual instinct. He followed the same method again with the death instinct. He made it so broad that as a result every striving which was not subsumed under eros belonged to the death instinct, and vice versa. In this way aggressiveness, destructiveness, sadism, the drive for control and mastery were, in spite of their qualitative differences, manifestations of the same force, the death instinct. In still another aspect, Freud followed the same pattern of thinking that had had such a strong hold over him in the earlier phase of his theoretical system. About the death instinct he says that it is originally all inside, then part of it is sent outwards and acts as aggressiveness, while part of it remains in the interior as primary masochism. But when the part that is sent outwards meets with obstacles too great to overcome, the death instinct is redirected inward and manifests itself as secondary masochism. This pattern of reasoning is exactly the same as that employed by Freud in his discussion of narcissism. At first all libido is in the ego, primary narcissism, then it is extended outward to objects, object libido, but it is often directed again to the interior and then forms the so-called secondary narcissism. Many times death instinct is used synonymously with instinct of destruction and aggressive instincts 14, but at the same time, Freud makes fine distinctions between these different terms. By and large, as James Strachey has pointed out in his Introduction to Civilization and its Discontents, Freud, 1930a, in Freud's later writings, for instance Civilization and its Discontents, The Ego and the ID, 1923b, New Introductory Lectures, 1933a, An Outline of Psychoanalysis, 1940a, The aggressive instinct is something secondary, derived from the primary self-destruction. Here are some examples of this relationship between the death instinct and aggressiveness. In Civilization and its Discontents, Freud writes that the death instinct is diverted towards the external world and comes to light as an instinct of aggressiveness and destructiveness. Freud, 1930a, p. 118. In the New Introductory Lectures he speaks of self-destructiveness as an expression of a death instinct which cannot fail to be present in every vital process. Freud, 1933a, p. 107, italics added. In the same work Freud makes this thought still more explicit. We are led to the view that masochism is older than sadism, and that sadism is the destructive instinct directed outwards, thus acquiring the characteristic of aggressiveness. p. 105. The amount of destructive instinct which remains in the interior either combines with erotic instincts into masochism, or with a greater or lesser erotic addition it is directed against the external world as aggressiveness. But, so continues Freud, if the aggressiveness directed outward meets with obstacles that are too strong, it returns and increases the amount of self-destructiveness holding sway in the interior, ibid. The end of this theoretical and somewhat contradictory development is reached in Freud's last two papers. In the outline he says that within the ID the organic instincts operate, which are themselves compounded of fusions of two primal forces, eros and destructiveness, in varying proportions. Freud, 1940a, p. 198, italics added. In Analysis Terminable and Interminable, Freud also speaks of the death instinct and eros as two primal instincts. Freud, 1937c. It is amazing and impressive how firmly Freud stuck to his concept of the death instinct, in spite of great theoretical difficulties that he tried hard and, in my opinion, vainly to overcome. The main difficulty perhaps lies in the assumption of the identity of two tendencies, that of the body's tendency to return to the original, inorganic state, as an outcome of the principle of repetition compulsion, and that of the instinct to destroy, either oneself or others. For the first tendency the term then eidos, referring to death, may be adequate, or even nirvana principle, indicating the tendency to the reduction of tension, of energy, to the point of the end of all energetic strivings. Point 15. But is the slow decrease of life force the same as destructiveness? Of course, logically it could be argued, and Freud implicitly does so, that if a tendency toward dying is inherent in the organism, there must be an active force that tends to destroy. This is really the same kind of thinking that we find among the instinctivists, who postulate a special instinct behind every kind of behavior. But if we go beyond such circular reasoning, is there any evidence or even reason for this identity of the tendency toward cessation of all excitation and the impulse to destroy? It hardly seems so. If we assume, following Freud's reasoning on the basis of the repetition compulsion, that life has an inherent tendency towards slowing down and eventually dying, such a biologically innate tendency would be quite different from the active impulse to destroy. If we add that this same tendency to die is also supposed to be the source of the passion for power and the instinct for mastery, and when mixed with sexuality the source of sadism 16 and masochism, the theoretical tour de force must end in failure. The nirvana principle and the passion for destruction are two disparate entities that cannot be brought under the same category of death instinct. A further difficulty lies in the fact that the death instinct does not fit Freud's general concept of instincts. First of all, it does not have, as do the instincts in Freud's earlier theory, a special zone in the body from which it originates. Rather, it is a biological force inherent in all living substance. This point has been made convincingly by Otto Fenichel. Dissimulation in the cells, that is to say an objective destruction, cannot be the source of a destructive instinct in the same sense that a chemically determined sensitization of the central organ through stimulation of the erotogenetic zones is the source of the sexual instinct. For according to the definition, instinct aims at eliminating the somatic change which we designate as the source of the instinct, but the death instinct does not aim at eliminating dissimulation. For this reason it does not seem to me possible to set up the death instinct as one species of instinct over against another species. Fenichel, 1945, p. 60f. Fenichel points here to one of the theoretical difficulties Freud created for himself, even though, as we may say, he repressed the awareness of it. This difficulty is all the more serious since Freud, as I shall show later, had to come to the conclusion that eros does not fulfill the theoretical conditions of an instinct either. Certainly, had Freud not had strong personal motivations, he would not have used the term instinct in a completely different sense from the original one without pointing out this difference himself. This difficulty makes itself felt even in the terminology. Eros cannot be used together with instinct, and logically Freud never talked about an eros instinct. But he made a place for the term instinct by using life instinct alternatively with eros. Actually, the death instinct has no connection with Freud's earlier theory, except in the general axiom of drive reduction. As we have seen, in the earlier theory aggression was either a component drive of pregenital sexuality or an ego drive directed against stimuli from the outside. In the theory of the death instinct no connection is made with the former sources of aggression, except that the death instinct, when mixed with sexuality, is now used to explain sadism. Freud, 1933a, p. 104f. 17. To sum up, the concept of the death instinct was determined by two main requisites: first, by the need to accommodate Freud's new conviction of the power of human aggression; second, by the need to stick to a dualistic concept of instincts. After the ego instincts had also been considered to be libidinous, Freud had to find a new dichotomy, and the one between eros and the death instinct offered itself as the most convenient one. But while convenient from the standpoint of immediately solving a problem, it was very inconvenient from the standpoint of the development of Freud's whole theory of instinctual motivation. The death instinct became a catch-all concept, by the use of which one tried without success to resolve incompatible contradictions. Freud, perhaps due to his age and illness, did not approach the problem squarely and thus patched up the contradictions. Most of the psychoanalysts who did not accept his concept of eros and death instinct found an easy solution: they transformed the death instinct into a destructive instinct opposite of the old sexual instinct. They thus combined their loyalty to Freud with their inability to go beyond the old-fashioned instinct theory. Even considering the difficulties of the new theory, it constituted a considerable achievement. It recognized as the basic conflict of human existence the choice between life and death, and it relinquished the old physiological concept of drives for a more profound biological speculation. Freud did not have the satisfaction of finding a solution, and he had to leave his instinct theory as a torso. The further development of his theory must face the problem and deal squarely with the difficulties, hoping to find new solutions. In discussing the theory of the life instinct and of eros, we find that the theoretical difficulties are, if anything, even more serious than those connected with the concept of the death instinct. The reason for the difficulties is obvious. In the libido theory, the excitation was due to the chemically determined sensitization, through the stimulation of the various erotogenic zones. In the case of the life instinct, we are dealing with a tendency, characteristic of all living substance, of which there is no specific physiological source or specific organ. How could the old sexual instinct and the new life instinct, how could sexuality and eros be the same? Yet, although Freud wrote in the new introductory lectures that the new theory had replaced the libido theory, he affirmed in the same lectures and elsewhere that the sexual instincts and eros are identical. He wrote, "Our hypothesis is that there are two essentially different classes of instincts: the sexual instincts, understood in the widest sense eros, if you prefer that name, and the aggressive instincts, whose aim is destruction." Freud, 1933a, p. 103. Or, in an outline of psychoanalysis, the total available energy of eros, henceforth we shall speak of as libido. Freud, 1940a, p. 150. Sometimes he identifies eros with the sexual instinct and the instinct for self-preservation. Freud, 1923b, which was only logical after he had revised the original theory and classified both the original enemies, the self-preservative and the sexual instincts, as being libidinous. But while Freud sometimes equates eros and libido, he expresses a slightly different viewpoint in his last work, An Outline of Psychoanalysis. Here he writes, "The greater part of what we know about eros, that is to say, about its exponent, the libido, has been gained from a study of the sexual function, which, indeed, on the prevailing view, even if not according to our theory, coincides with eros." Freud, 1940a, p. 151, italics added. According to this statement, and in contradiction to those quoted before, eros and sexuality do not coincide. It seems that what Freud has in mind here is that eros is a primal instinct, aside from the death instinct, of which the sexual instinct is one exponent. In fact, he returns here to a view expressed already in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, where he says in a footnote that the sexual instinct was transformed for us into eros, which seeks to force together and hold together the portions of living substance that are commonly called the sexual instincts are looked upon by us as the part of eros which is directed towards objects. Freud, 1920g, p. 61. Once Freud even makes the attempt to indicate that his original concept of sexuality was by no means identical with the impulsion towards a union of the two sexes or towards producing a pleasurable sensation in the genitals. It had far more resemblance to the all-inclusive and all-preserving eros of Plato's Symposium, Freud, 1925 p. 218. The truth of the first part of this statement is obvious. Freud had always defined sexuality as broader than genital sexuality. But it is difficult to see on what basis he maintains that his older concept of sexuality resembled that of the Platonic eros. The older sexual theory was precisely the opposite of the Platonic theory. The libido was male according to Freud, and there was no corresponding female libido. The woman, in line with Freud's extreme patriarchal bias, was not man's equal but a crippled, castrated male. The very essence of the Platonic myth is that male and female were once one and were then divided into halves, which implies, of course, that the two halves are equals, that they form a polarity endowed with the tendency to unite again. The only reason for Freud's attempt to interpret the old libido theory in the light of Plato's eros must have been his wish to deny the discontinuity of the two phases, even at the expense of an obvious distortion of his older theory. As in the case of the death instinct, Freud ran into a difficulty with regard to the instinctual nature of the life instinct. As Fenichel, 1945, has pointed out, the death instinct cannot be called an instinct in terms of Freud's new concept of instinct, developed first in Beyond the Pleasure Principle and continued throughout his later work, including the outline of psychoanalysis. Freud wrote, though the instincts are the ultimate cause of all activity, they are of a conservative nature, the state whatever it may be, which an organism has reached, gives rise to a tendency to re-establish that state as soon as it has been abandoned. Freud, 1948, p. 148. Have eros and the life instinct this conservative quality of all instincts, and thus can they be properly called an instinct? Freud was trying hard to find a solution that would save the conservative character of the life instincts. In speaking of the germ cells that work against the death of the living substance and succeed in winning for it what we can only regard as potential immortality, Freud, 1920 p. 40, he stated, "The instincts which watch over the destinies of these elementary organisms that survive the whole individual, which provide them with a safe shelter while they are defenseless against the stimuli of the external world, which bring about their meeting with other germ cells, and so on, these constitute the group of the sexual instincts. They are conservative in the same sense as the other instincts in that they bring back earlier states of living substance, but they are conservative to a higher degree in that they are peculiarly resistant to external influences, and they are conservative too in another sense in that they preserve life itself for a comparatively long period. They are the true life instincts. They operate against the purpose of the other instincts, which leads, by reason of their function, to death, and this fact indicates that there is an opposition between them and the other instincts, an opposition whose importance was long ago recognized by the theory of the neuroses. It is as though the life of the organism moved with a vacillating rhythm. One group of instincts rushes forward so as to reach the final aim of life as swiftly as possible, but when a particular stage in the advance has been reached, the other group jerks back to a certain point to make a fresh start and so prolong the journey. And even though it is certain that sexuality and the distinction between the sexes did not exist when life began, the possibility remains that the instincts which were later to be described as sexual may have been in operation from the very first, and it may not be true that it was only at a later time that they started upon their work of opposing the activities of the ego instincts. Freud, 19208, p. 41, italics added by E.F. What is most interesting in this passage, and the reason I quote it at length, is how almost desperately Freud tried to save the conservative concept of all instincts and hence also of the life instinct. He had to take refuge in a new formulation of the sexual instinct as one that watches over the destinies of the germ cell, a definition different from his whole concept of instinct in his previous work. A few years later, in The Ego and the ID, Freud made the attempt to give eros the status of a true instinct, by ascribing to it a conservative nature. He wrote, "On the basis of theoretical considerations, supported by biology, we put forward the hypothesis of a death instinct, the task of which is to lead organic life back into the inanimate state. On the other hand, we supposed that Eros, by bringing about a more and more far-reaching combination of the particles into which living substance is dispersed, aims at complicating life and at the same time, of course, at preserving it. Acting in this way, both the instincts would be conservative in the strictest sense of the word, since both would be endeavoring to re-establish a state of things that was disturbed by the emergence of life. The emergence of life would thus be the cause of the continuance of life and also at the same time of the striving towards death, and life itself would be a conflict and compromise between these two trends. The problem of the origin of life would remain a cosmological one, and the problem of the goal and purpose of life would be answered dualistically. Freud, 1923b, p. 40. Eros aims at complicating life and preserving it, and hence is also conservative, because with the emergence of life an instinct is born which is to preserve it. But, we must ask, if it is the nature of the instinct to re-establish the earliest state of existence, inorganic matter, how can it at the same time tend to re-establish a later form of existence, namely life? After these futile attempts to save the conservative character of the life instinct, Freud, in the outline, finally arrives at a negative solution. In the case of Eros, and the love instinct, we cannot apply this formula of the conservative character of the instincts. To do so would presuppose that living substance was once a unity which had later been torn apart and was now striving towards reunion. Freud, 1940a, p. 149, italics added. Freud adds here a significant footnote: certain writers have imagined something of the sort, but nothing like it is known to us from the actual history of living substance, Ibid. Quite obviously Freud refers here to Plato's Eros myth, yet he objects to it as a product of poetic imagination. This rejection is truly puzzling. The Platonic answer would indeed satisfy the theoretical requirement of the conservative nature of Eros. What could be more fitting to accommodate the formula that the instinct tends to restore an earlier situation than that male and female were unified in the beginning, then separated, and were driven by the wish for reunion? Why did Freud not accept this way out and thus rid himself of the theoretical embarrassment that Eros was not a true instinct? Perhaps some more light is thrown on this question if we compare this footnote in the outline with a much more detailed and earlier statement in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Here he quoted Plato's report in the Symposium concerning the original unity of man, who was then divided into halves by Zeus, and after this division, each desiring his other half, they came together and threw their arms about one another, eager to grow into one. He wrote, "Shall we follow the hint given us by the poet-philosopher, and venture upon the hypothesis that living substance at the same time of its coming to life was torn apart into small particles, which have ever since endeavored to reunite through the sexual instincts? That these instincts, in which the chemical affinity of inanimate matter persisted, gradually succeeded, as they developed through the kingdom of the protista, in overcoming the difficulties put in the way of that endeavor by an environment charged with dangerous stimuli which compelled them to form a protective cortical layer? That these splintered fragments of living substance in this way attained a multicellular condition and finally transferred the instinct for reuniting, in the most highly concentrated form, to the germ cells. But here, I think, the moment has come for breaking off." Freud, 1920g, p. 58.18. We easily see the difference between the two statements. In the earlier formulation, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud leaves the answer open, while in the later statement, An Outline of Psychoanalysis, the answer is definitely negative. But much more important is the particular formulation that is common to both statements. Both times he speaks of living substance having been torn apart. The Platonic myth, however, does not speak of living substance having been torn apart, but of male and female having been torn apart and striving to be reunited. Why did Freud insist on living substance as the crucial point? I believe the answer may lie in a subjective factor. Freud was deeply imbued with the patriarchal feeling that men were superior to women, and not their equals. Hence the theory of a male-female polarity, which like all polarity implies difference and equality, was unacceptable to him. This emotional male bias had, at a much earlier period, led him to the theory that women are crippled men, governed by the castration complex and penis envy, inferior to men also by the fact that their superego is weaker, their narcissism, however, stronger than that of men. While one can admire the brilliance of his construction, it is hard to deny that the assumption that one half of the human race is a crippled version of the other half is nothing short of an absurdity, only explainable by the depth of sex prejudice, not too different from racial prejudice and/or religious prejudice. Is it surprising, then, that Freud was blocked here, too, when by following Plato's myth he would have been forced into an assumption of male-female equality? Indeed, Freud could not take this step, thus he changed male-female union to union of living substance and rejected the logical way out of the difficulty that Eros did not partake in the conservative nature of instincts. I have dwelt so long on this point for several reasons. First of all, because it helps to understand the imminent contradictions in Freud's theory if we know the motivations that compelled him to arrive at these contradictory solutions. Second, because the problem discussed here is interesting beyond the special problem of the vicissitudes of Freud's instinct theory. We try here to understand Freud's conscious thought as a compromise between the new vision and older thought habits rooted in his patriarchal complex, which prevented him from expressing his new vision in a clear and unambiguous way. In other words, Freud was the prisoner of the feelings and thought habits of his society, which he was unable to transcend. 19 When a new vision struck him, only part of it or its consequences became conscious, while another part remained unconscious because it was incompatible with his complex and previous conscious thought. His conscious thinking had to try to deny the contradictions and inconsistencies by making constructions that were sufficiently plausible to satisfy conscious thought processes. 20. Freud did not, and as I have tried to show, could not choose the solution of making Eros fit his own definition of instincts, that is, fit their conservative nature. Was there another theoretical option open to him? I believe there was. He could have found another solution to accommodate his new vision, the dominant role of love and of destructiveness, within his old traditional libido theory. He could have set up a polarity between pregenital sexuality, oral and anal sadism, as the source of destructiveness and genital sexuality as the source of love. 21 But of course this solution was difficult for Freud to accept for a reason mentioned before in another context. It would have come dangerously close to a monistic view, because both destructiveness and love would have been libidinous. Yet, Freud had already laid the basis for connecting destructiveness with pregenital sexuality by arriving at the conclusion that the destructive part of the anal sadistic libido is the death instinct. Freud, 1923b, 1920g. If that is so, it seems fair to speculate that the anal libido itself must have a deep affinity to the death instinct. In fact, the further conclusion might seem warranted that it is of the essence of the anal libido to aim for destruction. But Freud does not come to this conclusion, and it is interesting to speculate why he did not. The first reason lies in too narrow an interpretation of the anal libido. For Freud and his pupils, the essential aspect of analy lies in the tendency to control and possess, aside from a friendly aspect of retaining. Now, controlling and possessing are certainly tendencies opposite of loving, furthering, liberating, which form a syndrome among themselves. But possession and control do not contain the very essence of destructiveness, the wish to destroy, and hostility toward life. No doubt, the anal character has a deep interest in and affinity to feces as part of their general affinity to all that is not alive. Feces are the product finally eliminated by the body, being of no further use to it. The anal character is attracted by feces as he is attracted by everything that is useless for life, such as dirt, death, decay. 22 We can say that the tendency to control and possess is only one aspect of the anal character, but milder and less malignant than hatred of life. I believe that had Freud seen this direct connection between feces and death, he might have arrived at the conclusion that the main polarity is that between the genital and the anal orientations, two clinically well-studied entities that are the equivalents of Eros and of the death instinct. Had he done so, Eros and the death instinct would not have appeared as two biologically given and equally strong tendencies, but Eros would have been looked upon as the biologically normal aim of development, while the death instinct would have been seen to be based on a failure of normal development and in this sense a pathological, though deeply rooted, striving. If one wants to entertain a biological speculation, one might relate anally to the fact that orientation by smell is characteristic of all four-legged mammals, and that the erect posture implies the change from orientation by smell to orientation by sight. The change in function of the old olfactory brain would correspond to the same transformation of orientation. In view of this, one might consider that the anal character constitutes a regressive phase of biological development for which there might even be a constitutional genetic basis. The anally of the infant could be considered as representing an evolutionary repetition of a biologically earlier phase in the process of transition to fully developed human functioning. In Freud's terms, anally destructiveness would have the conservative nature of an instinct, i.e., the return from genitality love sight orientation to anally destruction smell orientation. The relationship between death instinct and life instinct would have been essentially the same as that between pregenital and genital libido in Freud's developmental scheme. The libido fixation on the anal level would have been a pathological phenomenon, but one with deep roots in the psychosexual constitution, while the genital level would be characteristic of the healthy individual. In this speculation, then, the anal level would have two rather different aspects: one, the drive to control, the other, the drive to destroy. As I have attempted to show, this would be the difference between sadism and necrophilia. But Freud did not make this connection, and perhaps could not make it for the reasons that have been discussed earlier in connection with the difficulties in the theory of Eros. 3. The power and limitations of the death instinct. In the previous pages I have pointed to the imminent contradictions into which Freud was forced when he changed from the libido theory to the Eros death instinct theory. There is another conflict of a different kind in the latter theory which must attract our attention, the conflict between Freud the theoretician and Freud the humanist. The theoretician arrives at the conclusion that man has only the alternative between destroying himself, slowly, by illness, or destroying others, or putting it in other words between causing suffering either to himself or to others. The humanist rebels against the idea of this tragic alternative that would make war a rational solution of this aspect of human existence. Not that Freud was averse to tragic alternatives. On the contrary, in his earlier theory he had constructed such a tragic alternative: repression of instinctual demands, especially pregenital ones, was supposed to be the basis of the development of civilization. The repressed instinctual drive was sublimated into valuable cultural channels, but still at the expense of full human happiness. On the other hand, repression led not only to increasing civilization but also to the development of neurosis among the many in whom the repressive process did not work successfully. Lack of civilization combined with full happiness, or civilization combined with neurosis and diminished happiness, seemed to be the alternative. 23,24. The contradiction between the death instinct and Eros confronts man with a real and truly tragic alternative, a real alternative because he can decide to attack and wage war, to be aggressive, and to express his hostility because he prefers to do this rather than to be sick. That this alternative is a tragic one hardly needs to be proven, at least not as far as Freud or any other humanist is concerned. Freud makes no attempt to befog the issue by blurring the sharpness of the conflict. As quoted earlier, in the new introductory lectures he wrote, "And now we are struck by the significance of the possibility that the aggressiveness may not be able to find satisfaction in the external world because it comes up against real obstacles. If this happens, it will perhaps retreat and increase the amount of self-destructiveness holding sway in the interior. We shall hear how this is in fact what occurs and how important a process this is." Freud, 1933a, p. 105. In an outline of psychoanalysis he wrote, "Holding back aggressiveness is in general unhealthy and leads to illness." Freud, 1940a, p. 150. After having thus drawn the lines sharply, how does Freud respond to the impulse not to view human affairs so hopelessly and to avoid siding with those who recommend war as the best medicine for the human race? Indeed, Freud made several theoretical attempts to find a way out of the dilemma between the theoretician and the humanist. One attempt lay in the idea that the destructive instinct can be transformed into conscience. In Civilization and Its Discontents, Freud asks, what happens to him, the aggressor, to render his desire for aggression innocuous? Freud answers thus: something very remarkable, which we should never have guessed and which is nevertheless quite obvious. His aggressiveness is introjected, internalized, it is, in point of fact, sent back to where it came from, that is, it is directed towards his own ego. There it is taken over by a portion of the ego which sets itself over against the rest of the ego as superego, and which now, in the form of conscience, is ready to put into action against the ego the same harsh aggressiveness that the ego would have liked to satisfy upon other, extraneous individuals. The tension between the harsh superego and the ego that is subjected to it, is called by us the sense of guilt. It expresses itself as a need for punishment. Civilization, therefore, obtains mastery over the individual's dangerous desire for aggression by weakening and disarming it, and by setting up an agency within him to watch over it, like a garrison in a conquered city. Freud, 1930a, p. 123f. 25. The transformation of destructiveness into a self-punishing conscience does not seem to be as much of an advantage as Freud implies. According to his theory, conscience would have to be as cruel as the death instinct, since it is charged with its energies, and no reason is given why the death instinct should be weakened and disarmed. Rather, it would seem that the following analogy expresses the real consequences of Freud's thought more logically: a city that has been ruled by a cruel enemy defeats him with the help of a dictator, who then sets up a system that is just as cruel as that of the defeated enemy, and thus, what is gained? However, this theory of the strict conscience as a manifestation of the death instinct is not the only attempt Freud makes to mitigate his concept of a tragic alternative. Another less tragic explanation is expressed in the following: the instinct of destruction, moderated and tamed, and, as it were, inhibited in its aim, must, when it is directed towards objects, provide the ego with the satisfaction of its vital needs and with control over nature. Freud, 1930a, p. 121. This seems to be a good example of sublimation. 26. The aim of the instinct is not weakened, but it is directed toward other socially valuable aims, in this case the control over nature. This sounds, indeed, like a perfect solution. Man is freed from the tragic choice of destroying either others or himself, because the energy of the destructive instinct is used for the control over nature. But, we must ask, can this really be so? Can it be true that destructiveness becomes transformed into constructiveness? What can control over nature mean? Taming and breeding animals, gathering and cultivating plants, weaving cloth, building huts, manufacturing pottery, and many more activities, including the construction of machines, railroads, airplanes, skyscrapers. All these are acts of constructing, building, unifying, synthesizing, and, indeed, if one wanted to attribute them to one of the two basic instincts, they might be considered as being motivated by eros rather than by the death instinct. With the possible exception of killing animals for their consumption and killing men in war, both of which could be considered as rooted in destructiveness, material production is not destructive but constructive. Freud makes one other attempt to soften the harshness of his alternatives in his answer to Albert Einstein's letter on the topic "Why War?" Not even on this occasion, when confronted with the question of the psychological causes of war as posed by one of the greatest scientists and humanists of the century, did Freud try to hide or mitigate the harshness of his previous alternatives. With the fullest clarity he wrote, "As a result of a little speculation, we have come to suppose that this instinct is at work in every living creature and is striving to bring it to ruin and to reduce life to its original condition of inanimate matter. Thus it quite seriously deserves to be called a death instinct, while the erotic instincts represent the effort to live. The death instinct turns into the destructive instinct when, with help of special organs, it is directed outwards, onto objects. The organism preserves its own life, so to say, by destroying an extraneous one. Some portion of the death instinct, however, remains operative within the organism, and we have sought to trace quite a number of normal and pathological phenomena to this internalization of the destructive instinct. We have even been guilty of the heresy of attributing the origin of conscience to this diversion inwards of aggressiveness. You will notice that it is by no means a trivial matter if this process is carried too far. It is positively unhealthy. On the other hand, if these forces are turned to destruction in the external world, the organism will be relieved and the effect must be beneficial. This would serve as a biological justification for all the ugly and dangerous impulses against which we are struggling. It must be admitted that they stand nearer to nature than does our resistance to them, for which an explanation also needs to be found. Freud, 1933a, p. 211, italics added. After having made this very clear and uncompromising statement summing up his previously expressed views about the death instinct, and after having stated that he could hardly believe the stories about those happy regions where there are races who know neither coercion nor aggression, Freud tried toward the end of the letter to arrive at a less pessimistic solution than the beginning seemed to foreshadow. His hope was founded on several possibilities. If willingness to engage in war, he wrote, is an effect of the destructive instinct, the most obvious plan will be to bring Eros, its antagonist, into play against it. Anything that encourages the growth of emotional ties between men must operate against war, p. 212. It is remarkable and moving how Freud, the humanist and, as he calls himself, pacifist, tries here almost frantically to evade the logical consequences of his own premises. If the death instinct is as powerful and fundamental as Freud claims throughout, how can it be considerably reduced by bringing Eros into play, considering that they are both contained in every cell and that they constitute an irreducible quality of living matter? Freud's second argument in favor of peace is even more fundamental. At the end of his letter to Einstein he writes, "Now war is in the crassest opposition to the psychical attitude imposed on us by the process of civilization, and for that reason we are bound to rebel against it. We simply cannot any longer put up with it. This is not merely an intellectual and emotional repudiation. We pacifists have a constitutional intolerance of war, an idiosyncrasy magnified, as it were, to the highest degree. It seems, indeed, as though the lowering of aesthetic standards in war plays a scarcely smaller part in our rebellion than do its cruelties. And how long shall we have to wait before the rest of mankind become pacifists too? There is no telling, p. 215. And at the end of this letter Freud touches upon a thought found occasionally in his work 27, that of the process of civilization as a factor leading to a lasting, as it were, a constitutional, organic repression of instincts, ibid. Freud had already expressed this view much earlier, in the three essays, when he spoke of the sharp conflict between instinct and civilization. One gets an impression from civilized children that the construction of these dams is a product of education, and no doubt, education has much to do with it. But in reality this development is organically determined and fixed by heredity, and it can occasionally occur without any help at all from education. Freud, 1905d, p. 178, italics added. In Civilization and Its Discontents Freud continued this line of thinking by speaking of an organic repression, for instance in the case of the taboo related to menstruation or anal erotism, thus paving the way to civilization. We find, even as early as 1897, Freud saying, in a letter to Fliess, November 14, 1897, that something organic played a part in repression. Freud, 1897, letter 75.28. The various statements quoted here show that Freud's reliance on a constitutional intolerance to war was not only an attempt to transcend the tragic perspective of his death instinct concept produced ad hoc, as it were, by his discussion with Einstein, but was in accordance with a line of thinking that, although never dominant, had been in the background of his thoughts since 1897. If Freud's assumptions were right that civilization produces constitutional and hereditary repressions, that in the process of civilization certain instinctual needs are in fact weakened, then indeed he would have found a way out of the dilemma. then civilized man would not be prompted by certain instinctual demands contrary to civilization to the same degree as primitive man. The impulse to destroy would not have the same intensity and power in civilized man as it would have in primitive man. This line of thinking would also lead to the speculation that certain inhibitions against killing might have been built up during the process of civilization and become hereditarily fixed. However, even if one could discover such hereditary factors in general, it would be exceedingly difficult to assume their existence in the case of the death instinct. According to Freud's concept, the death instinct is a tendency inherent in all living substance. It seems to be a theoretically difficult proposition to assume that this fundamental biological force could be weakened in the course of civilization. With the same logic, one could assume that eros could be constitutionally weakened, and such assumptions would lead to the more general assumption that the very nature of living substance could be altered by the process of civilization, by means of an organic repression. 29. However this may be, today it would seem to be one of the most important subjects for research to try to establish the facts with regard to this point. Is there sufficient evidence to show that there has been a constitutional, organic repression of certain instinctual demands in the course of civilization? Is this repression one that is different from repression in Freud's usual sense, inasmuch as it weakens the instinctual demand, rather than removing it from consciousness or diverting it to other aims? And more specifically, in the course of history, have man's destructive impulses become weaker, or have inhibitory impulses developed that are now hereditarily fixed? To answer this question would require extended studies, especially in anthropology, sociopsychology, and genetics. Looking back at the various attempts Freud made to mitigate the sharpness of his fundamental alternative destruction of others or of oneself, one can only admire his persistence in trying to find a way out of the dilemma and, at the same time, his honesty in having refrained from believing that he had found a satisfactory solution. Thus, in the outline he no longer makes reference to the factors limiting the power of destructiveness, except the role of the superego, and concludes this topic by saying, "This is one of the dangers to health by which human beings are faced on their path to cultural development. Holding back aggressiveness is in general unhealthy and leads to illness, to mortification." S. Freud, 1938, 30. For critique of the substance of the theory. We must proceed now from the imminent critique of Freud's theory of the death and life instincts to a critique of the substance of his argument. Since a great deal has been written about this, I need not enter into a discussion of all the points of such a critique. I shall mention only those of particular interest from my own point of view, or which have not been adequately dealt with by other writers. Perhaps the greatest weakness of Freud's assumption lies both here and with regard to some other problems in the fact that the theoretician and system builder in him ran ahead of the clinical observer. Furthermore, Freud was guided one-sidedly by intellectual imagination rather than by experimental imagination. Had this not been so, he would have sensed that sadism, aggressiveness, destructiveness, mastery, and will for power are qualitatively entirely different phenomena, even though the borderline may not always be clearly demarcated. But Freud thought in abstract theoretical terms, which implied that all that was not love was death instinct, since every tendency had to be subsumed under the new duality. The result of putting different and partly contradictory psychical tendencies into one category leads necessarily to the result that one understands none of them. One is forced to speak in an alienated language about phenomena of which one can speak meaningfully only if one's words refer to different, specific forms of experience. Yet it is a testimony to Freud's capacity to transcend at times his commitment to a dualistic instinct theory that we find that he did see some essential differences in quality between various forms of aggressiveness, even though he did not differentiate them by different terms. Here are the three main forms he saw. 1. Impulses of cruelty, independent of sexuality, based on the self-preservative instincts. Their aim is to realize realistic dangers and to defend themselves against attack. Freud, 1905. The function of this aggression is survival, i.e., defense against threats to vital interests. This type would correspond roughly with what I have called defensive aggression. 2. In his concept of sadism, Freud saw one form of destructiveness for which the act of destroying, forcing, torturing, is lustful, although he explained the particular quality of this form of destructiveness as an alloy of sexual lust and non-sexual death instinct. This type would correspond to sadism. 3. Eventually, Freud recognized a third type of destructiveness that he described as follows: but even where it emerges without any sexual purpose, in the blindest fury of destructiveness, we cannot fail to recognize that the satisfaction of the instinct is accompanied by an extraordinarily high degree of narcissistic enjoyment, owing to its presenting the ego with the fulfillment of the latter's old wishes for omnipotence. It is not easy to say which phenomenon Freud refers to here: pure destructiveness of the necrophilous person, or the extreme form of the power-drunk, sadistic member of a lynching or raping mob. Perhaps the difficulty lies in the general problem of differentiating between extreme forms of sadistic, omnipotent rage and pure necrophilia, a difficulty I have commented on in the text. But whatever the answer is, the fact remains that Freud recognized different phenomena, yet gave up this differentiation when he had to make the clinical facts fit his theoretical requirements. Where are we left after this analysis of Freud's theory of the death instinct? Is it essentially different from the construct of a destructive instinct, that many psychoanalysts make, or from Freud's earlier construct, that of the libido? We have in the course of this discussion pointed out subtle changes and contradictions in Freud's development of the theory of aggression. We have seen, in the answer to Einstein, that Freud for a moment indulged in speculations that tended to make his position less harsh and less apt to be used as a justification of war. But when we look over Freud's theoretical edifice once more, it becomes clear that in spite of all this, the basic character of the death instinct follows in a certain way the logic of the hydraulic model that Freud had originally applied to the sexual instinct. A striving for death is constantly generated in all living substance, leaving only one alternative: either to do the silent work of man's destruction from within, or to turn toward the outside as destructiveness and to save man from self-destruction by the destruction of others. As Freud put it, holding back aggressiveness is in general unhealthy and leads to illness, to mortification. S. Freud, 1938. Summing up his examination of Freud's theory of life and death instinct, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Freud, since 1920, got entangled in two basically different concepts and in two distinct approaches to the problem of human motivation. The first, the conflict between self-preservation and sexuality, was the traditional concept, reason versus passion, duty versus natural inclination, or hunger versus love, as the driving forces in man. The later theory, based on the conflict between the inclination to live and the one to die, between integration and disintegration, between love and hate, was entirely different. While one may say that it was based on the popular concept of love and hate as the two forces driving man, it was in fact more profound and original. It followed the Platonic tradition of Eros and considered love as the energy that binds all living substance together and is the guarantor of life. More specifically even, it seems to follow Empedocles' idea that the world of living creatures can exist only as long as the struggle between the contrary forces of strife and Aphrodite, or love, the power of attraction and repulsion, are active together. 31. 5. The principle of excitation reduction, the basis for the pleasure principle and death instinct. The differences between Freud's old and new theories, however, must not make one forget that there was one axiom, deeply fixed in Freud's mind since he studied with von Bruck, that is common to both theories. This axiom is the principle of tension reduction underlying Freud's thinking from 1888 to his last discussion of the death instinct. Already at the very beginning of his work in 1888, Freud spoke of a stable amount of excitation. S. Freud, 1888. He formulated the principle more explicitly in 1892 when he wrote, "The nervous system endeavors to keep constant something in its functional relations that we may describe as the sum of excitation. It puts this precondition of health into effect by disposing associatively of every sensible accretion of excitation, Erregungsgewachs, or by discharging it by an appropriate motor reaction." S. Freud, 1892. Italics added. Correspondingly, Freud defined a psychical trauma as he employed it in his theory of hysteria, as any impression which the nervous system has difficulty in disposing of by means of associative or motor reaction becomes a psychical trauma. S. Freud, 1892. Italics added. In the Project for a Scientific Psychology, 1895a, Freud spoke of the principle of neuronic inertia that asserts that neurons tend to divest themselves of cue. On this basis the structure and development as well as the functions, of neurons, are to be understood. Freud, 1895a. What Freud means by cue is not entirely clear. He defines it in this paper as what distinguishes activity from rest. Freud, 1895a, 32 meaning nervous energy. 33 At any rate, one is on safe ground in saying that in those early years lies the beginning of what Freud later called the principle of constancy, or implying the reduction of all nervous activity to a minimal level. 25 years later, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud stated the principle in psychological terms as follows: the mental apparatus endeavors to keep the quantity of excitation present in it as low as possible, or at least to keep it constant. S. Freud, 1920. Italics added. Freud here speaks of the same principle, constancy or inertia, as having two versions, one of keeping excitation constant, the other of reducing it to the lowest possible level. Freud sometimes used either of the two terms denoting one or the other version of the basic principle. 34. The pleasure principle is based on the constancy principle. Chemically produced libidinous excitation needs to be reduced to its normal level. This principle of keeping tension constant governs the functioning of the nervous apparatus. Tension that has risen above its regular level is felt as unpleasure, its reduction to the constant level as pleasure. The facts which have caused us to believe in the dominance of the pleasure principle also find expression in the hypothesis that the mental apparatus endeavors to keep the quantity of excitation present in it as low as possible, or, at least to keep it constant. The pleasure principle follows from the principle of constancy. S. Freud, 1920. Italics added. Unless one understands Freud's axiom of tension reduction, one will never understand his position, which was not centered around the concept of a hedonistic striving for pleasure, but rather on the assumption of the physiological necessity to reduce tension and with it psychically unpleasure. The pleasure principle is based on keeping excitation at a certain constant level. But the principle of constancy implies also the tendency to keep excitation on a minimal level. In this version it becomes the basis for the death instinct. As Freud stated it, the dominating tendency of mental life, and perhaps of nervous life in general, is the effort to reduce, to keep constant, or to remove internal tension due to stimuli, the nirvana principle, to borrow a term from Barbara Law, a tendency which finds expression in the pleasure principle, and our recognition of that fact is one of our strongest reasons for believing in the existence of death instincts. S. Freud, 1920. Freud arrives at this point at an almost untenable position: the principles of constancy, inertia, nirvana, are identical. The principle of tension reduction governs the sexual instinct, in terms of the pleasure principle, and is at the same time the essence of the death instinct. Considering that Freud ascribes to the death instinct not only self-destruction but also destruction against others, he would arrive at the paradox that the pleasure principle and the destructive instinct owe their existence to the same principle. Freud, quite naturally, could not be satisfied with such an idea, especially since it would correspond to a monistic rather than the dualistic model of conflicting forces which Freud never gave up. 4 years later Freud wrote in The Economic Problem of Masochism. But we have unhesitatingly identified the pleasure-unpleasure principle with this nirvana principle. The nirvana principle, and the pleasure principle which is supposedly identical with it, would he entirely in the service of the death instincts, whose aim is to conduct the restlessness of life into the stability of the inorganic state, and it would have the function of giving warnings against the demands of the life instincts, the libido, which try to disturb the intended course of life. But such a view cannot be correct. S. Freud, 1924. Italics added. In order to prove the incorrectness of this view, Freud takes a step that ordinary expedience would have recommended from the very beginning. He wrote, "It seems that in the series of feelings of tension we have a direct sense of the increase and decrease of amounts of stimulus, and it cannot be doubted that there are pleasurable tensions and unpleasurable relaxations of tension. The state of sexual excitation is the most striking example of a pleasurable increase of stimulus of this sort, but it is certainly not the only one. Pleasure and unpleasure, therefore, cannot be referred to an increase or decrease of a quantity, which we describe as tension due to stimulus, although they obviously have a great deal to do with that factor. It appears that they depend, not on this quantitative factor, but on some characteristic of it which we can only describe as a qualitative one. If we were able to say what this qualitative characteristic is, we should be much further advanced in psychology. Perhaps it is the rhythm, the temporal sequence of changes, rises and falls in the quantity of stimulus. We do not know." S. Freud, 1924. However, Freud did not pursue this thought any further, although he seemed not to be satisfied with this explanation. Instead, he offered another one that is meant to overcome the danger of the identification of pleasure with destruction. He continued, "However this may be, we must recognize that the nirvana principle, belonging as it does to the death instinct, has undergone a modification in living organisms through which it has become the pleasure principle, and we shall henceforward avoid regarding the two principles as one. The nirvana principle expresses the trend of the death instinct, the pleasure principle represents the demands of the libido, and the modification of the latter principle, the reality principle, represents the influence of the external world." S. Freud, 1924. It seems that this explanation is a theoretical fiat rather than an explanation for the assertion that the pleasure principle and the death instinct are not identical. While Freud's attempt to extricate himself from a paradoxical position is, in my opinion, unsuccessful, although most brilliant, the important problem at this point is not whether he succeeded or not. It is, rather, that Freud's whole psychological thinking from the very beginning to the end was dominated by the axiom that the principle of reduction of excitation was the governing principle of all psychic and nervous life. We know the origins of this axiom. Freud himself quoted G.T. Fechner, 1873, as the father of this idea. He wrote, "We cannot, however, remain indifferent to the discovery that an investigator of such penetration as G.T. Fechner held a view on the subject of pleasure and unpleasure which coincides in all essentials with the one that has been forced upon us by psychoanalytic work. Fechner's statement is to be found contained in a small work, Einige den Entwicklungsgeschichte der Organismen, 1873, Part 11, Supplement, 94, and reads as follows: "Insofar as conscious impulses always have some relation to pleasure or unpleasure, pleasure and unpleasure too can be regarded as having a psychophysical relation to conditions of stability and instability. This provides a basis for a hypothesis into which I propose to enter in greater detail elsewhere. According to this hypothesis, every psychophysical motion rising above the threshold of consciousness is attended by pleasure in proportion as, beyond a certain limit, it approximates to complete stability, and is attended by unpleasure in proportion as, beyond a certain limit, it deviates from complete stability, while between the two limits, which may be described as qualitative thresholds of pleasure and unpleasure, there is a certain margin of aesthetic indifference." 35. The facts which have caused us to believe in the dominance of the pleasure principle in mental life also find expression in the hypothesis that the mental apparatus endeavors to keep the quantity of excitation present in it as low as possible, or at least to keep it constant. This later hypothesis is only another way of stating the pleasure principle, for if the work of the mental apparatus is directed towards keeping the quantity of excitation low, then anything that is calculated to increase that quantity is bound to be felt as adverse to the functioning of the apparatus, that is, as unpleasurable. The pleasure principle follows from the principle of constancy. Actually, the latter principle was inferred from the facts which forced us to adopt the pleasure principle. Moreover, A more detailed discussion will show that the tendency which we thus attribute to the mental apparatus is subsumed as a special case under Fechner's principle of the tendency towards stability, to which he has brought the feelings of pleasure and unpleasure into relation. S. Freud, 1920. But Fechner was by no means the only representative of the principle of tension reduction. Stimulated by the energy concept of physics, the concept of energy and energy conservation became popular among physiologists. If Freud was influenced by these physical theories, they would have seemed to imply that the death instinct was only one particular instance of the general physical law. But the fallacy of such a conclusion becomes apparent if we consider the difference between inorganic and organic matter. René Dubos has expressed this point very succinctly. He wrote, "According to one of the most fundamental laws of physics, the universal tendency in the world of matter is for everything to run downhill, to fall to the lowest possible level of tension, with constant loss of potential energy and of organization. In contrast, life constantly creates and maintains order out of the randomness of matter. To apprehend the deep significance of this fact, one need only think what happens to any living organism, the very smallest as well as the largest and most evolved, when finally it dies." R. Dubos, 1962. Two English writers, R. Kapp, 1931, and L. S. Penrose, 1931, have criticized the attempts of some authors to connect physical theory with the death instinct so convincingly that one must finally dispose of the idea that there could be any relationship between entropy and the death instinct. 36. Whether or not Freud had in mind the connection between entropy and the death instinct does not matter too much. Even if he did not, the whole principle of excitation and energy reduction to the lowest minimal level rests upon the basic error that Dubos points to in the above quotation, the error of ignoring the fundamental difference between life and non-life, between organisms and things. In order to get away from laws valid only for organic matter, in later years another analogy has been preferred to that of entropy, namely the concept of homeostasis as developed by Walter B. Cannon, 1963. But Jones and others who see in this concept an analogy to Freud's nirvana principle confuse the two principles. Freud speaks of the tendency to abolish or reduce excitation. Cannon, on the other hand, and many later investigators, speak of the necessity of keeping a relatively stable inner environment. This stability implies that the inner environment tends to remain stable, but not that it tends to reduce energy to the minimal point. The confusion apparently arises because of the ambiguity of the words stability and constancy. A simple example can demonstrate the fallacy. If the temperature of a room is to be kept at a stable or constant level via a thermostat, it means it should neither go above nor below a certain level. If, however, the tendency were that the temperature should be on a minimal level, it would be an entirely different matter. In fact, the homeostatic principle of stability contradicts the nirvana principle of total or relative energy reduction. There seems to be little doubt that Freud's basic axiom of tension reduction, which is father both of the pleasure principle and of the death instinct, owes its existence to the thinking characteristic of German mechanistic materialism. It was not clinical experience that suggested this concept to Freud. Freud's deep attachment to the physiological theories of his teachers saddled him and later psychoanalysis with the axiom. It forced clinical observation and the resulting formulation of theory into the narrow framework of tension reduction, which could hardly be squared with the wealth of data showing that man, at all ages, seeks excitation, stimulation, relations of love and friendship, is eager to increase his relatedness to the world. In short, man seems to be motivated just as much by the principle of tension increase as by that of tension reduction. But although many psychoanalysts were impressed by the limited validity of tension reduction, they did not change their fundamental position and tried to muddle along with a peculiar mixture of Freud's metapsychological concepts and the logic of their clinical data. Perhaps the puzzle of Freud's self-deception about the validity of the concept of the death instinct requires still another element for its solution. Every careful reader of Freud's work must also be aware how tentatively and cautiously he treated his new theoretical constructions when presenting them for the first time. He made no claim for their validity and sometimes even spoke deprecatingly of their value. But the more time passed, the more hypothetical constructs turned into theories upon which new constructions and theories were built. Freud the theorist was very well aware of the doubtful validity of many of his constructs. Why did he forget these original doubts? It is hard to answer this question. One possible answer may be found in his role as the leader of the psychoanalytic movement. 37 Those of his students who dared to criticize fundamental aspects of his theories left him or were squeezed out in one way or another. Those who built the movement were mostly pedestrian men, from the standpoint of their theoretical capacity, and it would have been difficult for them to follow Freud through basic theoretical changes. They needed a dogma in which they believed and around which they could organize the movement. 38 Thus Freud the scientist became to some extent the prisoner of Freud the leader of the movement, or to put it differently, Freud the teacher became the prisoner of his faithful, but uncreative disciples.